When it comes to game franchises, the Tales of series has never been one on many people's radar. It's a series near and dear to my heart, with lovable characters journeying through anime-style worlds, essentially making them playable shonens. And with most games taking place in their own worlds with unique casts, each entry could easily be someone's first Tales game. For me, that was the 3DS port of Tales of the Abyss. Despite its 25-year history and its uniqueness in its real-time action RPG approach, the Tales series has largely been considered mid-tier, especially compared to more mainstream franchises like Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest. Tales of Symphonia helped the franchise catch on in the West, and yet while its popularity outside of Japan has been steadily increasing, Tales has yet to be truly seen and respected as a top-tier AAA property. Now, for me personally, the brand prestige is not nearly as important as whether or not people just genuinely love the games. Graphically speaking, the series has never really been something to write home about, but I was always more focused on the characters' journeys and dynamics with each other. Sure, Tales of Berseria might look like a really polished PS2 game ported to PS4, okay, all I really care about is helping Velvet kill the Pope, hashtag BA do crime. And likewise, Tales games have never been really known for their plots, save for a few select games like Symphonia, Abyss, or Berseria, but they're always delivering on their casts. They might seem like generic anime archetypes at first, but when you spend enough time with them, you truly get to love them as people, and especially their dynamics with each other. You get to see them save the world together and just do mundane things together, like talk about what they like to cook, or what their personal dreams are.
If you're truly sorry, do the Squirrel Karena for me. The fluffy version.
There's a Squirrel Karena? There's a fluffy version?
And generally speaking, I also just really appreciate how diverse the casts are, and how usually it's a nice even split between men and women. Genuinely, this franchise has some of the best female characters that I've seen in media. The gals are always my favorites. And yet, after Tales of Berseria's release in 2016, the series publisher and developer Bandai Namco sought to take the Tales series to the next level. They wanted to make it a spectacle, to evolve the franchise into something more accessible, more glamorous, and clearly of the level of recent Final Fantasy titles. Their aim was to overhaul the franchise's perception so as to appeal to a wider audience, especially outside Japan, without alienating existing fans. And so in 2016, work began on Project Arise. The name is a nod to the two major themes of the game: inheritance, so as to honor all the Tales games that came before, and evolution, which would take the best elements of all of them and forge them into something new. While its essence as a Tales game would remain intact, it would receive a complete makeover. The Arise staff comprised of newcomers such as producer Yusuke Tomizawa, who'd only worked on the definitive edition of Tales of Vesperia, as well as series veterans like art director and character designer Minoru Iwamoto. Oh, and of course the illustrious composer Motoi Sakuraba, because this man literally lives and breathes Tales.
結構自分の中心になってるタイトルですよね。これだけ長い年月をやってると逆にこの仕事をしてないと落ち着かないみたいな感じなので、はい。
Like seriously, I'm worried for this man. Is he okay? Is he sleeping? Is anyone in the games industry sleeping? Probably not. From the get-go, there was a vision for this game to be an epic, to astound the player with an incredible scope and a new art style which would reflect the prestige the developers were aiming for. While Tomizawa stated that Arise would not be open world, it is easy to see how many people thought that it would be, given the level of detail and polish put into all of the environments, as well as the whole angle of the twin worlds, Dana and Rena. This game also has a lot of nods to older Tales games. It tries to play the story and premise pretty safe to keep that mainstream appeal. Again, the whole twin world concept is something a lot of Tales fans are familiar with. It shows up in a lot of other Tales games like Tales of Symphonia or Tales of Xillia. You know, usual themes of duality, coexistence, harmony, getting the fuck along. You know, that thing we can never manage in the real world. That all said, Arise never really hooked me as it was being discussed through its development. It's not that I thought the game sounded bad, but rather that nothing about the project viscerally spoke to me the way that previous Tales games had. Not to mention that at the time I was still very much in the throes of Velvet Crow's journey in Tales of Berseria, and with that game's story having destroyed my heart and put it back together many, many times over the years. And also this year I went back to it and it destroyed me all over again. Arise, for the most part, had become irrelevant to me. Tales of Arise was initially meant to be released in 2020 for the series' 25th anniversary, but had to be pushed back due to numerous issues to do with the game's immense scope, the added complexity of developing the game for next-gen hardware like the PS5 and Xbox Series X or S or whatever it's called, letters, and Miss Rona, of course. She just had to ruin everything. It was eventually released on September 10th, 2021 on PC, PS4, PS5, and whatever the hell the Xboxes want to call themselves. And thankfully for Namco, their efforts seemed to pay off. Reviews for Arise were glowing across the board, and by April 2022, the game had sold over 2 million units, basically blowing every other Tales game out of the goddamn water. F in the chat for Berseria. With many players citing this as their first ever Tales game, which does make me very, very happy. While it does seem to be fan consensus that the writing is not the game's strong point at all, especially in the quote-unquote second half, the presentation and gameplay have been highly praised as a solid step up from previous entries. Yeah, I'm in that camp.
Okay, hi, all, Thomas from the future here, if you couldn't tell by the fact that I'm using a different microphone. So I praised the gameplay a lot here, and it's been a few months since recording that and, you know, playing more of the game, and the gameplay has soured on me, I must admit. You know, I see the vision they were going for, but like, a lot of the times I felt the combat had become very gratuitous and tedious, especially in the later dungeons in the second half of the game, particularly. The last dungeon, Rena, like, it nearly killed me. I don't find it particularly enjoyable. I think most of that is down to just the fact that the enemies have like too much goddamn health. It takes forever to like slash through them properly. And then there's also the fact that I don't really like the cure point system. I would rather just go back to the TP system. I feel like the TP system, especially as I've been replaying Vesperia and Abyss, it requires a more strategic use of resources than the cure point system does. And also the fact that apple gels and other like health recovery items got nerfed to make you use the cure point system, but then orange gels for some fucking reason are still percentage based. Wow, okay. So yeah, I don't really like the combat that much anymore. I don't think it's like the worst thing ever. It's very, you know what it's giving? It's giving Birth by Sleep. It's giving like flashy lights make my brain happy. They release good chemicals, but like I can't really see this being enjoyable to people who like want robust combat systems. And even to me, like someone who doesn't really focus on gameplay all that much and is like an admitted button masher, I don't find Arise's combat all that enjoyable anymore. I don't. So yeah,
I didn't get around to playing Arise until a few months ago. I had been curious about it, but one day came across an in-depth video by Elixir Vitae Games about her thoughts on Arise. Highly suggest y'all check it out because she's where I learned a lot of interesting details about this game's development, and in general, I really appreciate her very chill, laid-back analysis when it comes to the characters specifically. Also the music, she's a music girly. Her video is what convinced me to give Arise a try, especially when I discovered a cheap physical copy on Amazon. Now how can I say no to that? As I played the game initially, I found myself really loving it. I was absolutely enthralled by the game's presentation and atmosphere. And while this cast still isn't one of my favorites, I did appreciate the work that went into them and their dynamics with each other, which kind of just goes to show how high the bar is for this series' character writing in the first place. The story, it was fine, it was serviceable, but the characters were the thing that were keeping me going. I could notice a lot of issues with the world building and the way the story was being told as I was going, but I just loved the characters way too much to let that stop me. But as I approached the end, I couldn't help but feel hollow. The polished illusion had worn off, and beneath that shiny veneer, I kept noticing more and more problems when it came to the story. Because, oh dear Renasalma, that final act though. Ultimately, Tales of Arise is a game that I deeply respect for its ambition. I love so many aspects about this game, in particular the way that it uses design to communicate its story. And in general, it's just so much fun to play, especially compared to previous Tales games. They did such a good job leveling up the environment design, the art design, the gameplay. It really does feel like an evolution. But as more cracks began to form in the story, I couldn't help but feel that ambition betrayed a neglect for many aspects of the game's story and world building, which do make it genuinely difficult for me to return to. Because ultimately, these games are about their characters and their stories. They're interwoven with each other. Especially for me personally, gameplay can enhance a story, but I'm mostly here for story. Berseria's environment design and gameplay are kind of blah as you go back to it, but the story genuinely gets better every time I go back to that game, and it keeps me coming back. Arise is not bad by any means at all. If anything, it's essentially a glorified tech demo, and a damn good one at that. But it's because of that gnawing feeling of disappointment that I have to make this video. I mean, I don't have to, but, you know, I want to, because I like to talk a lot. And so we're going to dive into the good, the bad, and the downright confusing of Tales of Arise. We'll be doing a recap of the game's story with asides to discuss story elements, character arcs, world-building details, and more to make this friendly to those unfamiliar with the game or the Tales series as a whole. Naturally, spoilers for Arise and a few other Tales games lie ahead, and some pieces of media that I reference throughout the story. It's just what I do. But don't worry, you'll still be able to enjoy this. So grab a snack, sit back, and relax as I recount to you both the admirable leaps and the pitiful pitfalls of Tales of Arise. Before we begin, ciao! My name's Thomas, aka the Unicorn of War, and I'm an author and YouTuber who makes reviews, video essays, commentaries, and other videos about various pieces of media that I enjoy, particularly animation and now video games, I guess. Winx Club, Avatar and Korra, Fairy Tail, and now the Tales series. And as an author and avid writer, I love analyzing stories and diving into what about them resonates with me and what doesn't. I don't claim to be objective here. If you genuinely enjoy the things that I talk about that I don't enjoy, I'm really happy for you. I am. These are just my personal feelings. You know, art's subjective and all that. If any of that sounds interesting to you, then you can subscribe and ring that bell for notifications, and also for Tales of Vesperia vibes, because YouTube hates creators. And if you're willing and able, you can pledge your support for myself and the channel over on Patreon. $1 patrons get access to my private Discord server, the Union of War, early access videos and shoutouts and video credits. $5 patrons get writing critiques up to 5,000 words and quarterly Q&A videos. $10 patrons get content requests, monthly live stream hangouts, and exclusive video content. And $20 patrons get access to my book stuff, including updates on future books and signed books. You can message me on Patreon for mailing details for signed books. And I'm also working on recording some audiobook stuff, so that'll be fun for you $20 patrons to watch me figure out what the hell I'm doing. Life is one big learning process. We're all constantly learning. Now, without further ado, let the shit show begin. Our story begins on the fantasy world of Dana, In the sky hangs its twin world Rena, a planet said to be home to the gods and a resting place for the dead. This opening cutscene, narrated by a character we'll meet later on, serves to introduce the player to the setting. It's designed to communicate the conflicts that run through the whole game, along with a brief summary of the history that led to those conflicts. In that sense, it's not unlike the opening monologue of Avatar: The Last Airbender, where Katara sets up the war being waged between the Fire Nation and the rest of the world. Because, let's be real, the Atla opening monologue is like the benchmark for all opening monologues.
In ages long past, it was believed that Mother Dana was indestructible and everlasting. Rena, on the other hand, was thought to be the domain of the gods, a paradise where the souls of the departed could rest forevermore. Oh, how wrong we were.
I'm in danger!
We learn the basics of what we need to know here. That one day, a fleet of starships descended from Rena, laying waste to Dana. With their advanced technology, as well as genetically modified monsters called Zeugles. Silly name, I know.
Good boy.
The Renan soldiers conquered Dana and enslaved its people. 300 years have passed, and Dana has been divided into 5 realms. The only realm we focus on right now is Orbis CALAGLIA, a realm of dry, barren wastelands, subject to sandstorms and scorching heat. While we do learn about Dana's conquest from this monologue, and a bit about the place our story begins, we don't really get much in the way of the Renans as an enemy, nor the Danans as sympathetic victims or even protagonists. Conflict is all about character. It is the clashing motivations between opposing parties and their dance as they fight for what they're after. That's what really hooks you into whatever story is going on. It gives you someone to root for and someone to root against. This opening monologue, while functional, is quite dry. It reads like a lot of openers trying to establish the world as giving you a history without getting you invested in why that history matters. The Danans are a faceless victim to the Renan's conquest, while the Renans at least have the benefit of the visuals of the soldiers and Zeugles, along with a dedicated introduction to the current ruler of CALAGLIA, Lord Balseph. And yes, his name is quite unfortunate, made worse by the fact he chose it himself. Is he a meme lord? Maybe.
It is ruled over by the tyrant Balseph, Lord of the Fire Master Corps.
That is disgusting. Ew.
But we don't have a real sense of the players here beyond enslaved laborers and colonizing invaders.
The Danan people toil as slaves. Day after day they suffer, under the ruthless oppression of the Renan soldiers, with only one hope of escape. Death.
Oh, really? That sucks.
Again, looking at the opening monologue for Avatar, it's quite similar with the Fire Nation waging war against the Air Nomads, Water Tribes, and Earth Kingdom. Where it differs, however, is in introducing recognizable characters, a sense of escalating stakes, and a goal, a hope. Katara identifies herself as the narrator. She is from one of the Water Tribes who have suffered at the hands of the Fire Nation, whose father has left to fight against them. She tells us that the Fire Nation is nearing victory in the war, meaning the situation has become dire. This very intentionally comes with the implication that she, her family, and her home are all in grave danger. She also tells us about the Avatar, a powerful, legendary figure who can wield all 4 elements, and the only person who can stop the Fire Nation. The stakes escalate at the mention of his mysterious disappearance 100 years ago. So now there's this sense of dread, yet this soft-spoken hope that the Avatar will return and put an end to this war. Suddenly, the conflict has become more personable and more human. It's become real. We are sitting there, hoping alongside Katara that the Avatar will come back to save the day. Translation, you give a fuck. Congrats. You're emotionally invested, bitch. Arise, by contrast, gives you only one face. The tyrant who did not even start the invasion, and arguably the least important villain in the entire game.
The tyrant Balseph.
Dude couldn't even make it into the anime intro. That's how unimportant he is. And while it's clear the Danans are suffering as slaves, there's no real sense of urgency when it comes to defeating the Renans, nor is there any character presented as having skin in the game. Even our narrator does not reveal his identity, despite the fact that he actually turns out to be one of the best written characters here. So while the opening monologue isn't bad, it just is not as engaging as it could have been. And even knowing the rest of the game's story, there are a lot of details here that are missing, such as the crown contest or even the battle between the 5 lords. That could be easily used to give the player something to latch onto, and even be extrapolated as amplifying the dangers faced by the Danans as their suffering is used by the lords to attain the title of sovereign. And we definitely needed someone on the home team here to have faces to the people that we're supposed to be rooting for, so that we can do more than just feel sorry for them as a faceless mass as they toil and die under Renan rule. Another faceless mass. Aside from that one guy. That one guy who doesn't matter. We could explain how their labor is used to gather energy for the Renan lords, and in turn better establish the concept of astral energy, which is essentially this game's term for life force. Maybe we could have mention of some certain Danan hero from ages past, who led a resistance against the invading Renans, only to fall in battle and become a mere myth. Could make us wonder who could be the next hero to follow in their footsteps in the present day. Even the attempt by Renans to erase their story could signal how they attempt to stamp out the culture of the indigenous Danans, only for select Danans to defy their oppression and make it a point to preserve their stories and legends with each other. And moreover, while we hear about Rena, we don't properly establish LENEGIS.
You mean the same LENEGIS that's up in the sky? I've heard it called the Renan's Castle, but I never imagined people actually lived up there.
It never gets done in the rest of the game either, aside from one missable skit, which is still pretty vague, so we might as well mention it here. See, the Renans don't actually live on Rena. It's a bit of a misnomer. They live on an artificial moon orbiting Rena, a floating fortress called LENEGIS that they created. No one ever questions why none of the Renans seem to live on their home world, though. And while there is a reason for it, the lack of a stronger establishment creates confusion for the players when they go, wait, what the hell is a LENEGIS?
What the hell is a Whedon fruit?
And also kind of makes the characters look cartoonishly oblivious as they go, well, we were taught to never question why none of us come from the mother world. Even Shion's comment of, where did you think we all lived?
But I never imagined people actually lived up there.
Well then, where did you think we all lived?
I don't know. Rena? This also could have begged the question, what did the Renans do to their own world that they all had to move to an artificial moon? It could explain why they colonized Dana, potentially to exploit their resources after they destroyed their own world. While the truth of that matter is quite far off from that conjecture, you could still have the audience believe that so that they have a more solid grasp of the story for most of the game, and then rip the rug out from under them when they uncover the truth later on. Right now, it's just deep confusion, and that's not what you really want for your audience experience. Once we're past the opening monologue, we cut to Mosgul, a small settlement in CALAGLIA. We're immediately struck with the visuals of Danan slaves mining the burning earth while overseen by Renan soldiers. I must say, the oppressive atmosphere is well crafted. I'm obsessed with the lighting, the red tones, and the flames against the deep blues of the rocks and the black maroon sky.
I'm just mad for time.
All the cinders and dust floating through the haze, and the image of Rena and LENEGIS constantly looming in the sky. Not to mention Lord Balsef's castle towering over the rocks in the distance. The team did a wonderful job with the art design of this game, especially when it comes to environments. Honestly, environment design, art design, they're breaking their backs carrying all this. Previous games, especially since Xillia implemented the over-the-shoulder camera, have suffered in environments feeling very samey, empty, and generic. I remember there was a YouTuber who pointed this out. I cannot remember their name. I will link it right now. Future self, if you fail me, I'll kick your ass. Arise's art direction helps to bring out the beauty of the world. You can feel the exhaustion of the Danan slaves as they mine and collapse. Renan soldiers just looking for an excuse to become violent. It's quite grim, which makes sense as that was one of the goals when developing Arise, to make the game's presentation match a darker tone, which oddly feels even more angsty than Berseria. And that game starred Velvet Crow, angsty Lord of Calamity, praise be to her.
Only two things matter to me: the taste of blood-soaked flesh and revenge upon one man. Good for her.
Every Danan realm is aligned with a different element: water, fire, earth, wind, and light. In this case, CALAGLIA is where fire astral energy is gathered, hence the arid terrain and all the spontaneous combustion everywhere. Not even sure where those fires in the environment are coming from or what keeps fueling them, but they just there dancing. Why do the fires burn? Probably the same reason that birds fly. It's because they want to burn, and for no other reason. This elemental affinity helps to keep each realm visually distinct. It's not as culturally relevant as locales in Avatar, so don't go in expecting that level of detail or world building, but it works well enough. Honestly, it's probably part of the whole glorified tech demo vibe. By having realms that go to extremes in terms of elements, it allows the designers to create wild environments to push their newfound technical capabilities to the limits. You know, see what they're capable of for future titles. The Danan slaves are assumedly being made to mine resources for the Renan soldiers. You're probably wondering why, if the Renans are so advanced technologically, they would even rely on slave labor. Well, the truth, which gets revealed in a little while, is that they aren't actually after any of Danan's resources. All they want is astral energy, the life force of all living things.
They're harvesting the astral energy that sleeps inside all matter in life forms, and they're doing it the same way they have for the past 300 years, using us Danans as mere siphons.
They harvest that from the Danans, as when they're made to exhaust themselves through manual labor, their bodies release astral energy. The little silver things in their hands are called spirit cores. They collect the astral energy of the Danans, then send it off to a spirit vessel over in the Renan Lord's castle for collection, which then in turn is stored in that Lord's master core.
Any astral energy collected passes through a spirit vessel on its way to being stored in a master core.
So, starts with Danan slave working, breaking their backs. They release astral energy. Astral energy goes into the spirit core in their hand. That energy goes from the core to the spirit vessel over in yon palace, and from the spirit vessel into the master core that belongs to the Lord. Got it? You got all that figured out? Okay, remember that. Remember all of that. So ultimately, it is by breaking the spirits of the Danans and exhausting them physically that the Renans get what they're after. Admittedly, the spirit vessel part kind of makes it more convoluted than it needs to be, but it checks out and ends up being kind of necessary for a plot point later. It even works if you want to interpret all this as, say, the commodification and consumption of the self? The advent of bullshit jobs because we've been so alienated from the fruits of our own labor, we instead fixate on working for work's sake. The thing I don't quite get is the missed opportunity to properly establish the sci-fi elements. While I quite like how ridiculously grandiose the designs for the Renan soldiers are, they scream more traditional fantasy than sci-fi, which is odd given these soldiers came here in starships in the opening monologue. This would be a great opportunity to showcase the advanced technology used to subjugate and survey the Danans, yet all we see them use are batons for when they want to do a violence. This might just be because of how recent discussions of how technology can be used to subjugate us and undermine democracy. But it feels kind of odd how we don't see more of the Renan's technology being used in that kind of way. Barriers to control where the Danans can go at any given time, tracking devices so that they can't get away, drones patrolling the area recording everything, ones that could potentially use facial recognition to, I don't know, target Danans perceived as a potential problem or threat, or even rebels in disguise whose identities are all kept in a big database. Advanced societies like RENA and LENEGIS probably would be militarized surveillance states, given how authoritarian and brutal they are. So why not use those on the people that they've colonized and subjugated? Definitely could have taken some notes from sci-fi dystopias like Blade Runner or Cyberpunk. Or hell, even like the old classic Star Wars movies like Girl. They're right there. I need to rewatch A New Hope. That shit was so good. I mention all of this because it's important to establish these things about your world and story early on, so that your audience knows what they're getting into. I've heard a lot of people express they were deeply confused when all the sci-fi elements started slamming them in the face in the final act. I also have been replaying the game both on my own and with a friend. She's a casual fan of a lot of things, that we're both into, so I tend to use her thoughts as a benchmark for how well information is conveyed to the average viewer. And in her case, yeah, the whole sci-fi part of the sci-fi fantasy fusion was not at all well established or reinforced. So much so that she started cackling when a whole ass flat screen TV started playing in what looked like a traditional lantern lit fantasy tavern. And this just happened earlier today when we were hanging out. We were in the little quarry in the ELDE MENANCIA arc, and there are these little generators throughout, the quarry. Don't know what the hell they do, but they're just there. They're not even plugged in anything. They're just going. And she kind of cackled seeing these sci-fi ass generators that just run on their own power, doing Lord knows what, glowing like neon sci-fi green in the middle of a fantasy quarry. Just, oh my god. It's funnier than it should be. This is what happens when you don't properly establish things very early on and you just drop elements that don't go together randomly, like halfway into your story. My god. As we watch the Danon slaves toiling away, a young boy named Cole is made to push a giant barrel. Naturally, his weak nerd arms make this impossible, and when a Renan soldier gets pissed and tries to strike him, some weird buff dude in a goofy mask steps in to protect him. Before the soldier can do any more harm, he ambles off to do problematic things elsewhere. Cole refers to the man as Iron Mask, pointing out that he's bleeding where the soldier struck him, much to Iron Mask's surprise.
We need to get you looked at by Doc.
That bad, huh? Better safe than sorry, I suppose.
Iron Mask goes to see Doc, the local Danon medic, and it's here we get some handy-dandy exposition. You see, Iron Mask has amnesia.
Oh, Lord.
Usually when a protagonist has amnesia, it's used for the same reason that others are from the quote-unquote normal world and then yeeted thusly into a fantasy world. To have an excuse for other characters to yeet exposition and world building at them. Because otherwise they, and more importantly the audience, would have no clue what the fuck is going on at any given moment. Exposition is not bad, it's all about how you do it. Again, Avatar, Masterclass in Exposition. He's called Iron Mask because when he was found about a year ago by the other Danons, he couldn't remember his name or past, and he has never been able to remove his mask. To make things stranger, he is unable to feel pain. No, literally, his nerve endings are shot. They ain't working. They have not clocked in for like a year. Nerve endings are on unemployment. The man cannot feel heat or cold. There is no sting when the soldiers strike him. You get the idea. And no, they never specify where or how they found him, so write a fanfiction about it, I guess. A lot of Tales protagonists, most of them men, tend to fall into the generic do-gooding nerd archetype. However, when they do, they usually manage to win some points for unique character traits. I've never played Symphonia, but from what I've seen, Lloyd is such a well-meaning doofus that I can't help but root for him.
Thanks.
Hot, isn't it?
Yeah, really hot.
It's actually iced coffee.
Oh, yeah. Of course it's cold.
I lied. It's actually hot.
Saray is a total gay dork and ruin nerd, so he's officially still in my heart.
Saray, let's go hunting for babes.
That sure was therapeutic. Why don't you guys step in as well?
You mean like this?
That's not the kind of babe hunting I'm talking about!
Huh?
despite the weird Jesus-y undertones. That's a whole other video for another time. Iron Mask, whose name I am hiding for right now because I can and I like to mess with you, doesn't really get those same defined traits, unfortunately. That's not to say he's dull or anything. I love Iron Mask, mostly because he's just such a goddamn himbo, especially once the party's assembled. He cares about people and he's a total sweetheart, and his interactions with the leading lady we'll meet later on, it give me life. It's kind of nice to have a masculine male character who's also so adorably loving and affectionate. It is positive masculinity hours up in this bitch, and I'm here for it. It's a bit heavy-handed, as Doc points it out, but he's always willing to take on the pain of others, likely because he thinks he can shoulder it, not being able to feel the pain himself. But as we'll see, this tends to lead him to overestimating how much he can handle. He's the kind of guy who takes on literally everyone's problems until he's drowning in them, yet he can't help it. He genuinely wants other people to be happy and cannot stand the suffering he and his fellow Danans endure day in and day out, questioning why everyone else is just going along with it.
Danans are always dying, and the Renans just watch. How long can this continue? Why doesn't anyone stand and fight?
Now, normally I'd say this feels contrived, given it's another case of using his amnesia to drive a point home easily, but I guess I can forgive it since it feels like he's still relatively new to this life. Well, half forgive it, because it's been a year, Iron Mask. It's been a year! And it also emphasizes the fire in his heart that can't be quenched no matter how hard he tries. How many Berseria references do you think I can sneak in here? He's passionate, he's essentially got no filter, and it's easy to spark him into action. I found some interesting details about Iron Mask that changed during development, one of which being that he was initially gonna have more violent tendencies. Fitting, given his entire vibe with his later design was inspired by a mix of Dark Souls and Game of Thrones. This zest eerily it feels like a relic from that scrapped aspect of his character, and honestly, I am happy about that. Lord knows this cast can be melodramatic enough without another party pooper, but we'll get there later. The thing that I can't get, though, is that the Renans just don't think it's odd he just showed up one day. Again, they need the Danan slaves as manual labor to fulfill their goals, which means they have plenty of incentive to keep track of how many Danans are still alive, how many died over in that ditch over by the mines last Tuesday, and whether any have escaped. Hell, they even keep, regimens for what duties they're on,
So I've got business with the freight train today, huh? Great.
You'd need a cataloged list for that. Hello? That'd probably work in tandem with the idea of the sci-fi tech if they did have databases for all the slaves to, ensure they were keeping track of them all. That would especially stand out if this new guy just waltzed in from who the hell knows where with this weird-ass mask on him. He stands out like a sore thumb, and you think pissy Renan soldiers looking for any reason to be assholes would take the first opportunity to be awful to him, especially if he's jumping in the way to protect other slaves constantly. And the Danans seem to have a good idea of who he is. He's pretty famous among them.
Seems like I know more about you than the other way around, Mr. Iron Mask. Is it true you can't take that thing off?
You telling me none of the Renans have caught on? None of them? Not one? No? Even more so realizing he never got a spirit core embedded in his hand, meaning they're not getting any of the astral energy he produces, so you're wasting your time making him do shit for you. Iron Mask later says that the guards tend to leave Danans alone so long as they keep their heads down and work, since they're not allowed to kill Danans without any good reason, given it defeats their goal of extracting astral energy. But again, we just saw Iron Mask saving a boy from a soldier, so I doubt he's usually keeping his masked face down. First impressions are betraying the slay low strategy he's espousing, I'm just saying.
Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious.
It's also suggested that the mask, given how it seems advanced enough to let Iron Mask not die while he's wearing it, and also refuses to unglue itself from his face, could very well be Renan tech. Iron Mask is horrified at the idea of potentially being a Renan, but it never gets investigated any further. No Renans ever go, hey, why do you have our tech on your face? And I just think that's a real missed opportunity to let him investigate why the hell this stupid thing is hiding his beautiful face. And you know what? I will be annoyed by the fact that Iron Mask is acting brand new. You have been here for a year, and you have not caught on to anything that works here? Oh my god. It feels like this world just came into existence yesterday. Actually, that does tackle my next point. All of this combined adds to this larger problem where it feels like this world literally just came into existence yesterday. A lot of contrivances alongside glaringly strange plot points that go unquestioned by characters make it harder to buy that this world was existing before the story began. And because of that, it becomes harder to follow along, since the world feels less like a living, breathing place and more like a dollhouse. Perhaps that was part of the intent given how the end of the game goes, but you have to ask whether or not that approach, intended or not, was worth it. And honestly, I don't think it was worth it, especially if it risks hampering investment early on. If you want that strange sense of things being artificial, behold Hereditary, one of my favorite horror movies and one of my favorite movies in general. It literally opens with a dollhouse that seamlessly transitions to the house of the family that we are following, and a lot of it was filmed on a soundstage with propped up walls to imitate the dollhouse vibes. All of those play into a lot of themes in that movie to do with fate, autonomy, and facades. It signals to you early on that there is a clear intent for this strange artificial feeling. It doesn't confuse you as you go along, it just makes you very intrigued. Like these people, these places, are all being crafted and guided by some unseen puppet master. But Arise is not communicating those things at all. It feels like it was written in a weekend, and a first draft, and it never got revised. Whew. Also, and admittedly this is very much a nitpick, I will admit that, but I'm gonna scream about it anyway. I have no clue how the hell this dingus sees or eats through that goddamn mask. Yes, it's acknowledged later on in a few skits, but like, it's so distracting.
Can you even see out of that thing? Like, at all?
Of course I can. How else do you think I managed to avoid tripping everywhere I go?
And I mention that because, while it might not seem like a big problem, it adds to this list of little things which constantly are breaking my immersion. It's like I'm going in and out, in and out, in and out. It is less one giant problem and more a death by 1,000 cuts, flashbacks picking me up, I get drunk, but it's not enough because the morning comes and you're not my sovereign. That one was for the Swifties, sorry, not sorry. And I'm just gonna bring this up now in case future me forgets to write this in when we get the full backstory reveal. What the hell was the mask even for? Someone had to produce this mask to like achieve these effects. If you know, you know. Someone had to produce this. What was it for? Like what was the purpose of this? Did the character who like introduced it to Iron Mask just have it handy because it was handed to them by the writers? Like, why are y'all making masks that are capable of these things? Okay. The next day, Iron Mask is assigned to push a freight train with a few other slaves.
Look lively, slaves! Let's see some work around here!
No clue why they're pushing this thing, nor if there's anything important inside. Now, this might not seem all that bad since I've already established that the goal of the Renans is not to have the Danans get them resources, but rather to just physically exhaust the Danans through labor that is ultimately useless. The issue is that I, dear viewer, established that for you, not the game. Iron Mask is not curious as to why they're doing all of this, which could have been used to, foreshadow the Renan's true intentions, like, hey, why are we moving this? Like, is there anything inside here? And they're like, no. And he's like, but then why are we moving it? And they're like, because we said so. Bitch.
Get your fucking ass up and work. It seems like nobody wants to work these days.
That's so true.
You have to surround yourself with people that want to work. Have a good work environment where everyone loves what they do because you have one life. No toxic work environments.
So all you get in the moment is just, okay, yeah, sure, let's just do this arbitrary thing. What comes next is a long-time Tales tradition. 2D anime cutscenes. Tales games have always relied upon 2D cutscenes for pivotal moments throughout the story, which have been animated by Ufotable since Tales of Xillia. Apparently, their studio is actually called the UFO Table. However, I have always called them Ufotable. I will continue to call them that. I don't know. Ufotable, the sound of it just makes me think of telling you that you are photable, as in like a photo. as in like a drawing. I don't know. Ufotable runs off the tongue better, and I will continue to say it. And if that bothers you, good. And because we're meeting one of the protagonists, cue anime cutscenes. You know, not a problem. They're very, very pretty. They've always been pretty. Thank you, Ufotable. The only issue is the disconnect between this scene and the one that came before it. It follows a train car moving down the tracks at high speed within what looks to be some kind of valley. However, we don't see where this train is in relation to the train cars Iron Mask was made to move. So it begs the question, wait, where are we right now? Is this the same train? I've seen a few Let's Plays of the game, and that actually has come up quite a few times. People are like, wait, is this the same train? And I'm like, ooh, that is jarring. That's very jarring. I remember it kind of confused me the first time. It's not the same train. This track is actually up on a cliff high above where Iron Mask is right now. No, you can't see it in game. So the train gets blown up with explosives dropped by what appears to be a rebel group, led by that narrator from the opening cutscene, a man named Zephyr. He sends one of his men, Grenar, to investigate one of the cars. Ooh, that kind of rhymed. And inside finds a woman with pale pink hair who has been chained up. It seems their goal was to find this woman. The young man breaks her free, but when he tries to touch her, she awakens. Thorns of energy leap from her body, and the man screams in pain as he appears to be electrocuted. She escapes, and as Zephyr and the Renan soldiers close in on her, she does what any sane person would. Dramatically leap off of a cliff and disappear into the darkness below.
Don't start unbelieving. Never don't not feel your feelings. I'm gonna do a flip!
You know, it's not too different from what I have her do when I play as her. Just continually breaking her legs. Now break your legs. Cutting back to Iron Mask, and officially back to 3D land, we hear Renan guards asking the Danans if they have found anything. Which is odd, given these Danans were not sent to investigate anything, just to, push the train cars for no reason. But naturally, Iron Mask senses a disturbance in the force. He climbs up to see the mysterious woman has landed in the train car, and they share a long, long glance with each other.
Hey, you're...
What was that? Okay, James.
Iron Mask says,
hey, you're...
like he's about to say something which would indicate knowing her somehow. That could work with details we discover later on, but it just kind of adds to this sense in the present of what the hell is happening? Anyway, heterosexual meet cute, this man and this woman had eye contact, which means they are now destined to be wed. Look, I love these two together, okay? But as a gay, I must take a shot at mononormativity. Are you confused what that means? Google it.
I've been bamboozled.
Anyhow, we have no clue who the hell this woman is, nor why she was imprisoned or is being pursued by the Renan soldiers or the rebels, which for right now is fine. If they want it to be a mystery that has us asking questions, that's cool. But they will be withholding a lot of information about her for quite a while, potentially even the entire rest of the game. So prepare to build your own headcanons. As the Renan soldiers arrive, completely ignoring Iron Mask as they stare down the woman, Iron Mask gets a scathingly brilliant idea. Flip the soldiers off the car, run to the front, and get the damn thing moving, so he and this lady and some random dude can get the hell out of Dodge.
Sorry, Dad. It's just you.
Initially, I wasn't sure if I liked this, but I think this aligns with his earlier protective drive that led him to jump in to save Cole. It's probably just the mask that makes it difficult to gauge his emotions and therefore motivations. But, this does check out, so good on you, do-gooder Iron Mask. But of course, the Renan soldiers catch up with them on the tracks, and a fight ensues. Naturally, given this is, an action RPG, you would expect this to be where you start fighting people, but no. It's just a long cutscene of Iron Mask doing acrobatic dodges. I get that he has no weapon, a real weapon, but you could have had him take one from, a soldier or something. I'm really not sure why this is just a cutscene, as it would be a really great, captivating setting to directly involve the player, especially right out the gate. If it's the moving scenery that's the problem, there are tricks to make it feasible. Plenty of older games have had similar scenarios on top of train cars or other moving vehicles, using optical illusions to make it seem the train was moving, when in reality, it's the rest of the environment that was moving around the train, or around where the player character is. I'm not sure why Arise could not do something similar to that. It kind of leaves you with this bewildered disappointment where you're like, fam, am I allowed to play the game yet, or is this essentially just a semi-interactive movie? Side note, while replaying this game to capture footage, I could not help but wonder how exactly Iron Mask pulled off all of these evasive maneuvers? Even knowing his backstory, it does not really make sense to me, and the lack of music as I was recording kind of made it even funnier. In fact, future me, if you would be a darling and insert some deeply ill-fitting music to these escapades for comedic effect, it would be very appreciated. He shakes it off. He shakes it off. Also, I'm really not sure where these tracks lead. I assume they connect to Balsef's castle, hence why the woman was on here to begin with. In which case, when Zephyr arrives, you would think he'd be like, dude, you're literally just getting us closer to the enemy's stronghold. It kind of just adds to this feeling of disconnection throughout the area, where things just kind of sit around in a nebulous space, and there's no real sense of how they all weave together to make the world, which we will get back to. Now, the way this ends is very confusing. Nath, one of Zephyr's men, disconnects the back two train cars. The middle one is filled with explosive canisters, which... Wait, what? Why are they here? Are they oil drums? Does this fantasy world's tech rely on crude oil or some other explosive substance or fossil fuel? How do the Renans power all their technology anyhow? And could that relate to potential exploitation and plundering of natural resources and destruction of the environment? Well, none of that fucking matters, because the answer is just we needed some big dumb explosions, so... The canisters explode. What's in them? Explosions. Yeah, they're canned explosions. Explosions in a can. You can purchase explosive canisters at your local Walmart. But, just make sure not to open them before you get home. Because, they'll explode the store. I need this now. Explosions in a can. So, the middle car stops dead in the middle of the track, with the guard's car slamming right into it and causing a metric shit ton of explosions. I wonder if you can get a refund on cans you didn't mean to explode. Zephyr's group on the front car, still moving, jumps off to escape. We don't see where they're jumping to, but the angle makes me think that they're jumping off the front, which, wouldn't you just get hit by the car immediately? And the second they jump, it awkwardly fades to black. So this isn't a cliffhanger, it just ends abruptly. Normally, I would assume that the characters would, see a relatively safe-looking landing spot and then dive for it. Perhaps they'd get some scrapes and bruises in the process, but they would be alive. Follow that with our perspective character passing out to, allow for a smooth transition to the next scene. Something that tells us that we're safe and we're likely about to learn more about these rebels. Instead, the scene just ends with, no rhythm. Okay, then. Now, nothing too egregious has really happened yet in terms of story, but again, it is a lot of small oddities and inconsistencies that are already adding up. None of these bothered me on my first playthrough, but I can't help but notice more problems with every visit. And even as I'm recording, I'm remembering weird issues. Really, evaluating the quality of a piece of media requires you to experience it multiple times. A good piece of media will age like a fine wine, with you noticing more details about it working well as you continually return to it. But in cases like this, your initial viewing may have blinded you, but the shock is worn off, allowing you to see the problems you probably glossed over the first time. And it'll probably get harder to revisit over time. I notice every time I play Arise, I have less and less of a desire to go back and re-experience it. Whereas with Berseria, I'm like, take me back. I wish to see it again. Following #TrainGate, we cut to Balsef's throne room, and he is pissed.
You all missed your chance to become Lord, which means you lot live and die for me, the mighty Balsaf!
Ew!
I assume because he's realizing now that the name he picked out for himself kinda sucks. He lectures his guards, saying that because they missed their chance of becoming a lord, they all have no choice but to serve him. It's a nod towards how Renan society works, but one that just kinda comes off as more confusing than anything else, especially when our concerns lay with, the mysterious woman who just leapt off a cliff followed by an exploding train a few seconds ago. Getting to the point, he demands the soldiers bring him Shion.
Now hurry up and bring me Shion! Yes, sir!
Giving us a name for the mysterious woman. We don't know why Balsaf wanted her delivered to him, but the use of her first name, at least to me, indicates some level of familiarity, that he knows this woman personally and might have an axe to grind.
Boo, tomato, 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 I'm throwing tomatoes.
But he doesn't, and we're not even told why he's after her, which to me reads as mystery for the sake of mystery. Admittedly, I'm quite jaded on this approach in storytelling, because it's often used so writers can get away with giving the audience as little information as possible, instead luring them in and keeping them hooked on the promise that eventually there will be answers, and they'll totally be worth you investing a decade's worth of your time. But I'm not talking about a show about girls with colors. No, I couldn't possibly be. In a situation like this, you don't need a mystery. If you give the audience information, it will allow them to understand what's happening and to be invested, instead of them being confused over the basic events unfolding before them. So in this case, I'll just tell you. Those master cores I mentioned earlier, the ones used by the Renan Lords where, they store all of their astral energy that they steal from the Danans, well, Shion stole the Fire Master Core from Balsaf. We'll get into the problems with this later, but for right now, that's all you really need to know. She took his thingy, and he's mad about it. And on the note of unnecessarily withholding information, we also don't know jack shit about Balsaf. Aside from the fact he also goes by Wild Beast. Not sure why. And also that his true name is Erwalzi Teldalis, meaning he absolutely used to be a pipsqueak nerd who got shoved into lockers on the regs on LENEGIS. You're welcome for the new backstory that's infinitely better than the sum total of nothing he gets here. Breaking news! Balsaf used to be a nerd who deserved his treatment at the hands of dumber, cooler children, like Almadria. Oh, we'll get to her. Ooh. Now, there has been acknowledgement from the staff that there wasn't much in the way of foundation for the villains. Because of the game's scope, there presumably was not much time to dive into their backstories and characters. All we really get is a subquest towards the end of the game where a bunch of non-voiced NPCs tell us about each Renan Lord, which we'll get to, don't you worry. But this lack of understanding for the villains winds up hurting the story a lot in the long run. Since the game hops between different realms, with each realm having its own villain, it means we're constantly sending our big bads through a revolving door, leaving them with very little time to establish their presence and build dynamics with the protagonists. Balsaf here only gets 2 scenes. This one, and then his encounter with Iron Mask and Shion later on when he gets yeeted into another dimension that totally is not the afterlife. Villains and antagonists are vital to a compelling story. They drive the conflict with their actions, and if they're well written, bring out different sides of the protagonists through challenging them and bringing strife into their lives. All the better if there's a personal connection between them, or if the villain is a foil somehow to what the character believes and stands for, or what they're striving towards. Usually Tales games are pretty good at this with their villains, but Arise sadly falls flat in this regard. Just like everything else, it's a very pretty facade, but there ain't nothing behind it. It's skin deep, girl. I often find myself more impressed with the villains' designs and concepts more than their actual characters. Without much in the way of presence, they don't affect the protagonists all that much, and they don't stick in the player's mind. We don't know anything about Balsaf to make us care about him or fear him as a villain, nor to make us concerned for when he inevitably crosses Iron Mask and Shion's paths. That said, I do love his design. The big, stocky silhouette, the black armor with pops of gold and crimson, all of the skulls, and that weird tail-looking thing. not to mention the giant scar across his face. I get more personality out of the design than I do from Balsef's dialogue or actions, which is going to be a recurring theme in this game. Once the soldiers vacate, we get an unwanted Zoom call from the neighboring lord of CYSLODIA, Ganabelt Valkyris.
Someone's in a bad mood. Lord Wolsey, ruler of Orbis Calaglia. Ah, but it's wild beast you prefer, isn't it? Do forgive me.
Ganabelt Valkyris.
This actually does help to establish the presence of futuristic sci-fi technology used by the Renans, specifically the Lords. But this is the only time that we're ever gonna see it. Not to mention, it's the only time we'll ever see the Renan Lords interact with each other and have some kind of, dynamic between them. Unless you count very bad scenes later on, which we will get to. There's so much to cover. That's probably why this video is 700 years long. There's another problem here. Because we're rotating between villains, not only does that mean that individually they don't get enough time to shine, but we never see them acting as a unified force. It very much leaves you with a villain of the week approach, where there's no sense of escalating stakes or a greater threat. I'd much have preferred a meeting of all the lords here, giving us a chance to hear their voices so we can start to wonder what they'll look like or be like when we encounter them later on. We also get mentions about the crown contest from Ganabelt, and we learn that apparently Balsef has attempted and failed to ascend the throne not once, but twice already.
Forgive me, I can only imagine the emotional toll failing to ascend the throne not once but twice must take. A most distressing state of affairs.
Shut up! It's none of your concern.
The crown contest is proceeding apace, and so quickly, I must say. It won't be long before the victor is crowned as the new sovereign.
I look forward to it.
Balsef's like, third time's the charm, and I'm like, yeah, the bad luck charm. Again, whichever Renan Lord gathers the most astral energy in their master core becomes the sovereign of Rena, specifically the motherland.
5 lords, each doing whatever it takes to gather as much astral energy as they can and store it in their master cores. Whichever of them manages to accumulate the most power at the end of their contest is crowned the ruler of the Renan motherland.
You know, the motherland that no one lives on. Congratulations, you're the king of this barren wasteland. Good luck, girl. You're the king of nowhere. Oh wait, I think that's a reference to a show I've never watched. Part of the problem here is that we only get a superficial understanding of the contest and of what sovereign means without any depth to its history, nor, who's in charge of actually organizing it. Firstly, the crown contest is apparently held every decade.
A new crown contest, as they call it, is held every decade or so.
Renan lords come down from LENEGIS in starships and are assigned a Danon realm, and in 10 years, whoever got the most astral energy becomes the new sovereign. That seems frighteningly fast to be going through different authoritarian leaders, especially ones with monarch coding. Could be used to foreshadow how strangely fast the turnaround times are, but no one does, so screw you, I guess. We also don't have any clue as to who is the current sovereign, nor whether they're overseeing the crown contest. Under normal circumstances, the sovereign would likely be the big bad, if not one of the big bads, with the Renan lords as the colonial leaders they have sent off-world. You take out the small fry, establishing each lord as a minion who gets progressively stronger, and then finish it off with the sovereign at the very end. However, certain details of the plot make this approach impossible. Not necessarily a bad thing, but in the moment, all of this vagueness and lack of clarity just muddles the waters and makes it difficult to be engaged with the story. Antagonists need motivations as well, and the only character who seems to have a clear motive is the least important antagonist. And no, the clarity of LENEGIS government will not become any clearer as we go on. In fact, you will receive anti-clarity, and you will be left bewildered, befuddled, and bemused. This also leads into another issue. A lack of culture. Renan society is continually stated to be centered on hierarchy and strength. Renans decide who gets more political power and respect based on the power of their astral arts, basically spellcasting, with the strongest usually from long lines of powerful families chosen to be sent to Dana as lords. Strange then, the sovereign doesn't work by, bloodline or anything. I do find that actually kind of interesting that these powerful bloodlines are constantly fighting each other to produce stronger candidates to become sovereign. I do like that angle. I just wish it was clear. And yet we have no clue about who any of these families are or how they're structured or who are even the people that make up these families beyond just the lords, nor who the hell these faceless Renan soldiers serving the lords even are. Are they less important family members? Are they commoners from Rena who got drafted or who volunteer? Are they exiles? Who are they? And moreover, while Rena is keen to eliminate any traces of Danan history or culture, they don't seem to have much of either for themselves. A big part of colonization is the colonizing party imposing their cultures, beliefs, and traditions upon the native people whose lands they steal. Again, in Avatar, the Fire Nation colonies are filled with Fire Nation citizens who were relocated onto former Earth Kingdom land, where any remaining Earth Kingdom citizens are second-class citizens with fewer rights, and are essentially indoctrinated into Fire Nation culture. So naturally, you would expect the Renans to enforce their own beliefs onto the Danans. What are the religious beliefs of these groups, and how do Renans assert their own while dismissing those of the Danans? Are there particular deities or myths the Renans force upon the Danans? Just in the last game, Tales of Berseria, we saw the Abbey, the antagonistic force, outlawing the worship of the Water Empyrean Amanok in Southgand, forcing them to instead pray to their own Empyrean Enominat. It seems so odd that Arise, which took 5 years to create, would overlook that same aspect when this occupation is the crux of its story. Seriously, did this script get revised at all in the 5 years it was being written? We end our scene with Balsif essentially telling Ganabelt to fuck off. Not sure why Ganabelt even called in the first place, as Balsif implied that Ganabelt had some ulterior motive for offering his assistance.
What do you want? From what I hear, you seem to be having some trouble over there in CALAGLIA. As a fellow lord, I merely thought to ask whether I could be of any assistance to you.
Enough with the false pretense. I can tell a rat when it's sniffing around.
What would he even have to gain? Moreover, how the hell did Ganabelt even hear about this? Shion's thievery and escape presumably just happened, so how did word spread of this to another realm? Did one of the underlings start a rumor? Was this big news on LENEGIS with word spreading to all of the Danan realms? No clue, so again, screw you. And it ends with Balsif breaking his weirdly shaped... It's not even a glass, but it doesn't look like a goblet either. It just looks like a giant cup or like a cap. Anyhow, he breaks it out of rage, but it cuts to black before that happens because we don't want to have to animate it breaking. We can develop an entire new shader that is glorious to behold, highly detailed realistic environments, photorealism, but we draw the line at animating a breaking cup.
You can excuse racism.
We then see flashes of a mysterious woman enshrouded in a dark fog.
What was that? Okay, James.
Waking up to Iron Mask, you can probably guess what that means, but I'm gonna keep calling him Iron Mask now, just to torture you. Now, dramatic dreams and visions like this are often used in media to foreshadow future events and drip feed information. This is no different. Personally, I don't really mind its function, but it's the backstory later on where I'm probably gonna lose my damn mind. For right now though, this is fine, it's fine. Iron Mask awakens in a mine tunnel, where he's greeted by a woman named Tilsa. She is the medical officer for the Crimson Crows, the resident rebel group here in CALAGLIA, which works against Lord Balsef.
Crimson Crows?
Don't tell me you've never heard of us. We're the Resistance. For the Danan people. We get in the way of the Bright Eye's best laid plans.
The Danan Resistance? I didn't know such a thing existed.
And Iron Mask has never heard of them. I get it, he's a newbie, but you would think in a year's time he'd have at least heard the name before? Or that if a masked man like him one day appeared, that they would have heard of him among the Danans that they work with or work for?
Seems like I know more about you than the other way around, Mr. Iron Mask. Is it true you can't take that thing off?
This also leads us into another issue I have with this game. the supporting cast. Ordinarily, Tales games would have a decently sized supporting cast who help to flesh out the main characters, without stealing the spotlight from them. But in Arise, the supporting cast does not matter whatsoever. Because of all the realm hopping, there are different minor characters within each realm, and like the villains, none of them get enough time to endear themselves to the player. It makes the world feel even more shallow and lifeless. And on that note, damn, this game is fast-paced. By this point, I think it's only been like 20 minutes of gameplay, and yet our character has already evaded soldiers, survived a train car explosion, met the leading lady, and encountered the rebellion. That pace seems more akin to a thriller than an RPG that lets you take your time to become fully immersed, which I suppose was part of the attempt to make this more appealing to mainstream newbies. I can understand that, but I feel like a lot of the aforementioned problems have come from an inability to let the game take its time to set the mood. Also hilarious to me that this game has a breakneck pace and yet did not let us fight some bitches the first chance we had, and we still haven't fought anyone. We discover that Xion is currently being held by the Crimson Crows for interrogation.
What's going on here? What did she ever—
Mind your business. So even if you don't mean to hurt somebody, if they touch you, they get electrocuted, huh?
Zephyr clocks her thorns, which cause unrelenting pain to anyone who touches her, whether she wants them to or not. One of the men calls it a great ability, which really sets Xion off as she refers to it as a curse.
Still, inflicting pain on anyone who comes near you. That's one hell of an ability.
You're wrong. You think this curse is some kind of great ability?
Curse.
It seems to also act up whenever her emotions become dark and intense. In any case, we learn here that she's a Renin, given the fact that she can use astral arts, that her eyes light up when she does so, which earns the Renins the term Bright Eyes, and that she has a last name. Danins don't have surnames, apparently, so if you got a surname, you're a Renin.
Did you really think we wouldn't find out anything about you? Miss Xion Imaris? Yeah, that's right. This lady's got herself a surname, which means one thing. She's a Renin, our enemy.
Yeah, but she was being chased by Renin soldiers. So then why?
That's exactly what we're trying to figure out.
I assume it's part of the whole lineage thing, which ultimately doesn't even matter, so good for you, she of the 1,000 names. The Crimson Crows are interested in Xion because of all the grief that she's given Balseph. They don't know she has stolen the Master Core either, so yeah, but some fighting words are exchanged, as neither side is particularly happy to see the other.
Aside from the clothes they wear, there's only one way to tell a Danin from a Renin, and that's whether their eyes light up or not. Ain't that right, Bright Eyes?
Big talk for someone who can't even use astral arts. Embedded.
Don't you call us embedded!
Side note, I'm realizing now that I make this video and play the game, every Renin has like bright blue eyes, at least the ones I can remember. Balseph, Xion, and Almadria. I'm not sure about Dohalim or Ganabelt. I guess I'll find out when I get to those parts of the game. But I'm like, wow, they all have the same blue eyes? That's okay. This also leads to the revelation that Crimson Crow members gouge out their spirit cores from their hands.
Look, you see the stone your people embedded in me? There isn't one. Because we gouged them out the day we swore to rise up against your kind. This scar's a reminder. Not to rest until every last one of you is...
Which, yes, is metal, and technically prevents the Renins from stealing their astral energy, but you would think that Renin technology and surveillance would make that more dangerous than it's worth, especially if that basically identifies you as a rebel immediately. Then again, they left Iron Mask the hell alone for like a year and never even realized he didn't have a core, so maybe they just don't give a fuck. Anyhow, Zephyr shuts down the arguing, less interested in antagonizing Xion, and more in trying to figure out whether she is an ally against Balseph. This is an important detail for later. Zephyr doesn't care whether someone is Danin or Renin, only about whether they are for liberation or against it, or if they're just totally apathetic. Honestly, Zephyr is one of the best characters in the game, and he is easily the highlight of the first few hours. He's a great mentor figure for the young protagonists, and a compelling character in his own right. Funnily enough, he was probably meant to be part of the main cast, given this concept art of said cast. I'll let you guess which one is his silhouette.
All I know is Balseph must have his eye on you for a damn good reason. And until we find out why,
An ambush!
they must have tracked us down.
Right at the worst possible time, Renan's soldiers arrive to attack the mine. Not sure how they found this hideout, nor how they did it so quickly, but the breakneck pace refuses to leave any neck unsnapped. Zephyr heads outside to deal with their guests, leaving his men to escort Shion out, and Iron Mask to just do whatever the fuck he likes, I guess.
Enemy attack!
An ambush? Renans are here? I have to find an exit and get the hell out of here.
It's very odd that, like, they're all splitting up when the mine is literally just one straight, like, hall. Like, it's like one corridor. It's like a one-way street, and there's like one exit. So, like, why are we splitting up? Taking control of Iron Mask again, we must walk in a straight line to our escape. No, literally, the entire mine is just one straight line, which we'll be seeing quite often throughout this game. More on that later when we get out onto the field. Iron Mask runs into a Renan soldier, and it is now we finally get tossed into the throes of battle.
Oh, it's just a Danon. You there! Where's the Renan girl who was here?
How's this for an answer? Go to hell!
You dare address a Renan armored soldier that way? I'll show you embedded!
Now, when it comes to gameplay, I really enjoy Arise. It is a clear step up from all the Tales games that came before it, and that includes its real-time combat system, which itself has been a system constantly overhauled and evolved throughout the Tales series. The series has relied upon the Linear Motion Battle System, or LMBS, since Tales of Phantasia, which entails characters battling foes on a 2D plane, with some iterations along the way to modernize it. Tales of Arise totally does away with the LMBS. You can move freely around the arena, and freely move the camera, just like Tales of Berseria, which, wow, how did it take that long to get there? I played this on the PS4, so I'll be referring to that control scheme. You can use your standard attacks on enemies with the R1 button, which are your basic combos that are free. They don't take up any resources, but there is a limit to how many you can string together, beginning with 3. Oh, and you can jump using the circle button, a first for the Tales series. Shocking, I know. Arts, which are akin to spells and special attacks throughout the Tales games, can be mapped to the triangle, square, and X buttons, so you get a bit of customization here. Arts use up the Arts gauge, or AG, the little blue diamonds near your health bar. You want to use an art? It's going to cost you 1 to 2 diamonds, and once it runs out, you have to stop attacking to let it recover. So you can't just spam your moves. Using the same art over and over again will also allow enemies to recover more quickly from your attacks, so none of that either. You can't block in Arise unless you're the shield gal we meet later. Instead, Arise is focused on evasion with the R2 button, so as to keep up the fast-paced tempo of battle. There's also cure points, or CP, which recovery and healing arts rely upon. So when you get your healers, they all pull from the same pool. CP and health can both be replenished with items, so you gotta be smart on which resources you use, when, and why. Especially because in this game, they do not give you a lot of gold. Gold being, money. So if you're trying to buy you some orange gels to replenish your CP, good luck, girl.
Insufficient funds. You ain't got no money. Woo.
Honestly, I'm not big on the details of combat systems. All I care about is whether that it's fun to use and feels intuitive, which this system very much is. I really enjoyed Berseria's system, and Arise's feels like a natural evolution. As for whether it's properly challenging, that I don't really care about since I play games to relax. I was raised on Kingdom Hearts, so my heart is always appreciative of a button masher that you can put more thought into, but that also will not punish you if you just want to mindlessly hack and slash some bitches. I will say, a lot of bosses were very annoying even on story mode, which, like, what the fuck? There are other difficulty modes that you can install for free, like the very easy mode, which I appreciate. I do miss the little group victory poses after a battle, though.
Love fighting with blunt objects.
Like when you're delivering the finishing blow.
Or smashing the enemy's face in. I'm scared.
They always gave you a chance to watch the characters goof around with each other, but Arise cut them for the sake of returning you to the field immediately to keep up the fast pace. I understand that decision, but the dialogue for when they come out of battle is reused so often that it gets grating very quickly. No, Kisara, I don't care if there are no scratches on your shield or armor. Also, this is definitely a nitpick, but why is text in modern games so small? Is it that hard to just allow different font sizes in the settings menu? Something I'm also absolutely in love with is this game's music. The score, like all other Tales games, was composed by Motoi Sakuraba, and genuinely, I fear for this man. He's so over the moon with the series and even admits that he gets fidgety when he's not working on music for a Tales game.
結構自分の中心になってるタイトルですよね。これだけ長い年月をやってると。逆にこの仕事をしてないと落ち着かないみたいな感じなので、はい。
And I'm over here getting war flashbacks to Jeff and Casey Williams being expected to pump out a whole new soundtrack every year for Ruby, and I'm like, blink twice if you're being held hostage. That said, Tales music is usually hit or miss for me, and on the whole, nothing spectacular. A few themes will stick with me, usually character themes or the tracks for select dungeons, but in Arise's case, the goal of wanting an epic translated into the music, where Sakuraba was actually given the chance to work with a full-size, live orchestra for the first time. Different tracks were approached with different methods, some with the orchestra, others with a band or in-studio strings, but you can definitely tell that Sakuraba had a field day with this soundtrack. I am no music expert, but Elixir Vitae Games goes into detail about a lot of the tracks, so I'm gonna recommend her video once again. I absolutely love the battle theme here.
You're mine! It's over! Damn embedded!
I think that's a Spanish guitar going off as Iron Mask does a violence, and I love that for him. It especially suits the vibes of Calaglia and the action-focused approach.
Hi, Thomas again, from the future. You know, it's a thing I do. I just time travel now when I feel like it. Again, I praise the music here quite a bit, because there were a few tracks that I really like in the beginning of the game, but I especially noticed when I was going to get songs from the soundtrack to use in the background of this video, I felt like, as beautiful as a lot of it was, especially with the live instrumentation, I couldn't really parse out recognizable melodies all that often, save for like a select few songs. It's the kind of music where it sounds like it's, you know, deep and well made in the moment, but you don't really remember it afterwards. It kind of slides off your brain. Like, you're gonna hear a lot of music from other games, particularly the other Tales games, but also a lot of Kingdom Hearts music, because I've also been replaying a lot of Kingdom Hearts recently. And I think I realized that with Kingdom Hearts, I'm able to like parse out melodies a lot easier with a lot of tracks, and that helps to further characterize the game. Literally, it will connect to certain characters or certain environments more. Whereas with Arise, it all feels kind of samey. I don't want to say it's not that impressive, because Motoi Sakuraba always puts in a lot of work, but I can't help but feel like, because he works on like literally every Tales game, it's kind of giving the Jeff Williams principle with Ruby, where like he is a talented composer and musician, but this is too much for one man. I feel like the music is kind of emblematic of Arise's problem, where on the whole, at a glance, it sounds beautiful, but it doesn't really stick with you all that much, because there's nothing really here to make you truly feel anything. I feel so mean saying that, but like, I gotta be honest. So, yeah. Anyway, I do still love that Spanish guitar though. Yeah. Okay.
Meeting up with Shion, Iron Mask helps her against the Renan soldiers.
Shion be Mare, I Maris Daymore.
The mother of dragons. The Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea.
I hereby detain you in the name of His Excellency Lord Bolster.
Damn it,
Throw down
I was
your
so
weapon.
close. What the? You've got some kind of death wish? Those are armored soldiers you're—
Shut up and get out of here while you still can!
Step aside, slave. These are Renan affairs you're meddling in.
We've got a better chance working together. Besides, I don't much feel like being indebted to a Danon.
Fine, suit yourself.
This is the Iron Mask.
He's king in the north.
They aren't keen on working together, yet Iron Mask refuses to let the soldiers capture Shion, and the two work together quite well. What follows is a skit. a brief interaction between characters that's a bit more intimate than the regular cutscenes. Tales games have always used skits to develop the characters and their relationships with each other. It allows them to have some fun, with skits about everything from sad backstories to musings about the world, to cooking shenanigans.
Jude, you direct tethered with her?
Yeah. Muse asked me to. Was that bad?
Bad? It's, direct tethering is something a spirit and a human do when,
Since we were together constantly, he was able to fill me with loads of mana.
I had no idea you were that kind of man.
The difference here in Arise is the presentation. Traditionally, skits have been presented through 2D portraits, making them relatively easy to arrange compared to cutscenes. You can have hundreds of skits, but if you don't have to animate too much when it comes to portraits, it's feasible. Tales of Zestiria began using full-body 2D renditions, allowing for a bit more life to their movements, and Berseria followed suit. Arise changes this by relying upon the 3D models, framing them in comic book panels with limited animations. The goal here was to prevent immersion breaking from the switch between 2D and 3D. Honestly, I don't dislike the new approach, but I'm not particularly fond of it either. The limited animations wind up doing more harm than good and making the characters feel stiff and robotic. I much prefer the old 2D approach, though honestly, my more pressing issue is that the skits in this game just are not as compelling. Many of the skits repeat information and goals we're already well aware of, and they often stack up on top of each other. A lot of times you'll get 2 to 3, even 4 skits lined up one after another, all requiring you to play them out in the field.
No! Not again!
You could simply not play them, but having them linger in the corner, knowing it's a gamble between fun character interactions and dull recaps, instead makes me dread skits when I used to love them. Dispersing the skits probably would have helped. Berseria often played the important skits automatically once you reach certain points of an area, and honestly, I know a lot of people were annoyed with the number of them, but I never found those disruptive. But that might just be because the character interactions in that game were consistently stellar. Perfection, 10 out of 10. I could watch that crew go to the grocery store and be entertained, mostly because most of them would ransack the store, forcing them to flee from the authorities, as Laphicet and Eleanor do their best to mitigate the damage. Forgot to write this in the script, but there's also this running thread where Iron Mask seems to recognize Shion from somewhere, though Shion continually says, "No, I've literally never met you before. I've never been to Dana before now."
Trust me, I've no great love for Renans. I guess I'm just not as consumed with hatred as some...
What?
Have we met somewhere before?
Me? Friends with a Danon? Can't say I've had the pleasure.
You know, it's good foreshadowing for Iron Mask's backstory. I'm not a fan of the backstory, but I will admit, this is good foreshadowing for it. Once we reach the end of the long, narrow hallway, we reunite with Zephyr and head outside. And once again, it's anime cutscene time. The Renan soldiers surround the only exit, with their goal being to capture Shion and slaughter the Crimson Crows.
How badly did they want to destroy this hideout?
Apprehend the traitor! Slaughter the rest!
Cue a barrage of arrows because apparently, despite having advanced technology, we still default to crossbows? Sure, why not?
Look out! Shion!
One of the arrows strikes Shion in the chest. Iron Mask runs to her as a plume of fire bursts from her wound, which is sure to make you go, what the fuck is going on? Iron Mask is able to hold on to Shion and pull the arrow out thanks to his inability to feel pain, and the arrow transforms into a blazing sword. Shion is confused by how Iron Mask pulled this off, and right on cue, the Fire Master Core reveals itself. Somehow, Xion managed to embed it within herself. No, that never gets explained. But it does retroactively explain all the fire, so yay? Anyhow, you're welcome for me explaining the Master Cores because in-game, they expect you to remember them as a throwaway line from the opening monologue.
It is ruled over by the tyrant Balseph, Lord of the Fire Master Core.
So, you basically don't know what the fuck a Master Core is when it shows up in Xion. Thanks, game. So Iron Mask is able to wield the blazing sword, using its flames to incinerate the Renan soldiers in a single firestorm slash. Again, I can't help but notice that in a moment where the character gets to show off, you again are not able to take control. The game makes you watch as Iron Mask does all the cool stuff while your brain just glazes over. The blazing sword actually comes in later as a gameplay mechanic, so I have no clue why it was not introduced here instead of being saved for later. After slaying all of the soldiers, Iron Mask doesn't even notice the 9th degree burns that practically turned his hands into fried chicken nuggets.
You okay?
Your arms!
Oh, yeah. How about that?
Kinda amusing the way he's so casual about it, realizing that he has such a horrific injury.
Oh, yeah. How about that?
That's not a dig, I genuinely love this moment. It had me cackling, and even more in love with Iron Mask. Someone help this boy. Xion uses her arts to heal him, meaning that she is both the sniper and the healer of this party. A paradox I am absolutely obsessed with. But don't worry, Zephyr will drive home the elevator pitch for you in case you were asleep at the controller.
A sword that sears the hand of he who wields it, and a healing art to mend. A man numb to pain, and a woman whose very touch deals nothing but.
Thank you, Catherine Obvious.
This game gives me nothing to work with, and yet it will drive home basic ass shit like I'm a toddler. Also, Xion is definitely a perfect match for Iron Mask, given she is completely recovered after being shot in the goddamn chest with an arrow. The wound is gone, and I don't even think she used a healing art for that.
Just a flesh wound.
Normally I would dock points, but it's actually some pretty solid foreshadowing for her character later in the game. Wish Iron Mask and or Zephyr questioned it a bit more, but that goes for literally everything in this game. As the characters head off, I would just like to briefly touch on the voice acting. The English casts for Tales games have always been strong, and only getting better in recent years. Quite frankly, I tend to prefer the English cast to the Japanese ones, especially for Tales of Berseria. And in general, I'm a dub girly. I'm sorry. Look, I just like being able to hear the characters so that if I look away, I still know what's happening, and I just get more emotionally invested this way. This is just how it is. Arise is no exception. Ray Chase does a wonderful job at capturing Iron Mask's strength and sensitivity. Erica Lindbeck gives Xion the air of a closed-off woman who does care deep down, and Patrick Seitz works very well as the mentor figure Zephyr. It is kind of made funnier though, given their roles in previous Tales games. In Patrick's case as the big bad kitty beard from Tales of Systeria.
We're all wanted by the Renans. It'll be easier for everyone if you both just come with me. How brilliant your purity, your innocence. No painter could ask for a more pristine canvas.
And for Erica and Ray, some pretty pivotal characters in Berseria. Kinda wild to think that Xion shares a voice with the evil witch Magilu.
All I need right now is power. And up until now, I haven't come across anything stronger than that blazing sword the whole time I've been doing this.
Precisely. The fires of her hatred are all-consuming. Who will they burn in the end?
And to hear Ray be so emotional as Iron Mask when he did such a good job with portraying Artorias as a cold-hearted bastard.
That's insane! You're telling me that's what our people have been dying for this whole time?
So Velvet is coming. The ties that bind us must at last be severed.
We then make our way to the town of Olzebek through the Sandinus Ravine. I want to take this moment to again praise the presentation of this game, as the environments are absolutely gorgeous. While previous Tales games used in-house engines, this is the first one to be made using Unreal Engine, with a new shader as well called the Atmospheric Shader, or Atmos Shader for short. It took about 5 years to perfect, so basically the entirety of Arise's development time, and I must say I am obsessed with the results. Literally, why does this look so much better than Disney's Wish? Like, oh my god. Normally, I'm not keen on absolute photorealism. I much prefer stylization, where artists are allowed to create unique and varied interpretations of reality. But I think Arise's art style strikes a nice balance for the series. Older Tales games tended to be cel-shaded, but have been moving in a darker, more watercolor direction since Tales of Xillia. The issue there being that the admittedly lacking graphics, along with the more muted, duller colors, often made the games feel quite dated and muddy, especially awkward with the janky-ass motion capture animations. But Arise is utterly breathtaking. I love all the environments this game has to offer, and the character models are pretty stunning themselves. There's so much vibrant color and so much detail in the different materials of the characters' clothing and the environments that this feels like a natural evolution of the series' art style. It's a culmination of all that came before it into something truly beautiful. The stiff animations, especially in skits, can put a damper on things, along with the wonky lip syncing, but for the most part, I absolutely love how Arise looks. That's not to mention the little quality of life improvements that have come a long way, such as letting characters jump in the environment and even swim. I don't think they were as well integrated as they could have been. Not saying this needed to become a platformer, but some experimentation with field movement would have been nice for level design. Oh, also really appreciate the dedicated sprint button with no stamina meter. God, I needed that desperately in Berseria, and especially Zestiria. Windstepping can kiss my ass, that's what I'll tell you. That all said, the hallway problem returns. Sandinus Ravine, like 90% of all the fields and other environments, is basically a jaunt from point A to point B. Arise is not an open world game, and Tomizawa stated this in development. And honestly, I am grateful that it isn't, because then the environments would have likely felt incredibly overwhelming. Zestiria attempted an open world-esque approach. Despite environments still being linear when strung together, they were vast, with a whole lot of nothing as you slowly trekked across the continent. Not to mention, it's a huge time and money sink for developers. For that discussion, I recommend Noodle's video, Why Games Are Too Damn Big. I had a damn for emphasis. That said, all of the environments being these aggressively linear corridors adds to the issue of this world feeling lifeless. Having some interconnectivity could have helped a little bit. Admittedly, this has been an issue since Tales of Xillia. Before then, Tales games would let you traverse the world map as an overworld, with towns and dungeons represented by field icons. To make travel easier, you would have access to boats as well as an airship, usually by the end of the game to give you that sense of progression and achievement. They'd even take away these methods of travel for when the characters were in dire straits story-wise. But since Xillia, fields have replaced the overworld, and for the most part, they've been generic roads and trails connecting more interesting areas. The most you'll get is occasional snow, some unique looking trees, varying shades of green and blue and dirt. Arise's areas are a bit better, with more personality without feeling barren like the areas from Zestiria. But that sense of restriction is still there. Along the way, we get a glimpse of Balsef's fortress, Ganymede Castle. Before it stands the Gates of Fire, the wall which seals Calaglia off from the neighboring realms.
That's
Ganymede Castle, stronghold of Lord Balsef, self-imposed ruler of all Calaglia.
I've never seen it from this close before.
That's it, all right. And next to it are the Gates of Fire. Take a good long look while you still can. That wall is what we've come to tear down. The only thing standing between us and freedom.
I mention this because while it does help with Balsef's presence just a tad to see his castle off in the distance, that fact is overshadowed by my confusion as to where the hell everything is geographically. Ordinarily in a Tales game, you would get a world map to see how all the different areas connect to each other. In Arise, there is no map, unless you count the one from the opening monologue. All you get is a list of locations you can fast travel to with no in-game explanation of how you're teleporting everywhere. This further breaks immersion because without the ability to tell where we are on the continent, you lose any sense of existing within a much larger fantasy world. Seriously, was this just an oversight or something? The load times aren't too bad, thankfully, but something I find strange is the little world-building notes explaining different areas, characters, or concepts. Oftentimes when I do try to read them, the next area has loaded before I have finished, but that's not really my grievance. It's more that I find it a strange approach, given I'm not sure why you'd need this constant reminding of random concepts or plot points, especially in this seemingly random manner. Legit, like, I was in the final act of the game and I was still getting reminders of who characters from the first few hours were, and then other cards reminding you that they had passed away, and I'm like, thank you for reminding me of that event from 40 hours ago. We come across a little campfire, not sure who started it, nor why this roaming salesman is just standing here menacingly.
He's just standing there, menacingly!
But I'm sure he won't mind if we just chill here. Please don't kill us in the night. Anyhow, camping is a mechanic I really do enjoy in this game. They allow you to rest out in the field, giving you a chance to listen to some character banter, play some skits, cook for some stat boosts, and even have conversations with the party members before bed to become closer with them. It's on this night we get even more exposition yeeted Iron Mask's way, praise be to the amnesia trope.
Oh, right, you don't remember a damn thing, do you? They're harvesting the astral energy that sleeps inside all matter in life.
They have machines for minerals.
And they're doing it the same way they have for the past 300 years of the receptive damage that
That's insane!
Zephyr and Xion explain the gathering of astral energy, the spirit vessels and master cores, and the crown contest. Really not sure why those things were not given out up front, but okay, sure, why not? The real new information here is Xion's goal: to take down all of the lords.
I'm going to take down all of the lords.
Why? Why not? Why, though?
She won't say why, but it's clear that she is determined to achieve her goal at any cost, even if it means fighting her fellow Renans. That said, while we will discover why, we don't know how she got to Dana, nor what her life was like back on LENEGIS. So all the things that could paint the context of her situation, thus giving us a better picture of who she is, nah, bitch, make up your own. This is the Miles and Carey School of Writing Tropes, fam. There's no escape. In any case, we're all allies in the struggle against Balseph, and so Iron Mask decides to join the Crimson Crows, while Xion tags along, as the Blazing Sword won't work without her present, and Iron Mask is the only one who can actually wield it. It's kind of wild how passionate Iron Mask is about this mission, given how strangely oblivious he is to the way the world has been for like a year now.
Honestly, I'm still a little confused by all this. But if it's a choice between this or going back to being a slave, then I choose to fight.
But maybe that's just the himbo energy talking. Xion also has an ominous dream, proving she is indeed Iron Mask's soulmate. Except instead of a weird lady saying random things, it's thorns. Lots and lots of thorns.
What was that? Okay, James.
I've gotta hurry.
There's some sort of energy trying to break free through the thorns, with the thorns keeping it held back. And when Xion awakens, she says that she has to hurry. There's clearly more to her mission and to her curse of thorns than meets the eye. Yay, foreshadowing! Finally arriving in Ulzbek, I'd like to take a moment to appreciate the design of the towns in this game. While they might be part of the linear corridor design, where the entire world is just one giant loop, I really appreciate how much effort was put into making the towns distinct and bustling. Walking through towns in this game is the closest I ever feel to believing that Dana is a living, breathing world. CALAGLIA's towns are much humbler than those of the other realms, but I appreciate the crude architecture and stairways, along with the tiny animal pens and gardens off to the side. We meet up with the rest of the Crimson Crows, where Zephyr is determined to take down Balseph once and for all now that Iron Mask and Xion are aboard. Which, wow, we just met the man and he's already entrusting us with helping him overthrow the government.
So we're finally going head to head with Balseph.
That's right. We can't afford to mess this up. It's now or never.
Can we at least go out to dinner beforehand first? Again, breakneck pace is quite alarming. Moreover, Zephyr does this planning off screen for a while, leaving Iron Mask and Xion to fuck around doing random errands unrelated to what's actually going on in the plot.
Leave the plan to me. In the meantime, yeah, you two need to do something about your outfits.
Don't be fucking rude. Are you kidding me?
I much would have preferred taking time to set up this mission to take down Balseph. If you've ever played the Sly Cooper games, the later ones have an episodic structure, kinda similar to Arise's approach with the different realms. Each episode has the characters doing reconnaissance, followed by several smaller jobs that work to set up the final heist at the end, where they take down the big bad of that episode.
First, Sly will have to pick a few pockets in the theater so that we'll have access to the Spotlight Control Center. Once that's accomplished, we'll be able to turn off all the security around the printing press.
I much would have preferred something like that here, to help make it feel like the characters are actively working against the Renan Lords, while also helping to further reinforce the Lord's presence and influence over their realms. Anyhow, Iron Mask gets a new look because he gets 500 new looks through this game. It's not one he'll have for long, but it works. I kinda like the blacksmith gloves since, he's a huge weapons nerd.
Is this something you're into?
Yeah, these ingenious structures and gadgets never cease to amaze me. Check out these handle grooves.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be seeing here.
Honestly, it's the little quirks of the characters that really endear me to them, rather than the big dramatic moments that they try to give them. You can always count on Tales games to have these weird, relatable touches to their characters. With that, we talk to Dyron, who sends us on some quests to help out the Crimson Crows that, truth be told, I wasn't really invested in. Yes, it was an attempt to drive home the stakes of being part of a rebellion, but perhaps that could have been done in a way that was more plot relevant.
A cooking pot?
If I had to guess, he put it there to make sure a Renan wouldn't steal it.
I guess you think it's stupid getting killed over a silly trinket, huh?
No. Clearly he risked his life for something he believed in. I would never mock someone for that. However, it will be up to us to figure out the purpose behind his dying act.
Really, this is all about introducing you to the concept of subquests. Tales games always include these to let you take a breather from the main plot for a while, and they usually also give you more insight into the characters. Not the case here in Arise. Occasionally, you will get cute character interactions, since most subquests involve cutscenes where characters are paired off, but it's not quite on the level of subquests from previous games. That said, I very much appreciate the event list that keeps track of all the main quests and subquests. It is a lifesaver, alongside the little envelopes in the quote-unquote map menu to show you where you can accept new subquests. What's strange though is that most subquests aren't voiced. It's just text, with occasional lines from characters like yeah or or a very awkward, disturbing laugh.
Hey. Yes!
In a game that tries to make itself more grand in terms of presentation, it's so jarring to not have voices in this one aspect, especially when everything else in the game is voiced. Like literally everything else. As you complete subquests, you'll receive gold, the currency for all Tales games, along with skill points, aka SP. Each game has a unique way to gain new abilities and arts for characters, and in Arise it's through the skill panel. By continuing through the story, completing certain subquests, or achieving certain tasks, you'll unlock new titles, or emblems. Each title comes with 5 potential arts or abilities you can unlock for a certain amount of SP. It's a simple and effective way to encourage players to partake in subquests, rewarding them with things that'll make battles easier, and I am here for it. There's also weapons forging, which I'm with Shion, I do not care about this. But good for you, Iron Mask. I'm happy for you. It's actually super cute how into weapons Iron Mask is. Like, it's so adorable the way he gets excited about things that can kill monsters.
So different materials produce different weapons, each with their own respective properties.
We should probably move on.
Come to think of it, what's my sword made of? What material would it make sense with? Claws? Fangs?
In one ear and out the other.
Inns are also present, just like previous games, but to be honest, I never stay at them unless it's part of the main story. Camping usually winds up being more convenient, funnily enough. Plus it's free and it gives you the opportunity to let your characters interact with each other. So, to hell with inns, I say. Oh, one other type of subquest I should mention are the Gigant Zoogles. That's giant with an extra G, so you know it's extra giant. Extra gigant. You see that big, freaky looking monster up on the cliff?
That is one enormous stray.
I don't think we can take it right now.
Do not mess with it, or you will get slaughtered, and probably deserve it. These high-level Zeugles are found throughout the world. Defeat them and you'll get plenty of rewards for your troubles, and complete certain subquests while you're at it too. Not to mention an astral flower, which raises your CP by 10 points. What really irks me about them though, is that the game does not tell you what your recommended level should be beforehand. Lots of times I would get trapped into a gigant Zeugle or boss fight in a subquest where I was significantly underleveled. And your only option there is to just die, since you can't escape from these fights either. The game will just send you right back to the field in shame, but still annoying.
This can't be happening!
12 seconds later.
Not good enough!
Well, for the gigant Zeugles, they'll send you back to the field. If you die to a boss, though, your only options are to either restart the fight immediately, or load your last autosave and pray. One of our missions involves getting some new threads for Xion, cause she's a diva. She's not exactly happy at the idea of donning a Danon outfit, and so we're told we might find some in the nearby Fagin ruins. And Xion is very insistent upon this.
How'd you figure a place like this turns derelict?
Your guess is as good as mine. I didn't even know this place existed until we heard about it. All that matters to me is whether I can find anything to wear in there.
Why does she care so much about her appearance?
One of Xion's quirks is that she's an absolute style diva, and a fashionista in the same vein as my Sun and Moon Queen Stella.
Last year, she destroyed the potions laboratory with an unauthorized magic spell.
You really did that? I was trying to create a new shade of pink.
There's a subquest that even involves her giving fashion advice to some loser in town, who takes the entire game to pick an outfit, only for Xion to go, "What the fuck are you wearing, you loser?" It's great, 10 out of 10. She is the Gordon Ramsay of fashion, but with less pretension.
I'm just disgusted that you're standing there smirking away. What, would you like some popcorn?
She also notes how Iron Mask doesn't really pay much mind to how he looks.
What are you staring at me for?
Your clothes are all about function over form. You should think about sprucing them up a little.
Why? What purpose would it serve?
I guess you're right. I just think you'd look good with a little blue thrown in somewhere.
All right, I'll think about it.
And you select, I don't know, that lumpy blue sweater because you're trying to tell the world that you take yourself too seriously to care about what you put on your back, but what you don't know is that that sweater is not just blue, it's not turquoise, it's not lapis, it's actually cerulean.
She is entirely correct. Blue is his color. It's just so cute. And this little note will come back later in their interactions. And it's some of the most wholesome content I've ever seen. I'm not gonna lie, I care more about this than the main plot. Along the way, we're introduced to boost strikes. The little character gauges in the corner have meters running around them. Once they're full, you can press one of the directional buttons to use that character's boost strike, a unique move that'll do some extra damage to enemies, or have a unique effect based on that character's playstyle. Iron Mask's is a quick slash from the blazing sword, while Xion's is a barrage from her gun that's particularly useful against flying enemies. You can even use boost strikes for characters who aren't actively in the party, which makes it feel like all the characters get to be present in battle. As we approach the next campfire, well, the game does it for us. Your field character just seemingly gets possessed by the plot as they force you to slowly march towards the flames. Not sure why they didn't just cut to black and have you camp, or just let you walk there yourself, especially when this game has already shown issues when it comes to letting the player have agency. In any case, we learn about cooking here. It's not a minigame, but rather something you select from a menu whenever you camp out, with different foods awarding you certain stat boosts in battle, and the occasional skit depending on the food and who cooks it. Fun fact, Iron Mask loves spicy foods because he can't feel pain.
Well, one time I couldn't get enough of these things I picked off a plant. Everyone else said they were way too spicy. Doc thinks maybe I crave spicy food to compensate for the lack of pain I feel.
He adds enough spice to hospitalize a whole room of people. But for him, it's never spicy enough. I love him. I love him so much. Iron Mask writes. Iron Mask writes! The Fagin ruins actually do a pretty good job at reinforcing the sci-fi elements of this story. We don't know its full history, but Xion believes it could have been a supply depot, or even the castle of a former Renan lord.
So it's entirely possible that this place used to be both a supply depot and a lord's castle at different points in time.
The material of the ruins is indestructible to conventional Danon means. No, we don't learn what that material is, by the by. But the door opens for Shion because she's a Renin. Apparently that's enough to get in here.
The Renans build their structures out of special materials too. Strong enough to withstand assaults from Danon tools and weaponry, anyway.
So how the hell are we?
Easy.
It's kind of wild that this ancient ruin has more security than the castles of current Renin lords in their cities, but I digress. We also learned that while many Zeugles do directly serve the Renins, there are also stray Zeugles out in the wild, threatening pretty much anything they encounter. As it turns out, many Zeugles were actually created by the Renins, genetically modifying the native animals of Dana.
Wasn't it you Renans who brought the Zeugles here from Rena in the first place?
They're not just ordinary animals from Rena. Each of them has been modified to suit a particular purpose. In fact, some Zeugles were originally derived from the animals on Dana. Or so I've heard.
What? You Renans couldn't stop at just the people of this planet? You had to screw with our nature too?
It shows the cruelty of Renins in not only trying to control and threaten the Danans, but also their disrespect for anything native to Dana, including their own wildlife. Goes hand in hand with eradicating Danan culture and history. Deeper inside, we uncover what seems to be the wardrobe of the ruin's late owner. Shion mentions the designs are pretty dated, but she's happy to have something other than the basic dress we first met her in. When she finally shows off the look, she does so in style.
Listen, I get it. You care how you look. But we've got places to...
What is it?
No. Nothing.
You are having a heterosexual moment, my dude. Congratulations, you're a breeder.
I am obsessed with this design. No, a dress like this is probably not very practical, but honestly, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. It is so utterly fabulous, while also communicating different aspects of Shion's character. So much so that I am on board for this look. It has a similar issue to the Renin soldier's armor, where it communicates more of a fantasy vibe than a sci-fi one, but you know, it's too late. Recurring themes and all that. I absolutely love the silhouette for her look and how regal she feels. The little bits of armor, especially in the shape of the thorns, communicate her trying to protect herself, along with how her curse of thorns has consumed such a large part of her identity. The pops of red in her tiara, the ribbons on her arms, and in her dress give her this bold energy that suits her determination and attitude. And the fact she keeps bullets on a thigh strap? Style icon who's also ready to kick ass, we must stand. I also really like Shion's concept art. Funnily enough, it does a lot more in evoking sci-fi vibes than her final design, though it gives her more of a rough and tumble vibe than the regal one she wound up with. I still prefer her final design, but I'm fascinated by all the concept art for this game's cast. Personally, I would have loved to see the concept art turned into unlockable costumes, but we'll get to the problem of the wardrobe customization later. It's actually really cute how excited Shion gets when she's in this new outfit, yet she tries to play it off when Iron Mask comments on it.
Okay, let's head back to Ulzebek.
You're in a good mood. Were you that happy to find a new outfit?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the same as ever.
They may be very moody at the start, but there are glimmers of these two's connection from the start, and I love them so much. When we return to Ulzebek, we hear word from Zephyr that there's chaos unfolding back over in Mosgul. Apparently, the Renin soldiers are culling the Danan slaves, looking for Shion so they can take back the Master Core, which is an odd way to go about things, and also strange that their search would be in the town we just left, and not Ulzebek, you know, the larger town just down the road. We also learn this from a non-voiced cutscene, by the by, so yeah, this one is just not hitting me with much gravity.
No way! Damn it!
Iron Mask is immediately worried about Doc, Cole, and the other Danans of Mosgul. Shion tries to talk him down, but Iron Mask refuses to let the Renans cause any more suffering.
Just where do you think you're going?
You know where. Mosgul.
What good is it going to do to...
I don't need your permission.
I actually love seeing this fiery protective energy from Iron Mask, and this is probably his most defined trait. It is a bit anticlimactic with no actual cutscene showcasing what the soldiers are doing, instead giving us a lot of non-voiced, awkwardly stiff clips.
Now you'll learn! Mess with my friends, will you? You just crossed the wrong line!
Along with Iron Mask yelling, "I can't reach them in time," when he hears Doc in danger. And then he does, in fact, reach them in time.
Please, don't hurt the children.
What's that? Damn it, I can't reach them in time!
12 seconds later.
Get back, Cole!
Doc! Cole! Stop!
So, don't know what that was about. Awkwardness aside, we then get some conflict between Iron Mask and Doc. Doc is focused on just getting back to normal and keeping his head down. He believes that by not rocking the boat, the Danans will survive another day, and he perceives the Crimson Crows as provoking the Renans into violence. But Iron Mask calls that out, saying the truth that the Renans will inflict violence upon the Danans regardless. He would rather die fighting for freedom than die giving up.
You're dead if you stand up to them. Keep your head down and do as you're told. At least then you have a chance to survive.
You're willing to risk everything on the chance that things will get better if we wait long enough. But what's the point of waiting if others have to die so that we can live?
What do you think happens when someone tries to resist? It'd be one thing if the rebel died, and that was that. But it never ends with only one death. You've seen it for yourself. Everyone suffers for it. Knowing that, are you really going to tell me our waiting has no meaning?
But I understand not wanting to throw away the same lives we're trying to protect. That would be senseless. But if you wait too long, if you get too used to waiting, then eventually you lose the will to fight. I don't want that to happen to me.
You know, I feel like certain characters in a show about girls with colors could really stand to watch this. It is a nice moment to show off the passion of Iron Mask's character, but it's also so strange again because of the fast pace. He went from not understanding so much of the world that he's inhabited for like a year to suddenly having these fierce, unshaking beliefs. Even Doc acknowledges how much Iron Mask has grown and changed.
You've grown so much since we first met. And you've met some good people too. Maybe you have a chance after all.
And I'm like, fam, it's been like, what, an hour and a half of gameplay? What? With all that out of the way, it's time to get down to business. You know, overthrowing the government and assassinating Lord Ballsniffer. You know, for funsies. Yes, that is cursed, and no, I will not apologize.
You're not gonna ask what happened?
I can tell enough by the way you look right now.
I see.
The plan is simple. Zephyr and the other Crimson Crows will distract the Renan soldiers guarding the front gates of Ganymede Castle. Iron Mask and Shion, meanwhile, will enter the castle through a maintenance route and take down Balsef themselves. The plan is frightfully simple. Again, because we've been spending the last hour or so just doing random quests and objectives unrelated to the plot with Balsef, there isn't enough build-up to let this mission carry the necessary weight that ought to come with such a big undertaking. No, this isn't a stealth game, but I kind of would expect more from characters trying to overthrow an oppressive regime.
Zephyr and the Crimson Crows are supposed to be distracting the Renans from the front.
Then let's go around and sneak in elsewhere.
That's Zephyr from the Crimson Crows! Kill him!
And for said regime to have more security than that of an abandoned desert ruin.
We should be getting close to the service entrance.
Good. Let's get in there and kick their asses.
Is this someone's idea of a bridge?
Looks like it. Don't fall or this will be a pretty short story.
Breaking into Yon Castle, we're finally able to wield the blazing sword in battle.
You should take the blazing sword. I took the liberty of cutting the flow of energy from the Master Core. I may be giving you the sword, but you still need me to unleash its power. Try not to forget that.
When holding down the button for certain arts, Iron Mask is able to unleash a higher level Flaming Edge move, which uses the power of the blazing sword to scorch enemies to a crisp. Doing so will shave off a bit of his HP, so there's a considerable cost that keeps you from spamming it to hell. But thankfully Shion's there in case you need some healing. It's nice because it reinforces their dependence upon each other through gameplay, so you feel what feels. I really like that. Kinda wish we got access to this earlier, but what can you do? In addition, we also now have access to Boost Strike finishing moves. You see the little diamond with the blue gauge over the enemy? Once it's filled, you can unleash a team attack to finish them off.
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
They're similar to the Link arts from Tales of Xillia, except in this case each pair will have the same boost strike throughout the entire game. I do enjoy them, and again, it allows all the characters to feel involved in battle, but that said, having them repeat the same attack over and over really numbs the mind. They also don't take up any resources, but that personally doesn't really bother me given it's more a reward for sustained combos as you weaken and eventually finish off the enemy. There's also a lot of spontaneous combustion in this castle, because of course there is. When you're navigating the environment, certain paths will be blocked off by different obstacles, requiring you to use your CP to clear the way. Again, there's a good cost-reward balance here. You want whatever's in that chest over there, or those totally legal herbs, you gotta pay for it, bitch. Though be sure to check the map before you do this, because sometimes all you have to do is walk around the fire instead of through it. Sneaky game. Also, as it turns out, fire created by astral energy, like pure astral energy, doesn't need a source to burn. Cool. Would have been nice to know that beforehand, with all the fire raging outside for no fucking reason. I feel like this game is just the definition of show you a thing and then justify it afterwards. Establishing beforehand? Never. Never. Unfortunately, this castle is another run in a straight line, except in this case it involves a lot of stairs as you search for elevator keys. The design of Glanamy Castle is pretty simple. The floor plans are just big circles of rocks with a flaming hell pit in the middle. You know, casual Calaglian decor. There are comments on how this castle was made to suit Balsef's personal tastes, given he's supposed to be this boorish brute with no sense of style or class, which Shion finds disgusting as a Renin.
Nothing but fire and rocks. I figured a Renin castle would at least be a little more elegant. Instead, it seems this one was very dedicated to a theme.
Is that your idea of a joke? Don't lump the rest of us in with someone like Balsef.
Then why's his place look so grungy?
I guess you could say that's just the majority of what he's into. He likes fire and he likes rocks. He's an egotistical brute without a single shred of class.
It's a nice attempt at characterization and culture, but it's not enough to make up for Balsef's utter lack of presence and depth. Along the way, we save a small servant child from some Renin guards.
What were you even doing here?
Danon slaves that can't handle manual labor outdoors are put to work in the castles as servants. I'm surprised you didn't know.
He's thankful to Shion, though Shion tries to shoo him away, afraid of hurting him with her thorns if he gets too close.
And it's good that we found you, but it's still not safe here. You need to get out of here before any more soldiers find you. Understand?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for saving me. Oh, here! You can have this!
Don't touch me.
I'm sorry. I only wanted to...
Oh my god. I can't. Get out.
Though, Iron Mask doesn't seem to catch on to this?
Not too happy about a slave touching you, huh?
So even if you don't mean to hurt somebody, if they touch you, they get electrocuted.
This isn't the time. We should keep moving.
You think this curse is some kind of great ability?
Fucking idiot.
Really rude, dude. I can't tell if he realizes he completely misread that because of the damn mask, but like, seriously, what the fuck, man? I will say, I do like these subtle touches to Shion that she does genuinely care for people. We will see this recur throughout the game, but despite her cold demeanor, she really is quite thoughtful. She does this to keep people away because of her curse of thorns.
You're too close. Try to stay farther apart.
Oh, right. Sorry about that. Was I really that close?
I guess I'm just not used to standing right next to people.
You mean because of your thorns? You're a surprisingly nice person.
What?
You don't think so? I mean, you just made sure your thorns wouldn't...
You can keep your opinions to yourself. You don't know the first thing about me.
I'll be diving into this angle much, much later in this game when we learn the full truth about the curse, but suffice to say, I am very much a fan of Shion's complexity. Honestly, it makes her my favorite character in the game.
I hate when I feel like people are laughing at me on the inside, especially someone like you where I can't read your expression.
Why would I laugh at you? What are you talking about?
My outfit. As soon as you saw me in those ruins, you wanted to say something, didn't you?
Oh, it's not that. It's just...
Just what?
Nothing.
You're a truly awful person. You know that?
An awful... Hey, you're the one jumping to conclusions about what I think. You're not one to talk.
Then prove me wrong and tell me what you were really thinking.
It wasn't anything mean about you, I promise.
I don't believe that for a second.
And it doesn't matter what the hell I tell you. You'll always doubt me.
Arriving outside the throne room, we find a recovery circle that will restore our health and CP, along with a little warning about a fight with a Renan lord awaiting on the other side of the doors. As a girly who plays games to relax, I very much appreciate these. They let you go into the boss knowing what you're getting yourself into, and going in fully prepared and revitalized. I can see how people wanting more of a challenge would be annoyed by this, but you could just not use the circle. That option is there too, you know. I'm here for story, okay? Just let me button mash to my heart's content. Now, I would say we face off with Balseph at long last, but given the lack of build-up to this moment, it's more of a, yeah, let's just do this, I guess.
Don't move, Balseph!
Try me, bitch. There's no real excitement to face off with him, given he's had little to no presence so far, and has no real connection to either Iron Mask or Shion. Even beforehand, we get a skit where Shion tries to tell us a bit about Balseph, but it's more about his physical abilities than his actual character. Iron Mask apparently doesn't even think much of Balseph, referring to him as just the Lord of CALAGLIA.
He's just a lord that holds power over CALAGLIA, isn't he?
Just a lord? He is far more than that. Balseph Erwolzi Teldilis is one of the 5 lords that sit atop all of Renan society.
So he doesn't even really seem particularly interested in Balseph as an antagonist. We have no idea as to who Balseph is as a character, nor why he has been so dedicated to the crown contest, aside from the generic goal of become sovereign. And unfortunately, that means he's not very engaging, nor is he bringing out interesting sides to our protagonists. It's just, kill this boring man to progress the plot, please. He functions well enough as a first villain, but in addition to not having much in the way of character, he's also just very dull on screen.
So the vermin scum you call kin stirred up enough trouble for you 2 rats to make it all the way to me, huh? What a pain in the ass. It was pretty impressive of you to deliver it straight into my hands. The Master Core.
You really think we're here to hand it over?
Why, of course not. You see, I'll be taking it back no matter what you say.
He's supposed to be this violent brute, but his dialogue is not very different from what you'd expect from a run-of-the-mill big bad, going on and on about how he's gonna kill the protagonists.
In any case, this is the end for you. You won't be getting out of here alive. The 2 of you are fools for coming here. Now die!
No thanks. I choose my own destiny.
We also learn later on in the game that he's apparently very dedicated to his family, House Teldilis. He's described as this caring, protective patriarch, and none of that is even suggested in our encounters with him, or even in his conversation with Ganabel, so it fails to make him intimidating, engaging, and complex. Oh goody. Following the first half of the fight, half of Iron Mask's, well, mask breaks.
Alphen. Alphen. Alphen!
Iron Mask!
As it shatters, he sees flashes of the mysterious woman from earlier, and we finally see his face. And he is pretty.
Oh no, he's hot!
Iron Mask really be giving silver-haired himbo energy, and I love that for him. You know, with the hair and skin tone, he's kind of giving Xehanort, but with Sora's sweet, innocent soul, and I'm here for that. And also, that kind of gets rid of the weird colorism from Kingdom Hearts, so that's good. Kingdom Hearts girlies, you'll know what I'm talking about. There's no time to comment on it as Balseph retreats to the castle roof, but I do wonder why it happened here. It's probably just to give Balseph a moment to move the fight to the roof as the protagonist pause, you know, to make it more cinematic and dramatic. But part of me feels it might have been better to hold off until a more epic moment after the second half of the fight to do the mask thing. But this is fine, I suppose. This is fine. Anyhow, we continue to the roof so we can have a properly cinematic face-off. Unless you can see all of the realm that you're fighting for, with the threat of a several thousand-foot drop into the surrounding hell pits, is it even an important battle?
Running from a slave, Balseph? Know your place, insolent boy. Up here, I've got more than enough space to crush you. This time your mask won't be the only thing that cracks.
That is enough!
And naturally, to make it even more epic, we have invited this giant fire monster to the party. Balseph has no clue what the fuck this thing is, but Xion comments that it's living, manifested astral energy, likely from the spirit vessel.
It's manifested astral energy. Not only that, it's alive!
Now, this game is not going to explain any of this concept to you until very late in the game, 30 to 35 hours in. So I'm just gonna go ahead and explain it for you now. You're welcome. When enough astral energy gathers in one place, it gains sentience and becomes a living spirit. The Master Cores prevent this, but presumably because Xion has been holding on to the damn thing, there's been nothing to keep the astral energy in the spirit vessel here from coming to life. Very appreciative that it waited until just now to gain sentience and turn into a giant fire monster. I really like that.
What the hell is that thing?
A spirit vessel. It's what the Renans use to harvest astral energy from Danans.
So that's where it all ends up, huh?
Now, while this concept is gonna come back, it will not be back until the end of the game. This does not happen with any of the other Renan lords. The actual reason for this is that they wanted this battle with Balseph to be just as grand as the final battle, which, I mean, I respect, but also why? But continuing a strange trend, you don't actually fight the monster, but more just try to avoid it while you fight Balseph. And for me, that just kind of takes the fun out of facing off with this thing. I mean, there's like a couple weird reaction command-esque moments with Alphen fighting the monster, but like nothing on the level of the reaction commands from Kingdom Hearts 2. That shit was glorious. Balseph also makes a comment all, "It was the two of you. I knew it all along."
Astral energy from the spirit vessel? But wait, that was harvested for me, and that energy is supposed to be mine. It was the two of you. I knew it all along, and you'll pay!
As in that they were taking the astral energy that he was harvesting for the crown contest, which... Didn't he already know that?
It was the two of you. I knew it all along.
Flashback.
It was pretty impressive of you to deliver it straight into my hands. The Master Core.
End of flashback.
And you'll pay!
The whole reason he was after Xion was because she took his Master Core. He even reminded us that he knew that just before we came up here. So why is he acting brand new? I guess he took some notes from Iron Mask.
I'm surprised you didn't know.
Something I do really enjoy is Balseph's disgust towards Xion. He is personally offended by Xion's betrayal of the Renans, questioning why she's so willing to destroy what her people have built, while also wearing his disdain for Danans on his sleeve.
Do you not possess the blood of a Renan? Why then would you turn against your own kind? It's always been the way of the Renan for the strongest to survive. And yet, you have allied yourself with a filthy Danan! You traitor! Tell me why. Why bring ruin and devastation to your own kind? Snakes like you should die!
I meant sleeve, but in the script I wrote on his slave, which, I mean, given the plot of the game, I guess... Okay.
Tell me why!
It's the closest to true characterization that we get for Balseph, and also gives us an inkling as to the delusive superiority Renans pride themselves on. What would have made it better is if we knew more about Balseph's personal take on this. It feels more like a statement made on behalf of all Renans rather than something personally tailored to him. Again, we don't know much about Balseph or Shion's pasts on LENEGIS. What if they knew each other somehow back on LENEGIS, or once crossed paths? A pre-existing relationship that has been turned on its head by Shion's goal of defeating the Renan Lords, adding to Balseph's feelings of betrayal and revulsion, while also emphasizing just how far Shion is willing to go to achieve her goal, and begging the question of, why? She may be doing the right thing by helping the Danans, but there is a selfish motivation behind it that we're left in the dark on. I just find it such a compelling angle that I wish they did more with. A lot of these things honestly feel like a first or second draft rather than the final polished script. In his fury, Balseph lunges to kill Shion. Iron Mask defends her, which gives me life, and yeets Balseph thusly right into the fire monster's gullet. Well, right into his hand, and I assume that the monster would eat him if it had the chance. A fitting end for a villain the game quickly forgets about. Also gives our protagonists plausible deniability, so that they can say they took down the Renan Lord, but, you know, they didn't really directly kill him. Because protagonists can never be allowed to do that, even though it's a theme that we've tackled in previous games like Tales of the Abyss.
To kill someone means to rob them of their future, even if it is to protect yourself.
And it can earn you the hatred of others.
Are you prepared to deal with that? Can you face that responsibility without running away? Without making excuses?
You said yourself, you aren't killing people because you want to. I've made up my mind. I'm not here just to be a burden. I'm gonna take responsibility too.
And it's kind of inevitable when you're overthrowing oppressive regimes and systems. And yes, that will be relevant later. Somehow, Iron Mask gets the idea to absorb the fire monster into the blazing sword. My interpretation is that because the sword is connected to the Master Core and the monster is made out of astral energy, that allows the sword to absorb the energy that composes the monster. But again, that's just kind of me doing a lot of the legwork when the game has not really made this process very clear. So it feels like Iron Mask just knows what to do because the script said so. I guess you could connect it to the way he also absorbed fire in the palace, but like, it feels tenuous at best. Especially when a lot of other things in the story have not been really set up all that well, or just left to your imagination. Forgive me if I don't have very much trust in anything else when it comes to world building. So he absorbs the monster into the sword and then releases all of that fire to destroy the gates of fire, essentially allowing a way out of CALAGLIA now. It is an epic moment, definitely, and one I don't mind being portrayed in a cutscene given it's not a battle. Weird it's not an anime cutscene now that I'm thinking about it though. And they probably wanted to show off the graphics. As Shion heals him, the sun rises, which I absolutely love for this moment. I'm a sucker for a good sunrise. Along with the triumphant music. Shion now realizes that part of the mask broke off given, you know, they were a little bit busy fending for their lives a few moments ago, so I will allow this. But now, Iron Mask remembers his name. He stands tall and screams his name out for all to hear.
We brought down the wall!
Iron Mask, your face is exposed.
No.
Huh?
I remember it now. My name. Alphen. My name is... Alphen!
And you know what? Good for Alphen. My boy is nothing if not dramatic and dumb, though again, another awkward fade to black kinda just kills the momentum, making it feel less iconic and more, you thought you ate, but he tried, and that's what matters.
I want to feel
your hand right now. You are the place, my only hope.
We then transition into another long-standing tradition of the Tales series, an anime intro.
Oh yeah! Yeah! Oh yeah!
As you'd expect, it features all the major players in the story, giving you an idea of what kind of journey you're about to embark on. Here, the featured song is Hibana by Kankaku Piero. Not my favorite Tales intro, but one that I do love. It's enough of an earworm, and it's also short enough to have earned its way onto my Spotify Wrapped. Oh god, I need help. But only the game size version. I don't know why, but the full version sounds like it was performed live, and the production is just so sloppy, I hate it. The game version is superior. I don't know, I'm just a sucker for this fast-paced rock song, especially the choruses.
No matter where I'm by your side, I know.
Like a lot of Arise, it feels like a very safe option made to appeal to a broad audience. Nothing wrong with that, but I can see why a lot of people hear it and go, it's fine, I guess. That said, I was inclined to enjoy this given my love of Kankaku Piero's previous work on some of the Black Clover intros. And it gave me an obsession with the word Hibana. Hibana tangent incoming, you have been warned. So, the word Hibana in Japanese means both spark and blossom. The reason being that the sparks coming off of a flame were likened to little blossoms floating on the wind. And yes, this nerdy-ass etymology has burrowed its way into the dark recesses of my mind, and has become one of my many, many fixations. You're welcome for this useless information.
Thank you for making that announcement that no one cared about.
Also, this is me being petty, but there are not nearly enough covers of Hibana out there as there should be. This game moved over like 2 million copies, yet this song can't inspire more than like one solid cover. Meanwhile, White Light is getting covered by Amelie, and I'm like, she played Zisteria? Has anyone checked if she's okay? I demand someone do the Lord's work and cover this song following this video because I said so. Anyway, back in Storyland, apparently Alphen went unconscious after shouting his name at the sky. In a dark void, we hear him say that he sees flames as he ponders where he came from and who he really is. When he awakens, we find ourselves back in Ulzbek, having been asleep for an entire week.
A week? You mean that whole time I was...
Out cold? Yeah.
I guess wielding the power of an unholy fire monster really does a number on a guy. And as we learn, the burns he got from the blazing sword were especially bad. Shion's healing art saved him, and Alphen seems surprised by this, though Shion insists it's only because she needs him to take down the rest of the Renan lords.
Shion, you healed me?
In case you'd forgotten, we've still got 4 lords to defeat. You dying would have only slowed things down.
There's gonna be a lot of that. Shion going, I'm only working with you because our interests overlap. But like, it is so clear that she started caring for him the moment he started speaking. And I kind of live for this dynamic where they become closer and closer as Alphen continually supports and protects her. What can I say? I'm a sucker for a slow burn. But you know, like actually like a slow burn, not like queer baiting for like a decade. And with this, I only have to wonder will they won't they for like a few weeks as I play the game, not 10 years. Unfortunately, even though Alphen can now remember his name, he still can't remember anything else about his past.
Feel like telling us who you used to be?
I wish I could.
Memory's still giving you grief, eh? Still, no sense in beating yourself up. You've remembered your name. The rest will come in time.
It's pretty clear now that the mask is what is holding back the rest of his memories, though the characters don't seem to realize that, and will not for quite a while. It would be nice to have them discuss it a bit more, or see if Alphen would attempt to remove the rest of the mask himself. It was only broken because of just how strong Balseph was, which does lend credence to it being Renan tech because of its durability. But you know, this is a plot point we're not really going to do much with, so to fanfiction land you go. With Balseph overthrown, CALAGLIA is free. Most of the Renan soldiers have apparently bailed. Where did they go? No clue, and no, it'll never get addressed. But just because the tyrant is gone does not mean it's smooth sailing from here. There's still work to be done to rebuild, and to create new systems that will better serve the Danans.
What happens now?
Oh, just everything. The realm may be liberated, but we're still destitute. You name it, anything and everything starts from scratch.
and hopefully no pockets of resistance or other groups that will prey on this power vacuum, including something far worse than what came before. I do appreciate Zephyr bringing all this up, as liberation is far more than just revolution. Without a proper plan in place, you could very easily slip into chaos once the system collapses, and again, wind up with a new, far worse system in its stead. But that never really gets anything more than lip service in Arise. We don't see the process by which the characters reshape the way that Dana works. We hear them talk about it a lot, but the plot is more focused on the revolution than the work that needs to come after. And on some level, I do understand it's because revolution is just so much more tantalizing to most audiences. And restructuring the government doesn't exactly sound conducive to an action-packed RPG, but there could be a way to make it work, especially since the game does have a quote-unquote second half. Oh god. But instead, the game just glosses over this reconstruction process, leaving it to background characters entirely. It's just frustrating to me that they would bring up this nuanced topic only to just do absolutely nothing with it. While Zephyr speaks with the Crimson Crows, he suggests that Alphen and Xion go check out the Gates of Fire to get a glimpse at Alphen's handiwork. Along the way, we see several Crimson Crows still injured from the attack on the castle, and Xion promptly heals them, despite Tilsa saying she doesn't have to. It turns out that while Alphen was napping, Xion was busy healing all the Crimson Crows. She tries to play it off, but Tilsa still expresses gratitude for the help. This leads to one of my favorite scenes where Alphen questions why Xion always tries to deflect when people are nice to her or thank her for things. It's so fucking cute.
Why do you keep people at arm's length? You're always trying to wave it off whenever someone's nice to you.
Our interests just happen to overlap. I don't want people thinking I'm doing things to be nice when in reality they benefit both of us. All I care about is that we hurry up and defeat the Lords.
See, that's what I mean. The injuries I get from using the blazing sword could probably kill me. That thought alone should be terrifying. But I know you'll always be there by my side, ready to heal me.
It's because of you that I can wield the blazing sword.
Don't just close in on me like that! If you get any closer, you're going to set off my thorns, you know.
I was just trying to compliment you.
You were? What now?
Xion, your thorns! It's okay. I'll stop talking about it.
It really reminds me of my own struggle to accept compliments because I always felt like I never deserved them. So having Alphen be so aggressively kind to Xion and be sincere about his gratitude for how she always supports him, heals him, and allows him to wield the blazing sword, it just really warms my heart. Again, I love the fact that Alphen is just so openly affectionate and passionate. Oh my god, he's what SpongeBob meant when he said aggressively nice people. Oh my god.
Well, what about aggressively nice people?
Huh?
Point is, he's a big teddy bear and I love him. Unsure of how to respond, Xion gets flustered, which seems to set off her thorns. Me too, girl. Taking a hint, Alphen backs off and refocuses on heading to the Gates of Fire. As he walks away, Xion makes what sounds like a snide comment.
Really? I swear. You're bad for the heart.
But really, when you discover the full truth of her character, fuck, it hurts. To see that Xion really does deeply care, but feels like she has to push people away, it makes me love her so much more. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fuck. Once we arrive at the Gates of Fire, Alphen contemplates over the power behind the blazing sword and the fire monster, both sourced from the astral energy harvested from dying Danans. Xion says that once the energy was freed, it dispersed back out across Dana. Strangely, when Alphen asks about the energy already harvested once a sovereign is chosen, Xion goes quiet, which prompts an argument between the two.
And all the energy the Renans have harvested? Where does that go? Once sovereign's decided, I mean. I'd wager they don't give it back, right? What? Can't tell the Danan that? Or about why you want to kill all the lords?
Oh, like you don't have anything to hide? The blazing sword. It's powered by the burning astral energy of the Master Core I possess. So why don't you explain how it manifested into the shape of that beast? Just how did you manage that?
How am I supposed to know? My memory's a complete blank, remember?
It does make sense for Xion to be skeptical of Alphen's amnesia. She herself doesn't exactly seem to have that high an opinion of people, especially someone who has enough strength to wield the blazing sword like Alphen. What I don't get is why she would think Alphen would know how the astral energy manifested as the giant fire monster. He didn't even summon it, girly pop. It just appeared. It just showed up.
Oh dear, what an awkward situation.
In any case, it's clear that despite these two's teamwork improving, they've still got a long way to go before they can truly call themselves friendly. Before they can bicker like an old married couple anymore, a mysterious girl accompanied by an owl wanders through the gates of fire. As Alphen and Xion run to her, she collapses, and we fade to black from her perspective as she faints. Lots of passing out, I have noticed. It is very Aisha hours up in here with both this girl and Alphen. Winks girlies, you get me.
I've been asleep for 4 days?
You can tell that just by checking out your hand?
We take the girl back to Olzebek. Thankfully, her injuries aren't severe, but there isn't enough medicine to help her wake up. Especially after the fight against Balsef, the Crimson Crows have their hands full, and supplies are running low. Alphen gets the idea to ask Doc for help, so he and Xion head off to Mosgul. Alphen is still surprised the girl is even from another realm, while Xion very much is not, given she hasn't really considered the reality of Danans being trapped within their own realms for their entire lives. Arriving in Mosgul, Doc doesn't recognize Alphen at first, now that half his face is exposed. There have been lots of rumors floating around about how Iron Mask took down Balsef, especially given he did so alongside a Renan of all people.
Alphen? I heard that was the guy who brought down Balsef. Wait, you're telling me you're the liberator of CALAGLIA? Our own Iron Mask? Of all the people.
I have no idea how the hell they heard that was Alphen when he wasn't able to tell Zephyr till he awakened just today, but okay. I guess Xion could have told them, but like, I thought Alphen, whatever. Doc thanks them both for their courage, going out of his way to thank Xion personally, much to Xion's bewilderment.
Thank you.
You sure you should be saying that to a Renan?
I'm not saying it to any old Renan. I'm saying it to you, young lady.
I only helped because it was in my interests as well.
Of course, I would imagine as much. But that doesn't change the end result.
She can't grasp the idea of someone looking past her or anyone else as either a Danan or a Renan.
That guy's a strange one, though.
Doc? I don't think he's that odd.
He is, though. He thanked me, a Renan, for helping, despite everything my people have put him through over the years. He's free now. He doesn't have to act nice around my kind.
He's not acting. He means it. And like he said before, he was thanking you as an individual, Xion, not just some Renan.
That's what makes it so strange.
Would you have preferred he yelled and threw rocks at you?
I'm not saying that. It's just hard for me to understand him.
Doc implies that a lot of people are not going to be fond of Alphen and Xion working together, but tells them to pay it no mind, and to continue working together if that is what they want to do. Anyhow, we get sent on a quick fetch quest looking for medicine in Kiered Garrison. It doesn't take too long, but I still admittedly find it tedious. At the very least, less Renan soldiers means less enemies left to patrol the area, so that's a plus. What really annoys me here is that the fast travel gets turned off. See, you're able to fast travel pretty early on in Arise, accessing it through these blue fast travel points on your map for certain areas. Again, it used to be that fast travel wasn't a thing in Tales games. You would just have to walk on foot through the overworld, and later on use your boat or your airship to get around. But since Tales of Xillia, those methods of travel have disappeared along with the overworld. Or, I guess, Graces, actually. Instead, there are different methods of fast travel in each game. Arise's system is very similar to Xillia's. However, Arise will turn off its fast travel system at certain points in the story to restrict your movements. Unlike older games, where what was akin to fast travel was achieved through the story as an in-universe vehicle, fast travel now feels like a given that irks the player when it's taken away, even temporarily. And even when the distance you now have to travel isn't too far. It breaks immersion as you're left going, oh sure, now you make my life a little more inconvenient. Compare this to a moment in Tales of the Abyss where you have access to an airship in the middle of the game, and then lose it for an extended period of time after your group is captured, then forced to flee on foot. There, it is a moment of desperation and loss that serves the story. Here, Fast travel getting turned off is just a fucking nuisance. Once the girl receives the medicine and awakens, we learn that her name is Rinwell, and she hails from the neighboring realm of CYSLODIA. No, I don't know why CYSLODIA is the only of the 5 realms to not have 2 names, just roll with it. After Balsef's defeat, word of Calaglia's liberation traveled fast. Not exactly sure how. Are the fleeing Renan soldiers the ones doing all this? Because it surely can't be the Danans, who previously were sealed within their own realm, and now would have no reason to travel to another realm that's still enslaved.
I've never actually met someone from the outside world before.
Up till now, the only time the gates ever opened was to let Renan convoy units in and out.
No one ever thought to stow away and hitch a ride out?
This place might be a living hell, but when next door is a living hell too, you start thinking it doesn't matter much one way or the other.
Kinda goes hand in hand with the issue earlier with how Lord Ganabelt heard about Balsef's problems, but maybe Ganabelt just sends ravens everywhere to spy on people. He seems like that kind of messy bitch. Maybe it's that robot owl from Final Fantasy XIII. In any case, Rinwell is part of CYSLODIA's own rebellion, the Silver Swords. I see you, alliteration. They sent a few scouts to Calaglia to try and ask for help in liberating their own realm, but only Rinwell managed to make it here. Some of the Crimson Crows find this timing a little too inconvenient. They wonder if she could be a Renan spy, which Rinwell adamantly denies, though Zephyr clearly trusts her.
If you ask me, it's awfully convenient she just happened to show up now. Certainly raises a lot of red flags.
Please, I swear it's true. My people are dying. I risked my life trying to get here so I could find help.
It's okay. You did well. We'll take it from here.
This actually does foreshadow the culture of CYSLODIA a bit, what with the strong distrust and all. I'd just like to take this moment to appreciate Rinwell's design. In general, I am obsessed with the designs in this game, and how well they represent the characters while remaining readable and stylish. I think having only one character designer, Iwamoto in this case, helps keep all the characters cohesive compared to previous Tales games. Rinwell's outfit and giant hood give the vibe of a young mage, which we'll get to later. She's also got a morpho butterfly motif going on, since all the protagonists have an animal inspiration. In case you were wondering, Shion's is a rabbit because, and I quote, "She will die if left alone." Trust me, it'll make sense later. Although my artsy friend pointed out she kinda gives more of a rose motif, so. We also get quite a bit of hostility between Nath and Shion. Nath is the second in command of the Crimson Crows, in case you forgot who the fuck that loser is. The Crimson Crows aren't fond of the idea of Alphen traveling to other realms, worried that if they don't have him and the Blazing Sword around, Calaglia will be attacked and reconquered by the Renans. Shion, however, has no intention of remaining here. She's determined to take down the remaining lords, and she needs Alphen and the Blazing Sword to do that.
That sword of Alphen's is our best weapon. We can't just go lending him to other lands.
Even if you keep him here, the blade's as good as useless without me on board.
And what makes you think I can't persuade you, Bright Eyes?
What makes you think you can? Last I checked, you couldn't even touch me.
What is the tea? The girls are fighting!
Enough!
Zephyr tells Alphen that the decision is ultimately his. Alphen reasserts his desire to liberate all people, and so decides to continue that mission by traveling to the other realms with Shion.
I know all too well the hardships the slaves of this realm had to endure. That's why I took up the sword. To help them. If Danans are being oppressed in other realms, then I have to help them too.
It's time for an old-fashioned globe-trotting JRPG adventure! Get in, loser, we're saving the world. Zephyr's gonna be going with us, leaving the background character, I mean the Crimson Crows, to protect and rebuild Calaglia off-screen. Hope you'll remember them for later, because we're not going to be seeing them for roughly another 20 to 30 in-game hours, yay. Zephyr is an ally in battle, but he's not a full party member. It reinforces him as this mentor figure, with skills and expertise far beyond our own. Funnily enough, and I did mention this before, and I'm reminding you because it's been a while, and also because I forgot I had written it into the script twice. Oops. He was originally going to be a party member, but it changed for reasons.
Foreshadowing as a narrative device.
Rinwell's coming too, since this is her realm we're heading to. But she's not very happy to be traveling with Shion. She's bewildered when she sees the Crimson Crows working with a Renan. And when she hears how Shion helped find her medicine, she almost shuts down, looking ready to pass out again.
Wait, is that a Renan? What is this?
Take it easy. It's complicated, but she's on our side. She helped to find some medicine for you.
She did? But no, she's a... I can't believe it.
There's a reason for this, but all you need to know right now is she hates Renans. And I mean, hates. Oh, also, she is not in our party yet. Why? You'll see soon. But for right now, you must accept that her giant hood is full of secrets.
That's why her hair is so big, it's full of secrets.
Now, once you finish dealing with a lord, you'll need to travel through several areas to reach the next Danon realm. Usually it'll be a couple fields with a dungeon or two sprinkled in the middle, and maybe a small village. It does add to this feeling of going on a long journey to another land, but the lack of a world map kinda kills the vibe in its crib for me. You have no way of knowing how much progress you're truly making as you run from point A to point B to point C, and so on. Excuse me, who is flying while I'm recording? And yes, it is a series of even more one-way corridors. It wouldn't be a Rise without one-way corridors. As I mentioned before, this game is not open world, and I am genuinely okay with that. Games like Breath of the Wild actually kind of give me anxiety with just how open and sprawling their worlds are. Like, what the fuck do I do? And I've had enough of this Hysteria approach with the big fields of fucking nothing. Linearity can allow for a more focus on the story itself and a more curated, finely crafted experience. But given the story in this game is not much to write home about, and all the other ways this world feels so lifeless, yeah, it's not helping. I would have appreciated some kind of interconnected aspect to these environments. Maybe different fields leading into one another. I'm honestly not sure, but frankly, I think I'm about ready to go back to the old overworld approach from the classic Tales games. Yes, I get it would look weird with the new graphics, but like, weird shit is fire. Actually, I am playing Vesperia for the first time right now as I'm recording this, as I'm working on this video. I love it so far. I'm only like an hour in, and this shit has me hooked. And I love traveling on the overworld. I love it so much.
This is supposed to be my show. Can we?
While we're here, I want to touch upon the dialogue that automatically plays when you're out and about on the field.
Rinwell, right? It's nice to meet you. Does that little white animal follow you everywhere?
He's not a little white animal. His name's Hoodle, and he's a baby owl. And he's the only friend I have.
It started back in Zysteria, or possibly Zilia. It's been a while since I played it. I have not touched my PS3 in fucking years. And while I do appreciate how it allows for more character interactions, it can be grating when you're cornered by a monster and the dialogue gets interrupted. Even while recording, I often found myself needing to stop before I approached some monsters or entered another area to let the dialogue play, or just straight up run away from monsters and throw myself off of a fucking cliff so that Dohalim could finish. Which I don't mind, Dohalim, it's not your fault, baby. And all of that takes me out of the experience and makes me start tapping my foot in annoyance. Along the way, we see an ominous castle in the distance, covered in mist.
What's that over there? Some kind of castle?
Yeah, one that belongs to a different lord than Balseth.
Right, that makes sense. You said there were 5 of them in all, right?
Right. We've still got a lot of work ahead of us.
This is Castle Del Faris, the domain of Calaglia's other neighboring realm, GANATH HAROS, the realm of water. Why am I saying everything dramatically? I'm not sure. Could it be part of a running joke I have planned for the lord of this realm? It could be. Or it could not be, and I'm just messing with you. Gaslight girl boss gatekeep. Initially, I did not know any of this. Given the lack of a map, I literally thought that was CYSLODIA over there. But I do kind of like that we catch a glimpse of it from here so that we can recall it later on. Although it does make me wonder, could he possibly be watching us right now? In the words of Anna Akana, this joke will make sense the 3rd time you've watched this. We also meet some cute little owls, one of which Shion heals because she's secretly nice. Don't tell her I said that, she'll shoot me.
What?
It's nothing.
I only helped because it was convenient. We couldn't have moved forward without clearing out those Zoogles. I don't know what's got you ticked off at me this time, but I suggest you keep your hands away from me.
No one asked you to help! Which Rinwell does not give a single hoot about. Not a single hoot.
Rinwell, she healed its wounds. She's not trying to hurt it.
How could you be so...
Jesus, Rinwell, aren't you tired? Rinwell's little animal companion, Hootle, befriends said owl, and it leads us to discovering that there are tons of owls scattered throughout Dana. You'll find them in almost all of the towns and fields, and sometimes dungeons. When you find them, they give you little cosmetic items for your characters. It's a nice incentive to explore the environments a bit more thoroughly. And Hootle will let you know when you're close to one, because he has Hootle senses. Hootle vision. Hootvish. Side note, Hootle is so fucking cute. Tails has some great, admittedly toyetic mascots, but Hootle is probably one of my favorites. He doesn't talk, so he can't get on my fucking nerves, and he's just this little pump little freak of cuteness. He perfectly walks the line of adorable and nightmare-inducing, which works since, you know, owls are majestically horrifying creatures of the night. I fear them. They will come for me in the night and kill me. My point is, Hootle writes. Also love the fact that owls are a symbol of ancient pre-colonial Dana. I just find that deeply iconic. Along the way, we learn that Zephyr had a wife long before we met him. She died not from the Renans, but from illness, as they couldn't afford medicine for her.
You said was. So then, is she gone? Was it the Renans?
No, she was sick. I couldn't get her the medicine she needed, and then she was gone. I'd always wanted to show her the world as it could be.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. There are plenty of people out there more deserving of your sympathy than me.
This will be coming back later, but I like that we get a chance to learn a little bit more about Zephyr's past. It further humanizes and characterizes him, while also showing us that he is not this picture-perfect mentor figure. He's made plenty of mistakes of his own. He only appears as wise as he does now because of all the failures of his past. And we will be getting into all of that a lot more in the CYSLODIA arc, God help us.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device.
Girl, get the wine, because the melodrama is about to go through the goddamn roof. We also learn a bit more about CYSLODIA from Rinwell. Unlike CALAGLIA, Danans in CYSLODIA are not automatically forced to perform manual labor. Instead, they live in more of a kind of surveillance state that I suggested towards the start of the video. You know, about 84 years ago, give or take. CYSLODIA's government employs the Bureau of Civil Observation, colloquially known as the Snake Eyes, who watch the Danans closely for signs of potential treachery, revolt, or anything that the Renans just find remotely annoying.
Rinwell, how about filling them in on what to expect from CYSLODIA?
Well, for starters, nobody trusts nobody. You never know when Snake Eyes are watching you.
That's what they call their lord's henchmen, apparently.
Their official title is the Bureau of Civil Observation. They've got cronies undercover everywhere, observing us at all times. In CYSLODIA, it's not just Renans. They've got Danans spying on each other, too. All it takes is someone squealing on you, and it's straight to labor camp. No questions asked, no goodbyes. Course, informers are rewarded handsomely for their deceit. Everyone's always got one eye open, waiting for the moment to inform on someone before being tattled on first.
Hence the not trusting one another, huh?
And Snake Eyes aren't just Renan. Danans can become Snake Eyes too, and even Danan civilians are rewarded by the Snake Eyes for turning in their fellow Danans, creating a culture of fear and distrust among the people. The Renans use this to preserve their power, since the Danans will be too busy either betraying or fearing each other to revolt or collectivize. I am absolutely obsessed with this idea. And again, I wish they did more with it. But you know the saying, when in a Danan realm, you only have 3 or 4 hours to rush your plot before you have to go to the next realm. But this tactic employed by the Snake Eyes is one that is often used by governments to suppress resistance and keep the populace in line. Divide the people, especially the poor and the working class, and you can get away with pretty much anything. Yeah, it's not as if actual politicians in our country are using it right about now to make us hate the people with the least fucking power in this society when all the problems come from, I don't know, fucking billionaires or something. The sci-fi aspect could have really amplified this too. Again, with cameras, tracking devices, data harvesting, and all that other nerdy shit. But they don't really bother going in depth since we will not be in CYSLODIA for very long. More than any other realm, the CYSLODIA arc feels the most rushed to me. And you might see once we arrive. Now, something interesting to note here is that Rinwell is kinda suspicious for right now. They raise the question of her potentially being a Renan spy when she awakened, and there are also questions of how the hell she made it all the way to CALAGLIA on her own safely when she seemingly is unable to fight and is like 12. Okay, I think she's around like 16 to 18, something like that. I don't know, but she's a baby. She's a baby! There are also some odd moments where the camera frames her in a way, and it makes you go, what's up with her? It's actually a pretty decent setup that gets revealed with a satisfying twist later. A lot of Tales games will have a traitor of some kind, either knowingly selling out the party or unintentionally aiding the enemy. Arise doesn't really have one, but I do like that they played on returning fans' expectations here. And they do it again later with another character where you're like, I love you, but are you about to ruin my whole world? CYSLODIA is the polar opposite of CALAGLIA. Instead of dry, barren wastelands of blazing heat and scorching infernos, CYSLODIA is a mountainous terrain filled with ice and snow. Despite that, it's not the realm of ice nor water, but of light. The Renans here harvest light astral energy by diverting all of the sunlight into Lord Ganabelt's castle, where he keeps the spirit vessel and the light master core. Because of this, CYSLODIA has been cloaked under an eternal night, presumably for all 300 years of Renan rule.
Basically, it's always night in this realm. It's been that way forever. It never gets any brighter outside, even in the morning.
So it's always dark all day long?
Soon there will be only darkness. This is why this realm experiences a perpetual winter, and why the sky is always dark. This does raise some questions of, wait, how the hell is anyone or anything here alive if there's never been a drop of sunlight here for 3 centuries? CYSLODIANs like Rinwell admit that they've never seen sunlight before, yet they're in fact not dead from vitamin D deficiency.
Until I went to CALAGLIA, I'd never seen sunlight before. I'd only heard about it.
And there's plenty of trees and vegetation buried under the snow. It's cold, but not the kind of cold you would expect from, say, the dark side of a tidally locked planet. Personally, I don't really care about the science of these things. I'm dumb. I'm a dumb bitch. I'm a dumb. I'm here for a good story, and I'm already watching anime characters do magic and fight monsters in impractical get-ups. I can forgive a little Eternal Night, especially when previous Tales games have done it before, and it's never bothered me. The things I care about are usually rooted in character or story. Like before, when it came to how odd it was to not see the Renans using their advanced technology, it bothered me because it could have been used to further flesh out their civilization and introduce potential storylines of how the protagonists could work together around the advanced tech of their enemies. Here in CYSLODIA, the oppressive gloom works for how they've managed to stamp out any hope or sense of community in the Danans. So in this case, I'm here for it. If it's in service to story, that's all I care about. Science be damned. Besides, as a Winx Club girly, I'm used to worlds with one kingdom that are mostly ocean or live in eternal sunshine, so I'm primed for this. What does bother me though is the reuse of Zeugles through every realm. It's understandable given how much work has to go into designing, modeling, rigging, animating, and programming even just one anime. Low-key makes me think of a lot of videos I watched on Pokemon. I don't even play Pokemon, but I'm just fascinated on how a lot of fans have had issues since the game jumped to 3D. And oh girl, the logistical nightmares. I think there's literally a video that's like the logistical nightmare of modern Pokemon. Ooh. But with all this complexity, I can see why they would simply be recoloring enemies to match the vibe of each realm. Still, it's hard not to notice the same enemies repeating endlessly. Even a lot of the bosses. That said, and this is something that I failed to mention earlier, I appreciate that Arise returns the classic approach of having separate arenas for battle. In Zestiria and Berseria, the games had this idea that by having you simply jump into battle in the field itself, it would further immerse the player. In reality, it would often result in being forced to fight in terrain that was not designed for you to be fighting in. with characters getting caught on walls, rocks, or trees, or just a narrow strip of land. Or even worse, the camera itself being trapped or becoming your enemy. And God help you if you are fighting in one of Zesteria's frightfully cramped ruined hallways, or between a bunch of trees. Yo ass is grass. Arise, meanwhile, has special arenas devoid of these obstacles that are tailored to match the fields that they accompany. And surprisingly, they don't break immersion at all. If anything, I really appreciate the effort in giving players a proper arena to battle their foes in. Goes to show that sometimes the older games have a lot of tricks that we can learn from, and that don't need too much tweaking. Along the journey, we stop by a conveniently placed, thankfully uninhabited cabin.
Would you like to warm up some?
Aren't there people in there?
You should let yourself unwind when you get the chance.
I hope to God no one checks the basement for a book made out of human skin. I mention this because the cabin comes in handy in a bit, and it also gives us a chance to learn another of Shion's adorable quirks. Her bottomless stomach.
Happy now, Shion?
Yeah, I'd say so.
She better be, after all she ate.
I stopped before I was full, though.
What?
This girl could eat 3 to 4 servings in one sitting, even fucking 13, and still not feel full. It's kind of hilarious how casually she treats it, and the utter confusion and even disgust it inspires in everyone else.
What's wrong? Do you not like the cheese fondue that you made?
Yeah, I'm used to seeing you more excited about food.
You're not feeling sick, are you?
I guess I just don't understand what the appeal is. We could just as easily put everything on a plate and pour the cheese on top of it instead. I wish the plate-to-mouth time was shorter.
I think I understand. You don't like having to put in so much effort into eating something, do you?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Actually, now that I think about it, you're a way less fussy eater than you look, Shion.
In my book, there's no one right way to eat a meal. Tuck in, take your time, be dainty or devouring. As long as you enjoy the food, that's what counts.
In that case, don't mind if I do.
Ew!
I've never seen someone dump that much cheese on a meal before.
Not to mention the way her gluttony clashes with her high-maintenance diva vibes. It's actually quite important to her character. It's not something that you need to clock, but once you do, you kind of appreciate the way that it ties into the story later on. All I'll say right now is that it's connected to her Curse of Thorns, and themes in this game about consumption, and I am here for all of it. The story might be rough, but usually it's the character aspects that I desperately cling to. Alphen is kind of thankful to be away from CALAGLIA for now. He's become quite popular among the Danans given his status as the Liberator wielding the blazing sword, but it's a status he never asked for nor wanted.
Is it hard leaving CALAGLIA behind?
No. Actually, it's kind of a relief to be away from there. Because it was getting to the point where every man, woman, and child would come up and talk to me like they knew me. I could barely find a moment to breathe, let alone relax.
It's only natural for people to look up to those who protect them. You're a hero to those people.
I never asked to be one. I never asked to take the place of a lord in people's minds. I don't want it.
You're a strange one, Alphen. That's for sure.
He did what he did because he believed it would make people's lives better, not because he wanted fame and accolades. This will come up a few times later, but it's something I really like about Alphen's character, as it shows his sincerity and apprehension at the thought of taking a Renan Lord's spot, even if people seemingly want him there. And like many things in this game, I wish they did more with it. Rinwell is quite secretive, especially when the others ask how she managed to make it all the way to CALAGLIA safely, since the path is long, arduous, and filled with bloodthirsty Zeugles, and she's the only scout who completed the journey. Ha.
How'd you make it to CALAGLIA in the first place? I find it hard to imagine you didn't run into Zeugles along the way.
Are you good at hiding or something?
Yeah, that's it. I'm just really good at staying out of sight.
You had to have been pretty lucky to have made it the whole way unscathed.
Lucky indeed.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
It's clear something's up with her, and Shion takes note. If it's not clear, Shion and Rinwell don't exactly see eye to eye right now.
I don't like you. I really don't like you. I really, 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 really want you gone.
Shion takes a jab at the Danans turning on each other here in CYSLODIA, while Rinwell gets pissed since it's the Renans who forced them into doing that.
We should sneak past them. That was my original plan, since you all stick out so much.
Why? In case one of your people tattles on us?
It's the Renans who are making us do it.
Oh yeah? Like this Renan who you need to save your people's skin?
Oh, that's rich, coming from the Bright Eyes whose people are the reason we're in this mess in the
That's
first
enough.
place. But she started it!
3 centuries of resentment is too much to lay at a single person's feet. Same goes for you, Shion. You can't ignore the past when speaking of the present.
Rinwell is right, but she's leveraging all her hatred of Renans onto just Shion's shoulders, while Shion is being completely oblivious to the plight of the Danans. Zephyr calls them both out before their argument can escalate, especially in moments when they have bigger fish to fry. Like Rinwell, he is no fan of the Renans, but he is focused on liberation rather than carrying a personal grudge towards individual Renans. Yet he still calls out Shion for her lack of compassion and short-sightedness.
Do you think we'll really be able to wipe the Renans off the face of Dana?
Who said anything about doing that?
But we have to in order to survive, don't we?
Say we go around killing Renans, so they don't kill us first. In turn, that'll just make more and more of them want to kill us. Where does it end once you enter such a vicious cycle? I'm not saying we should forgive and forget what they've done to us, but we can't let ourselves be dragged down by our own hatred either.
With him as the level-headed peacekeeper, Zephyr quickly becomes the favorite for me and the group. In addition to what we've learned, he's easily the most engaging character of the bunch, which kind of bites the story in the ass later. He's also a great mentor figure for Alphen. He tells Alphen that there is more to being a slave than just the servant of an oppressor, and that people can become slaves to anything or anyone.
What does it mean to you to not be a slave any longer?
I guess it means living a life not being ruled by the Renans, right?
But what about the Danans who died standing up to the Renans? Are they still slaves? Would they be truly free if all they did was follow my orders and die without knowing what it was they were doing? Being a slave isn't just a position. It's also a state of mind. Don't become my slave, Alphen.
Zephyr emphasizes thinking for oneself and doing what you feel is best for yourself, rather than blindly devoting yourself to something or someone else uncritically. It's something Alphen absolutely needed to hear, given his fiery passion and naivete could easily lead him to going on autopilot when he finds a cause that entices him. Up ahead is a small village by the name of Messia 224. The 224 is a serial number, as the name Messia denotes a small village in CYSLODIAN territory, meaning they all have the same name. Presumably, this is a means to not only catalog and track the villages, but also to remove any sense of individuality or freedom from their residents. They're merely a cog in the Renan machine. As we arrive at the village gates, we find that the 224th Messia is currently under siege by the Snake Eyes, accompanied by some Renan soldiers. Shion doesn't want to get involved, but Alphen asserts that he wants to liberate the Danans in all realms, meaning he refuses to sit this one out as innocents are attacked or even killed by the Renans.
Shion.
Don't start with me. I'm not going, and that's that.
I understand. Just wait here with Rinwell till we get back, okay?
You're going in without the sword?
This is my choice, after all.
Your choice? Listen to yourself. That sword's useless to me without someone to use it. You go dying on me out there and you'll put our whole mission in jeopardy.
Naturally, Shion tags along since she needs the blazing sword. Rinwell is surprised by how far Alphen is willing to go for people of a realm that he's not even from, but Alphen asserts that it's what he believes in.
Damn those Renans. I hate seeing Danans suffering under them here, too.
I'm surprised you're so angry about it. You're not even from here.
It doesn't matter where I'm from. Enough is enough with these people.
I do love this acknowledgement of Alphen's sincerity and kindness, as it's something that seems in short supply in the cynical CYSLODIA, and also the real world, sadly. The gang charges in to take on the Snake Eyes. Alphen insists that he can't use the blazing sword in such a small village, as it would endanger the villagers. But more pressing is the Snake Eye without a mask, indicating he's a main character rather than another extra, along with the iconic pink streaks in his hair. Is dyeing your hair a thing in this world, or was he born with that? Anime.
Law, is that you?
What's going on? Aren't we supposed to be fighting them?
You're alive.
What are you doing here? The realm of CYSLODIA doesn't tolerate civil dissidents like you.
Law,
I hereby detain you in the name of his lordship!
Zephyr seems to know him, referring to him as Law. Yes, his name is Law, and he's basically a cop right now. Get the giggles out of your system, you fucking nerd. Law attacks, zoning in on Zephyr, and Zephyr refuses to fight back. Alphen tries to help, but Zephyr orders him and Xion to stay back.
What's going on, Zephyr? Why won't you fight him?
Don't hurt him.
Huh? What are you...
Please.
Never change! No! You've always got that damn look on your face! Zephyr!
I got it handled.
But he just...
He's my son.
So now you remember me. The nerve of you!
Fueled by rage, Law gets very close to killing Zephyr before Rinwell steps in. She unleashes a burst of light from what looks to be a spell book.
What in hell?!
While Law is knocked out, more Snake Eyes rush in, but Zephyr refuses to leave Law behind. While Alphen, Xion, and Rinwell are forced to escape, Zephyr gives himself up to the Snake Eyes. Y'all know where this is going. This feels like a nice payoff to the earlier setup to do with Zephyr's wife. With that added context, it leaves you wondering just what the full story here is, and how Law plays into it. We won't have all the answers until towards the end of the CYSLODIA arc, but I am very much a fan of this storyline. It adds more complexity to Zephyr, while also effectively introducing us to our next protagonist before they're even technically a protagonist. Although it does come with the added side effect that Zephyr kind of feels like the main character of this and the character I give most of a fuck about, so oops. We regroup back at the cabin, with Xion keeping watch for any Snake Eyes that might have followed us, but thankfully it seems that we're safe for the moment. Rinwell notes just how much of a coincidence it was to run into Zephyr's son, which... Girl, you're not helping your case with how suspicious and shady you're being. Xion agrees, casually pointing her rifle's reticle right between Rinwell's eyes.
I can't believe Zephyr never told us he had a son. I wonder if the rest of the Crimson Crows knew about it.
And to find him in that village of all places. Some coincidence, huh?
Those fireworks you pulled out of your hat back there. They were astral arts, weren't they?
Xion, what the hell are you doing?
Except I've never heard of a Danon who can cast astral arts. Are you a Renan?
My girl is nothing if not dramatic, and deeply unsubtle. Xion is curious as to how a Danon like Rinwell managed to pull off an astral art, since only Renans can do that. Yet, Rinwell's eyes didn't light up when she cast it. Love Xion putting the pieces together with all that Sherlock Holmes energy. Really shows how observant she is, her lack of trust in others, and her willingness to confront someone if she thinks they might be a threat, or full of shit. Of course, Rinwell is not pleased with being accused of being a Renan. As it turns out, Rinwell is a mage, a rare Danon who is able to wield astral arts. Her people were persecuted by other Danons long before the Renans first arrived. This forced the mages to live in hiding, and Rinwell's parents drilled it into her from a young age that she was never to reveal or use her abilities in front of anyone, even the Danon rebellions. Her astral arts are what allowed her to make it to CALAGLIA safely. Xion is bewildered as to how Rinwell would hide her abilities when they could be used against the Renans, prompting another argument between the two.
What amazes me is how anyone could have that kind of power and yet keep it hidden all this time. Didn't you ever want to use it to help your people?
Don't talk like you know the first thing about me, Renan!
That's enough. Zephyr wouldn't want this.
While it is insensitive, Xion's bluntness is sincere, as she genuinely does not understand why someone wouldn't do everything they can to achieve their goals. Given how driven she is to the point of betraying her own people, she likely doesn't understand why anyone with great power would keep it hidden away.
All I care about is taking out the Lords, okay? Which is no doubt what her people want too. Using her powers to help do it only makes sense.
Another thing I love about characters like her? A frightening lack of people skills. Alphen de-escalates the situation, officially donning the mantle of peacekeeper in Zephyr's stead. He's not quite as good at it as Zephyr, especially since he can be quite broody at times himself, but I do appreciate his focus on making sure they all work together to save Zephyr. It helps to keep the party tolerable when this is probably when they'll be the most at each other's throats. I enjoy the conflict between the characters, but it could have easily become insufferable without someone like Alphen to balance out the scales. Rinwell officially joins the party now. In a way, she agrees with Xion. Her powers will be invaluable in helping to rescue Zephyr. She uses astral arts and is long-range like Xion, but she's more focused on offense and stat boosts than healing. Her boost attack allows her to interrupt any astral arts being built up by enemy spellcasters, and she can even steal those arts to use herself. It's quite handy when you're dealing with an enemy or a group of enemies who are particularly strong astral arts users. Yet the tutorial won't happen for quite a while, given most of the Zeugles that we'll be dealing with here don't cast any astral arts. But it's still handy to have. And I think it still does some damage? I'm still not sure. But it feels cathartic, and that's what matters. Rinwell is also voiced by Christine Marie Cabanos, who also voices Simone in Tales of Systeria.
Is it not right that Seraphim, whose blessings only cause misfortune, should not be allowed to exist? Was not his very existence evil to the core, and deserving of extermination?
And Sailor Saturn in Sailor Moon.
I'm called the Guardian of Destruction, because I have the forbidden power to destroy planets.
I absolutely love how adorable yet edgy her performance is. It's perfectly suited to Rinwell, and it's nice to see her as more of an outright protagonist since I'm used to her being either antagonists or morally gray supporting characters. The running theme though is very, very aggressively moody small girl. When we return to Messia, we learn that Zephyr was taken to the capital city of CYSLODIA, meaning it's more trekking from here. Good. Honestly, the journey to CYSLODIA is longer than all the events that go down in CYSLODIA, which is kinda wild. We at least get to learn about camping conversations here. Before bed, Alphen can speak with one of the party members, giving us a skit to bond with them a bit more. You get the chance to have a new conversation once every in-game hour. It does incentivize you to play a bit more, but I also wish they would just let you talk to your fucking party members whenever you like. The first conversation is one you don't get a choice in. Shocking, I know. Alphen wants to chat with Xion, but Xion doesn't understand small talk, since she's only used to having conversations out of obligation when they're of practical use.
And here I was thinking I could get some rest. Is something the matter?
No, nothing like that.
Then if it's all the same to you, I'll be going to sleep, thanks.
Is chatting with me really that much of a drag?
I just don't get the point, that's all. Is there some pressing reason why we have to talk right now?
It would seem she's an alumna of the Artorias Colbrand School of Parlance. And also, Alphen is clearly trying to warm Xion up to make it easier for her and Rinwell to work together, which I love.
What if one of us suddenly got sick?
Then I'd cure them with my healing arts and we'd move on.
That's easy for you to say. But for the person doing the asking, it may not be so easy to approach you.
If they can't work up the courage to approach me, that's their problem. Unless you're suggesting I'd refuse to heal someone for the fun of it.
I didn't say that.
Xion admits this in a moment of vulnerability where she seems to actively want to understand Alphen's approach of them all at least trying to be a little more sociable with each other.
If we're going to be traveling together, it makes more sense to do it as companions, rather than being at each other's throats the whole time.
I still don't get it. But I do understand that whatever it is, it obviously must mean a lot to you. I'm not trying to make things more difficult for you just for the sake of it. So, I'll make more of an effort to talk every now and then, even when we don't have to. Happy?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Then if you don't mind, I'm going to get some sleep. Have a good night.
Didn't get it, huh?
Rinwell is still distrustful of Xion, trying to warn Alphen not to get close to her because, you know, Renan.
I saw you talking with that Bright Eyes before lights out last night. Mind telling me what you two discussed?
I just figured that maybe she would open up a little if I tried talking to her.
What? Her? She's a Renan. I know we're working with her, but that doesn't mean we have to play nice with her.
Look, we're all going to be traveling together for a while. It's only going to make things harder if we're at each other's throats. If all we do is bark orders at each other instead of working together, that's not much different than how it is for the rest of us. I think it's important that we all understand each other and work together as equals, if it's at all possible.
Do we, though? Because I sure don't get the feeling she means to do the same.
As soon as Zephyr disappears, all hell breaks loose.
But Alphen insists that they all need to work together to achieve their goal.
Hey, Shion!
What? You heard her. She's got a point. Our cover was blown last night. Where's the sense in sneaking around?
And what if there are soldiers lurking about?
They would have followed us to the cabin already. Relax. The coast is clear. Let's hurry and speak to the villagers.
Is she always like that? I don't know how you managed to put up with her.
What makes you think I'm managing?
Something really cute is that Shion keeps the fashion stuff up while also trying to use it as a chance to bond with Rinwell. It is really cute, but of course, Rinwell tells her to die in a fire.
Huh? Why are you looking at me like that?
Are those mage clothes that you're wearing?
So what if they are?
The large hood is cute. And it's big enough to hold Hootle, too.
Huh?
And the way the fabric is cut into strips is really unique. I had no idea this sort of fashion existed on Dana.
Quit staring!
Did I say something to offend you?
No, I think she's just not used to the attention.
Alphen says it's because Rinwell isn't used to the attention, which is sort of true. But we all know it's because Rinwell hates Shion's guts. She hated her from the moment she saw her. Which makes Rinwell's concept art even funnier, since she was gonna have a giant-ass gun herself. Now, I'm not a gun girly, so I don't know all the different types. But I am here for the vibe of a tiny gal with a giant-ass gun. Probably for the same reason I love a high femme queen in a gown with a giant gun. Again, more sci-fi vibes. But since Rinwell's a mage, I'm okay with hers being a more fantasy vibe. And I actually love her final design way more than the rags they were gonna put her in initially. Plus, 2 characters with guns would probably been a bit odd and redundant. At least ones that look as similar as these, to me. They might be entirely different for all I fucking know, I don't know. We make our way through the Rudir Forest, which is, you guessed it, another jaunt from point A to point B, which is 25% windier than usual. I do like the treacherous atmosphere from the strong winds, as well as the low visibility from the constant blizzard, which adds to the feeling of peril as you try to navigate around all of the Zeugles. But again, it is point A to point B. Along the way, we have to fight a giant wolf, because of course we do. Again, not a fan of the giant monster fights. Yes, you should expect to have to fight these kinds of monsters along the way in an RPG, but I tend to appreciate when these fights tie into the overarching story somehow. Berseria did that all the time, whether the plot or the characters. Arise, however, will throw tons of random giant monsters at you that have jack shit to do with anything. Actually, I'm remembering a quote now that they really liked having giant enemies just to show off what they were capable of and to increase the scope of intimidation of enemies and also how epic the game was supposed to feel. And I feel like they really fucking went overboard. And my god, these things are damage sponges. Part of Arise's idea of challenging you is by giving enemies an ungodly amount of health. And it just gets worse as the game goes on. It makes these fights not only irrelevant, but also a fucking slog. It turns what should be an exhilarating battle into a chore that just keeps going and going and going. After killing the wolf, we encounter a sight most disturbing. A man killing wolves.
What do you notice now?
It smells like blood.
All these Zeugles. They're dead. What happened here?
They didn't do this to each other. So then how?
One person did all of this?
I know. The horror of it all. Someone call PETA. Real talk, why is this a scary sight? We just spent this entire trail slaughtering Zeugles.
Flashback.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
This genuinely is not intimidating or scary. I don't care how many Zeugles it was he killed, but for some reason they're all utterly petrified as they watch the carnage from behind a tree. Hypocritical much? Alphen exposed.
Your face is exposed.
If anything, I'd be asking this guy if he wants to, join us. He could be another traveler just like us for all we know. Maybe one of the silver swords too, but Rinwell doesn't say whether he is or not. Actually, him joining our party would have made for some interesting dynamics, especially considering where his character winds up going later on. I'd be fucking here for that. The guy spots us and, presumably feeling judged, pieces the heck out. He waves his wannabe Sephiroth sword, then vanishes in a swirl of blue light.
Bye, bitch.
The man knows how to dramatically leave a party. I commend that. They all comment on how powerful and skilled he is, and I'm just sitting here like, was it really that much more impressive than what we were just doing?
Do you think he could have been the lord we're looking for? Ganabelt?
I doubt a lord would deign to roam around a place like this alone. Besides, what business would a Renan have with killing Zeugles?
Now that I look at it, it was a good call staying out of his way, I think. Look at this. He took them out with a single slice. This guy's no amateur. You okay?
Yeah.
At the very least, we know he can't be a Renan Lord, because why would a Renan Lord ever be slaughtering Zeugles? We're gonna go back to that later, but in a very dumb, roundabout way, so hang on to it. Fucking hell. And I have your wine ready. Jeez, you'll fucking need it. We won't talk about him or see him for quite a while now. He's only known as the mysterious swordsman. But rest assured, this encounter was aggressively contrived. Even knowing who he actually is, there's no reason for him to be here at all, of all places. He was only dropped in here in the middle of nowhere so that he could cross paths with our protagonists. And even then, it was not very impactful. So, congrats guys, you achieved nothing. Your prize is a 7-hour video from me. That said, I do dig his design. I love the long, dark blue tattered cloak with all the feathers. It's given Raven Bronwyn energy, but that also makes me deeply concerned for the future. That I know about, because I'm clairvoyant. Like Phoebe Halliwell. My proof is that I totally guessed the thing with the dad in Unicorn Academy when my friend put it on in the background. Get wrecked. 35. That joke will make sense by the end of the video. Once that pointlessness is over with, thank God, we encounter another owl, this one hanging out on a little tree stump. So cute! When we speak to it, because we speak to owls I guess, we're suddenly transported to another realm free of CYSLODIA's barren cold. We've been kidnapped by owls, and honestly, I'm okay with that. The owls are the fae of Dana, you heard it from me. This here is the Owl Forest, a kind of sanctuary where all the owls of Dana gather together once we find them. The owls are all colored for the realm that we find them in. Fun fact, Danan owls are white like Hoodle when they're born, and their fur changes to the color of the astral energy that they're around as they get older, hence why all the owls match the color of their realms. That also means that when Hoodle gets older, he'll probably have, rainbow fur to represent he's been everywhere.
How awesome would it be if his head and wings were different colors? And his stomach and sides, like a map of our travels! Ow, lay off, will ya? So much for the heat making him docile!
You've only yourself to blame for that one. Hoodle takes pride in his appearance, you know.
An appreciation of aesthetic beauty in an owlet so young.
Dohalim, I think you've drawn his attention.
Gay Hoodle rights, gay owl rights. Also, insert some Zisteria joke here about the whites and the canvas and all the colors, the stain, the white. There's something in there, I know it is, and I'm just too tired.
Lord Heldoff, my master. Can these people truly be stained with the colors you desire?
The owls here are led by a king and queen, complete with mustache and adorable goofy crowns.
Something about it seems almost regal, don't you think?
What if it was the king of the owls?
Would that make the other one the queen?
You think so?
Yes, they're clearly a pair.
Alphen and Xion interpret for them, with Alphen speaking for the king and Xion the queen, in case you couldn't tell they're soulmates. It is so cute when they'll mimic the argument between the king and queen and inadvertently wind up talking about their own relationship. I'm absolute fucking trash for this shit, I admit it.
It's my responsibility to protect our friends.
Stop trying to take everything upon yourself.
This is what the owls are saying?
Of course.
Not only does finding owls reward us with little attachments, but with every certain number of owls found, the Owl King awards us with a color palette swap for our main outfit. So great. Okay, look, it's cute and it's another fun way to reward the player, but it's also a reminder of just how few outfits are available in the base game. Oh dear God. If you want more, you'll have to buy DLC outfit packs after already paying for the damn game. Truly, this era is hell. I much miss the older era of games when Tales games would just let you unlock outfits through side quests and achieving certain titles. But as we all know, capitalism demands profits, so suffer we shall, I guess. As we leave, Rinwell considers having Hootle stay here with the other owls. It's a recurring question she has through the whole game, wondering if Hootle would be better off with his own kind rather than constantly being around humans.
I must say, though, we've found quite a number of owls. It's a testament to how much you care for Hootle, Rinwell.
I wonder which branch Hootle will perch on.
Rinwell?
Oh, nothing. Don't mind me. Well, come on. The perches are only half filled. We've got to find the rest of the owls.
According to Rinwell, Hootle is her only friend. They've only had each other. Actually, I'm not sure if they met before Rinwell's tragic past, so I don't fucking know. And also, Hootle's a baby. I do love their connection, though, and how Hootle reflects Rinwell's struggle to trust and connect with others as she opens up to them over the course of the game. Oh, I'm in pain. As we approach CYSLODIA after 84 goddamn years of walking, Shion muses on her suspicions. She's no longer distrustful of Rinwell, but she thinks there's a chance she might be an unwitting pawn in someone else's scheme. It is a bit convenient that we've been summoned to CYSLODIA and encountered as much as we have on our way to its capital. And as we'll discover later, she was entirely correct. Though it doesn't really help the main villain of this arc very much. The Silver Swords help us sneak into the city through an underground passage. Though they seem to be friendly with Rinwell, they don't know she's a mage. At least, I assume that they don't. She doesn't name any of them except for the group's second in command. We'll talk a little bit later about her lacking role in the Silver Swords, but we also learned that the other scouts somehow made it back to CYSLODIA safely.
When we all got separated, I thought...
They're fine. They all got back in one piece. Well, Azugul took a bite out of 2 of our guys, but what matters is you're safe.
None of them died on the journey, apparently. Not that we'll meet any of them. Weird that the game that wants to be darker spared the off-screen extras, though. I love the design of CYSLODIA. Like all the cities, it feels like a massive step up from previous games. In particular, I really enjoy the medieval vibe going on here, with the architecture of the houses and the fortress walls. Unfortunately, it's more, and say it with me now, corridors. It's honestly even more egregious when a town or a city is designed this way. It really kills the whole people actually live here aspect. We meet up with the Silver Swords, led by, as I like to call him, Menek the Menace, the man who always sneers from ear to ear.
The name's Menek, leader of the Silver Swords.
And yes, it is as frightful as it sounds. Dude looks like a really derpy, maniacal snake given human form. I'm sure he has nothing but good intentions for us.
Foreshadowing is...
The first order of business is for him to question why we're working with a Renan. Makes sense, given the Silver Swords are bound to be distrustful of others, especially a Renan. But take note of the way that he's immediately trying to instill doubt within the party.
And I wish I could extend my warmest welcome to you all, but if my eyes don't deceive me, you appear to have a Renan in your midst. If she is your prisoner, that's a rather loose leash you have her on.
She's not a prisoner.
So why do I get the feeling there's a rat about the house? No offense intended. See, I've grown comfortable with the likely outcome I'll be stabbed in the back. But stabbed in the front?
Alphen, of course, defends Shion. If she isn't welcome, he's ready to walk right out the door. It does the trick, but Shion is surprised by how hard Alphen goes up to bat for her, since she's not exactly used to all of this kindness from other people.
If you want to send her away, fine. But you'll lose me too.
I see. Trust isn't about as short supply as light around these parts, and mine more than anyone's. But I'll choose to believe you.
In any case, Menek agrees to help find information on Zephyr in exchange for Alphen's group helping to liberate CYSLODIA. We learn here that Rinwell hasn't been with the Silver Swords for very long, but we don't get very clear answers on when she joined them.
Have you and Menek known each other for long, Rinwell?
No, not really. I haven't been with the Silver Swords for all that long, truth be told.
Something important to know about Rinwell is that she's very hesitant to talk about her past when it comes to being a Danon mage.
You said you and your family used to live in hiding, right? Because you were a mage. Where did all the other mages go? Sorry, I didn't realize it was such a sensitive topic.
Which does make sense, but the vagueness that never really gets clarified. And this lack of history leaves us without context to better understand her past, and by extension, her character and motivations. It makes her feel like she's just kinda here just to be here, and it definitely undermines her role in the Silver Swords. She feels less like a member and more like a business acquaintance, and a very detached one at that. It's giving Batman being a part-time member of the Justice League, except he only clocks about 2 hours a week, so no one's exactly sure why he's still on the payroll.
You have to come with us, Bruce.
I don't have to do anything. I'm a part-timer, remember?
Actually, he took it a lot better than I'd expected.
Except in Batman's case, he's a billionaire who gets to bankroll the Justice League. Love you, Bats, but pay your damn taxes. In the meantime, we decide to explore CYSLODIA a bit to get an idea of what we're up against. Life here in the city kinda sucks.
Worst city ever!
Because people are so eager to report each other to get what they need to survive from the Snake Eyes, even the slightest action catching people's attention will get you reported and arrested. And don't try hiding in your house to avoid people either. Stay cooped up too long and people will get suspicious of what you're hiding and report you anyway. Kinda wish they amplified the tech aspect of this being a hyper-surveillance state. Maybe the tech in your home listens to you and the Snake Eyes collect that data, cause that's totally not something police in the real world do. No, definitely not. Totally not. And to my designated FBI agent, Gary, how are the kids? How's life, Gary? Shion insists that we not waver and we march right to where we need to go.
We should probably go someplace where there aren't so many. Shion!
We already stick out here like a sore thumb as it is, so I think it's better if we just walk confidently out in the open. Don't look anxious. Just walk firmly and look like you have a destination in mind.
Strut your stuff. Walk like life is a runway, bitch. I really love this from Shion, since it shows her confidence and bluntness genuinely coming in handy. And I'd imagine she also had to learn this to survive the solitude of her Curse of Thorns. Of course, Rinwell still fucking hates her.
What, is sticking to the plan too much of a hassle for her? This is why Renans are the worst.
At the city center is the Reveal Prison Tower, Ganabelt's castle where the spirit vessel is held, and all the light astral energy is gathered. The surrounding towers are the floodlights, powered by Danon's slaves who have been arrested by the Snake Eyes.
Any Danons accused of dissent against CYSLODIA's lord are rounded up and brought here, then put to work.
And you think Zephyr might be in there with them?
We have no clue what kind of labor they're being made to do, nor do we approach or enter these floodlights. It's so odd to have them and just not do anything with them. I would have expected some kind of mission to turn off all the floodlights. At least then it would make the CYSLODIA arc feel more engaging, and make the city feel like more than just a hallway. We've also yet to meet Ganabelt properly. Despite his Zoom call with Balsef very early on in the game, he has the same issue of lacking presence. Except somehow worse, we don't know anything about him as a foe. Again, kinda makes me appreciate the Sly Cooper games, with how they build up their villains' presence through their backstories in the introductory cutscenes to each episode, occasional encounters through jobs before the final heist, and indirect characterization through the territory that they control. And yes, those who know what's coming, I can hear your dissent now. We'll get to my issues with that plot point when we get there, but suffice to say, I would have liked more build-up to Ganabelt's character. Anyhow, Shion gives us a quick lesson about astral energy.
Well, thank you, Professor.
In addition to the elements of water, fire, earth, wind, and light, there's also a sixth element, darkness.
Darkness is the heart's.
Darkness isn't gathered for the crown contest, nor assigned to a realm, because dark astral energy can only be found on RENA. Likewise, light astral energy only exists on Dana, which also means that Danon mages like Rinwell can't use darkness, while Renans like Shion can't use light.
The only exception to that rule on the Renan end is likely the Lord here, who has the Light Master core.
It looks like they're collecting light here the same way they were fire back in CALAGLIA.
And because of all of that, it also means that there's supposedly no Dark Master Core. Remember that. During our tour of the city, we come across Law, who's wandering the streets aimlessly. Naturally, we confront him in a nearby alley via cutscene, because actually fighting him would be far too exciting.
Where are you keeping Zephyr? We're here to rescue him.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Isn't he your father?
Oh yeah, easy to forget that after he abandoned me.
Abandoned?
All my old man ever cared about was sticking it to the bright eyes. He never even made it to Mom's funeral.
Now, Law is originally from CALAGLIA, and I'm pretty sure there aren't formal funeral processes there. Admittedly, it might be in a text box that I missed at some point, but maybe don't hide that shit in a voiceless text box. More on that later. But I distinctly remember a conversation later in the game about why Danans have no surnames, and it having to do with how they handle their dead. The story to do with Law is compelling, but it also kind of further convolutes the culture among Danan slaves. And yes, we will get to how he arrived in CYSLODIA in a little while, and it surprisingly kind of makes Law's character more interesting, but in a very hypothetical way.
So you become an agent for the local lord?
You got a problem with that? You're not exactly one to talk, keeping company with a Renan woman. You think you know her, but wait until she has a choice between you and her people. I may have become an agent for the Renans, but at least I'm here trying to soothe the agony of my people from the inside. What's your excuse?
Not sure how exactly, given the Snake Eyes just seem to torment people day in and day out for funsies. Homeboy thinks he's Flynn Shifo from Tales of Vesperia out here, but he ain't. Vesperia girlies, you get it. You get it. Really, it's all just an excuse for Law because he has no other place in the world, which Shion clocks immediately.
I don't buy it. No. You're running because you're scared. You think you're the only one who's had to suffer?
Right now, Law is very angsty and confrontational, which makes sense given how much shit he has seen up until this point. But it definitely gives me whiplash when we see his actual personality shine through later. Shion reads him for filth, saying he's only running because he's scared. In my mind, because of everything Shion has been through, she's acutely aware of how many people out there will use their own suffering as justification for hurting others. Shion may be stone cold, but there's a reason for it. Trust me. She doesn't intend to hurt people because Shion has been forced since birth to be deeply intentional about how she interacts with others. It's a complexity that makes me utterly adore her. You go, my rude queen. And honestly, with all the weird contradictions of Law's character that don't feel at all purposeful, I find Shion's brief roast extremely cathartic.
Word to the wise, people like you
Enough!
make me...
Especially when Law goes to fight her, only to get shocked by her thorns. Still one of my top 10 moments of the game, not gonna lie.
What the hell did you do? Damn you!
Oh, and you know what makes it even funnier? I don't know if you've noticed, but Law here is voiced by Bryce Papenbrook, aka that one guy in every anime, like Eren from Attack on Titan, or Kirito from Sword Art Online.
Kirito and Asuna, you two come here often?
Nope. This is our first time visiting.
Or most hilariously, Cat Noir from Miraculous Ladybug. Oh my god.
I'm so glad you could tell the real cat from the fake one.
Once you hear it, you can never unhear it. And you will never take him seriously again. I do love Bryce's performance here. He's kind of the perfect fit for Himbo Law. But the weird edgy whiplash of his character at first, combined with the fact that Bryce is in literally everything, can make it quite jarring to listen to. Naturally, Alphen gives a speech about how Zephyr is a good man.
I don't know what happened between you and your father, but what I do know is that when you fought back at the village, he wouldn't raise a hand to strike you. I've never seen Zephyr back down from a fight, but he could never hurt his own son. And when he said he was staying behind, I think it was because he wasn't willing to abandon you.
Why are you so determined to help my father?
Zephyr is the reason I took up the sword. He taught me how to think for myself, and I want to learn more.
It's a genuinely cute, endearing moment, but it is also hampered a bit by the breakneck pace. He taught me everything I know in the week that I've known him. Again, it feels like Alphen just got the blazing sword like a week or two ago, and he's already talking like he's known Zephyr for a lifetime. Like, oh my god, cool you jets.
I don't know where they're keeping my dad now. All I've heard is that they're going to publicly execute him in the plaza in front of headquarters.
Execute?
Thank you. You did the right thing.
If they're going to execute him in the plaza, then it'll be too dangerous for us to go alone.
Let's ask Menek. He should be able to sneak us in.
Sounds good to me. Let's have a chat with him.
With this heads up, we head back to the Silver Swords, hoping to whip up a plan of attack with Menek. Law, meanwhile, just continues staring at his own feet. Because drama. As soon as we return to warn Menek, unfortunately, the Snake Eyes descend, laying siege to the hideout. While the Silver Swords hang back to hold down the fort, Rinwell leads us down through a secret escape route, secret tunnel, into the sewers. Ew! Yep, there's no escaping the infamous video game sewer level, not even in the ever-ambitious Tales of fucking Arise. Is anyone a fan of sewer levels in games? In reality, they're fucking disgusting disease pits, but in games, they tend to be very boring, samey-looking corridors filled with sludge and goop and ew. Even Berseria could not escape this goddamn sewer level curse. Arises aren't much different. The only interesting aspect here design-wise are the green-tinted lights, but that's it. Thankfully, the corridor itself is not too long, but just because it isn't soul-destroying doesn't mean I'm about to award it a gold star. But what makes this sewer level truly dreadful is the boss waiting at the end, the goddamn giant slime.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Looks like we found our mystery resident.
The Snake Eyes must have kept it here in case of intruders.
We can't let it slow us down. Let's finish it and keep moving.
This thing haunts my nightmares. It was dreadful the first time I fought it, but when I was replaying the game with my friend, it was flat out torture. For whatever reason, this is a perfect case for how many bosses are just giant monsters that are goddamn damage sponges. It takes forever to kill this fucking thing. Meanwhile, Rinwell and Shion are dying every 30 seconds as the slime crushes their spines, and I'm forced to use all my goddamn items just to scrape by. Do you losers think gels grow on trees? Just like the wolf, the slime has fuck all to do with the story. Supposedly the Snake Eyes left it here as a trap, but if you were to remove it, absolutely nothing about the story would change. These things make up like half the bosses in this game. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's more than half. I'm pretty sure it's most. And they feel like obligatory wastes of time more than anything else. The CYSLODIA arc is already reaching its crescendo and finale, yet we've only just reached the capital, and nothing of importance has really happened since then. More happened for the plot on the 5,000-mile trek here. I much would have preferred some more time to deal with Ganabelt and some other character villains, rather than this shit. Maybe we could have even fought Law here as our last-ditch effort to try and get through to him. It would have been better than this fucking slime. Once we're through, we're taken to the Silver Sword's backup hideout, which was secretly built by Bregan, Menek's second in command. Don't worry if you forget he exists, he doesn't matter. But no rest for the boring up in here. The Renans begin playing a live broadcast, as Zephyr is going to be executed.
Right now.
The CALAGLIAN dissident will forthwith be executed in witness of His Excellency Lord Ganabelt.
Future self-editing, add the Morticia Adams meme, or I will haunt you. Citizens are required to watch it at home or be sent to prison. I assume their tech is watching and listening to them, so surveillance state. Though I do wonder what the hell else their TV show them when this isn't happening. Are there movies and TV shows here in CYSLODIA? I assume it's all Renan propaganda, which I for one would love to see, which also has me wondering, are they filming it up on LENEGIS? Does LENEGIS have like a whole movie and propaganda industry up there? Seriously, what a missed opportunity to flesh out the culture of this world, while also playing into all the cool surveillance state tropes that would come naturally with this kind of cyberpunk-esque dystopia. But on the note of the TV, this had my friend cackling when we played it. Because the sci-fi vibes were never properly established and were never really reinforced all that well, we had gone so long without anything sci-fi that by the time that we got here, she started howling. Probably because this flat screen TV is just casually hanging in the middle of what looks like a fantasy tavern complete with fantasy lanterns everywhere. It's absolutely fucking wild. See, maybe if CYSLODIA had, I don't know, giant screens everywhere of Renan propaganda, all Jack 2 Haven City style, we wouldn't be having these problems. In any case, we've got to save Zephyr, because he's the best character in this fucking game. I refuse to let anything happen to him. So Alphen's gang rushes to the plaza against all reason. Artorias hates it. Shion wants us to hang back until we get a plan together, but Alphen refuses to stand by and let Zephyr be killed. Unfortunately, we aren't able to get through the soldiers before it begins, because we need to maximize the drama of this moment. Lord Ganabelt stands atop the castle walls surrounding the plaza like the diva he is, while Zephyr remains bound to the scaffold below.
Attention, citizens, subjects, and slaves of CYSLODIA. I, Lord Ganabelt Valkyris, do formally open these proceedings. Now, embedded, you should listen carefully. Before my final verdict, I am prepared to offer you an unprecedented chance at mercy. Where are your comrades? Give them up before those assembled, and I shall spare you your life.
Not sure how he could though, since Zephyr is from CALAGLIA, and he hasn't even met any of the Silver Swords. Kinda got captured before he even reached CYSLODIA, my guy. But even if he did know, what matters is Zephyr would never give up his friends. So instead, he decides to give a timely speech about his mistakes and regrets. And they're of course not what any Renan Lord would care to hear. Before we begin, I'd like to just state that there are no visible cameras recording any of this. It's being broadcast to all of CYSLODIA, yet we are not seeing how. Okay. I'll just assume that the bricks in the walls are all secretly microscopic cameras or something. The walls have eyes. No, literally, there are microscopic cameras in there.
First, tell the people about the mistakes you made. Then, the whereabouts of your friends.
Mistakes, huh? Where to start? I've made so many in my life that I've lost count. All my life I've had to fight, but I have known nothing but loss. I was so caught up in the struggle to survive in this world that I ended up neglecting my own family. I have lost so many good friends. I even lost my wife and my son. I'll never be able to fix these mistakes. Not a single one.
It sounds to me as if the greatest mistake of your life was never learning to stay down when you were beaten.
A good man once told me if I take up this fight, I'd have to pay a price. Turns out he was right.
No, they never say who this person was, and it genuinely upsets me.
After all, the very people and things I was fighting to protect the most were payment. I don't regret keeping up the fight for a second. But still, not a single day goes by when I do not think about what I have lost. Not telling others how much they truly meant to me before it was too late. That is your answer. That's the greatest mistake of my life. Do yourselves a favor and never become like me. Don't continue to make the same mistakes until it's too late to fix them. Ask yourself what it is you couldn't bear to lose. What do you want to protect with all of your might? Then hold on and never let go!
That's quite enough.
Listen to that voice deep inside of you! Together, no wall can hold you back! And the same goes for the ones the Lord made you build inside your own hearts!
For the little flaws I have mentioned, this is genuinely one of the best moments of the game, and reinforces just how much I love Zephyr's character. The fact he's willing to own up to his shortcomings and what could very well be his final moments goes to show his strength and sincerity. Law, having been listening to this the whole time, is moved by his father's words, and so rushes in to rescue him.
You still hanging in there, Dad?
Law, you saved me.
Damn you. I've been such an idiot.
I need to...
Now's not exactly the best time to catch up.
Again, a great moment that serves as payoff to what we know of Law and Zephyr's relationship so far. I wish we got some more interactions with Law leading up to this, but for what it is, I really do appreciate this moment. I don't quite care about Law yet, but I kinda care about him, solely because of his connection to Zephyr. Alphen arrives in the nick of time, though Ganabelt seems to have planned on this.
I thought I'd ordered for you to be relieved of your duties until all this was over. I'll see to it the person at fault is reprimanded appropriately.
What?
Oh, well. You've served your purpose more excellently than anyone could have hoped.
Zephyr!
If it isn't the infamous Alphen of CALAGLIA. And he's joined by his fellow conspirators, the likes of Traitor and a Danan witch.
They're not conspirators. They're friends.
Naturally, Xion hears Alphen say that they're friends, and her head snaps in shock like she's in The Fucking Exorcist. Genuinely, this makes me cackle every fucking time. She's like, "What the fuck did you just call me, you loser?" Right on cue, Mennek and Bregan arrive as backup. Strangely, Xion's Master Core begins to act up, manifesting itself in beaming with light. This is because the Master Cores react to each other when they're close enough. Annoying this was not set up beforehand, because we have no clue what it actually means until after the upcoming reveal, so thanks, game.
The Master Core's acting up. What is it?
Mennek?
I was hoping to drag this out a little longer.
But that's a Master Core. What?
No, Dad! So the Master Cores react to each other, I see. How interesting. You can drop the act. It's over. All this time, it was really you? Every second.
You stand before the Lord of CYSLODIA, Ganabelt Valkyris in the flesh.
You mean a Renan Lord's been leading the Danan resistance?
You're not the only one skilled in the art of deception, you know. A mere side vocation in my own case, but sufficient in bringing the blazing sword of CALAGLIA to my doorstep.
Me? All of this was just to get to me?
It's been Ganabelt all along. And I killed Zephyr, too. I guess the Ganabelt up on the castle walls was just one of the guards or Snake Eyes disguised. Not sure. I'm also assuming that Ganabelt was able to do this through using light to create illusions. That never really gets established, and this is the only time he creates illusions. Unless you count the annoying lightning clones from his boss fight later. So, talk about a wasted opportunity. Illusions often make for great villains, and would work perfectly for the amount of deception and treachery present in the CYSLODIA arc. Not to mention we've had illusory villains before, like Melchior in Tales of Berseria, aka your frightfully evangelical uncle who talks about how everyone is sinful and evil because we're too gay, even though the man is wearing the gayest hat I have ever seen. Having a similar villain like Ganabelt, who's less evangelical and more straight-up Machiavellian, would have done wonders. But sadly, Ganabelt could never. He could never. I mean, can you see him pulling off that hat? I can't. I'd also like to ask if Ganabelt has been using his Master Core to disguise himself as Mennek the entire time. Why the hell did Xion's Master Core not light up until just now? Why wasn't it going off in the moment we first entered the Silver Sword's hideout? Not only did this rule not get established beforehand, but it also isn't even consistent. Oh joy. And no, the Master Core reactions will never behave this way going forward with the other Renan Lords either. So, I genuinely don't know why they waited to introduce this until just now when they were just gonna throw it out immediately. Why even have it in the first place? Just have them turn around and have Ganabelt holding the core and the knife. Just cut the Xion bit entirely. We also seem to take this very personally, that the Silver Swords have seemingly always been run by a lord in disguise. I'm not exactly sure when this started. Again, the world just came into existence yesterday, but it seems odd Ganabelt would allow this. Maybe he was amused by letting the Silver Swords think that they had the upper hand all this time. Maybe he thought this was a better way to keep them under control, not seeing them as enough of a threat to entirely squash them. But we never established any of these as reasons why he posed as Menec. He just did it for the sake of this twist. Not to mention, the characters take it super personally, despite the fact that we just met the man, like, not even a half hour ago. Even Rinwell admits she hasn't known Menec for very long, because we have no idea how long she's been part of the Silver Swords. It doesn't even really register as a betrayal because there was never any emotional investment in Menec to begin with. Not to mention that because of this, we lost a lot of chances to foreshadow this with his presence as Ganabelt. So it suffers in both aspects. One of those cool idea, shit execution things.
Alvin! Zephyr is...
Dad! Dad!
That's a special poison. Ordinary healing arts will do you no good.
No, we don't know what kind of poison he used. Would have been great to establish this poison existing, beforehand, especially as something often used by the Snake Eyes in their more covert operations or assassinations. That way, when this happened, it would hit a lot harder. Maybe it comes from some kind of specific material or plant which only grows here in CYSLODIA. Maybe Menec could have even fetched us to go get it, thus setting up this moment and making us go, oh, fuck, we've been had. Actually, now I'm realizing a plot element from later on could have been used here, but fuck me, I guess.
I wouldn't fret about it, friends. You'll all be dead soon enough.
Alphen is pissed, naturally, which gives us a chance to have a quick tutorial about Mystic Arts. In Tales games, Mystic Arts are these big, flashy moves that do the most damage, which can only be triggered when certain conditions are met, and these change in pretty much every game. To encourage you to focus more on evasion, an overlimit state will occur when you manage to evade enough attacks in a battle. I genuinely can't even remember if there's a set number or anything. You won't be staggered in this temporary state, and if you string together a long enough combo, you can press and hold two of the art buttons, triangle, square, and X, to use your Mystic Art, with stronger Mystic Arts you unlock later in the game being triggered when you string together a longer combo.
Dragon Form! Coming through! Ha! No! Scarlet Inferno!
Mystic Arts are always a visual highlight, and I do like the emphasis on evasion here, but dear god, I hate having to press that many fucking buttons to use it. I always find myself having to hold down all three just to make sure it fucking works. Not gonna lie, Mystic Arts hit different back in Abyss. Easier to cast, and weirdly, I think they did way more damage back then too. Overwhelmed and outnumbered, Law uses a smoke bomb to help us escape. This is the only time in the game he or anyone else ever uses a smoke bomb, which deeply amuses me, because it feels so aggressively first draft. Like, oh shit, how do we get them out of here? Smoke bomb. Yeah, I'll make that a bit better later. And then later never came. Ganabelt expects us to return, ordering the guards to prepare a welcome committee. It's really giving that this is a convoluted scheme and he predicted all of what's happened down to the letter. Again, kinda like Melchior. But unfortunately, Ganabelt is not as compelling nor interesting as Melchior. Not by a long shot. We retreat to Bregan's hideout. Not automatically, no, they instead make you walk the hallway back. Not sure why, since this doesn't really add anything to the experience. Finally making it there, Shion indeed confirms that she can't stop the poison from shutting down Zephyr's systems. Regardless, he thanks her for trying, telling the kids that this fight is in their hands now. His vision darkens, unable to see that Law is by his side. He tries to say one last thing to his son as he holds out his hand, but before Law can take it,
Always.
Dad. This can't be. No, it can't. We never. I didn't. And now he's gone.
It's a very harrowing scene. And as much as I made fun of Bryce before, I think his performance here is really fucking stellar. It really fucking cuts me to the bone there. Again, for all the issues in the story, Zephyr has by far been one of the best characters. Actually, no, the best character, straight up. Like, I love Xion, but right now, So Zephyr's death does its job in making you feel the weight of this loss, especially now that the protagonists have lost their mentor, their guide, and will now have to handle this mission of liberation themselves. Unfortunately, that also means if you have not attached to any of the protagonists, this moment really fucking sucks in a way that makes you just stop caring. My friend kind of saw this death coming from like a mile off, but Zephyr was the only one she genuinely cared about, the one she genuinely loved. And I can easily see why. He's more compelling than the rest of them at this point in the game put together. Alphen and Law are determined to avenge Zephyr, and Law especially is ready to kill Ganabelt. Xion tries to stop them, saying that they need to come up with a plan before they go in, or they'll be slaughtered easily. Knowing what the boss fight is like, yeah, she's entirely correct, but Rinwell reminds us that this will probably be our best chance at taking down Ganabelt. I'm really not sure why this would be our best chance, especially because we're kind of reeling right now, but okay, go off, sis. Lodia.
Go die, like right now.
I don't know, probably would have been better to come up with an actual plan and then sabotage the kingdom from within to make it easier for us to kill Ganabelt later, again, like the Sly Cooper games, but what do I know? In the words of the wise Goofy Goof, what do I know?
What do I know?
And so we head off, because the CYSLODIA arc is determined to snap our necks to and fro with its alarming speed. It's here that Law officially joins the party. He's incredibly agile and all about offense, his boost attack allowing him to break through the defenses of heavily armored enemies, so that the others can finish them off. Basically, he is Punch Boy, Punch Good. I describe him this way because under normal circumstances, Law is a mega himbo, constantly working on head empty mode by default. Like, Alphen is a himbo, but Law is a mega himbo. But you'd never believe that from how he's been portrayed so far, and how he's going to be until after Ganabelt's demise.
That damn Ganabelt!
It's totally understandable why he's like this right now, but it still causes intense whiplash when his true nature surfaces later on, which in turn can make it difficult to fully grasp his character and care about him. If you don't have an idea of what he's like because his personality shifts like sand constantly, then how the hell can you like him? That said, I do love Himbo Law. Or rather, I love the idea of Himbo Law, though the whiplash his character induces, along with how little he has to do in the story later on, make me understand why he's a tough sell to a lot of people. We make our way to the Revel prison tower, where we're forced to do the roundabout to get a key to Ganabelt's office, and then another key to get to the dungeon, and then another key for the elevator. Yes, it is as tedious as it sounds, and no, the characters lampshading it doesn't make it any better. It doesn't make this dungeon fun to explore, it just feels mind-numbing. And admittedly, it's not an issue isolated to Arise. Of the Tales games that I've played, most sadly fall victim to dungeons being little more than go from point A to point B. Abyss features some decent puzzles, and so does Vesperia, but they're nothing spectacular. Naturally, there's only so much you can do with limited character movement in games focused first and foremost on being action RPGs with separate battle environments. But I do appreciate some kind of interactivity being present. I've always appreciated the first Kingdom Hearts for its attempt on making levels more involved, forcing you to figure out what to do with light puzzle elements throughout the worlds, in addition to the combat. Perhaps pulling inspiration from other genres could help in making these dungeons feel a bit more lively and less arbitrary. I would have even preferred a generic turn off the floodlights mission, rather than get first key, then second key, then third key, and that third key will find your will to live. The design of the prison tower definitely is not helping either. It's a bunch of boring, labyrinthine corridors, by which I mean very winding straight line that makes you think it's a labyrinth, except it's actually not. Oh god, I feel like I'm back in Zestiria dungeons. There's one guard here in red that is especially awful to deal with. Not because he's difficult, but because he has an obscene amount of health. He's almost as much of a damage sponge as the goddamn sewer slime. Pray you get a chance to boost strike him to death sooner rather than later. As we make our way through the castle, we come across a storeroom filled with strange, disparate artifacts and weapons kept within display cases. Rinwell realizes all of these items are Danon equipment, not Renan. She states that the designs are obviously Danon, though she doesn't specify how, which, for me, kind of kills the intrigue of how Danon and Renan cultures differ. Still, I suppose it makes sense she'd have some form of knowledge of ancient Dana since she grew up in a clan of hidden mages. Wish they did more with that. There needs to be a counter at this point. We're not exactly sure why all of this is being kept here, nor whether it was Ganabelt who collected them or a previous CYSLODIAN lord. Again, this could have been a great chance to characterize Ganabelt. Perhaps he has a morbid fascination with Danon culture that comes across as appropriative or condescending. Could add to why he was willing to walk among the Danons for so long as Menec. The armor specifically captures Alphen's attention. We don't actually know the story of the armor, nor who it belonged to, though the group theorizes it likely belonged to a Danon hero of ages past. Not entirely sure whether they mean a pre-invasion hero or one who fought the Renans, but your guess is as good as mine. It's not like it could have been tied into Alphen's backstory or anything. Finally arriving at the... well, it's not really a throne room, it's just the top of the tower. An empty room. Anyhow, we confront Lord Ganabelt in his empty room.
Ganabelt! It's about time. I was beginning to worry you'd jump ship like the rats you are.
Just like Balsef, he's hardly had any presence, so I don't really feel particularly excited to guillotine him. It's a bit better with the angle of avenging Zephyr, but that's less about him as a villain, and more about how much we love this character who is no longer here to keep us invested. What I will say is that I absolutely love Ganabelt's design. I really like the silver hair with the black and white coat, not to mention all the little armor pieces and the floating... I don't know what any of these things are actually called, with the floating lightning bolts and the weird armor behind him, but it looks cool as fuck. It feels like he's trying to make up for the lack of sci-fi elements with his armor. It's not doing much, but it's something. Not to mention, Ganabelt is fruity as hell.
You talk big, but don't you think you're forgetting something? Of your precious resistance groups, whether the Silver Swords or any others, none have ever dealt a blow to Renan domination. In each and every realm, the story is the same. Until you, who wields the blazing sword of CALAGLIA, are different.
He's given FOP, which is a term used for queer-coded male villains who are usually obsessed with their appearance and behaving properly. And it's reminding me of a lot of the best classic Disney villains. When there is so little to the character to latch onto, you bet I'ma cling to this. I love Ganabelt mostly for his design, concept, and attitude, which only make it hurt more that we only just properly met him, and he's not leaving this room alive. Anyhow, it turns out Ganabelt actually did orchestrate all of this just to bring Alphen here. He doesn't consider any of the rebellions to be a threat to Renan domination, but he does with the blazing sword, prompting him to eliminate it as quickly as he can.
News of Balsef's defeat really took the wind out of your sails.
That brute? A bad case of brawn over brain. Certainly no loss to me. Still, even the smallest of sparks can grow into an inferno.
This, along with some dialogue after his defeat, show that he is focused on preserving Renan power at any cost, rather than just winning the crown contest. It's an interesting angle that they will do nothing with, considering this is the last time he'll ever be in the fucking game. It does retroactively explain him reaching out to Balsef, but you are several hours late on that one game, and it can't even allow him to work with other Renan lords in the future because he won't survive long enough to work with them. They're also really trying hard to sell Ganabelt as a schemer, but again, it feels spectacularly flat given the lack of presence, and our lack of investment in him as Menec in the first place. Honestly, Ganabelt suffers from the same problem as one of the future villains, in that his concept is utterly enthralling, but the execution fails in such a way that he ultimately doesn't really come across as that much more engaging than Balsef. Once more, the villains continue to get the short end of the stick. You can even see this in the fact that they weren't prioritized in the way of marketing and artwork. Important characters in Tales games will usually receive official artwork illustrated by their character designer, and the villains even getting their own in Tales of Berseria. In Arise, meanwhile, there is none, at least as far as I can find online. All I've seen are illustrations in an art book that only came with the collector's edition. Odd, given how many copies this game sold, that No one has bothered to share these contents online. And also, how did Ganabelt know about all this to begin with? He would have had to know about Shion stealing the Master Core from Balsef way back when, but that likely would have just happened, and Balsef didn't seem the type to divulge his problems with anyone. Least of all the other lords he considered competition. Does Ganabelt have spies in every realm? Does he send drones or old-fashioned ravens to gather intel? Is he the most evil gossip in all the lands of Dana? Give me something to work with, game. I beg of you, please. As Ganabelt gears up to kill us all, a crest appears on his forehead. Rinwell has a strange reaction to it.
I must give precedence to the task at hand, extinguishing you. Snuffing out your fire before it spreads across the 5 realms.
No. He can't be.
Rinwell?
Nothing. I'm fine.
Apparently, it's a bit of a mistranslation, as her dialogue implies surprise in who this man is. It's suggesting he's indeed someone she's looking for, but in reality, he's not that at all. In truth, Rinwell is after one of the other Renan lords, but she just doesn't know which one. She'll only know who her target is by their crest. This moment here confirms that Ganabelt isn't the lord that she's looking for, which she finds odd given, that she's from CYSLODIA. It's also odd since they didn't really establish Rinwell as having an axe to grind against Ganabelt to begin with. Not like Law, who won't shut the fuck up about it, breaking Ganabelt's jaw, or even Alphen. So it just confuses the player while also giving them misinformation.
I, Ganabelt Valkyris, Lord of CYSLODIA, accept your challenge. Come and meet your death.
This boss fight is... It sucks. It sucks. This fight fucking sucks. It's really hard to keep track of where Ganabelt is at any given moment, and this is also one of the very noticeable difficulty spikes in the game. Even on story mode, this fight was a nightmare, utterly destroying me when I was playing with my friend. The frequent deaths of Shion and Law haunt my nightmares as I recall burning through every last apple gel, orange gel, and life bottle. This is an issue I have with modern games that go heavy on all the flashy effects. In older games, it is so much easier for me to read enemy movements and tactics since everything is clearly telegraphed. But in newer games, the sheer amount of particle effects make that task impossible. And also all the goddamn details on screen, what the fuck. Sure, there are lots of pretty colors, but my eyes shouldn't be getting dragged everywhere as I'm literally fighting for my life. Also, I'm not really sure why Ganabelt can use lightning? Like, his element is light, without the ning, and light and lightning have always been separated in these games. You would have to at least assume if lightning had to go anywhere, it would go with wind? The way that ice always gets bundled with water, but okay, sure, why not? There is one iconic moment in this fight, though. Partway through, Ganabelt creates several illusory replicas of himself, then begins chanting an incantation that longtime Tales fans will recognize, and then immediately start crying in fear.
Whilst the depths of despair consume thee, I, who commands all the astral plane, whilst thou art cursed to expire into nothing, I, who stands bathed in heavenly light, whilst thou cowers before the gates of hell, come forth, divine lightning! The end is imminent! Indignation! Insignificant worm! Now return to dust!
He casts his mystic art, Indignation, which calls down a powerful lightning storm that strikes and nearly kills your entire party. You can stop him if you do enough damage to him and his clones, but it ain't easy. I always fail at it. Aesthetically, I absolutely love the tension of this moment, but it's also infuriated when combined with the other problems of this fight. And it suffers from the same issue I have with the mystic art of a later boss as well, where I don't do enough damage, so they just keep getting to spam this move again and again. Literally, they'd hit me with the mystic art, most of my party would be dead, and then immediately they start winding it up again, and I'm like, are you kidding me? After this fight, Ganabelt refuses to yield, gathering the astral energy from his Master Core for one final strike. Law will not allow this, however. He rushes in, punches him square in the face, and likely breaks his neck as he sends Ganabelt flying through the roof.
I've heard enough! Shut your stupid mouth and die!
It does pretty pretty decent damage to the prison tower and winds up killing Ganabelt. Honestly, it's more comical than anything else. Law's over-the-top anger combined with the goofy-looking animation of Ganabelt getting falcon punched and yeeted skyward makes this turn into an unintentional comedy very quickly. And no, there shall be no spirit monster this time around. The spirit vessel was at the top of this room, and it just kinda dispersed when Ganabelt got falcon punched to death. Kind of a shame it never got more of a role in this fight or story. And that sucks. What also kind of kills the moment is the lack of connection between Law and Ganabelt. Yes, Ganabelt killed Zephyr, but that's really all that's here. Law has no real opinion of Ganabelt either way, seeing him only as a boss he never really wanted to work for, up until the whole "you murdered my dad" thing. It doesn't feel any more engaging than Alphen and Shion's showdown with Balseph, which is not the vibe that you want when you're having the player fight one of the 5 Renin lords. But now, CYSLODIA is free, and the gathered light astral energy returns to the sky. For the first time in 300 years, the sun shines over Cislodin. I do love this visual storytelling for the realm's liberation, but I do have to wonder, how is the top of that tower still floating there? Is it some kind of Renin anti-grav tech? I am so confuzzled. It's just especially funny in a game that works so hard on the visuals specifically and to feel realistic, more so than seemingly anything else, especially this fucking script. Despite Ganabelt's death, Zephyr is still gone, and the grief is finally hitting Alphen.
It's over, but Zephyr's still gone.
Focus on the positive. We defeated a lord, and under difficult circumstances too.
Focus on the positive? Zephyr's dead, Shion.
And the Renins ruled this world unimpeded for 3 centuries. Did you think there wouldn't be any sacrifices?
So Zephyr's life just doesn't matter? He's dead, Shion. Our friend is dead. We're fighting this damn war to keep people alive!
Yeah, you're right. This is a war. Did you just realize that? Zephyr wasn't the first to die, and he sure won't be the last. If you can't handle that, Alphen, then you should run back to CALAGLIA. And when you do, just remember to leave the blazing sword here, in safer hands.
What's that supposed to mean? Damn it. She just thinks she can say whatever she likes.
And yes, I am indeed living for this conflict. Bring on the mess, bring on the drama. With CYSLODIA freed, we're gonna be leaving the cleanup to the Silver Swords, which really just means Bregan. Not that anyone really cares at all about Bregan. Who is he? I forget. Rinwell inquires about Balseph's crest, confirming he's also not the lord she's looking for. Hoping to find them, she asks to accompany Alphen and the others, pitching her abilities as a mage as invaluable in their struggle for liberation. She also mentions how it's probably not a good idea to stay since, she's been outed as a mage, but the game hasn't really done much, to establish that as a struggle for her. So, okay then, yeah, I guess we need a party of 6. Come on kids. As a thank you for all the help, Bregan gifts Alphen with that Danon armor from the prison tower. Genuinely, he looks great. And this is easily his best look. I am obsessed with the silhouette of the armor and how it looks with his half mask. Alphen's design inspiration was a dragon, an intentionally transcendental choice, given it's the only fantasy animal used for any of the character designs. Unless you count Dohalim's folklore inspiration, whatever. It works with the fantasy flair that they wanted for Alphen with the Game of Thrones influence, and also for the violent passion and energy that they had in mind for him. He looks kinda old school, which, oh shit.
Turns out I'm so old I've got scripture written about me.
The little blue scarf works great as a pop of color. Oh my god, I wrote Pope of color, oh my god. And it's even made cuter by the fact that he added it because of Shion's earlier fashion advice.
I guess even someone as fashionable as you wouldn't know a whole lot about Danon armor, right?
Not really, no. Like, what's with that scarf? I don't remember that being with any of the armor we found back there.
Oh, well, remember how you told me you thought I'd look good wearing some blue? I took your advice to heart and decided to give it a go.
Oh, I see. Well, it suits you.
Would you say I've learned to spruce things up like you suggested?
I wouldn't go that far.
I love the fact that Alphen took it to heart and kept it in mind for this long. Shion doesn't quite think it's the glow up that Alphen was hoping for, but it's still one of my favorite moments between them. Originally, this scarf was actually meant to be from Alphen's mother, but it was presumably cut since we don't know jack shit about Alphen's life before this game. You're probably wondering how that's possible if we do indeed get his backstory later. Just give it time, dear viewer. Give it like 3 to 4 more hours, I guess. Of this video, I mean. In-game, you'll be waiting like 15 to 20 more hours and it's insufferable. And then you get the answers and you're like, what the fuck is this? These aren't answers. But before we leave, we go to find Law, who's once more wandering the city aimlessly since he has no one left at this point with his father gone, and no real purpose with his revenge fulfilled.
Actually, there's someone I was hoping we could invite along with us.
You can't be serious.
Got someplace to be?
Alphen offers him a spot in the party, which really just kind of feels like a way for us to meet our quota of 6 party members.
Not really. I mean, I can't stay here, of course. Then again, there's no one waiting for me back in CALAGLIA either. Plenty of ditches along the road. Maybe I'll find one to die in.
How about a fresh start?
I'm sick of losing everything I love. Of running from life. Maybe all that's left is to just turn around and face it. Count me in.
Finally, I thought you'd never finish.
I'm not opposed to Law joining, but I wish he had more reason for joining than just Alphen's pity. It'll make him feel rather unnecessary for the rest of the game, outside of a select few emotional moments, especially in the game's final act. That boy has nothing to do. I had my aha moment when I realized, oh, he's a legacy admission, because his father was important, so he must also be important. That said, I do love Law's design. The big poofy pants, the long flowing fabric, and the one-sided armor inspired by his father's. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. He looks so goofy. I love him. I also really like this shade of purple that they used for him. Purple kind of works as the best of both red and blue, capturing red's vitality and passion, along with blue's serenity and wisdom. Works for the weird streak of wisdom that runs through Law's character for the rest of the game. Fun fact, his animal inspiration is a dog, specifically a Shiba Inu, which, according to my friend Art, they're assholes, so I find that funny. It's meant to be a more amicable version of Zephyr's wolf inspiration. Originally, Law's inspiration was going to be a monkey, and yeah, I can see artifacts of that with how goofy he can be. I do love the orange from his concept art, but I feel like purple was the best choice for him. I do miss the bulkier wolf's head from his concept art though, along with the golden designs on his pants. I'm like, come on, purple and gold were meant to go together. They just were. Speaking of the wolf shoulder pad, there's a fun little story from that we learn as we camp. One day, Law saw it on sale for 10 gold and was so taken with its design he just went for it.
Why do you keep staring at me, Shion?
Just, what is that wolf on your shoulder?
Oh, this thing? I love it! I got it off a street vendor for just 10 gold.
I don't know if that's something to brag about.
Hey, 10 gold's a bargain if you ask me.
Because it wouldn't sell otherwise. It serves no practical purpose. Honestly, I'm surprised you paid 10 whole gold for it.
Shut up!
But the detail is so lifelike. I think you made a good choice, Law.
Really?
I have no idea why you wear it over your shoulder, though.
I think it looks pretty cool.
Rinwell thinks it's fucking stupid as hell. She can't get past how it serves no practical purpose, saying it isn't even worth 10 gold, so we now know she went to the Artorias School of the Tasteless. But at the very least, Alphen thinks it looks pretty cool. And isn't that what matters? Well, according to Shion, no, not at fucking all, but you know. It's just such himbo energy that Law didn't care about what purpose this cool looking thing served or why he wanted to wear it on his shoulder. He just did. This is truly the beginning of himbo Law, and I very much appreciate that. Too bad the whiplash that comes with it is lethal, and it's also not even over yet. At the very least, we learned that Law managed to get to CYSLODIA by sneaking onto a Renan convoy between CALAGLIA and CYSLODIA. I do love that it suggests that Law is quite sneaky, able to move about the shadows with ease, and it works well with him being part of the Snake Eyes. It's just too bad we'll never do anything with that again, aside from a single throwaway moment in the next arc. Great. Carol's lockpicking was more useful than this, Jesus. Before we leave CYSLODIA, we get a nice moment between Shion and Alphen.
I can tell that you're concerned about CYSLODIA's future, but we do have other things to take care of. You can't shoulder all of the world's problems, Alphen. If you try to, you'll only find yourself buried by the weight of it all.
Yeah, I know. My path is forward, and I'll do what I can, here and now.
It's a very sweet, sincere moment between the two that I think works well as a message for a lot of people, myself included. This is why boundaries matter, kiddos. I also just really love that Xion clearly cares about Alpha's well-being, and she'll never even fucking admit to it. So this CYSLODIA arc is now over. And yeah, it was rushed as all hell. Say what you want about the CALAGLIA arc, but it felt like we were at least taking some time to get to know Alpha and Xion, and to get to know our surroundings, even with the lightning speed pace. Aspects of it felt rushed, but the entire CYSLODIA arc felt like it was in a hurry to steamroll through every locale and plot point to get itself over with. It took longer to even reach CYSLODIN than it did to liberate it. Certain themes are compelling, like the treachery between Dahnans created by the Renans, but not enough is done with them to make this arc feel truly great. Not to mention that Rinwell and especially Law are just not very compelling right now. They feel more like elevator pitches or character concepts than actually fleshed out characters. Looking at it now, the CYSLODIA arc is probably one of my least favorite arcs in the game. Could be worse. It could be MAHAG SAAR, or the second half, oh god. In any case, it's time to move on to the next realm, ELDE MENANCIA. And you know what this means? More walking through corridors. Thankfully, it's not as bad this time. It's just a quick jog through the frozen valley, a descent through the admittedly kinda neat Safar sea caves, and then a breath of fresh air with the best environments in the fucking game. Along the way, we get some more of Law's backstory as to how he joined the Snake Eyes.
I actually ended up joining a resistance organization, believe it or not. Of course, before long, someone ratted us out. And we were ambushed by the Snake Eyes. I'd never seen such brutality. If I hadn't surrendered, I don't know why, they let me live. They made me watch as they butchered my friends right in front of my eyes. I still have nightmares. I hear roars of Zeugles as my friends scream, the snow stained red with blood, and all the while those bastards laughing. I thought that with Ganabelt defeated, I'd be able to put it all behind me. Turns out that was a little optimistic.
It's very out of left field, especially now that we have switched into Himbo Law mode, and it's hard to take it seriously when the tonal whiplash is this goddamn strong. You could have just told us this when we were talking to him in the alleyway, you know, like why he joined the Snake Eyes. I feel like it would have fit better there. Well, the whiplash is strong, and also the fact that these friends are just nameless and faceless and off-screen, and they don't matter at all. It's not helping either. Law does this a lot, where he'll just switch a dial between angsty edgy boy and unfiltered himbo. And I do get that they want to make him this head-empty jokester character who is also this sweetheart, who is wise beyond his years. But again, it's kind of similar to Alphen. The best thing I can say is that I love the big bro, little bro dynamic between the two of them, especially when we learn that Law straps rocks to his fucking arms for weight training.
I found these nice and heavy rocks that I decided to strap onto my arms, but I guess I didn't tie them down good enough because they went flying. I can't help it. If I'm not training, it's easy for me to get anxious.
You're already perfectly strong as it is.
No, I'm not. You never know what we'll run into out there. Besides, I won't rest until I know that I'm stronger than you, Alphen.
Oh, I see how it is. Well, I don't plan on letting you beat me.
Leading to this frightful yet hilarious skip between him and Alphen. The best part isn't even the gay jokes, it's just the fact that they're both terrified of incurring Xion's wrath. God, I love Xion.
What do you say we have a little one-on-one with our rocks strapped on?
Hell yeah! I'm down for that!
Our camp is completely wrecked!
Go. You two are cleaning it up.
Yes, Xion.
Oh, also important, Hootle hates Law. Like, hates him. Will attack him on sight, on the regular. Often encouraged by Rinwell. To be fair, Law often takes shots at Hootle and owls as a whole, so he kinda has this fucking coming.
Hootle and Miguel's cat are both animals native to Dana, right?
Right. And Zeugles definitely aren't.
Well, duh. Those things are too hideous to be from here. Not that owls are any better. Ow! Ow! I take it back! I love owls! Owls are the best! I swear!
You go, Hootle. Scratch his eyes out. Though, that last line between Rinwell and Hootle as they leave Cyslodin is just so strange.
Here we go, Hootle.
What am I meant to be feeling other than God give me strength? The Treslita Highway has to be one of my favorite environments in the game. The lush green hillside, the little creek by the bridge to Overseer Hill, and all the vegetation surrounding the cute farm make it one of the most visually breathtaking locales in Arise. Also, fun note, there's a surprise giant Zoogle boss on the way here if you fight this group of Zoogles up on the hill.
Oh my god!
I accidentally had to fight this thing on my first playthrough. It was a nightmare. But I did manage to eventually slay it, inadvertently accomplishing a future subquest without even realizing it. Hell yeah. Going back to the cute little farm, everyone is confused as to why the people here look so happy. There's a strange serenity in the air, smiles on the Danans' faces, with the only Renan soldiers being ones guarding the village entrance from Zoogles, and soldiers who don't bother trying to stop us from entering. Side note, these cute little creatures are called rat pigs. They're a fusion of rabbits and pigs. They're a staple in the Teal series, and I love them. I love them so much. Rat pig rights. Before we enter Vicint, we come across this man, a farmer named Bogdell, who is inexplicably strewn across the grass the way I lay on the kitchen floor when I questioned my life. Returning him back to his little home off to the side, Farla Ranch, we discovered that this game has a farming simulator? That's right. We have a little ranch where we can house animals before we, collect them when they're put out to pasture. Off screen, of course. Off screen. Including horses?
There's no point in reading it unless you plan on making it.
Oh yeah. Ugh. Much like cooking, it's not a full minigame. Rather, you just navigate some menus, deciding which animals get sent to be raised in the barn, and whether you want any guard dogs or cats to keep out the mice or the bloodthirsty Zoogles. I never had any problem with losing animals to them, but that might just be because I was on the easier difficulties. It's useful for getting cooking materials, but beyond that, I'm not really sure why this is here. But it does also give us farmer outfits, complete with straw hats that will block your view of their faces, and cutscenes. Excellent.
Oh my god, the hat is blocking Alfin's face. No, this moment is so ruined because of the hats. I just wanted a team of farmers.
After a thankfully less arduous journey than our last Interrealm trek, we arrive at the top of Overseer Hill, giving us a gorgeous view of ELDE MENANCIA, the land of green. Honestly, this is my favorite realm in the entire game, which is fitting considering that this is also the best arc when it comes to the story. From what I've seen, ELDE MENANCIA was used the most often for the game's marketing, to show off the improved graphics and the new Atmos shader, and it's easy to see why. From the lush landscapes and rolling hills to the towering mountains beyond the expansive sky. The point A to point B aspect is still here, though I feel a need to revisit this point with a reminder that linearity is not necessarily a bad thing. It can actually provide a more curated experience for players, sort of like they're on a tour or amusement park ride. The problem here is that the linearity isn't really doing the story any favors, instead trapping me in the B-musement park. The environments here, especially the Treslita Highway, are absolutely breathtaking in their vibrance and detail, but it's such a shame that it's curtailed by how contained it feels. At the very least, the music here is serving. The field theme for ELDE MENANCIA might very well be my favorite track from Arise's soundtrack. The characters note the odd shapes of the mountains, looking like waves of earth petrified just before they crash down. ELDE MENANCIA is the realm which gathers earth astral energy, and because so much of it is gathered here, it has caused the landscape to take on this unnatural form. The crown contest has incinerated much of Dana, while stealing its light, but it has also created these spectacular mountains and hills. ELDE MENANCIA's abundance is largely attributed to the density of earth astral energy. Despite the clear horror brought to Dana by the crown contest, it also inadvertently created something beautiful and nurturing. An interesting note here is that ELDE MENANCIA has produced far more sovereigns than any other realm, meaning when it comes to previous crown contests, most of the winners have lorded over this realm. It suggests that this opponent will be far more powerful and dangerous a foe than Balseph and Ganabelt, a setup which has some interesting payoff. Menancia's beauty is a sharp contrast from both CALAGLIA and CYSLODIA, seeming like a realm that would actually be pleasant to live in, a cottagecore fanatic's dream come true, which is very much the intent. You are meant to feel at ease here to set up just how different this realm is from all the others. We love environmental storytelling. The characters are in awe as well, even the ever unimpressed Shion. This gives us a cute moment as she's taken by the land's beauty. Alphen is taken with, well, it's just so fucking cute.
Unsullied fertile land, as far as the eye can see. That's beautiful. Oh, what?
Oh, nothing. Just... I was thinking the very same thing.
We get some more cute character moments along the way, like Law asking Rinwell about how astral energy works, and discovering that Rinwell's quite a history nerd.
You really have a thing for old stuff, don't you?
I don't know that I'd call it just a thing. It's also something that helps me feel connected to our world.
Connected?
It's nothing. Forget I even mentioned it.
I really love Law and Rinwell's relationship, specifically the contrast of Rinwell being knowledgeable yet stubborn, while Law is unexpectedly wise despite his himbo-ishness. And Law's interest in what Rinwell talks about, even though he's not knowledgeable in any of it, yes, hell yes. Also, I really like the note of Rinwell's interest in history since it makes her feel connected to the world. Wish they did more with that, and low-key, I think she and Saray would make great history buddies. The character dynamics really start improving now that we've got more members, and now that Himbo Law is here to provide a bit more sunshine and levity.
Green, green, and more green.
Just like CALAGLIA. Rocks, rocks, and more rocks.
And CYSLODIA, snow, snow, and more snow.
Why are you talking funny?
We get some more campsite conversations too. Shion's involves Alphen asking about her childhood. Before you get excited, no, we're not going to get any information about her family or where she grew up, specifically on LENEGIS. We do learn that Shion had a little doll that she considered her only friend, since she didn't have to worry about hurting it with her thorns. Yes, it kills me inside, and no, we will never see this doll. Not like it'd make for a super cute subquest or anything. When Alphen asks who gave Shion the doll, you'd expect it to be her parents, right? But nah, she apparently doesn't remember who gave it to her, since it was, quote-unquote, so long ago. Personally, I find that to be bullshit. There's arguably an explanation for it later, but dear god, I hate it so much. Rinwell, meanwhile, is having Hootle do some flying practice as a way of keeping him fit. She's also upset that everyone has been feeding him snacks when Rinwell wasn't looking, since Hootle's cuteness beckoned them to do so. Hootle will one day rule the world, and I will support his reign. It's a cute moment where Alphen asks what Hootle can and can't eat, which makes Rinwell realize how new this is for her. She's considered Hootle her only friend for so long, she's not used to sharing him, nor other people caring for him like this. And it's so cute! And Law is a gym rat. Well, not really, since there are no gyms in this world, but he is obsessed with training. He's confused by the fact that Alphen apparently doesn't seem to have any kind of routine to stay in shape. Law finds this kind of strenuous training to help him both relax and focus, getting all that pent-up excess energy out of him, since he's literally an easily excitable Shiba Inu given human form. Oh, also because trauma.
I'm useless the way I am now. If someone else dies because of me...
This slip I will allow since, you know, the boy has seen some shit. Law's character is full of contradictions, and a lot of them don't exactly feel purposeful. A lot of it feels like yo-yoing with all the grace of, again, Shiba Inu. But I do live for the little bromance between Alphen and Law. Bless these bromantic himbos. Finally arriving in the capital city of Ascent, I can't help but be taken aback with how utterly beautiful this place is. By far, this is my favorite town in Arise, and one of my favorite towns in the entire series. Compared to the other cities thus far, Vicente feels like a genuinely wonderful place to live. I'm obsessed with all the color, the architecture, the hanging fabrics and lanterns over the marketplace, and all the greenery throughout the city streets. It has the same corridor problem as the other towns, but it does a decent enough job of distracting you from it and letting yourself just stop and smell the roses. What's most surprising is just how happy and peaceful everyone here is. The Danans are going about their lives without a trace of fear in their expressions, and Renan soldiers are having drinks with Danan civilians, and even being kind to Danan children instead of beating them. We're greeted by a man named Droshan, who heads up the Department of Welfare, acting as a one-man welcoming committee for us as newcomers.
Welcoming newcomers to the realm is a part of our job, albeit one we rarely have the pleasure to perform.
Let me guess. We get a free pair of shackles as a welcome gift.
Perish the thought! Your trepidation is perfectly understandable, but I assure you, our way is quite different.
As it turns out, Danans in this realm are considered equal to the Renans. They still work as laborers, but receive compensation for their work, and are protected rather than oppressed by the Renan soldiers. This is all thanks to Lord Dohalim Ilkaras, who has changed the realm drastically compared to his predecessor, who was just as violent and cruel as any other Renan lord. The characters aren't sure whether this is legit, or another trap to lull us into a false sense of security. But if it is true, it brings into question what our goal of liberation would even look like here. We make our way over to the Razum Quarry to investigate further. Keeping true with the good vibes in the city, the Danan laborers here are pretty happy themselves. They're working at their own pace, and when one of them gets hurt, the Renan guard tells them to go home and get some rest instead of, the usual Renan response of beating the ever-loving shit out of them. Not sure what they're mining, but we'll come back to that later. Oh, also, hello, random unexplained generators whose purpose I'm not quite sure of. I see your attempt at injecting minor sci-fi vibes, and I laugh at the futility of your presence. Before we can head any deeper, we're greeted by an armored woman named Kisara.
Halt! I presume you're Alphen, of Orbis CALAGLIA? I'm Captain Kisara of the ELDE MENANCIA Guard.
No last name would make you a Danan.
In this country, Danan guardsmen aren't unusual. Everyone who enlists does so of their own free will.
That makes no sense. Don't your people remember 7 years ago?
Wouldn't you be grateful if you were finally allowed to live as a free person? And for my part, there is no greater honor than being chosen to serve His Excellency, Lord Dohalim. I feel no shame. I came seeking you, Alphen, at Lord Dohalim's behest. He wishes an audience with you. He awaits you at Autolina Palace. That is, if you choose to accept. I am here only as a messenger, not a kidnapper. Your reply?
All right. We'll meet your lord.
Very well. I shall return and deliver your acceptance. Please don't keep him waiting too long.
Before you go, what lies beyond this point?
A quarry manned by Danan laborers.
Nothing else?
There's a Danan medical facility for the severely ill at the back. However, for sanitation reasons, it's kept off limits, even to guardsmen.
That was odd. Why do you think this Dohalim would want to see us?
It's probably a trap.
Still, they already know we're here. Not like we can start being stealthy now. We might as well listen to what he has to say.
Kisara is honestly one of my favorite characters from the game, and one of my favorite Tales characters in general. We'll get to know more about her later, but you're probably quite taken with the high quality of her armor, and the total lack of it in the back.
That armor you wear is standard issue for the Menancian Guard, right?
Originally. I've added some flair to it in a lot of places.
I noticed, especially with that open back.
We guardsmen pride ourselves on never showing our back to our enemies. It's my way of making myself live up to that. Plus, it makes it that much lighter and easier to maintain.
Dohalim, do you have anything to say about this?
Every guardsman is allowed to wear their armor as they see fit.
And you, La?
Why are you asking me?
Yeah, suffice to say, she's quite popular with the lady-attracted crowds, which, good for y'all. I'm happy for y'all. Kisara is an icon. She claims that her bare back is a part of her vow to never show her back to the enemy. But, we all know what the real reason is. And you know what? I can forgive it here. Because it's not as distracting as the fan service of other things. Fairy tale, I love you, but please seek help. Kisara's inspiration is a lioness, hence the little lion on her armor, as well as all of the gold accents, along with her golden hair and eyes. Oh, and the little belt that echoes a lion tail, it's super cute. Her concept art had much chonkier armor, and while I do appreciate the silhouette it provides, I also like her final armor for how it remains feminine, yet badass. We love gals who remain feminine while still being able to break your face and kick your ass into next Tuesday. The lioness motif will make even more sense once you get to know her character, but suffice to say, I am a Kisara stan, and thankfully, this arc is all about her. No, really, she is low-key the main character of the ELDE MENANCIA arc, which, I love that for her, but it's gonna also create some problems when we meet the other pretty new character here. Emphasis on pretty. Rinwell is completely baffled by how this realm works, and by how a Danon like Kisara would be so proud to openly serve and protect a Renan lord. Alphen and Law are skeptical too, but decide to reserve their judgments until they learn more, which winds up emphasizing just how fixated Rinwell is on her preconceptions of how others should feel based on her own experiences. Arriving at Annalena Palace, I am again gobsmacked by how fucking pretty this game is. Seriously, just look at the opulence on display, with the gorgeously ornate artwork along the floors and walls. Looking at it closely, I'm pretty sure a lot of this decor is meant to evoke the imagery of vines and leaves, making this place feel like a rather refined rainforest resort. And this palace should be beautiful, given it is home to the most beautiful man who ever lived.
Your guest, my lord.
Thank you, Kisara. You're the wielder of the blazing sword.
Oh no, he's hot!
You do dress humbly for someone of such grandeur. But where are my manners? I am the ruler of ELDE MENANCIA. I'm Lord Dohalim Ilkaris.
Seriously, just look at this man. Dohalim is objectively beautiful. You cannot argue with me on this. Bow down to my husband. He's also one of the best written characters in the game, and the combination of his character writing, odd quirks, and general beauty helped turn him into a fan favorite. Seriously, he seems to be most people's favorite when it comes to Arise, and he has completely overtaken the Tails character popularity polls. Yes, they have those in Japan. He even beat out former best pretty boy Mikleo, which, like, I love Mikleo, but are we surprised? I'm still obsessed with Dohalim's outfit, his fruity yet solemn voice, and his hair. Favorite shade of red right there, oh my god. And this cape of individual fabrics that shimmer and shine and sparkle and delight. It's everything. It is odd though, considering he's the only major character of color in the entire game. Unless you count Alphen's tan, like, I guess it's kind of ambiguous. Japanese media will tend to have this issue with colorism and token characters of color, though it is nice to see that they at least didn't make their only major non-white character into a villain. Still glaring at you, Kingdom Hearts. What the fuck is wrong with you? I do kinda wish we got more into Dohalim's background, which we will cover more later on in the game. My friend pointed out that his outfit had a very strong Egyptian vibe going on, and apparently the Egyptian pyramids were a big inspiration for his design. Dohalim's even got an Anubis helmet in some of his concept art, though I will say thank God they ditched the pale, dark-haired boy vibes. Like, I love those, but I've also seen 500 million of those. The skin tone that Dohalim has in the final result, along with this shade of red for his hair, it just makes him visually stand out so much more, and I would argue fits him a lot better. It does make me wish we got more Renan culture to work with, since he's the only Ilkaris we'll meet in this game. Again, problem for later, but how dare you not give us an ancient Egyptian analog game? According to Iwamoto, Dohalim was also originally conceptualized as mute, much like Edna from Tales of Zestiria. Well, Edna didn't end up being mute, but she was conceptualized as mute, and then they went back on that. And while I do love Dohalim's voice, I think that could have been an interesting aspect of his character, and same for Edna too, honestly. I really hope at some point we just get a legit mute character in a Tales game. If Toph Beifong taught us anything, it's that it's totally possible to include disabled characters in fantasy stories and make them into powerhouse fan favorites. Dohalim's inspiration is a one-winged, one-eyed bird from Japanese folklore called a Jean. The Jean is said to be incapable of flight on its own, but when working with another Jean, is able to achieve flight and depth perception. It's only by working together that they are able to survive and thrive. So, it is very clear to see how that ties into how Dohalim runs his realm, but also foreshadows a lot of his struggles that we'll see once we learn about his true motivations. Despite everyone's apprehension, Dohalim indeed only wanted to chat with us. He knew as liberators we'd likely be antagonistic right off the bat, and so he figured inviting us here to talk would likely be the best approach in order to avoid unnecessary conflict. The characters seem a bit confused by this, not only because they're baffled by the idea of a genuinely hospitable lord, but also because it feels like the move of an overconfident enemy luring us directly into a trap. This will be a running theme with Dohalim that I didn't even realize Loki started to hear. He means well, but he tends to lack an understanding of social cues. He will often say or do things that deeply confuse everyone else, even upsetting them as they come across as unintentionally hurtful. Combined with his fixations on weirdly obscure topics such as art, music, poetry, and ancient relics, a lot of fans read Dohalim as autistic or neurodivergent coded. And I can definitely see why. I actually kind of agree with it. It makes his character even more fascinating and endearing.
Holding it in your hands like this, one can feel and engage with the distant past in a way no history book can ever accomplish.
I'll take your word for it.
No shit, I could listen to this man babble on about nothing with the most flowery purple prose for hours, and still be thoroughly entertained. Same reason I fell in love with Aizen, but fruitier. But Xion is still Xion, of course. And she came here for the Renan Lord's head. Please no filthy jokes, that's for incognito mode.
I commend you for your boldness, but it won't work on me.
Genuinely, this is one of the hottest things I've ever seen. My husband is so talented.
Your would-be assassination cannot go unpunished.
Alphen!
Fair enough. Allow me to host you for dinner. We shall continue our talk then. Kelzelik?
Yes, my lord.
Please escort our guests if you would be so kind.
As you wish, sire.
Xion heals Alphen, lecturing him for stepping in the way, to which Alphen lectures her for trying to snipe Dohalim out of the blue. She doesn't understand why Alphen wanted to keep her from being hurt. When Law points out that Alphen is just worried about her, Xion stops computing, lost in 404 error codes, while Rinwell simply stares in disbelief.
You do know that Alphen is really just worried about you, right?
He's...
I mean, that's what it looked like to me. But maybe not.
Xion still hasn't quite grasped the idea of someone genuinely caring about her well-being, especially for other reasons that we'll get to later. But oh my god, I love this moment so much. They're really ramping up the romantic tension between Alphen and Xion. Romance has been a staple of previous Tales games, but never to this degree, and I'm shockingly invested in these aggressively straight pairings. Well, mostly Alphen and Xion, a little bit Rinwell and Law, but Kisara and Dohalim are gay, y'all. I don't know how to tell ya. Actually, I do. They are gay. Anyhow, also, I love that Law is the one to point this out to Xion. As we gain more members for our party, and now that Law is in full himbo mode, the dynamics are so much more fun and compelling. This is really where it starts to feel like we're the found family you expect to find from any Tales party. Law may be an idiot, but he understands people, and he always is gonna call things as they are. Later on at dinner, Dohalim shows off his subtle snark as his guests refuse to enjoy their meals. It's here we learn that Dohalim's goal is to foster a mutually beneficial coexistence between the Danans and Renans of ELDE MENANCIA. He genuinely seems to care for his people's welfare, even compensating the Danan workers for their labor. It has actually wound up making them more productive than they were under previous lords. Huh. You know, funny how that happens when workers do a better job when they're actually treated well. But in truth, Dohalim has no interest in the crown contest. He doesn't want to become the sovereign at all. We get an admittedly awkward flashback here, where we see a younger Dohalim on LENEGIS playing music with his friends like the adorable nerd he is. But it's unintentionally hilarious with the music off. And I only know this is on LENEGIS because I've played this game several times. I know the story in and out. But like, he doesn't say it's LENEGIS, so there's a very strong chance you'll just be deeply confused about what the hell is happening. You know, a little narration from Dohalim about his life on LENEGIS would have really done wonders here, I'm just saying. Anyhow, in the flashback, Dohalim is then forced to kill one of his friends, slaying him to defend himself. It's a very awkward moment, mostly because of his friend's dying screams and the janky animation as he falls to the ground. I'm not gonna lie, it made me and my friend cackle when we saw it, and it kind of still kills me. Really kills the intention of the scene, oh dear. This friend's name was Tarnigan, and his fiancée Faria was devastated by his death. She swore to never forgive Dohalim for Tarnigan's death, to which I say, girl, just say Dohalim should have let your boo kill him, that's what you really mean. As it turns out, even Renans don't get a choice in whether they become a lord, implying he himself was forced into the position.
It is not by choice that one assumes the throne of a realm.
Have you considered the best ruler might be someone who doesn't want to rule?
Renan society is based upon strength, namely of one's astral arts. Presumably, that's what was being tested in the fight, to see who between Dohalim and Tarnigan was the strongest, even though they were just hitting each other with, weaponry instead of, astral arts. Okay.
Have you considered?
We don't really get any more elaboration on the concept, which kills me because it demands so many questions on the cruelty of Renan society, even towards its own people. It also gives me several questions about LENEGIS government, but that's also for later, for when my brain will melt from the stupid. Despite us seeing the flashback, Dohalim actually did not tell the characters any of this in-universe. It was just a glimpse for the audience to his past, which kind of wound up confusing me on my first playthrough, not gonna lie. Something this game does a lot is refuse to leave the perspective of the main characters. Some other Tales games have done this before, but usually I find it to be unnecessarily restrictive and damaging to the story. Getting to regularly check in on other characters, especially villains, can wind up doing wonders for the pacing and stakes in the story. Arise could have definitely benefited from that, though it only seems to happen a handful of times, and those scenes are incredibly brief and don't really give us much in the way of anything. In any case, Shion is particularly taken aback by this revelation about Dohalim not wanting to become sovereign.
I have no interest in becoming sovereign.
She questions whether or not he really cares about the values and expectations of Renan society, to which Dohalim promptly hits her with the comeback of, "Bitch, who the hell are you to talk? You literally killed 2 of my colleagues and tried to snipe me in my own house." I'm here for a conflict between Shion and Dohalim, but I wish they did more with it. Oh my god, that really does need to be a counter. Especially considering they are the only Renans in our main cast. But given Dohalim treats the Danans here well, he expects us to have no reason to take him down like we did Balseph and Ganabelt. And so he requests that we leave ELDE MENANCIA immediately.
I will not impede you. That said, should you threaten the peace of my realm, I will respond.
Threaten me, King. It's actually kind of wild just how different Dohalim is from Balseph and Ganabelt. By giving us insight into his character and a clear backstory, even though it is kind of foggy, we've come to understand better why he would want a peaceful realm free of the violence rampant in the realms of the other Renan lords. It's probably what made him so immediately fascinating and compelling to most players. You know, aside from his gorgeous face, immaculate hair, wonderful wardrobe, and silvery voice.
Can you not be gay for 5 minutes?
Wild what happens when you give your audience concrete information about your cast, isn't it? Almost as if mystery for the sake of mystery is not automatically groundbreaking, wow. And it does beg the question, what does liberation look like in a realm like this one without a clear, obvious evil to vanquish? The first 2 realms, though they had plenty of their own issues, did work functionally in the sense that they established a status quo. Go to a realm, fight the Lord, free the people. But now things have gotten more complicated. It throws a wrench into what we likely would have just done on autopilot, asking us whether ELDE MENANCIA really needs our help. There are definitely problems here in Vicint, and also issues with Dohalim's admittedly surface-level fixes to this deeply cruel, abusive system, but they're not as black and white as they were in CALAGLIA or CYSLODIA, though there is one point I'm kinda confused on. Dohalim doesn't care about becoming sovereign, which means he wouldn't need to gather astral energy for the crown contest. In which case, why are the Danans even still doing all the labor at all? In the other realms, Danans weren't actually made to slave away for resources or products, but rather just so the Renans could exhaust them and steal their astral energy. but you would have no need to do all of that if you just don't want that energy in the first place. They could still be mining actual resources Vicent needs, but that never really gets clarified. If it's sealed away in a pointless text box that I can easily miss, I'm gonna kick someone's ass. It seems they're just still working on autopilot, which itself could be a biting critique of how surface-level Dohalim's fixes for ELDE MENANCIA actually are, but neither point really gets elaborated on, so we're just kinda left without any answers on that front. It sucks, because even in the most complex, nuanced arc of the whole game, that nuance is still pretty shallow and left largely unexplored. Dohalim arranges our stay at the local inn, because he is nothing if not considerate. Rinwell is still convinced that we could be, gunned down at any moment. But Alphen and Shion figured that if Dohalim wanted us dead, he'd have done it at the palace where it would have been easiest. Really shows that these idiots occasionally know their stuff, and emphasizes Rinwell's strong distrust for Renans, especially ones in power. Law remarks upon how Alphen is quote-unquote famous with Renan lords now, although Alphen isn't very keen on the idea. Even when it comes to being celebrated by the people as a liberator, he hates the idea of being a famous hero, feeling like this isn't part of him at all. It emphasizes that Alphen is sincere about wanting to liberate people, and isn't interested in people's subsequent adoration for personal gain like a lot of others in his position would be. Arriving at the inn, Law and Alphen are feeling a bit out of sorts. Alphen shuts down the argument, though Shion's still keen on killing Dohalim despite the peace in his realm, bringing into question why it is she wants to kill the Renan lords if it's not for liberation. Gotta keep that mystery going. It's not as if we've seen how divulging information to the audience can engage them further and effectively just a couple scenes ago with Bestis Husbando. Though, on the note of the food, we do get an answer as to why it's affecting only Alphen and Law this way. Well, more that the game confirms it without explaining how, and it's very unsatisfying, so thanks game. That said, I absolutely do love the mystery that is building in this arc so far. Genuinely, this setup and the questions it brings elevate the story in ways that the previous realms simply haven't. That said, it still has plenty of problems, both with how it feels incredibly rushed, and with our protagonists feeling like accessories rather than protagonists. They're usually just reacting to actions or invitations from other characters instead of investigating and instigating the plot themselves. And that includes what leads us into the next bit of plot.
A cat? Where'd it come from?
This little kitty seems to be trying to lead us somewhere, and Law mentions how animals can be trained to guide someone without drawing suspicion. It's a nice indication of Law's knowledge of subterfuge and cunning, though, like most other things, the story isn't going to do very much with it. Also, Shion finds the cat cute, which I live for.
But I've also been rather partial to cats, too. What about you, Shion?
Huh? Who? Me? Well, I guess.
Have you ever had a dream that you do?
I like them both. Nothing. I didn't say anything.
We follow the kitty into Galan Woodland, a beautiful forest which apparently sits below the city of Vicent, the only path being these walkways constructed amongst the giant hanging trees. Once more, the beauty of ELDE MENANCIA's environments helps me to forget how linear they actually are. It's hard to make obligatory locations like forests unique in these games, but Galan does a pretty good job standing out thanks to the unique location and these walkways. Not sure how this is possible if it's sorta underground and out of reach of the sunlight, but I assume that it's due to all of the Earth astral energy. And the characters actually do connect the dots on that one, so good job, game. Do that more. Unfortunately, we get yet another giant monster fight, which I can't see a reason for this being here story-wise. The person who called us out here would not have any clear means of controlling Zeugles like the Renans, and given there's another boss right after this, there's no reason for this being here, even if that boss didn't need to be fully vanquished like this one. So we kill the dumb plant monster, but Law senses a disturbance in the force. We head inside this weird tomb thing? I'm not sure what the hell this is supposed to be exactly. It kind of just looks like the entrance of a ruin, but it's literally just a large room with smaller rooms at the back. As it turns out, Kisara tailed us the whole way, which Law took notice of.
You know, for a guard, you're not too good at tailing people. Not to brag, but this kind of thing is my specialty.
I'm literally dying.
This is apparently because of his sleuthing skills from being in the Snake Eyes. And I love this for Law. This is the one time I will accept angsty Law, mostly because he's having a good time being edgy. Also, Rinwell's little quip is super cute.
I'm just surprised you could do two things at once, Law.
What's that supposed to mean?
We fight Kisara a bit, revealing her weapon to be a giant shield and club. Kisara is the tank, focused on defense and healing, which fits her personality incredibly. I'm also absolutely obsessed with the concept and aesthetic of her character, and honestly, I'm surprised there are not more shield girlies in the Tale series. Thankfully, we only need to take off about half of her health before the fight is called off by our mysterious host, a man named Miguel, who turns out to be Kisara's brother? How the turns have tableliciously. Tableliciously? What the
2,000 years later.
Hello all. It's been a minute. If you couldn't tell from the jarring jump in quality between what you just heard and what you're hearing now. So, there was a long gap in recording there. A 3-month gap? Oops. A lot of life stuff happened. I got new equipment, mental health stuff, you know, the usual. But we're back, and we're jumping right back into where we were before, which is the Miguel twist. Okay, we're all good. Yeah, we're all good. We're caught up on Dragon Ball Z. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. Miguel, once a part of the ELDE MENANCIA Guard with Kisara, is an exile. No, not that kind of exile. God, I wish. Accused of plotting to assassinate Lord Dohalim. In reality, he's actually uncovered an assassination plot led by someone else and was imprisoned and framed upon his discovery. No, he doesn't say who's orchestrating the plot conveniently enough. Like, come on. Like, it can't be ever that easy. Like, come on. But after his escape, he had found other Danans who presumably also knew of this Renan resentment towards Menancia's equality and founded the Gold Dust Cats, which is the most 70s thing I've ever heard in my life. And honestly, out of all the resistance groups, they've got the best emblem, don't at me. Kisara refuses to believe any of this. She believes so deeply in Menancia's espoused values of coexistence and equality and in the kindness of Lord Dohalim that she can't bring herself to even consider the fact that Dohalim might be blind to treachery from the Renans who serve him, like how many Swifties are blind to Taylor Swift's private jet usage. Look, I had to. Look, okay, I'm a Swiftie, but like a billionaire is a billionaire, girl. Girl, there are secret routes in airports that you can be using to get away from the public. Use those. Save our atmosphere, Jesus Christ. And move on from synths. Oh god, I just dated myself that this is totally a fortnight after Tortured Poets release. Oh my god. Anyhow, Miguel does have proof of this assassination plot in the form of his current ailment, the hollowing, which unfortunately is not a condition in which all you can do is play Hollow Knight. God, I wish. Although now I'm imagining the Arise cast all having switches that are themed for their designs. That'd be so cute. Oh my god, that with all Tales characters actually so cute. Oh my god.
There's people that are dying.
While he was imprisoned, Miguel was force-fed what is called a Fruit of Helgen. These fruits have the ability to heighten the astral energy produced by Danans, but strangely, not Renans. No, it's never explained why it only affects Danans or how. It just roll with it, please. But the entire realm's food supply has been laced with traces of the fruit. In trace amounts, it's not too dangerous, simply making Danans who consume it a bit tipsy or tired, like Alphen and Law after their dinner with Dohalim. But if you eat enough of it consistently, in larger amounts, your body loses all of its astral energy, which results in the hollowing, a process by which your body transforms into an unknown mercury-like substance. The way Miguel describes it is, honestly, quite harrowing.
Is that metal?
Not metal, but to be honest, your guess is as good as mine. I believe it's nothing. Matter with no physical form. Just a reminder of what was once there. They call it the hollowing. Once it consumes my whole body, that's it for me. I'm dead.
What? That can't... Miguel, when were you going to...
It's essentially an erasure from existence. No decay, no remains, only a hollowness. We'll learn a bit about the Fruit of Helgen later on, but I love this storyline. It's an insidious plot to rob the Danans of their energy and their existence without the outright violence and subjugation that we have seen in CALAGLIA and CYSLODIA. Even if a society may seem happy and equal on the surface, systemic prejudice and suffering still linger just beneath the veneer. And moreover, Miguel raises the point that Dohalim's solution is only temporary. In 3 years' time, when the current crown contest ends, he'll simply be replaced by another Renan lord, who most likely will return Menancia to the outright oppression it had known before Dohalim's reign. It takes more than just one decent, even genuinely great leader in power to bring lasting change. If the system itself is designed to encourage abuse, or even just is abusive, then it doesn't matter who's in charge. Oppression and inequality will always continue. What is needed is a dismantling of the system. True liberation, seizing of the means of production. Oh, my laptop was at a bad angle and the charger fell out and it nearly went to sleep. I suppose my computer can handle the levels of radical revolution. Anyway. This is what really makes the ELDE Menancia arc so compelling compared to the rest of the game so far. We're talking about nuanced, complex, insidious problems that require more than just beat the bad guy and then freedom. It asks us to examine situations more closely, to not make assumptions, and to dive to the root of the problem instead of delivering surface-level solutions. It sucks the protagonists are so passive in all of this, but I see the vision. And it's good shit. It's good shit. It needs a couple more drafts. Step away from the shaders. Step away from the shaders, Namco. Look at the script. Look at the script. Fix it. This revelation naturally hits Kisara like a goddamn train. Though she's hard-headed and dedicated to Dohalim, it is because she genuinely wants a world where everyone can be happy. Her optimism is rooted in a denial of harsh realities, which prevents her from listening to people who want the same thing as her, but are willing to dive deeper to uproot oppressive systems. Kisara loves Miguel, but views him as a traitor because he presumably threatened the delusive happiness that she had clung to. That changes when she sees Miguel's reality, that he's dying, and she's forced to confront reality head on. It is a struggle I think a lot of people can relate to, wanting to believe in the good in the world, as it is, but being scared and unwilling to leave the safety of your bubble to make it actually live up to that ideal. And honestly, all of that makes Kisara feel like the true protagonist of this arc. She's the one having to confront her failings and do right by her brother and by her realm. Oh, and also her friend Legil is here. Apparently she was also in the guard, but left to join the Gold Dust Cats with Miguel. As far as I can recall, she has next to no actually voiced lines and has barely any screen time. So all we know about her is what we hear secondhand from Kisara. So yeah, I don't really care about Legil. If you want a supporting cast, maybe actually include them, especially because making Legil more prominent probably would have further helped Kisara's story. While Kisara returns to Vicente to think things over, Alphen's group stays to rest for the night at the Gold Dust Cat's hideout. Shion's outside, and unable to sleep, Alphen joins her. Shion heals Alphen's shoulder since it looks, still like hell. I'm not sure how she can tell with all the armor over it, but okay. Alright, girl, whatever. And Shion then apologizes for acting so hastily. It's a very nice, cute moment that shows that she does indeed care about her companions, especially Alphen, and that she has been thinking about what Law said. Naturally, when she asks Alphen about what he was worried about, she doesn't really understand Alphen saying that he couldn't let Shion die.
Back at the palace, Law said you took that hit because you were worried about me. What was it you were worried about?
That's kinda hard to explain.
Just tell me.
Well, for one, if we lost you, I wouldn't be able to use the blazing sword anymore.
Obviously.
But more important than that, I guess I just couldn't let you die. Honestly, I think that's all there is to it.
There you go saying stuff like that again. You never learn, do you? But...
I'm gonna go touch the bot!
It's a moment where it is so clear that these two are really starting to feel more than just a friendship between each other, but neither of them really have the tools or know how to navigate this space, leading to this moment where Shion reaches for Alphen's hand, which makes me scream every time when he turns and she gives up, and I'm just like, girl, you were so close, fuck.
Anyway, it's necessary so we can fulfill our promise.
Genuinely, sometimes I feel like this might have been better as just a straight up romance, but okay. Now, Tales games have had romances before. Naturally, all of the acknowledged ones straight because, girl, look at the world we live in, Jesus. Zestiria and Berseria technically took a break from romance storylines, or at least having ones as outright and upfront as previous games. At least that's what a lot of the straight fans seem to think. Meanwhile, the queer ones like myself constantly clock Saray and Miklio's partnership, and I personally am quite endeared to Velvet and Eleanor as an enemies to semi-lover scenario. You will not take this away from me. Velvet is the bad cop mom, and Eleanor is the good cop mom. There are no good cops, but she is close. She's close to it. Well, I guess Eleanor did technically help abolish the policing system with taking down the Abbey. I'm stopping myself now. But all of that said, I have enjoyed most of the romances from the Tales series. A lot of times, romance subplots feel shoehorned into stories because, you know, it's just expected that every human will fall in love with a member of the opposite sex, of course. It is rarely because of the actual chemistry and friendship between the characters, instead ordained by the writers because, you know, it's obligatory that everyone must find their one and only person, and they must be together because society said so. That's how you get so many straight relationships in media that feel so horrifically stale and lacking. No effort was put into their actual connection and friendship. They were just like, man, woman, you gotta, or we're getting the firing squad. But because Tales has always been so focused on fleshing out its characters and their relationships with each other, I think that winds up really helping to make the romances in these games feel earned. Because the couples almost always begin their dynamics with either a strong friendship or a chemistry-charged conflict that blossoms into something more. I have not seen My Adventures with Superman, but from my cursory, culturally osmosis-induced knowledge, a lot of queer fans love the opposite-sex romance there between Lois and Clark because it feels queer, which is to say, it feels like actual effort went into their friendship and dynamic, rather than their romance feeling obligatory because it's Lois and Clark and they must be together. They come to love each other as people first, rather than feeling like this man breathed in this woman's direction, so now they must wed and have 46 children. To me, Alphen and Shion are much the same way, and kinda Rinwell in Law, you know, when I'm in the mood for it. Shion is understandably closed off and afraid to hurt people, and then here comes the big dumb himbo Alphen, who sees she does love people, who isn't afraid to call that out, and who can be close with Shion without being hurt by her. It gives them both the chance to get to know each other and develop a dynamic that Shion's never really gotten to have before. And personally, given how being queer kinda predisposes you to a lot of fucking trauma, I can see how a lot of queer fans would identify with Shion because of her thorns. Lord knows I do. Really, her thorns work so well as a metaphor for a lot of different issues that people believe make them feel unlovable: mental illness, chronic illness, many, many, many things. But we will get into that when we discuss the truth of what her thorns are. In any case, Shion knows that she's starting to fall for Alphen, which is at odds with the true purpose of her mission, and she cannot understand why she's letting herself fall this way. After the Fade to Black, I am 110% certain that she started singing I Won't Say I'm in Love from Disney's Hercules. Shion is Megara, Alphen is Herc, the hero boy, and you cannot change my fucking mind. I wonder who the muses would be. Probably the rest of the party. Like, oh my god. The next day, we return to Vicente, and await Zare for further instructions from Miguel. Good to see our heroes still aren't taking matters into their own hands. I was worried they'd start being proactive, thank God. In the meantime, Legil asks us to give Miguel's bracelet to Kisara. Doing so, Law teases Kisara when she threatens to arrest us, which personally gives me life.
You shouldn't be loitering around here. Don't force me to arrest you.
Think we've established you couldn't even if you wanted to.
What?
But Alphen extends trust to Kisara in not turning us in for our involvement with the Gold Dust Cats, saying that she's indeed a good person and that if Miguel trusts her, so does he.
I think you're a good person too. Otherwise you would report on us and the Gold Dust Cats, right?
What makes you think I won't?
Because Miguel trusts you. And that's enough for me to trust you too.
You're a pretty unusual guy, Alphen. Do you go around acting like that everywhere you liberate people?
What do you mean?
Sorry, forget it. It's nothing.
Honestly, I really, really love Alphen and Kisara's friendship. They are both sweethearts who deeply care about others and want to believe in the good of other people. Oftentimes, when one of them is feeling unsure about themselves and their goals, the other will smack some sense into them as a shining pillar of support. It is a friendship I don't think is appreciated nearly enough, and one I definitely love to see between a man and a woman without any romantic subtext, thank you God. When Miguel sends word, we head over to Razum Quarry to meet with Dohalim as he listens to his citizens' requests. With Alphen's crew to back Miguel up, it should allow him to speak safely before Dohalim's soldiers can silence him, especially if Kisara vouches for him. Apparently, we met up with Miguel off-screen between areas? Okay, sure, whatever, alright. The moment that we show up, Kelzelik, orders the guards to slaughter us on sight.
Kill them all at once!
How very rude of you, Kelzelik, and your shitty mustache. Now, for all 5 of you out there in the audience wondering, yes, Kelzelik is the shady bitch who tried to kill Miguel and plotted Dohalim's assassination. Of course he is! Look at him and his shitty mustache. It's pretty obvious, both from Kelzelik's archetype, the way that he speaks, the creepy, sleazy slouch, the comically large mustache, the voice.
I shall arrange for rooms for you all at a local inn. It is a short ways down the road. You may stay there for the night, after which I suggest you promptly make your departure.
And also the fact that there's literally no one else in the story. It could be because the supporting cast is thinner than my patience. In her 4-hour epic about the Evermore theme park you've never heard of, aside from that time they tried to sue my girl Taylor, Jenny Nicholson makes a passing remark about the classic archetype of the sniveling, weaselly advisor to the king or sultan, who is obviously evil.
You know in children's fantasy movies when the old king is like, I will confer with my most trusted advisor. And then it cuts to this skinny, weaselly man wearing all black and purple and he's like, yes, your majesty. And you, the audience, are like, that's the villain! Your Grace, he means you harm!
Kelzelik may not be wearing a dark robe, but he is still hunched over, wringing his hands, and speaking in what can only be described as a weaselly tone that gives me Shakshni war flashbacks. Lord Dohalim, your Grace, he means you harm! Literally, the only person that this man could fool is fucking Princess Amelia Will Tesla Seyroon.
Everyone knows that villains who challenge righteousness and disturb the world's order always dress in black!
At which point Zelgadis would probably punch her. And fair. Naturally, the game will not acknowledge it until later on, but like, girl, we all know it was him. We know. I think we know. And he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for us meddling cats. Us cool cats. I feel like blaring CSI music as I drive down the highway. You know, now that I think about it more, Miguel's hair and vibe and the name Gold Dust Cats, I probably said it before, but is giving aggressive 70s energy like Jesus Christ. But now I immediately need Alphen's crew decked out in 70s fashion and referring to themselves as groovy and cool cats. I need Xion in bell bottoms immediately. Lord knows it would help me cope with the fact that Miguel would definitely know Kelzelik was the ringleader of this plotted coup, and he still has not told us, even knowing what his fate would be after this mission. God damn it, Miguel.
What could be so dangerous about it? It's a regular workplace, isn't it?
You'll see. Please, I ask only that you trust me.
Like, I get wanting to be dramatic, but like, fucking hell, man. Anyhow, Dohalim decides to hear Miguel out. He never actually oversaw Miguel's imprisonment, only hearing a rumor about his betrayal and disappearance because, well, we'll get there later, but Dohalim has been very, very negligent in ruling ELDE MENANCIA, like it's actually very deeply concerning. I'd just like to take this moment to state, on the record, that Dohalim and Miguel are exes. They totally had a thing, we all know it. Let's move on. Miguel says we will discover the truth behind Menancia's corruption in the medical facility at the back of the quarry.
But I still don't get why...
You'll understand soon enough. For now, I simply want you to keep what I've said in mind as we continue our journey.
Dohalim accompanies us on our trip there, with Kisara officially joining our party. Of course, this place is teeming with Zeugles, much to Dohalim and Kisara's surprise, and to my surprise, that they're surprised. This place is just full of surprises. Except for Miguel, who is unsurprised by these surprises. Surprising, isn't it? There are no Danon laborers at this part of the quarry at all. Instead, only Zeugles, presumably left by the conspirators to keep people from discovering whatever the hell is back here. And say it with me, children. It's a straight line. The map may look labyrinthine, but it's just a ruse. It is a very zigzaggy line with a broken spine. Which, you know, I guess to be fair, since I've been playing more of Vesperia and I've been replaying Abyss, this isn't a problem with just Arise. A lot of the older games are guilty of this too. I guess for me it's a little bit more egregious with Arise because they try to trick you into thinking there's this big open scope, but at the same time I will take this over the god-awful dungeon design from Zestiria and Berseria. God, especially Zestiria. Girl, oh my god, oh god. Anyhow, having joined our party, we learned that Kisara's boost attack allows her to leap in the way of a charging enemy, using her giant shield to stomp them. I wrote stop them dead in their tracks, but I said stomp, which, I mean, let's be real, she also does that. A lot of you would like her to stomp on you, you sinful trash. And I can't blame you, because I want Dohalim to do that to me, so. Are you homosexual? Again, we love a shield girly. I especially love the contrast between her and Law, and how Rinwell uses that to just tease the shit out of Law.
So what you're saying is that, unlike Law, you can actually take a hit.
I'm right here!
I normally don't have Kisara in my party lineup, but her boost attack is incredibly useful. Along the way, Miguel keeps alluding to the secret that is kept back here. All like, you'll see when we arrive at our destination. Why did I use a Kalezalic voice?
Yes, Your Majesty.
And honestly, I understand the need to be dramatically cryptic. I don't regularly do that, but if I were in this situation, I would, just to be that bitch.
Perhaps you'd care to enlighten us?
All in due course, my lord. But first, just a little bit further.
However, it also makes me want to slap Miguel. Like, sir, cool your jets. We haven't even descended the entrance staircase yet, and you've already said we shall see the truth, all shall be revealed in time. Like thrice. Get it together.
Miguel?
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll explain more once we arrive at our destination.
The spirit vessel is also housed here, at the quarry's center. Surprisingly, it's gathering up quite a bit of astral energy, despite the fact that Dohalim has already told us he has no interest in gathering it for the crown contest. I wonder why. Couldn't possibly have to do with all the damn fruits of Helgen laced into our food supply, could it? Oh yeah, and behold, the infamous cordless generators that made me and my friend cackle like hyenas. I have no clue what the hell they were or why they're here. I don't even know if they are generators. Also, are these drills like tiny little drills? Why are they so small? Why? Really, they're kind of just copy pasted here for the sci-fi vibes without actually, having a reason to be here. And I'm just like, how dare you? So many ways to better integrate your sci-fi vibes, which would also vastly improve the storytelling, and your solution is to just have them sit there and do nothing in the plot? Electric chair. At the end of the quarry lies a silvery underground lake with no medical facility in sight. It never existed. But the Danons who were brought here, well, they never went home.
Where's the medical facility?
It's not here. In fact, it never even existed in the first place.
But I've seen people carried in here with my own eyes. Where could they have all gone?
And weirdly, no one noticed their disappearances? Like, literally no one? No one, reported anybody missing or deceased? Is the whole realm just as negligent as Dohalim? You know, that's definitely a strange plot hole. I'm only realizing as I'm writing this script and realizing as I'm recording this. But the point is, they weren't even drowned in the lake. They became the lake.
Are you trying to say that they all drowned in this lake?
No. They are just what you see before you. What's left when matter ceases to be matter.
The lake water you see here, that's not water. That's hollow. Like a hollowing. Hollow. It's hollow.
Perhaps the scale is throwing you off. Let me show you what I'm getting at.
What?
No way. It can't be.
So then, this entire lake is...
Yes. All this is the hollowing.
Like if Avatar Korra saw this, she'd just break down in tears. Oh, ooh, that felt wrong.
Call the police.
All of the Danans who were brought here were hollowed, their astral energy absorbed into the spirit vessel, leaving only their sludgy, metallic remains to pool in this lake. The fact that there's even been enough hollowing to create an entire lake is fucking alarming. Dohalim, in shock, refuses to believe that this could have happened under his watch, but Miguel proves his case by revealing a fruit of Helgen. It's about to get dark. So I'm briefly going to lift your spirits by mentioning that while I played this with my friend, Miguel's pose reminded me of the "is this a pigeon" meme.
This is a fruit of Helgen.
You are welcome for the revolutionary "is this a fruit of Helgen" meme. You're welcome. Miguel eats the fruit, which quickly hollows his entire body before everyone's eyes. As he turns, he looks Dohalim dead in the eyes, asserting that countless Danans like him were erased from existence as he sat in his palace unknowing. It is his responsibility to create the ELDE MENANCIA that he promised, a realm of true equality, where this hideous reality that looms in the shadows is dragged out into the light and stamped out.
I beg you, for the future of the utopia you have created, please stop them. Don't let your dream die just as it's become a reality.
And, still, Miguel refuses to give us conspirator names. Okay, wow, dedicated to the act.
Someone close to you is behind all of this.
Even as he's dying? Like, what? I feel like in your effort to make a big scene, Miguel, you kind of forgot the important details, which, you know, it feels like a metaphor for this entire game, not gonna lie. Moving on, Miguel apologizes to Kisara before his body dissolves. Kisara cries out for her brother, wailing and begging for him to come back, which triggers Dohalim, making him flash back to his friend Tarnigan's death, the cries of Tarnigan's fiancée, Faria, echoing in Dohalim's mind.
Stop! Stop! That voice! Make it stop!
The intense trauma triggers Dohalim's master core, making him go berserk and attack us. He demands the cries be ceased, lashing out to make it stop, and unable to see reason as he goes on a rampage. I'm absolutely here for the drama of this moment, and it really makes me feel for both Dohalim and Kisara. Not to mention, this was probably the only way to have a boss fight with Dohalim, since he had no intention of fighting under normal circumstances unless we provoked him, which our passive protagonists would never deign, unless your name is Shion and you're an icon. That said, oh my lord, even on very easy mode, this man shredded my health like a fucking cheese grater. I thought the purpose of these difficulties was just to let me chill and not worry about getting killed in seconds. We do get a cool semi-reaction command during this fight, where Kisara blocks Dohalim's attack and then knocks him back with her club. It's fucking iconic as hell, and I wish we got more of these throughout the game's bosses.
No further!
Once Dohalim is subdued, he reveals the truth. He didn't bring equality to ELDE MENANCIA out of the goodness of his heart, or a genuine belief that Danans ought to be respected. In reality, he had no interest in ruling in the first place, and had no reason therefore to subjugate them. And moreover, he knew that oppressing them would lead to violence, which in turn would beget the screams and cries of suffering, dying Danans. Screams which would remind him of Faria's screams from that day. He only brought equality to Menancia to block out the painful memories. Because of this, he didn't truly care for his people's happiness. At least, he didn't go out of his way to support and protect them, which in turn allowed this conspiracy to take root. Dohalim's negligence allowed all of the Danans to be erased, this lake serving as the proof of his failure as a lord. He asks that he be killed quickly, believing he is unworthy of life. All Dohalim wants is peace, an end of suffering, and if that means neglecting his people or even dying, so be it.
Truth be told, I never wanted this. I never wanted to be a lord. However, competing for a position in the crown contest was required of me, and in the process, I took the life of a dear friend. The life I took and the bloodshed, the hatred that it earned me. It was far more than I could ever bear. But the screams and tears of the slaves, they would reawaken my memories of that day. The memories of my friend's scream, and the tears of the one who mourned him. I couldn't take it any longer. I didn't want to remember.
So that's it? That's the real reason you freed the Danans? Just so you wouldn't have to listen to their screams?
Wait, so everything you've done...
Precisely. It was simply to distance myself from all the pain and death, all for my own selfish ends. And if it made everyone happy in the process, well, then that was just an added benefit. Or perhaps I truly did believe in those ideals at one point. But living up to them was never my aim.
Impossible. Your dream of coexistence? The ideals that you always championed? So you're saying that everything you stood for? You're saying it was all just a self-obsessed lie? Tell me it isn't true, Lord Dohalim. Because my brother believed in you in your dream!
Forgive me.
So this is who you really are?
Stop!
Let go! Let me go! Let me go!
It's enough, Kisara!
Let go!
Stop!
I'll tear him apart! I swear I'll...
Her views of both ELDE MENANCIA and Dohalim have been shattered, and in her rage and grief she tries to kill Dohalim, with only Alphen being able to hold her back, trying to remind her of Mikal's wishes. As Kisara lies on the ground crying, she demands Dohalim get out of her sight, and so he shambles off in shame.
This man... This is the person my brother died for. And for what? For what? I need you to get out of my sight right now. Go, before I change my mind.
Not sure if he took the Master Core with him, but we'll assume he did. This is by far one of my favorite moments in the game. The performances of Kisara and Dohalim's actors, Caitlin Galt and Griffin Pateau, respectively, God, I hope I'm saying their names right, Jesus, are phenomenal. I wasn't sure on Caitlin's performance at first, but I think she does a great job at making Kisara sound both strong and kind. And her cries in this moment, the way her voice cracks as she screams, breaks my heart every time I hear it. Griffin is very well suited to Dohalim's lighter, more fanciful tones, and he excels in conveying Dohalim's deep self-hatred. Apparently, it's reversed in Japanese, with Kisara having the higher pitched voice and Dohalim the lower one. I've heard them both, and yeah, no, sorry, that don't work for me. Sorry, not sorry. Dohalim is not Gaius. He's not. Dohalim is fruity Gaius, and you must accept this. And I absolutely love the journeys of these two characters. Dohalim did bring much joy and happiness to his realm, but only out of selfish reasons. Even when he knows he's done wrong, all he wants to do is escape in some way, getting away from the ugly realities before him, much like Kisara. For the both of them, their stories force them to look reality in the eye and do what they can to make things better. For Kisara, that's about getting her head out of the clouds, and for Dohalim, it is a lesson that even wallowing in self-hatred and self-pity is its own form of selfishness. A lot of times, it's easier to just dunk on yourself and believe that you're too broken to fix anything than actually getting back up on your feet and putting in the work to do better. Dohalim serves as a reminder to never let yourself go down that road. That even if what you've done is unforgivable, you can still do better, and it is your responsibility if you have the power and privilege to do so. Dohalim's role as a Renan Lord gives him so much power that can help turn the tides in changing this horrible system for the better, and to throw all of that away would be a waste. Kisara, meanwhile, she just got the wake-up call of a lifetime. Miguel was going to die anyway, but the fact that he and Kisara didn't have more time together to catch up and make amends utterly destroys me. Not because I really care that much about Miguel, because I don't, but because I care about Kisara. Genuinely, Kisara reminds me so much of Zephyr that it really makes me sad she and Dohalim never got to interact with him. We regroup at the inn. Kisara is doing a little bit better, but is still in shock, holding on to Miguel's bracelet. Shion wants to go after Dohalim, but clearly now is not exactly the best time. The group's just kind of unsure of what to do without Miguel. The whole point was to prove the corruption in Menancia to Dohalim, but with that done, and Dohalim now MIA, the protagonists kind of have no one to tell them what to do. And this is what I mean by them being so passive. They need someone else to swoop in and lead the way for them in their investigations. Otherwise, they'd just be sitting around in this inn the entire fucking arc, having no idea what to do without a clearly evil big bad to take down.
What can we even do? Do we just wait for someone to come?
Fuck all y'all!
It hasn't even occurred to them to deal with the conspirators who are still active in Menancia. You know, the ones that Miguel refused to name? At least not until some random guard, number 13 or 19 or whatever, barges in looking for Kisara. As it turns out, God, I need to stop saying that. What am I, H-Bomber guy? I can't even say as it turns in. It turns sideways that Kelzelik is indeed a shady, weaselly hoe. He's staged an insurrection, driving all the Danans out of Adelina Palace while arresting any Renans suspected of sympathizing with Dohalim. And all the while, Lord Dohalim is still missing, with no one having seen him since the quarry. Kisara nearly gives up. She's in horror over the reality before her, but Alphen reminds her that Miguel's dream still lives so long as people believe in it. There are still those, even Renans, who oppose Kelzelik and everything he stands for, which means that there is still hope for ELDE Menancia.
Your brother's dream is only dead when there's nobody left who believes in it.
You're right. I'm going to the palace. I need to see what's happening there with my own eyes. What are you all doing?
I thought it was pretty clear. We're coming with you.
I appreciate the thought, really, but there's no need for you all to get involved in this.
Dohalim said it himself, right? All of us, we're liberators.
We head to the palace to scope things out and kick Kelzelik's weaselly ass, but still have no signs of Dohalim anywhere.
This place is awfully quiet for a siege palace.
Such a huge place is spooky without all those people here.
With so few Renans here. I guess this is what it's like when the Danans are expelled and the ruling minority are all that's left.
I don't even see any Danan guardsmen.
The fact that they're not at their stations tells me they really have been driven out. We all swore an oath of loyalty to Lord Dohalim. My fellow guards wouldn't abandon their post lightly.
Speaking of which, where the heck is he?
We'll talk about this in a little while, but I am very annoyed with how little presence Dohalim has in this arc, and it's not going to get any better anytime soon. In any case, Annalena Palace is thankfully not a linear dungeon. Instead, it's a big circular hallway with a bunch of rooms branching off. You really only need to be on the second floor here though, since that's where all the plot is. To reach the throne room where Kelzelik presumably is, we have to disarm a laser barrier. Strangely, despite the fact that Law was able to break these things in Ganabelt's palace back in CYSLODIA, he can't break these ones.
Hey, Law, you can bust that wall open, can't you?
Well, let's give it a try and find out!
You sure about that? From what I hear, that thing can stop even a cannonball.
On second thought, let's see if there's a release mechanism somewhere.
I assume it's because red is the strongest and bestest color ever, fight me. We're then sent on a wild goose chase through several different rooms, looking for clues on how to disable the device, which no, you can't solve any faster if it's a repeat playthrough where you already know everything. I know the key is in this thing, please, don't make me do all this. Instead of being about solving clues and riddles to figure out Kelzelik's defenses, it's just go from this room to that room in this exact order.
I think this is a key to the noble room of the castle.
A noble what?
The room at the northern end of this floor. Maybe the release mechanism is in there. Is that some kind of note the rebels left?
Hey, it mentions the release mechanism we're looking for, but
this isn't enough to go on. Another note from the rebels.
If we combine it with the note we found before, then there should be a key inside a cabinet in the office.
It's quite tedious, especially past your first playthrough. The device for the shield is actually in Dohalim's bedroom. Kisara is shocked that they would keep it here, but surely this device was here beforehand, installed into the palace for security measures. And keeping it out here in the open isn't exactly hiding it either, my dear.
Did that finally get rid of the wall?
To think they would hide it in Lord Dohalim's personal quarters. The nerve of these people.
Confronting Kelzelik, we learned that, yes, this was indeed all his elaborate, nefarious plan. It was Kelzelik all along. Thanks for nothing, Miguel. Oh, wait, wow, look, another Agatha all along joke.
It's been Agatha all along.
And he killed Miguel, too. Now that is just wild. But the point is that Kelzelik resented Dohalim for treating the Danans equally, and even more so for his disinterest in becoming sovereign. And because of that, he used the Fruit of Helgen, killing all of the Danans and harvesting their energy. Now, his goal is kind of nebulous. The gang assumes Kelzelik wanted to become a Renan Lord himself, but Kelzelik scoffs, saying that not just anyone can become a Lord. He believes deeply in Renan hierarchy, even if he is caught in the middle rather than sitting at the top. He suggests that he's actually working on the behalf of another lord. But while we'll only get brief allusions to this, I wish we did more with this plot point, so I'll just explain it for you. The Fruit of Helgen had to be engineered to have its specific effects on Danans, and would also require an in-depth enough knowledge of astral energy to know about the hollowing. As it turns out, god damn it, it was actually produced in the next realm over, MAHAG SAAR, the realm of Lord Almadria Kaineris.
I hate to say it, I hope I don't sound ridiculous. I don't know who this man is.
She is wild. But basically, imagine Maleficent as an evil scientist, except the writing doesn't know what to do with her. Oh, also, she's a ginger. She created the Fruits of Helgen, providing Kelzelik with the equipment to grow them so that he could use ELDE MENANCIA as a testing ground. Kelzelik and Almadria's partnership isn't actually explored. We never even see them interact with each other, nor learn how they started working together. And actually, much like the faceless Renan soldiers, we have no idea why Kelzelik is Dohalim's advisor. We don't know whether he chose to work under him or if LENEGIS forced that upon him. It robs us of the chance to better understand the dynamics and feelings of betrayal between all of these conspiring parties. Kelzelik's main focus is in returning ELDE MENANCIA to the quote-unquote natural order, which, like, if anyone says natural order, girl run as far as you can.
You've messed with the natural order!
But his idea of natural order is, of course, Renans being the masters of Danan slaves. Low-key reminds me of Castlevania Nocturne, which has also been one of my obsessions, and how it tackles themes of wealth inequality, colonization, racism, and slavery. The vampires who work with the wealthy to oppress the revolutionaries use the words natural order to justify the unequal, abusive power structures that they use to control the world. It is a term often used by colonizers and oppressors to justify them taking control and enforcing their moral standards upon everyone else, especially people they view as inferior. It is a thorough reminder of how the Renans believe in what they do, that they believe that Danans are subhuman, and that their occupation and cruelty is just.
And I would do it all again if it meant returning MENANCIA to its rightful state. A realm where Danans are slaves and Renans their masters. It's the natural order.
Once more, this is the most complex, interesting arc in the game, and it is still just a surface-level exploration of these topics. In any case, Kisara reads Kelzelik for filth. I was going to read a bit more of the script, but I'm gonna let Kisara take it away, and just to make it hit, I'm gonna put it to Velvet's theme, because Velvet's theme is deeply superior.
Enduring the whims of an ambitionless lord, all we could do was wait for the end as we suffered through our humiliation.
You want suffering? Try being Danan for a day.
So you plotted against Lord Dohalim in secret. And when my brother found out...
And I would do it all again if it meant returning MENANCIA to its rightful state. A realm where Danans are slaves and Renans their masters. It's the natural order.
Enough! Who are you to decide what is natural or rightful, traitor? Nigal, my brother. He dreamed of building a world free of suffering. He gave his life for that dream. And all you've managed to build is a lake of death. You killed my brother. And now you'll die for it!
This moment, this is why I love Kisara. Also, girl, I told you Velvet's theme works. What did I tell you? Yeah. That's what I thought, bitch. Kelzelik doesn't fight us himself since he sucks, and also since we'd snap him like a fucking twig in half in 5 seconds flat. Instead, he sticks a giant invisible lizard Zookle on us that I'm pretty sure is just a big venom lizard boss from Tales of Berseria. Anyhow, it is yet another giant monster boss. Yay. Personally, I'm pretty sure I'll major I gave him this Zookle, especially because it becomes a regularly occurring monster in the MAHAG SAAR arc. It's fine, especially because it's fairly easy to tell where the Zookle is since, you know, it's more transparent than truly invisible. I mean, A for effort, I guess. Once the monster is dealt with, Kelzelik runs at us with a tiny knife. As if that will do anything to us, you loser. Regardless, Dohalim leaps in and knocks him to the ground.
At last, the truth is revealed.
Dohalim, where have you been this whole time?
Cleaning up. Kelzelik, you've made your last of these.
The fruit of Helgen?
While we were busy retaking the palace, Dohalim found the production facilities where the fruits of Helgen were being made, and destroyed them. Wow, impressive! If only it wasn't all off-screen, so we could have maybe helped him do this, or even played as him, as a one-man crusade to save his realm. But okay, sure, whatever, alright. To the land of off-screen justice you go, my husband. Clocking Kelzelik's allegiance to Almadria, Dohalim banishes Kelzelik, who runs off with his tail between his legs because he sucks. Don't worry, we'll never see him again, save for an optional endgame subquest where he's lost his damn mind. Ultimately, Kelzelik doesn't really matter. He's a stand-in for all the Renans who cling to their hierarchies and refuse to accept an equal world. Though I'm realizing now he's never really even given a surname, so we don't know which Renan lineage he's part of. Kind of funny that he only has a first name, you know, like the Danans he scorns. As it turns out, god damn it, the Gold Dust Cats led a united force of Danans and Renans to drive back Kelzelik's forces, showing that most of ELDE MENANCIA believes in Mikal's dream. We don't actually get to see any of this, you know, which I am sad about. We only hear their muffled cheers from, you know, the inside of the throne room. Personally, I think this would have been a great chance for an anime cutscene to drive home the beauty of this moment. It is supposed to represent the ideal coexistence between Danans and Renans, and it deserved more than just muffled off-screen cheers. In any case, Dohalim abdicates the throne. MENANCIA no longer needs a lord. The Gold Dust Cats will handle reorganizing the realm, just like the rebellions of the other realms. Dohalim, meanwhile, is determined to end the crown contest once and for all, even if it means going up against LENEGIS. And since we share that goal, he joins the party, becoming our 6th and final member.
Where are you going?
To put an end to the crown contest.
You're choosing to fight LENEGIS and the entire Empire.
I am well aware. However, if I wish to keep this dream from dying, then I have little choice in the matter.
Why not walk that road with us?
Danon dissidents, side by side with a Renan lord? Not the least intriguing invitation I've received. An invitation which would only be proper courtesy for me to accept.
Ooh, and he brought a cheese fondue recipe for us too. My husband is so considerate. As much as I love this moment for him, Dohalim really didn't play much of a role in this arc. All of his major actions and moments of development were off-screen. We only got to see his initial facade as a benevolent lord, his breaking point as he revealed the truth of his rule, and then him telling off Kelzelik after coming to his senses off-screen. We didn't actually get to see him decide to pull himself up off the floor and do the next right thing. Yes, I'm making a Frozen 2 reference, fight me. Kisara really comes across as the star of this arc, especially once we meet back up with her after she chats with Legil, she who does not matter, then decides to join us in liberating the realms. She wants to ensure Mikal's dream comes true for all of Dana, and that won't be possible until the crown contest is ended for good.
I was so wrapped up in my idea of how things should be that I didn't see the problems that existed right in front of us.
And here I thought you joined for an opportunity on my life.
I don't blame you for what happened, but I must also leave your service. No longer will I be defined by protecting a Renan lord. From now on, when I fight to protect my dream. All I ask is that you do your part, that you fight alongside me.
While she and Dohalim are both great characters, honestly, the most compelling ones thus far, it's a shame that only Kisara really took center stage here. The ELDE MENANCIA arc is by far, in a way, the best part of the game, but again, despite its strength, it can't explore the nuances of what makes it great because of our realm hopping. We only have about 3 to 4 hours of story to stay here, meaning we have to rush through events to liberate this realm.
This crew just gets bigger and bigger. All right, where to, team?
We make for MAHAG SAAR, the Valley of the Four Winds.
By far, the biggest crime, besides Dohalim not being more integral, is just how passive the protagonists are. None of them really have a major role in this arc. They're just kind of following the whims of other characters, reacting both to Mikal's lead and Kelzelik's coup. If the realms got more time to shine and the writing was stronger, I can easily see how this arc could have been perfect, and how the same could have applied to all the other realms. Instead, you get this weird phenomena where the middle of the story is its best part, which, when the fuck has that ever happened before? Sadly, in the words of my husband Dohalim, it's all downhill from here. No, literally, he actually says that, and we also have to hike across a mountain to get to the next realm.
It's all downhill from here, quite literally.
We don't even get a moment to breathe before we decide to leave. It's just defeat Kelzelik and then onward to the next realm. Worth noting, though, that Vicent is home to the training grounds, the Coliseum of sorts in this game. I don't really use Coliseums much in the Tales games or any games outside of Kingdom Hearts, but they do offer some neat rewards for certain challenges and unlock different emblems on the character's skill panels, so it's worth taking a look. Anyhow, on to Taka Pond Road. It is here we learn about fishing. Yes, this game has a fishing mechanic. Unlike cooking, it's a proper minigame where Kisara stands at the end of a small dock and you have her cast her line for fish. It took me a while to figure out what the hell I was supposed to do, but surprisingly, it's not too bad. I don't find it fun in the fucking slightest, but it's fine. And doing this will get you some emblems for her skill panel too. The only thing about this that I love is the fact that it's one of Kisara's weird quirks. I nearly said quirks. Quirks for gays.
I'm homosexual.
You know, it's like the for her meme. but gay. She learned how to fish from Miguel when she was little, since it was the only way for Danans like them to feed themselves without the Renans knowing. Kisara constantly points out spots to fish, and I kind of love how obsessive she gets about it.
Oh, sorry. I guess I'm just in my own little world when I go fishing.
It is clearly something that helps her relax and clear her mind. Also, love that Shion is totally disinterested until she's told that she can eat the fish.
But that doesn't change the fact it's a giant time sink.
Of course, each fish has its own unique flavor, too. And some of them are supposed to be extremely delicious.
When you put it like that, maybe it's worth me trying my hand at fishing after all.
You're just in it for the food.
Anyhow, since we lack a world map, I'll just use the magic of this visual medium to show you our journey thus far. We don't see all of Dana, but the story mostly takes place on this unnamed continent, which has a large enclosed sea in the middle. Weirdly circular, begs the question of whether that's, natural or a result of the Renan invasion, but we'll never know, it's fine. Kind of reminds me of the world map from Slayers though, with this giant ocean at the world center, where, it's a result of an ancient battle between God and Satan. Well, not God and Satan, but like God adjacent and Satan adjacent. I just find that neat. Although, Slayer's world building is chef's kiss. Arise could never. On the left half of the continent are Orbis Calaglia, CYSLODIA, and GANATH HAROS. The SAAR sea caves presumably act as some kind of bridge up north between CYSLODIA and ELDE MENANCIA, and MAHAG SAAR sits to MENANCIA's south, past Mount Diarrhea? Diarrhea? I don't know. Believe it or not, the fact that there's this giant sea between the next realm and the last one will be importante. Along the way, we get a tutorial for Dohalim's boost attack. He holds power over Earth, which includes both rocks and plants. He is Cornelia. He's able to create vines which hold enemies in place, which is useful against enemies who tend to evade attacks. It's a bit underwhelming, but yeah, it works. Honestly, it would have hit a lot more if he just showed up in the middle of that invisible Zuko boss and his boost attack helped to keep it from evading. But in the words of the wise Goofy Goof,
what do I know?
However, Dohalim doesn't use his Master Core, viewing it as a reminder of his failures as a lord, since all the astral energy inside of it was gathered from the Danans hollowed by Kelzelik.
The pain and agony wrought upon this world by my predecessors, as well as the injustice enabled by my own inaction, are all housed within my Master Core. It is a testament of all that I have done wrong. It cannot ever be used again, nor fall back into the wrong hands.
Totally understand that, but I feel like it would have been great to see him use that as a way to take down LENEGIS, using what remains of these people to avenge them and protect their loved ones who are still here. Also could tie into the whole use what power you have to dismantle oppressive systems. Not to mention, and this is an idea I came up with while I was playing with my friend, I would have loved if gathering the Master Cores gave Alphen access to different elemental swords you can switch between in gameplay. It feels like it just writes itself, and it could have made for a fun, satisfying process of taking down each Renan Lord, while also playing with Alphen's fear of accruing power. And also, I don't know, it'd just be kind of iconic if Alphen did with Dohalim what he does with Shion. The romantic holding, the dramatic dipping, the pulling a sword out of your love interest's chest.
Homosexuals. Damn homosexuals.
It's a running theme in the Tales series, and honestly, I get it. I see the vision. I get it. Dohalim uses astral arts like Shion and Rinwell, but he is also a melee combatant who wields a staff. Originally in his concept art, he was going to wield a longbow, but that was changed since it was functionally the same as Shion's gun. Would he be iconic with a bow? Yes, but I feel like the staff is equally iconic and more unique. But to make Dohalim even better, he also heals. I say it once more, perhaps if things with Shion don't work out somehow, Alphalim could thrive. Or would it be Dauphin? Ooh, Dauphin's cute actually. Argue about it in the comments, please. Kisara and Dohalim also help to round out the group dynamic, since our team is now fully formed. Kisara is the group mom, trying to make sure everyone's taken care of, and managing everything from laundry to diets to finances. Literally, this woman will yell at you if you spend even a single gold on an orange shell. Let me live my life, Kisara!
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much? Did we really just spend that much money? We camp outside and eat grass for dinner to try and stretch every last gold we have. You never know when we may need it.
I don't think we're so poor that we have to eat grass or anything.
Shut up, Alphen.
Shutting.
The care that she displays for everyone else makes her one of the most, and why did I say it like that? The most. Anyway, she's a very endearing character, and even if she doesn't have much to do plot-wise after ELDE MENANCIA, I still love her. She does have a habit of talking about her brother nonstop.
Miguel told me that different fish live in different regions, and you have to pick the right rod and lure for what you're hoping to catch.
Like, it makes sense, given he was, you know, the person she was closest with in her whole life, and Legil doesn't fucking matter. She got a lot of traits from Miguel, and he basically raised her. And there are cute moments, but there are so many of them that I can't help but feel like I need to make a game where you take a shot every time Miguel is mentioned. Except we're not going to do that because I don't want you to die of alcohol poisoning.
Miguel was the one who taught me how to maintain my equipment after I first joined the Guard. I learned most everything I know from my brother. Miguel and I used to look after the younger kids a lot. My brother, he truly believed in his dream of coexistence.
Naturally, her BFF Legil doesn't matter. Yeah, you already forgot about Legil, didn't you? Don't worry, so did the game. Dohalim, meanwhile, has no fucking social skills. Because he's a Renan lord, he's kind of used to living in the lap of luxury, being waited on hand and foot. Even if he might have treated Danans well, they were still servants who did everything for him.
You forgot to take care of the fire yesterday.
What do you mean, take care of? Ah, yes. You meant to put it out?
Yep. If it stays lit, we could end up in real trouble real fast.
I see. I apologize for not realizing that. I shall be more careful in the future.
It's like the thought of putting it out himself never even occurred to him.
I should mention that the clasp for your cape is about to come undone.
Oh yes, I tried to fix that myself, but it simply refused to cooperate with me.
Are you telling me Renans can't even dress themselves?
Lords like Dohalim have attendants that take care of just about everything they need. So I'm not surprised he sometimes struggles with the basics.
What would you suggest that I learn?
For starters, I think it'd be good for you to learn how to dress. And put on shoes. How to comb your hair is equally important, and learning to manage your possessions better. And then from there...
She sounds like his mom rattling all that off.
It leaves him as incredibly sheltered and helpless, his only knowledge of the world coming from his cultural interests like music or literature. This means it often sounds like he's speaking a different fucking language to literally everyone else in the party, that he'll blow their budget on random things that catch his eye.
I'm looking at our finances and they seem to have taken a nosedive.
That may be because I borrowed a small amount to purchase something the other day.
I don't think you can call spending more than half of our money a small amount.
Half? Dohalim, what the hell did you buy?
Forget to do basic things like put out the campfire before bed, or even accidentally insult or upset others with how awkwardly blunt he can be.
About your owl, Rinwell. When he starts to molt, would you be willing to give me his old feathers? I hear pillows made from owl feathers are very comfortable and wish to make one.
This is why I hate you, Renans!
Now why am I in it?
Honestly, it really makes me love him. I love him so much. I live for this conflict between Dohalim and the others, and seeing how he has to overcome his sheltered self-pity in order to actually be of use to the others. Again, this tendency to fixate on obscure topics, as well as his struggles with emotional awareness, lend a lot to people reading him as autistic coded. I can't speak to whether, it's coding that's well done, but the idea of having neurodivergent characters in Tales games would make the casts far more interesting and relatable to more characters. And now that I'm thinking about it, there are a lot of characters in these games that I can read as neurodivergent coded. Oh my god. Anyhow, what you really need to know for the time being is that Dohalim struggles with self-hatred. He views himself as a fraud and a failure of a leader, and speaks as though he's ready to throw his life away at the drop of a hat. Alphen and Kisara will often encourage Dohalim, while Shion reads him for filth, saying that this pity party is only slowing them down.
But that was no lofty idealism on my part, nor do I feel any pride at what occurred.
Spare us the pity party. You literally just joined us to uphold those ideals.
Shion?
No, she is absolutely correct. I shall speak no more of my misgivings.
I appreciate all of this, as a lot of people who share Dohalim's self-pity often don't even realize that even hating yourself is quite self-centered, that it is easy to get stuck there wallowing because it's easier than doing the work to become a better person and address your mistakes. Girl, I know that game. Rinwell, naturally, fucking hates Dohalim, though.
It must be nice to be a Renin who has time to indulge in stuff like that, unlike the rest of us.
You know, which does track. Rinwell's not very fond of any Renin, which we'll be learning a bit more about why in the next arc, oh god. But especially because Dohalim is a Renin lord, it makes Rinwell even more hostile towards him.
Renin castles and spirit vessels are often found in such locations. Intriguingly, Danon ruins are also known for their abundant energy.
You Renins attacked us. Don't act like you're just some...
Sheesh, enough already. This isn't the place to pick a fight over this.
How can you be so calm listening to all of this? You've suffered at the hands of guys like him too.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm calm.
And even Kisara, while she's adjusting to no longer serving him.
Perhaps I'll give it some thought after all. Does that sound all right by you?
You might want to stop asking his permission for every little thing while you're at it.
I've taken shots at Rinwell throughout this video, but it is kind of important to remember she kind of has a right to be this upset. The Renins are the oppressive, colonizing, invading party, with the indigenous Danons being the victims. While it is true that you shouldn't paint every individual as the same as the collective, I'm not gonna begrudge someone marginalized for being hesitant to trust someone who is of the group which oppresses them. And it makes me wish that was explored more. That Dohalim would be made to confront the fact that he's a part of this awful system and his solution was temporary rather than systemic. It feels like Rinwell's hatred of Dohalim is just glossed over, when there's so much more to discuss about it, especially given the similarities between Rinwell and Dohalim as huge fucking nerds. Having them more thoroughly explore this conflict between them would make the resulting friendship between them even more satisfying. Anyhow, the mountain trail is another linear jog, yay, which weirdly feels way less arduous than the trips to CYSLODIA and MENANCIA. I haven't mentioned this yet, but Tomizawa mentioned that despite the game's linearity, it definitely didn't mean the game would be devoid of detours. And I guess he's technically correct, but these detours are almost always short branching dead ends with nothing more than treasure chests or herbs. On rare occasions they'll lead to another area, but it'll be one that has nothing to do with the story and is yet another dead end. They're only here because they'll be used later on for post-game events and dungeons, but in the meantime, they're just kind of pointless. Looking at you, Tidal Plain, and also you, Tower of the Wind Spirit. How dare you look so cool and important, then refuse me entrance. As we reach the end of the trail, Shion begins to have her strange visions again, clearly exhausted even as she tries to power through her fatigue. The others try to say that they need to rest, but Shion refuses. It is made a bit funnier knowing that the next town is, literally one area away. Like, girl, walk another 10 feet and you'll be there, but, let's ignore that for now.
Hey, let's stop for a minute. My armor's pretty heavy. I think I need a little rest.
I second that. All of this walking is starting to take its toll on me as well.
What? You don't look it.
We can't spare the time. There's places we need to be. Mahag SAAR's capital, Niez, is our destination right now.
But if one of us collapses, it will only serve to slow us down. And in your case, Alphen is the only one who could carry you. Best to rest while you have the opportunity.
Alphen, knowing Shion will never admit when she needs to rest, asserts that he needs a break, which in turn gives everyone the signal to set up camp here for the time being. Shion is pissed, of course. Cue old married couple fight number 17.
Enough already. I need a break, so we're taking one.
I don't need you fretting over me.
Fretting? Hey, it's not like I'm...
It makes me love these two's dynamic even more, and really relate to Shion's need not to broadcast when she's struggling. Given we're about to enter the second to last realm, they're trying to ramp up the connection between Alphen and Shion, which you'll see more of soon. After an awkward fade to black, we see... it's still daytime? I feel like that fade was, meant to signal some passage time, but it just looks like Alphen just sat there on the same rock for whatever amount of time it passed between shots, like a few seconds. What was he sitting there for hours? And the sun just didn't move? There's no campfire, and it seems like everyone is just kind of scattered around this area. Given what's about to go down in this scene, I'm surprised they didn't do more to show everyone actually resting, as it would have exacerbated the tension and drama of what's about to go down. It would have especially made more sense to happen at night, which I'm realizing now, this scene does happen at night in the intro. Oops. So anyway, Alvin heard some birds, and apparently the birds told him that his ex has finally caught up with him. The mysterious swordsman, the guy who killed the same wolves we did, but when he did it, it was scary and wrong, leaps off of a cliff to try and attack Alvin.
Been looking for you.
For me? Why?
He's tough.
We don't know why, but I think we're meant to assume that he's heard the same rumors about Alvin as the Blazing Sword as everyone else. The ones we have no clue how they're spreading across Dana when all the realms are supposedly cut off from each other, but whatever. The swordsman won't say why he's after Alvin. The only thing he says is that he desires beautiful, precious life.
Beautiful, precious life. What the? That is all I desire.
Which, do you mean like a beautiful life for yourself? Do you mean like building it with another? Potentially a certain ex? Or do you just like to kill things and watch the life leave them because you're just that cartoonishly evil? It's hard to take this guy seriously, especially when his only previous scene was that comically terrible introduction where he failed to come across as intimidating or even sensical. We'll get into all the problems with this guy later on, but there's this running joke in the fandom that the mysterious swordsman is basically a wannabe Sephiroth. The silver-haired guy with the long sword from Final Fantasy VII, and also the boss that traumatized a generation of baby gamers through Kingdom Hearts like me. I'll admit, most of my knowledge of Sephiroth comes from Kingdom Hearts and cultural osmosis. Please don't shoot me. I am used to this man being a literally one-winged angel. But it seems I'm not alone in that, because the mysterious swordsman is not truly a character with a real grudge against Alvin. He exists solely to possess a similar vibe as Sephiroth, at least hypothetically, and to be a recurring antagonist who is Alvin's opposite on paper. Emphasis on the on paper part, since everything about this man is about as hollow as Corpse Goo Lagoon. This is another one of those bosses you don't actually have to beat. I don't even think you can. You just have to shave off enough of his health to trigger a cutscene. It's meant to communicate how terrifyingly powerful and skilled he is, and how out of your depth you are even after the third realm. The characters even comment on how this swordsman abilities surpass even a Renan Lord. It does make you wonder who this man could be, but the answer is so deeply unsatisfying and bland that I'll just assume you've either guessed correctly or... Actually, no, I'm just gonna guess that and we'll check back in on that guess later. In the following cutscene, the mysterious swordsman... Why did I say it like that? Single-handedly bodies the entire fucking team. He even tries to kill Hootle. What the fuck? But Alvin will simply not stand for that. But he will be thrown on the ground and nearly murdered for it. Shion saves him by sniping the swordsman, getting a shot clear across his eye.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Ew! It is a badass moment, which quickly turns freaky as the swordsman gives one of the most disturbing smiles I have ever seen. Is this guy into being shot? Okay, I did not expect for gunplay to be a thing, but okay, sure. Am I gonna kink shame? Yeah, I'm gonna kink shame. I'm gonna kink shame this. The swordsman is still gunning for Alvin. Oh no, I wrote a pun and didn't even realize it. Shion leaps in the way of his sword, getting stabbed almost all the way through her chest.
Alvin! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
At least that's what the game told me. I can't really tell from the way they framed the shot, and I can't see any blood. Alvin freaks out, his mask glowing, and a fountain of light pouring out all around him as he holds onto Shion. The swordsman seems to know what this is, but escapes, while everyone else is deeply confused about what the fuck just happened. Once he's gone, Shion is perfectly fine.
Shion.
Thanks, but you're kinda crushing me.
Sorry.
It's not as bad as it looks.
Not bad. That's... Shion, we thought you were...
I'm fine. Really.
Yet again, she does a quick healing art on herself and carries on like nothing happened. A bit odd, but you know, there's a reason for it. I wish they did a better job foreshadowing this and having characters question it, but whatever, okay. It's also clear that there is meant to be a mystery as to the identity of this swordsman.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock!
And why he's so fixated on Alphen. But trust me when I say that the answers are deeply uninteresting and the opposite of compelling. Dohalim is a bit curious as to what this power Alphen released was, but Kisara is quick to remind him that he conveniently can't remember any of his past.
Can you use Danon astral arts like Rinwell, perhaps?
He wouldn't know, Dohalim. He doesn't have any memories from his past, remember?
Honestly, it's kind of wild the game waited this long to have a character try and even suggest playing detective about all the mysteries they've been juggling around. Characters have not so much as been investigating these things, as much as they've been reminding you of how much we don't know, and how much they refuse to tell you for about 10 hours thus far. It's not a mystery if you're refusing to actively uncover the mystery, it's just annoying. Like what, was this game directed by J.J. Abrams? Oh god, fuck your mystery box. Walking the rest of the 10 feet, we arrive in Niez, capital city of MAHAG SAAR, only to find it in ruins and seemingly abandoned. It's full ghost town energy here. It's giving Rock Village and Jak and Daxter.
It looks like the Blue Sage threw a party.
Oh my! Rock Village is on fire!
One heck of a party.
There are no Renan guards nor Danon slaves in sight, and many of the buildings look charred and disheveled from explosives. It seems as though there's already been some kind of uprising here, but there's no sign of anyone left to tell us about it. Further in is a flag which bears the crest of the Darkwings, a revolutionary group in Danon folklore, led by a brave hero with a torch and his owl companion.
There was an evil king who tried to bring all of Dana to ruin. However, a pure black owl heard the pleas of the people and decided to help. It chose a young hero and bestowed upon them a holy flame that was capable of vanquishing the king. The story goes that the young hero challenged the king and defeated them with the flame.
You know, the part where the hero defeats the king with a flame reminds me a little of Alphen.
Come on, it's just a story.
Uncanny resemblance to Alphen and Hootle aside, Rinwell knows about it thanks to stories passed down by her mage clan. Do kinda wish it fed into Alphen's backstory a little bit, but the important part here is that the Danon resistance of MAHAG SAAR likely took inspiration from this story, which... Wait, actually, how did they know about this folklore if the Renans worked hard to stamp it out? Legit, I'm only realizing that inconsistency now as I write the script. In any case, Niez is absolutely beautiful. I wish we got to see it in its prime, but the ghost town vibes really suit it well, along with all the autumnal vibes thanks to the crimson foliage. It makes the place feel equal parts cozy and haunting. I'm especially a sucker for these weird purple structures, along with the giant windmills everywhere. What I am not a fan of is just how small this town is in comparison to all the others. Of all the towns in this game, this one arguably feels the most hallway-like. Not to mention, Almadria's castle looks so beautiful. Honestly, I think it might be the most beautiful castle in the whole game, but you can't even go inside. This arc's storyline doesn't even really take place in Niez all that much, meaning the castle just sits there, unused and unexplorable. And I took that personally. As we head further into Niez, we are warned by disembodied voices to identify ourselves.
All of you, stop right there! Don't try anything funny. One wrong move, and I guarantee we'll blow you away.
My name is Alphen. I came here from CALAGLIA.
Alphen? The wielder of the blazing sword?
Here is my proof. Will that suffice? Or do I have to burn down one of those houses to make my point?
Okay, Alfred, Jesus Christ. Did not expect arson to be one of your interests, even though you have a flaming sword, but go off, I guess. This prompts Bayfon and the other Dark Wings to reveal themselves, having heard stories about Alphen as a liberator. No, that still doesn't make any sense, but I'm tired at this point. We're gonna roll with it. Bayfon is the Dark Wing's second in command. Every time I say this man's name, I want to say Bayfong, and it's not. It's Bayfon. Bayfon. Aqua Bayfon. Anyhow, Bayfon tells us that they managed to free Niez, only for Lord Almadria to escape. He warns us to leave Xion and Dohalim behind as we go to meet the Darkwing leader Deadime, since he's not the biggest fan of Renans, but Alphen refuses to abandon his companions. Deadime is a real piece of work. Not sure why he's got the eye patch, but, you know, he goes out of his way to be rude to the party, especially Xion, like Jesus.
Gotta say, I didn't expect you to run with a gang of women and kids. Those other lords must have been real pushovers, huh?
Seriously? Are you this rude to everyone you meet?
Don't interrupt me, you brat. Didn't your parents teach you any manners?
What, you?
Having lost so much at the hands of the Renans, Deadime has made it his mission to kill every last one of them, or at least run them all out of Mahag SAAR, even if he has to kill his own people to do it. His work with the explosives beforehand presumably killed many Danans, which Deadime views as acceptable losses. This is actually a pretty interesting angle to take the whole fighting for freedom concept. Because of the power vacuum left behind by Almadria, it has allowed a tyrant in the making like Deadime to step up and take control. We're meant to find his methods and approach to ruling distasteful and disgraceful, given the way that he's framed and how our protagonists talk about him.
I get the feeling Deadime signed up to be a rebel, so he could have a roost to rule. Heck, he's no better than a lord. In some ways, he's even worse.
How could he use explosives on his own people?
And yet, despite the toll of his actions, none of the Danans we've seen seem to question his assumed authority in the least. If anything, they may well consider him a hero, which would say a great deal toward how deeply they resented the Renans here.
Still, I don't think this is as simple as saying the good guys won out over the bad ones.
Yeah, I don't either. Deadeye might have managed to drive the Renans out of Niez, but that doesn't make the way he did it okay.
A victory that's earned by throwing away the lives of his own people? No, that isn't a victory at all. I can understand that the Danans here are standing up against their oppression, but that doesn't mean they have to humiliate all Renans just to settle the score.
I'm perfectly able to stand up for myself, Alphen. Besides, I'm used to it by...
But you shouldn't have to be, Xion. When you've been a slave for so long, it's easy to accept that's how it should be because it's all you've ever known. Constantly being belittled is no different. I don't think that's fair. For me or for you.
That said, it's another case of cool concept, but you didn't really actually explore it all that much, especially since this is the only scene where Deadime actually matters. On top of that, I can't help but feel that rather than explore the nuances of messy revolutions and their aftermaths, this is quickly turning into a both sides bad kind of vibe. We're not even concerned with how Almadria ruled in comparison to the other lords, and comparing that to Deadime's rule. We just kind of gloss over that until she takes back the mantle of the main villain of this arc. Granted, the game up until this point is clearly in favor of liberation, even if it requires violent tactics, which is more than I can say about a lot of media in this anime field. That's how we freed CALAGLIA and CYSLODIA after all, and how we stopped Kelzelik's insurrection. That said, this arc very much reminds me of how a certain show about girls with colors terribly handled the topics of racism, racial justice, and methods of protest. Which, for more information, check out my old The White Fang Problem video. But long story short, Deadime doesn't suck because he gave into reverse racism, which really is just a boogeyman created by those in the majority, afraid of a little thing called karma coming to kick their asses. Really, the game goes out of its way to make him into this cartoonish caricature of a revolutionary to go, see? This is what happens when you believe in liberation too much. He feels a lot like Adam Taurus, and I don't mean that in a good way. To really drive the point home, whenever they talk about Renans and Danans, take any real-world issue and substitute Renans with a majority group and Danans with a marginalized one, and you'll start to see where the issues lie. Or maybe you won't, which is an entirely different problem that I am not unpacking right now. This video is already probably like 6 to 7 hours long, and the whole thing is probably 14 hours because I'm a maniac and no one stopped me. Anyhow, all of this is to try and set up Rinwell's arc of realizing #NotAllRenans. An arc which, okay, yeah, don't blame all your problems on an entire group of people, that's bad. But like, are we really gonna say that the marginalized distaste for a group which has historically oppressed them is equivalent to that of the oppressive group terrorizing the marginalized? That's like the definition of a false neutrality, and we don't do those up in here. There was this fantastic video I saw a long while back during my Brene Brown phase, don't ask, where Brene, a researcher who studies shame, courage, and vulnerability, talks with the hosts of The Next Question, Austin, Chi-Chi, and Jenny, about how her work applies specifically to the experiences of Black women, given Brene herself is a white woman. Now, as a white NB, this is not my forte and definitely not my lane, so if I stumble or misspeak, I apologize, and please read me for filth. I'll probably cry about it in the corner. But something that sticks with me is something that Austin shares about her experience watching The Color of Fear, where a white woman cries asking why a Black woman won't give her the benefit of the doubt, as she presumes to have nothing but the best of intentions. The Black woman responds, "I need you to know that every time I form a relationship with another white person, I am crawling on my hands and knees over the broken shards of other relationships where I was betrayed." I have been picking on Rinwell's anger a lot through this video, and honestly, most of that is because the game itself is kind of going out of its way to try and depict her as an antagonist, to make you annoyed by her distrust of Renans like Xion and Dohalim. But when you take a step back, of fucking course she is. The Renans invaded Dana, stamped out its culture, enslaved its people, and did unspeakable things to Rinwell's family, as we'll soon discover. It's only natural that she would be at least a little wary of any other Renans that she came across. But the game begs to differ. It says, actually, Rinwell is like the real racist here. Which again is indulging in a false neutrality, as though Danans distrusting Renans is equivalent to Renans oppressing Danans. It's not. That is going to be one of the core issues with this arc, which we'll get into later. In the meantime, Almadria has dipped, and is supposedly hiding out in the Estaluva forest.
Estaluva, huh?
As long as she's on the run, Niez isn't safe, and Xion especially is ready to go hunting for lords. Surprisingly, Dohalim doesn't know jack shit about her.
What can you tell me about Almadria?
Not as much as you'd probably wish. I only ended up crossing paths with her a handful of times, after I was chosen to be a lord on LENEGIS.
They're both Renan lords, and yet he has no clue what kind of person she is. Which, sure, I guess that's fair, but it most certainly doesn't make for a very compelling story, especially considering the fact that we already know Almadria was behind all that wacky nonsense back in Menancia to do with the Fruit of Helgen and Kelzelik's coup. Well, I mean, we know, but I don't know if the characters have caught on to it, and if they are, they certainly aren't talking about it. Later that night, while the rest of the group rests at the inn, Xion seemingly tries to go after Almadria on her own.
Where are you going?
Alphen.
You should get some rest. What's got you up at this hour?
Why don't you go back to the inn?
I will when you do.
He knows Xion very well by this point. She's always ready to throw herself into danger, and he refuses to let her do that again, especially in a place as hostile to Renans as Niez. It is a very sweet moment that, to me, makes me appreciate Alphen a lot more. Also, really makes you wonder why Xion is the way that she is, and what is driving her to continually try to take down the lords on her own.
The Lord's days are numbered. I haven't forgotten our promise. you can trust me, you know? Maybe even lean on me a little, if you want.
And if I say I will you finally give it a rest?
Yeah, of course. Try to get some rest, okay?
What was all that about?
The next day, we make our way to Estaluva Forest through the Akfodal Hills, a field which connects a few different areas in MAHAG SAAR. By far and away, this is the smallest of the 5 realms, and feels like a collection of dead ends which all branch off of this one field. It adds to the feeling of this being the shortest, most rushed arc, which is a shame because these environments are some of the most stunning in the whole game.
The winds outside the capital are blowing as strongly as ever.
You can definitely see why people call this place the Valley of the Four Winds.
Indeed, MAHAG SAAR is the realm of wind, just as GANATH HAROS is for water.
Water, fire, earth, wind.
Guardians unite!
What is that ring of rocks over there for? They don't look like they formed naturally to me.
Most likely, they were brought over by us Renans when we first invaded the planet.
What in the world were they even used for?
To manipulate the properties of Dana's astral energy.
Renans these days are more advanced than Danans in some ways, but even they don't seem capable of doing something on that grand a scale. Or is that something that's possible on LENEGIS? Or maybe the Renan homeworld?
I can't claim to know everything about my own kind, but I myself have never seen anything that would be capable of such a drastic feat.
If 2 + 2 is 4, right? And 5 + 5 is 10, okay. What the fuck is this? I didn't see.
Estaluva is the pits. No, literally, it's this giant pit in a tiny forest. According to Rinwell, it's the underground remains of Danan Castle, which was presumably destroyed during the first Renan invasion. Interestingly, it features some nice environmental storytelling, signaling through lab equipment and bookcases that Almadria used this place as a hideout and a testing ground, likely to keep her experiments from prying eyes back in Niez. It honestly does more work to acquaint you with her character than any of her actual scenes. There's also this little discussion here that I actually really appreciate, where Kisara ponders over the fact that Danans had castles before the Renans arrived, which begs the question of whether Danans had their own class systems, whether Danans oppressed themselves the way that the Renans oppressed the Danans, and whether it's just human nature for people to want to rule over others, which is a thing that we'll also be exploring through Deadheim's character. It's a very interesting conversation that, y'all know where the sentence is going, that they don't do much with, but you know what, A for effort, I guess. I don't fucking know. Unfortunately, the actual design of this dungeon makes it hard to focus on that environmental storytelling. Because dear astral spirits, this dungeon is tedious. You have to drop down to the bottom level and then work your way up through different dead ends and Zoogle hordes so the central elevator can stop at each floor.
There! I'm not afraid. Hoodle?
It feels like such a chore, and the information that you gather about Almadria is not nearly enough to make this feel worth it. There isn't even any mention of her using this equipment to create Fruits of Helgen. In fact, there are a bunch of machines here that look like healing pods that we see later on in the game, and beds that suggest that Almadria could have been conducting experiments on Danans and maybe even Renans in addition to Zoogles.
This place is full of weird machinery, old and new. Just what the hell was she doing here?
By all appearances, the sort of unsavory research she wouldn't want to see divulged.
Even to other Renans? That's a scary thought.
But that's all just conjecture. There's no actual clarity on what she was really doing here, which lends to this all feeling like a massive waste of time where we aren't actually learning anything valuable about our foe. Side note, Rinwell is indeed from CYSLODIA, but the way that she says Estaluva earlier,
Estaluva, huh?
it makes me feel like she should have instead been from MAHAG SAAR, then have fled to CYSLODIA. She speaks as though she's acquainted with the area, and personally, I think that would have made her story here a bit more compelling. So far, MAHAG SAAR feels like a whole lot of filler, sandwiched by a problematic both sides kind of story that just beats you over the head. After, you guessed it, a giant monster boss. Kill me.
So much for finding the Lord. Come on, let's get back to Niaz.
Shion, calm down. This isn't like you.
You just made that up!
What's wrong? Talk to me.
It's none of your concern.
Even after everything we've been through together?
The two of us are only helping each other because our interests overlap, remember?
Are you serious? You helped me come to terms with Zephyr's death. You put your life on the line to save me. Don't tell me you did all that out of necessity. That it was only because we have a common goal. You don't want to answer? Then I'll do whatever I like from now on, too. Clearly, I'm just bothering you. So it doesn't matter if you tell me what's on your mind. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop looking out for you. Not now, not ever.
That's not fair. Why can't you just leave me alone? You don't know the first thing about me.
But I do. I know you care about the pain of others. You care, Shion. That's why I want to help.
Because of my thorns, I thought I had been doomed to a life of solitude. Until the day I died, I knew I would be alone.
And now?
The truth is, I'm trying to end my curse and get rid of my thorns.
I mean, I feel like that was pretty obvious. It's probably everyone's first guess, but, you know, they want to act like it's a big reveal later on, so... Sure, okay, whatever. By taking out the Renan Lords and assembling their Master Cores, she can create the Renis Alma, the ultimate Master Core, which is bestowed upon the Sovereign once they win the Crown Contest. Supposedly, it has the power to break the Curse of Thorns, finally setting Shion free. It's kind of wild it took this long to get this basic information out of her. Like, why could she not have just shared this earlier? And then we get more crumbs of details as we go on. Why hold back all of this? Well, actually, there is a big part that she's holding back that I'm okay with holding back. But I wish we at least knew this much way earlier on in the game. Because having to wait about like 15 to 18 hours for this basic level shit is just wild. Replaying Tales of the Abyss, by this point of the game, I'm already well aware of the Qliphoth, the Sephiroth trees, and the whole Thaumacrie thing. Abyss girlies, you know what I'm talking about. Everyone go play Abyss, it's fantastic. This is a very sweet moment for Shion, as everyone rallies together to support her. But like, it also feels like shit we should have gotten like hours ago, which also gives me whiplash because I just don't believe that we're all this tight-knit found family by this point. I mean, sure, Alphen cares about Shion, but Rinwell is still incredibly hostile towards Renans. Law is just kinda here, and we literally just met Kisara and Dohalim. We're not besties, so I'm not sure why Alphen is acting like we all are. I just don't buy it. And even Rinwell is making comments like, I wish we could all just stay together forever and travel like this for the rest of our days. And I'm like, girl, you were just throwing slurs at Shion and Dohalim.
It feels natural having Hootle and everyone around.
It's starting to feel like we're almost a family.
So does that make you everybody's dad?
Do I really look that old to you?
Child. Anyway, so...
I just want to keep traveling the world with you guys the way we are right now.
12 seconds later.
Denon ruins are also known for their abundant energy.
You Renans attacked us.
And also, you called Law a lint picker, which, like, I do approve of the Law bullying, but Jesus. Anyhow, upon returning to Niez, we learned that Deadime had Bayfon feed us bad intel so that he could send us on a wild goose chase because he sucks. In reality, Almadria has already been caught, and she seemingly didn't even put up a fight. Fuck that bitch. Which raises enough red flags to replace all the fall-colored trees in this realm. Personally, Not a fan of this at all. It takes away a chance for us to better be acquainted with Almadria as an antagonist, especially given how she tries to play the victim. It could have let her go all, woe is me, I wished you would down, as if she's like Dohalim, only to sucker punch us when she puts her actual scheme into action. Is saying actually and action that close together like a curse or something? It feels wrong. And also, wild the fact that the supporting cast are regularly doing more to advance the plot than our protagonists, and they're doing it all off screen. Why are these our heroes again?
Is that? Yes. It's Lord Almadria Kynaris.
Please stop! No good can come of such hatred. Stop or there'll be no turning back.
Deadeye leads the witch burning in the plaza outside Almadria's unplayable castle. Yes, I'm still bitter, by which I mean a literal witch burning. Like if there was an I Did Something Bad music video, Girl Taylor would be up there right now. Homegirl is literally tied up and about to be burned at the stake like it's Salem, Massachusetts. Well, actually, they didn't actually burn any witches. They just stoned them to death. Look, okay, history is a lie. They really wanted to drive home the, oh my god, Deadeye's just as bad as the Renan Lords angle. So they use the iconography of the witch trials to try and make us see him and all the bloodthirsty Danans as the bad guys. At least for right now. And yes, it's very, very, very icky.
Is this supposed to be justice?
Excuse me, Miss Ma'am, aren't you the ones who fed Balsef to the fire monster and snapped Ganabelt's neck like a toothpick? And you tried to snipe Dohalim! Why are we suddenly so afraid of taking out a violent, oppressive tyrant? Is it because she's a lady? Did she girl boss too close to the sun? And that's another thing. Because we entered this realm after the Dark Wings operation, we have no idea what the status quo of this realm was beforehand. So we're not entirely sure about whether Almadria was a monster like Balsef and Ganabelt, or if she was just misunderstood. Again, this could have all been told to us so that we can put the pieces together on what's really happening. But instead, it feels like the story is intentionally keeping us in the dark completely as it tries to stumble towards its big moments. This being an anime cutscene, they really want to drive home how important this scene is, which kind of makes me even more confused as to why the writing in this arc thus far is so sloppy compared to the others, which really is not saying a lot, honestly. As Deadeye gets ready to light this bitch up, the crowd eagerly chants, just to make sure you don't miss the heavy-handed allegory. But the important part is that as the crowd chants, they release massive amounts of astral energy, because the food they have is actually laced with the fruit of Helgen. Alphen tries to stop Deadeye before he can burn Almadria, but he's too late. The moment she goes up in flames, the crowd freezes, then hollows. This moment, for all the dumb witch trial shit, is actually deeply iconic. Because we know how the Fruit of Helgen and hollowing work, we immediately know what the crowd's in for when we hear the words Fruit of Helgen. It then becomes a race against time as Alphen tries to stop the inevitable. Genuinely, it's a great moment, especially as Almadria blows the fire away and then starts cackling like a lunatic. We love a mad woman.
I support women's rights, but more importantly, I support women's wrongs.
She set all of this up, allowing the Darkwings to chase her out of town and feel in control just so that she could hollow them and steal their astral energy. This woman is deeply unhinged and Machiavellian, and I'm here for it. I kind of wish they did a better job setting this all up, though. I was only able to follow along because I'm a lunatic who makes note of all these things, but I think to a more casual fan, they just kind of get the gist of what was going on, but it wouldn't quite hit them just how dangerous or Machiavellian Almeida actually is. They'd just kind of be left in shock, but then have that shock wear off almost immediately and go, what the fuck? When Almeidria's crest appears, Rinwell's suspicions are confirmed.
I found you at last. I swear it. I'll make you pay for what you did to my parents!
What do we have here? Could it really be the witch from Dana? Honestly, I thought I had wiped all of you out of existence back then. I guess there was one survivor after all.
She steps up, swearing that she'll avenge her parents, revealing the real reason why she's been traveling with us. Revenge. But like, not the cool kind of revenge like Velvet, it's more like dollar store revenge. You know, like run-of-the-mill anime, like you murdered my parents, so now I'ma cut you kind of revenge. You know, the basic shit. You see, Almeidria tracked down Rinwell's mage clan many, many moons ago, traveling all the way to CYSLODIA, probably on a private jet, because she sucks, to slaughter them and steal their secrets. Like, fashion. Well, actually, clearly not fashion. Like, I don't know how to brew good beer. I don't know what secrets wizards do. Rinwell only knew the lord who did it by their crest, and so she's been traveling with us to discover who killed her family and to get some good old-fashioned payback. It's a fine backstory, incredibly cliched and on the border of trite, but it functions well enough, and even explains Rinwell's strong hatred of Renans. My personal issue, in addition to what's about to happen, dear God, I'm not prepared and you're not prepared, no one is prepared, is how hazy all of it is. We don't know any specifics about Rinwell's mage clan. Everything is kept incredibly vague, even how exactly she wound up leading Almeidria to her family. We don't even really know how old Rinwell was when this happened, nor whether she had met Hootle by this point. Because of all of this, it makes it feel less like we're learning about Rinwell's story and more like we're getting read the spark notes of her wiki, which doesn't exactly make for an engaging story. And I already didn't like her all that much. I mean, like, I like her fine, but I find that revisiting this game, I just come to dislike her more and more. Anyhow, Rinwell is ready to kill Almeidria, threatening Law and the others that if they interfere, she'll kill them too. And it is... I'm sorry. This is fucking funny as hell.
Hey, Rinwell!
Shut up! This is the only thing that's keeping me going anymore. Stay out of my way or I'll kill you!
Rinwell.
You hear me, you bastard? I'll cut off your nutsack and nail it to my door! Like one of those lion door knockers rich folks got! That will be your fault!
Like, I know it's meant to be scary and upsetting, seeing this cute little Rinwell in this homicidal state, but I just cannot take any of this seriously. I can't. I feel like I'm watching a soap opera or a parody of a hyper-serious anime, and it gets even worse when Law jumps in the way of Rinwell's attack.
Why are you defending her?
Not really sure, you know.
Fucking idiot.
He says he can't let Rinwell kill Almeidria when she has such deep hatred in her eyes. And my eyes just kind of roll into the 5th dimension from fucking annoyance. This coming from the boy who killed Ganabelt and snapped his neck like a toothpick to avenge his own father?
I can't let you kill her. Not while your face is full of the same hatred as those people who died.
Flashback.
That damn Ganabelt!
And yes, they try to mention that later on, but it feels less like them trying to talk about the difference between their approaches and more like lampshading to defend their poor writing choices. Or maybe revenge is only good when a man does it?
Are you not the one who got revenge for his father? Don't I deserve that as much as you?
No. Which, how dare you? The femmes are great at revenge. There's nothing we do better than revenge. Well, maybe interior design. I fucking hate this scene. It is so ridiculous and hypocritical, coming off as preachy rather than an actually nuanced exploration on whether revenge is right. It feels like lip service with nothing but platitudes about how violence is wrong, even as the story contradicts that at other crucial moments. Almeidrea is a monster. She's a homicidal oppressor who's going to continue killing for funsies. She had a freaking torture lab experiment dungeon in the forest. So why the hell are we not putting her down exactly? Especially when we've already put down Balsef and Ganabelt, and when we're gonna try to do it with the final lord anyway. What makes her so different? Don't say woman. Not to mention, this feels like Ruibi in the worst way possible. Yes, I said Ruibi. As Law tries to talk Rinwell down, and Rinwell sobs about how bad she wants to do a murder, everyone else just kind of stands there silently. The protagonists just stand off to the side with nothing to do, nothing to say, no opinions to express, nothing. Alphen is probably just thinking about how pretty Shion is. Shion is thinking about how pretty Alphen is. Kisara pondering the meaning of life and how much she hates these children. Dohalim. Okay, yeah, there's probably nothing going on in that pretty head of his. They don't even try to get involved. And Almeidrea is also just standing there.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
She just letting these idiots ramble on about nothing while she files her nails through her gloves, I guess. Like fucking Shigo. Or waiting for them to return the slab or suffer my curse.
Is your little show quite finished?
I cannot stand this fucking trope of characters just standing around for the sake of the plot or arbitrary drama. Especially in something like an action game, this feels so wasteful and out of place. I don't feel invested because I keep getting taken out of the moment to just yell at the screen for being terribly written. So anyway, once all that bullshit's done, Almeidrea decides to be iconic and summon a dinosaur in Bale. No, literally, she just calls down this Jurassic Park looking motherfucker wannabe and then dips.
Rearranging life and death to form new hellish compositions. That is what I do best. Now behold!
Icon, legendary behavior. No, I have no clue how the hell her Master Core has the power to call forth a giant Dinozoogle from the sky, so just roll with it, I guess. From henceforth, may this Dinozoogle be called Steve. Once we defeat Steve, also known as Giant Monster Fight number 29, no, I don't know if he's actually number 29, but he fucking feels like it, we decide to go after Almeidrea, who presumably has left the realm to, I don't know, sip margaritas on an evil ocean liner till we kill her. She doesn't really have a plan. She doesn't have another scheme in mind and is instead just kind of bailing into the middle of the sea for shits and giggles. This makes our pursuit and need to defeat her very underwhelming, as there's no real sense of urgency of what she could do if we don't stop her. She doesn't have any big threat up her sleeve to, you know, destroy the realms with a satellite cannon or anything. She's just kind of on a boat, and she's like, try and stop me from escaping on my big yacht. And it's like, okay, where are you going? And she's like, I don't know. And I also want to touch on Rinwell's backstory again, and not only because of how the story seemingly is saying revenge bad if woman, but also because it's ignoring the whole angle of systemic oppression which fueled Almeidrea's crime. Much like the aforementioned issues with Deadheim's writing, the game is not taking into account that this system is what empowered a monster like Almeidrea to do what she did to Rinwell's family. It is so focused on her as a bad individual that it loses sight of the system that enabled and even created her, and it condemns Rinwell's desire for justice. Also, wild that this whole Rinwell can't do revenge thing is not only coming from the same game where Law just did revenge, but also the series where in the previous game, you know, literally the game that came before this one, the entire story was focused on Velvet seeking revenge against Artorias. That's how I continued to pronounce it, revenge. Just be normal. And she was right too. Even though Berseria was upfront in having Velvet acknowledge her own crimes and pitfalls, it never shied away from the fact that Artorias had to be stopped before he ruined so many more people's lives, even if it meant he had to die. So why the hell is Almadria getting the whole, oh, you'll be given due process bullshit? What due process? I doubt the Renans have that. They're colonizing assholes who were rude to even their own people. Fuck their justice system.
I won't kill you. I'll take you in.
The only aspect I kinda like in all of this is Shion's question of what Rinwell will do when she has achieved her revenge. That the anger and hatred can fuel her for now, but she needs a reason to live, not just an excuse to die. It is a very nice, sweet, sincere moment where Shion speaks from her own experience to try and help Rinwell. And I do really like that. I feel like that's really what the story was trying to communicate. That you shouldn't let yourself be consumed by your desire for revenge. But in the process, it erased so much of the nuance and systemic elements that it wound up oversimplifying the issue by like a terrifying margin. We head through the Adon ruins. Aiden? I don't want to say Aiden, that sounds like a white fuckboy. We're calling it the Adon ruins, which, no, they don't matter, F in the chat. To Almadria's hidden wharf, where she's been having Danans build her a luxury liner, the mobile fortress Gradia. From here on, the rest of the MAHAG SAAR arc, ironically, does not take place in MAHAG SAAR, but instead in the middle of the fucking sea. Which sucks, because like, you know, both the Adon ruins and the Adon lake are gorgeous locations, and are just brimming with this sense of history. But ultimately, they have no fucking bearing on the actual story, so thanks.
I don't know what I expected.
More than any other realm, this place feels incredibly pointless and lifeless. And like, I know they got the shit bombed out of them, but Jesus. Anyhow, we meet local nobody shipmaster Mahavar, who wishes he was as memorable as Benwick or as iconic as Dial, and set sail after Almadria. We get some time to talk with each party member individually, just to, you know, check in with everyone, see how everyone's doing. Does anyone need some snacks? I feel like I just got possessed by Kisara. It feels very much like an endgame thing before we enter the final act, which I suppose does make sense, given we're nearing the end of the game's quote-unquote first half. I ultimately don't mind it much, given it's a chance to try and characterize everybody a bit more, but I just can't help but feel like I don't quite connect with this cast as much as the ones from other Tales games. I do like Kisara getting seasick though, you and me both, girl.
The floor, it keeps moving.
Yeah, Kisara just shooting up the rankings, and she might actually be like my second favorite. No, Dohalim's still the second favorite because he's just so fucking hot.
Please, these gays, they're trying to murder me.
What drives me absolutely insane here, though, is the fact that we haven't even focused on LENEGIS whatsoever. You know, the whole governing body that runs the crown contest, which we'll have to fight once we're done with the Renan Lords here on Dana.
I almost forgot about LENEGIS. How much do you think they know about what's been going on down here?
It's safe to assume they know everything, though I know not why they choose to remain uninvolved.
We haven't even named the current sovereign who we'll presumably need to fight, which is kind of insane. Imagine getting to the final hours of Tales of Berseria, and you still haven't heard Artorias' fucking name yet. Dohalim mentions how odd it is that LENEGIS has yet to interfere, given they presumably know all about Alphen's efforts to liberate the Danan realms. It's meant to foreshadow what's to come, but really, it just makes me so infuriated with how the game has handled so much of its story thus far, and especially how it's going to handle Rena and LENEGIS in the final act. Because as of writing this script, which was months ago as of recording this, I had just gotten through LENEGIS and Dake Faisal again for recording, and oh my god, the number of times I wanted to rip out my fucking hair was staggering. And I'll tell you what, I haven't gone back to it in months because I haven't needed to record any new footage. Literally, the final dungeon is just sitting there unexplored in that file because, like, I can't be bothered. I can't. Not until I need to actually record it. The only saving grace here is the scene between Alphen and Shion. It's a very cute moment where Shion admits that it's nice having someone like Alphen around, who she doesn't have to worry about hurting with her thorns.
You know, I've never actually touched another person like this ever since I was on LENEGIS. I've always been alone.
And now?
She's definitely still hiding shit, but I can forgive that for what a nice moment it is between these two. Especially given that it's clearly meant to make you appreciate their bond before they take a fucking wrecking ball to your heart later.
I'm in danger!
Once we reach Almadria's ship, we see Almadria is already well aware of our arrival. I'm not sure how. Does she have a surveillance or a security system of some kind? Does she have like a ring camera on board her mega evil cruise ship of doom? If so, yes, I'm going here again. Where the hell has that been with the other lords the rest of the damn game? Anyhow, she plans to feed us to some ugly monster we only see a glimpse of.
Hungry already, my dear? I don't understand the question, and I won't respond to it. Worry not, for you shall have plenty to feast upon shortly.
Which, personally, I kinda like. It builds anticipation for what we're in for. Though, I am kind of just wondering what the hell she was doing this whole time. You know, just sitting there on that random sofa on her cruise ship, staring out at nothing and waiting for us to arrive. Like, girl, what do the lords do for entertainment? You know, besides torture slaves. The protagonists are in awe at the Gradia's immensity and grandeur. Presumably, this ship was built using materials from all of the Danon realms, though I'm not sure what they're really trying to imply here. There's this running thread where I'm like, were they trying to imply Almadria is behind, like, literally everything in the game?
For all we know, Kelzelik may well have been smuggling materials to help build it, in which case it would be yet another mistake on my part.
We don't know that she was only getting materials from MENANCIA.
You think it's possible that they might have come from elsewhere too?
Because if so, it's not working, and I'm not sure why you would be having the characters guess about this otherwise. Almadria feels like another villain of the week we'll steamroll through in no time, making all of this feel incredibly obligatory. Oh, and no, Kelzelik isn't here. Well, canonically he is, but we don't see him in any of the cutscenes, nor as we explore the ship and gameplay, which is such a waste. You had this man betray Dohalim while working for Almadria, you have him be responsible for the death of Kisara's brother, and then you don't even bother having Kelzelik and Almadria in even one scene together? As we explore, we discover that the ship is being powered by a starship engine. Once more, they're trying to remind you of the sci-fi elements they've done a terrible job at reinforcing, especially as Shion asks what a starship is.
My guess is that the engine comes from a starship.
As in one of those vessels used to go to and from LENEGIS?
As if she didn't totally use one to get to Dana in the first place. What in the as you know Bob kinda trashy exposition nonsense is this? Other Tales games have had sci-fi elements like Abyss, Xillia, or Graces, but they usually tend to lean more fantasy or industrial. Like in Xillia, the world of Olympias feels incredibly industrial rather than sci-fi, so I don't expect them to have the super advanced futuristic tech that RENA has. Likewise, the sci-fi tech in Abyss and Graces comes from ancient civilizations that are really no longer around, making their tech incredibly rare. Kemlaska kind of has some industrial vibes going on in its cities, but they're very faint compared to things like Olympias. Arise kind of marks the first time in the series, at least of the Tales games that I've played and am aware of, where an existing society is using sci-fi tech outright, but they do such a poor job establishing and reinforcing that it keeps taking me out of the story and making me go, wow, this could have been so much more engaging if they actually bothered integrating these elements. And it especially makes the final act stand out like a sore thumb in more ways than one. Not to mention, there are angel statues all throughout this place, all over the Gradia, on the starship engine, and even back in Esteluva Forest. And I'm just like, do Renans believe in angels? What the hell do these people believe in again? In Abyss, they're very clear about the entities that they pay homage to. Homage? Why can I... Usually I can pronounce this word fine, but today it's a brain dead day. But the other games are very consistent in the motifs that they use in character designs and architecture to tie everything together thematically. Abyss' main thing is phonons, which are particles of sound that compose everything in existence. They're an IRL thing too, except with a PH instead of an F. So the Order of Lorelei, along with all the ancient tech, borrows a lot of terminology and visuals from music. That's why all of the ancient technology resembles musical staffs, musical cymbals, tuning forks, etc. And why the Order of Lorelei has figures with titles like Grand Maestro. And even Symphonia had angels too, but to my knowledge, because I never played Symphonia myself, they seem to have done a better job at dealing with in-universe lore. They didn't just haphazardly borrow things from our world without a thought as to how they would work in Symphonia's world. Am I making sense? I hope I'm making sense. RENA's culture is kept so vague that I have no clue why anything is the way that it is. It feels very haphazard and lazy. Like, oh, it's quasi-religious, so just use angels. Also, I just want to say, Gradia is tedious as hell. It's not as bad as Esteluva Forest, but it forces you to walk in zigzaggy lines through boxes and crates to get to elevator keys to access each floor of the ship. Oh, and you bet your ass there are mini-bosses galore here, including the Venom Lizard we fought with Kelzalik, and this weird dragon thing guarding the barrier switch leading to the upper deck. This is not fun or challenging. This is just dull and tedious. Having played Vesperia for the first time writing the script and having played it over a couple more times as of recording it and replaying Abyss, it makes me appreciate the puzzles in those games' dungeons. Sure, a lot of them are pretty simple and some are kind of clunky, but at least I feel like I'm actually being asked to think critically so that I can proceed through the environment, instead of being made to fetch arbitrary items as the characters tell me what to use them for. Like, Shion...
Never seen anything like it.
It's an authentication key. They're quite common.
Maybe where you're from, but this is new to me.
It might go in an elevator somewhere. We should test it out.
Do I look like a mindless toddler to you who you must spell everything out to? Once we reach the deck, it's monologue time. It's like the monorail song from The Simpsons, but it's a monologue. Oh dear God, why does every scene with Almadria just suck? Like, I love her in concept as a villain, but this arc in particular feels so preachy and heavy-handed that I just can't enjoy it. Everyone lectures Almadria on her cruelty, and Almadria is all like, survival of the fittest bitches, and I am just so tired. And Law, shut your goddamn mouth about Hearts of Darkness. This isn't Kingdom Hearts.
No one's perfect. We all have darkness in our hearts. Your heart is nothing but darkness.
Shut when you think about it.
You know, I'm having a very strong desire to go back and play the Kingdom Hearts games. I think what really bothers me, though, is the fact that Dohalim has had nothing to work with in this entire arc.
Almadria.
Well, if it isn't Lord Dohalim.
Yeah, it's Rinwell's arc, technically, I guess, but no one else, save for Shion, has had anything really interesting going on here. Dohalim didn't even get to do much in ELDE MENANCIA, so you would assume he'd get some time to shine here, especially as a foil to Rinwell, that Dohalim would go the extra mile to step up and make up for what the Renans have done to Rinwell and Danon's just like her. But nah, Dohalim just kind of stands there lecturing Almadria, even though he's already said he barely knows the woman. This is the woman who created the Fruit of Helgen and had Kelzalik conspire against Dohalim and kill Migal. She is the reason that the Hollow Lake exists. You would think Dohalim and even Kisara would have a few choice words for her. Also, said it before, and I'll say it again, Dohalim calling the others friends when they just met is so strange.
These people are my allies and friends. I won't let you insult them so.
Who are you again?
It gets even weirder as Almadria mocks Rinwell, all, "You're gonna be just like me with all that hatred of yours."
Loathe me, every step brings you closer to being me!
You're wrong! I'm nothing like you! Shut the fuck up!
Which, what? Why is she now aware of the heavy-handed don't do revenge moral of this arc? This is just comical levels of terrible at this point. And to top it off, this boss is a nightmare. You don't actually fight Almadria head-on herself. You fight this monster of hers, Mesmald. And about halfway through, Almadria zips into the air to take pot shots at you, and she's invulnerable. It sucks. It fucking sucks. While I was playing this section with my friend, I wasn't able to rack up enough damage to stop Almadria's mystic art, so she got to hit me with it not 2, not 3, but 4 times in a row. Once the evil is defeated, Renuel is all, "No, I won't kill you. I'll take you in and see you receive due process."
I won't kill you. I'll take you in and make damn sure justice is served the right way.
Which, again, why are we suddenly so obsessed with this when we were fine with skinning the Renan lords beforehand? Especially when she is arguably the most dangerous and cruel of the bunch. She makes Ganabelt look like a saint. And also, how does a world that is operated within Renan oppression even have a conception of our real-world 21st century justice system? Like, what due process, girl? I'll take you in. Take her in where? Where, Rinwell? The police station that doesn't exist? Are we gonna give her a whole trial with a jury of her peers and pretend that's a thing in this world? I will only accept this if Hootle is the judge, jury, and executioner. Bring in the dancing owls. Before we can, do whatever the hell we were gonna do, I really don't know. Like, what the fuck what was the plan? The mysterious swordsman returns once again.
It's that swordsman again.
Almadria seems to know him, referring to him as Lord Volron.
Oh, Lord Volron, what brings you here? No, forgive me. I've forgotten myself. Please allow me to make it up to you, my lord.
She says something about making it up to him, and I'm like, were they working together? Is that what the game is trying to imply? Was it trying to imply that the whole time? That Volron is the real mastermind here? And no, this never gets clarified, so I'm just fucking confused. Anyhow, Volron runs his sword through Almadria's chest, plagiarizing Velvet Crow as he kills her and tears the Wind Master Core from her.
Does it hurt? It should. That pain is proof you're still alive. Enjoy it.
Don't get so worked up over a little thing like that. It's proof you're alive.
The bump is?
No, I'm talking about the pain.
Personally, as a Velvet Crow stan, I feel victimized by this wannabe Sephiroth jacking her shit. When Velvet said it, she was talking about how life is both pleasure and pain, full of both happiness and suffering, which was the entire thesis of that game. Embracing all of life in the face of Artorias wanting to turn everyone into mindless, lifeless zombies. When Volron says it, he's just an edgy edgelord who needs his goddamn edgy teeth knocked out. Get my queen's words out your goddamn worthless mouth, Volron. Once Almadria is yeeted into Davy Jones' locker of irrelevance, Dohalim reveals that, long ago, the then Lord of Ganath Haros, Urwagil Hildris, wow, what a nerdy name, seemingly died and was replaced by a man by the name of Volron Ignisari.
Volron. Years ago, the Lord of Ganath Haros met a sudden death. His successor was a man by that very name.
Which, yep, this guy, this swordsman dude, is the 5th and final Renan Lord. Wow, what a twist that is. It's not. You know, normally when you hide a character's name, it's because you are meant to shit your pants when you finally hear it, which would, you know, require imparting us with context. But we have no clue who Volron even is when we learn his name. We're told why his name matters right after we hear it for the first time. Do y'all know what setup is? You know, if Dohalim had bothered telling us about the Renin Lords earlier, we could have properly established things like this to build up anticipation, which would then make these moments hit a lot harder. Like, girl, you know we're dealing with the other Renin Lords, and you never thought to mention how one of them got assassinated by a random mysterious man? Until this moment when that man is at our doorstep? No. Instead, shit is just happening for seemingly no reason. And it's even stranger given Volron has no reason to be here. He just shows up because the plot demandeth. The only bright side is his fabulous hair and how gay he sounds when he refers to himself as a restless lover.
And like a restless lover, I've come back for more.
I'm homosexual.
Like, seriously, how did they not make him Alphen's ex? Like, it's right there.
Please don't take my man.
And since Volron is the Lord of GANATH HAROS, he had no reason whatsoever to be back in CYSLODIA. Least of all some random fucking forest in the middle of goddamn nowhere, killing random worthless Zoogles. He was only there so that we could encounter him early on. So all of this was contrived just to give us a poor first impression of him. Good job, guys.
Stop right there!
Think you can cut me down?
Alphen tries to stop Volron as he approaches, and in the process, the power that he showed earlier fully awakens. His mask breaks entirely, and the crest of the Sovereign appears behind him. Well, I'm telling you this now, but in-game we have no clue that this is the Sovereign's crest until we get the full explanation a few scenes later. We love not explaining things until after they happen. But yeah, apparently Alphen is the Sovereign, which, we'll get into that bullshit later. But this moment doesn't even carry an oh shit energy. Just what the fuck is happening? I am so confused energy. We then have an anime cutscene where Volron grabs Xion and is seemingly unharmed by her thorns. If you're like, oh my god, can he not feel pain either? OMG, soulmates. No, he can. He's just into it.
I am disgusted.
And no, we're not fucking unpacking that because ew. I refuse to unpack the gunplay. I refuse to unpack thorn play. We're done. But Alphen can feel pain now.
Xion!
Female trauma, family trauma, generational trauma, family trauma. You know, generational trauma.
And I don't think he's into thorn play, unfortunately.
You need to leave.
Oh my god, that was so awful. That was so insensitive of me. It's the game's fault for making me not care, even that the one subplot I did care about. So Alphen rushes in to save Xion, only to pull his hand back in agonizing pain as he grabs her hand. Xion is horrified by the fact that she has just hurt the one person she thought was safe from her curse, from her thorns. And if you listen closely, you can hear my heart snapping in fucking two.
You can actually pinpoint the second when his heart rips in half.
This moment is low-key the saving grace of this fucking scene. Volron refers to Alphen as the Sovereign, then dips, taking Xion with him. Just want to say, I love that everyone else just sat there refusing to do anything, just like back in Niguez. You know, I really love it when the heroes just let their friends get hurt or kidnapped. That's true friendship. To make matters worse, the sea just opens up and devours the ship. Literally, the waters part and the ship falls into the maw of a fucking abyss. I assume because of Volron's power over water, which, thanks game for making me continually do all the legwork for you. I guess it's to the cliff off with us. So, having played this recently, you know, for recording, I say recently as of writing the script, I haven't touched this game in months. as of actually recording this, but you know, imagine with me now. And also having played this with a friend and sitting down for weeks at a time to write about this arc, CYSLODIA is no longer the worst arc of the game. Actually, I don't even know if I would say this is the worst arc, given the entire final act of this game I consider to be pure dog shit. But of the game's first half, I would say MAHAG SAAR is definitely the worst. Compared to the other realms, MAHAG SAAR feels so barren and lifeless. I don't feel like I'm learning much about this place's people or culture. Instead, it feels like a filler arc where characters are just kind of flailing around looking for something to kill time, and when something does happen, it's incredibly contrived and melodramatic. It pays lip service to things like dangerous methods of revolution and the dangers of power vacuums without actually doing anything interesting with those things. And Almadria? My God, what a waste. Out of all of the villains, I think I love her concept the most, which makes her the most disappointing by far. She barely has any presence in her own realm, and what she does get makes her feel bumbling and irrelevant. Like she's just a pure filler villain who has nothing to do with the overarching plot. She's meant to be scary because she's basically Maleficent, but like, make it a mad scientist girl boss. But I just can't get invested in any of her scenes. She just doesn't feel like a mastermind in the slightest. And Rinwell's entire arc about learning that revenge bad? Throw it in the garbage, please. I can understand it from the perspective of Rinwell needing to find a reason to live beyond just revenge. But once again, Arise fails here in acknowledging the systemic aspects of oppression. Instead of having an honest exploration in the nuances of justice and vengeance, we get nothing but generic anime platitudes of, "Don't kill your oppressors or you're just as bad as them, ooh-woo." Like, game, look at what you've had me been doing for the previous 3 arcs and tell me if you think this is bad. And I can understand what they were trying to do with Law. Law was meant to have felt an emptiness after killing Ganabelt for revenge, and was left aimless until he found a new purpose in tagging along with Alphen and the gang. He didn't want Rinwell to make the same mistake that he did. But he's Law, and Law is himbo, and Law can't word good. He wasn't able to articulate all of that, and apparently neither were the writers. Cause like, in execution, I have to dig to reach that understanding. That's not apparent to anyone just playing the game. In concept, fine, but for that to hit, I feel like I'd then need to believe Law getting revenge and killing Ganabelt was bad. Which I don't, so yeah, you failed. Like, if you want a story about how seeking revenge can destroy you as a person and warp your values, and have a character unpack those things without admitting that what happened to them was okay, I point to Tales of Berseria yet again. Berseria is that girl, and Berseria actually seemed to understand structural analysis, so good job, Berseria. Shion's moments were cute, and I do like this ending leading into the GANATH HAROS arc, but it doesn't make up for the fact that no one else got anything to work with, especially Dohalim. Like, I love this boy, and clearly so does the fandom, which makes it insane how the game thus far has refused to let him do anything of note. And the reminders of the looming threat of LENEGIS really make this arc feel more like busy work than anything else.
You mean to tell me we've got even bigger enemies waiting for us up in the sky? My head hurts just thinking about it.
Ultimately, the biggest failure of the MAHAG SAAR arc is how much it feels like a waste of time. And now we move on to a part I have dreaded talking about. By which I mean I'm very excited, because in reality, I dread seeing it every time I replay the game, and now I finally get to experience the catharsis of indulging and tearing it apart viciously before an audience. And I get paid for it, yay! You will not deny me my retribution. my catharsis, my joy. We don't get any actual proper segue into this scene nor an establishment of, you know, where and when we are through a cutscene. Instead, what follows is a fade in of this random dialogue scene where you can't even see Alphen's face, and then a bunch of voiceless text boxes as Alphen, dressed in what appears to be Renan garbs, which the more I look at them look like a hospital gown but with pants, walks around some high sci-fi lab. What the fuck? How did we get here? Where are we? What's happening? Who am I? Who are you? Who is Alphen? When is Alphen? How is Alphen? Why is Alphen? What is Alphen? As you can tell, this is confusing as hell. With how jarring and disorienting it is, it becomes difficult to ground yourself in what's happening. And perhaps that's the point, you know, to get you to feel what Alphen is feeling as his memories violently flow back. The confusion slowly giving way to a crushing pain. But for me, that's kind of hard to believe when the entire game up until this point has felt that way. It kind of just translates to annoyance and how this winds up feeling more underwhelming than anything else. Like, I'm not really feeling empathy for Alphen here. I'm just looking at the writers going, at what point did you think you were communicating this story well? Like what? Like I see the vision, but the vision is not working. The vision is not visioning. You see, we're finally seeing Alphen's mysterious pre-mask past. You learn this from a few text boxes as the game forces you to speak to more voiceless NPCs, with the only voice coming from field dialogue as Alphen wanders around frustrated. And so, I will explain this to you, as I have continually been forced to do by this game. Originally, Alphen hailed from Dana, before even the first Renan invasion. Somehow he was abducted by the Renans, subjected to cruel, inhumane experiments here in the corridors of LENEGIS. He's not the only captive here, but he is the only survivor, who's being prepared by the Renans for something called the Spirit Channeling Ceremony. No, they don't explain what that is, but they refer to him as the Sovereign, yet he clearly is more of a lab rat than a ruler. Honestly, the way that Alphen describes feeling like nothing is being explained to him, all the while being harassed to do what people above him are telling him to, yeah, that's kind of exactly how I feel whenever I play this game.
As usual, nobody wants to explain anything to me. They just threaten and harass me instead.
Only one person is kind to him. The mysterious woman from his visions who resembles Shion. She is a Renan named Naori, referring to herself as the Maiden. Oh god, is it about to become Ruby? Oh no, no. But she, as the Maiden, was chosen by the Renans to act as the yin to Alphen's yang as the Sovereign. She promises that once they're through with the spirit channeling ceremony, she will make sure that he makes it back home to Dana safely. No, we have no clue what kind of life Alphen has been taken away from, and they will never tell you. That no, you don't get answers. No, it's just an endless mystery of pain. We then get an anime cutscene, where Alphen and Naori attempt the ceremony. We have no clue what this is all for, but it seems to involve the Renaissance. You know, the big bad master core of all master cores.
You want the head vampire.
Think of it like the Master Ball from like Pokemon. I think it's called the Master Ball. I don't know. I haven't seen Pokemon since I was little. But the ceremony, you guessed it, goes horribly wrong. The screen goes black as we hear explosions and screams. When we can see again, Alphen finds himself in the ruins of what appears to be a residential zone of LENEGIS, with literal blood on his hands. Naori approaches, looking exhausted and battered. She tells Alphen to live for her. Then as Alphen sits there in shock and confusion, she places the mask over his face.
Live for me.
No. Naori. No!
So, that happened. We have now seen the past, and perhaps it was meant to be a whirlwind of confusion. But when the rest of the game has also been a whirlwind of confusion, withholding information unnecessarily, that honestly makes this whole thing irk more than intrigue. You don't sit there feeling like the puzzle has finally been aligned, your jaw dropping and going, oh, that's why he's like that. That makes so much sense. You instead sit there going, what the fuck was that? What was that? We will delve into all this shit a bit later when Alphen divulges this backstory to the others, and they try to piece it together, but suffice to say, I ain't a fan. Alphen awakens on a seashore, sadly not selling seashells. He lived, apparently, and was conveniently escorted by the current to safety. You know, after being plunged into the dark depths along with a giant ocean liner. Look, I get it, it's fiction, and you kind of need to accept certain conveniences and miracles like this, but the writing could at least try to set things up to make them feel more plausible and even rewarding than contrived and lazy. But Arise can't be bothered to even try. This is me trying, this is me not trying. And it only gets worse from here. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure my hopes and dreams for this game fell into the abyss along with the cast and that ship. The boat is a metaphor for my hopes and dreams. In any case, Alphen not only is starting to recall his past now that the mask is completely gone, but he also feels pain again. And even if he didn't, he can't use the blazing sword without Shion. The game is quick to remind you of this as it throws a couple enemies at you. They're stock standard enemies, but they are a goddamn nuisance now that Alphen is without his strongest abilities.
You're mine! Double demon fang! Slash! You're finished!
It's a moment that tries to make you feel, through gameplay, that Alphen is at his lowest point. But again, I don't feel sadness or despair or empathy, but annoyance as this fight keeps fucking dragging along. An annoyance that even the frickin' normal enemies take forever to kill because the game thinks that's challenging. And the annoyance makes me wish I was doing literally anything other than playing this game. It's probably why I haven't revisited this game in months and I haven't had no fucking desire to. Compare this to a moment in Kingdom Hearts, where Sora arrives in Hollow Bastion only to lose his Keyblade to his ex-boyfriend, ex-bestie, Riku. In KH1, the Keyblade is this mysterious, powerful weapon that chooses its wielder to face off against the forces of darkness. Sora believed it had chosen him, but in reality, the Keyblade was meant for Riku, only going to Sora when Riku fell to darkness, as Sora was right there. Sora was never chosen, he was just the runner-up. With this, Donald and Goofy, who up until this point have been your closest companions, joining you on your adventure through 15 hours of Disney Worlds, abandon you, as they were instructed by King Mickey to align with the Keyblade wielder, who appears at this point to be Riku. Fake-ass bitches! Sora then teams up with the Beast from Beauty and the Beast, because this is Kingdom Hearts, and together, you power through the waterways of Hollow Bastion to open the gates, and then confront Riku and get the Keyblade back through the most epic friendship speech ever.
Although my heart may be weak, it's not alone. It's grown with each new experience, and it's found a home with all the friends I've made. I've become part of their heart just as they've become a part of mine. And if they think of me now and then, if they don't forget me, then our hearts will be one. I don't need a weapon. My friends are my power.
It may be cheesy, but it is also so sincere and heartfelt and actually thematically appropriate. And this is on a fucking period. You go, Sora. You go, my baby boy. It is one of the highlights of pretty much any piece of media that I've ever experienced, and it is a prime example of how to handle a character's lowest moment through gameplay, making it emotionally compelling and viscerally vulnerable without making it unbearable. Arise does not fucking manage that. Mostly because you're not nearly as emotionally invested in the story, so it just doesn't hit as hard, or hit at all, really. I feel nothing. And the game already can feel like a slog with damaged sponge enemies, especially as you're forced to throw out the same 4 to 6 goddamn arts over and over and over and over and over. Rinwell and Dohalim arrive, not to help out, because they suck, but only just after we finish off the enemies, making me assume that they decided to hide back behind a rock and laugh at my suffering for funsies. Truly, the divide of prejudice can only be bridged by schadenfreude at some loser, and the loser is me, and I don't fucking appreciate that. But yeah, everyone survived that horrific plunge into the fucking abyss just fine, and yes, I hate it. Moving on. No, not moving on, because like, we all just conveniently drifted to the seashore, the same seashore, alive and well. You couldn't even have it so like Volron used his power over water to have the sea itself bring us here so that he could finish us off because he's supposed to be a Machiavellian mastermind and y'all have failed to make me believe that at every turn. You just have it all be convenience? Look, I get it, guys. This is a first draft. Y'all wasted all your time and money mastering the Atmos shader for 5 fucking years. But like, I'm starting to think, and by starting to think, I mean I knew it the whole time, that maybe, just maybe, the reason why people loved your games wasn't because they were flashy and pretty. It was because of beautiful character writing and fun and engaging stories. You know, writing that actually gave a fuck. Like, I don't care if your game looks this good, because ultimately, it fades from memory. No one remembers this game. No one talks about this game. It was a hit for the week it came out, and then it just kind of faded from everyone's memory. They were like, oh yeah, it's pretty, but it also kind of looks like every other game ever. And you know why? Because your characters were boring as shit, and your writing was bad. A lot of my Venom is coming out now. Ooh, girl. I hope you're enjoying this. That was all ad-libbed. Where was I in the script? Oh, yes. Again, I get it's a first draft, but like, I expect a little bit of effort. But maybe that's why I'm the clown. We reunite with Law and Kisara in the village of Thistleim, a settlement hidden within a cove, created by Danon's fleeing Volron's rule over Ganath HAROS. Before you ask, no, they don't matter. Not in the slightest. So much so that they didn't even bother introducing us to a single named character who lives here. It's all just background extras. Oh, at least they're not pretending like they matter anymore. In other realms, you at least had losers like Bregan, Bayfon, or Legil, but here, no one. It's probably because the way that this realm is written, isn't really possible for there to be a resistance group, but honestly, it don't matter. At least this realm doesn't pretend like the supporting cast matters. Oh yeah, Mahavar, you know, the loser guy who piloted our ship to catch up with Almadria, is missing and potentially dead? Do we care? No, not at all. May he have tea parties with the lobsters and Almadria's skeleton at the bottom of the sea. Did I say Almadria instead of Almadria?
No.
I now need the Me music video by Taylor Swift, except it's Almadria instead of Taylor. Anyway, Alphen drops the big dumb lore bomb on everybody, and they're all just confused as I am. Yay! They spend a bit theorizing what any of this could be, how a Danon of all people could have become the Sovereign without winning the crown contest, why the Sovereign would be an experiment rather than a ruler, and most of all, what the hell the maiden and the spirit channeling ceremony are, because Dohalim has never heard of either of those things. We do learn that the destruction Alphen apparently wrought coincides with some ancient calamity that befell LENEGIS 300 years ago. Dohalim says it's spoken of in scripture, to which I ask, wait, what scripture? Y'all have scripture? Who was writing this down? In what and why? For what reason? How do y'all consistently say that y'all have no knowledge of your past culture, yet you have scripture? Do you mean the text boxes? Are the text boxes your scripture? How do you rely upon automation to the point that you don't question clear oddities in your government, yet you believe deeply in hierarchy? Terrible world building aside, Alphen seems to be 300 years old.
Pretty much an antique of a human being. Turns out I'm so old I've got scripture written about me.
Yep, that man saw Aang running about saving the world at 112 and said, "Hold my beer, but also hold the good writing." Everything that happened to him predates the first crown contest and the first Renan invasion. And the reason that Naori looks so similar to Xion is because they share a family name, Imeris, which means Naori is Xion's ancestress. Before you ask, no, Alphen isn't suggested to have a romantic bond with Naori, which, thank God, because that would get so creepy so fast. Although I guess Xion is technically into older men then. What the fuck? We're not going any further with that. This whole bombshell is meant to be a hard-hitting, deeply emotional revelation, but it's just not. It feels so awkward and dull and even obligatory. Like the writers went, Okay, we're at that point in the script where we need something that resembles an emotional scene at the hero's darkest hour. But they didn't actually put in any work to making it, actually emotional. Alphen is from a bygone era. So what? As I was playing this with my friend, she had literally no clue what the fuck was going on. And truth be told, it was one of the most enlightening experiences I've had, and why moments written like this fall so flat to everyone except hardcore fans, who wind up doing all the actual writing in their heads without even realizing that they're doing it. Genuinely, it felt like I was finally understanding why it seemed like I had 7 heads back in my pinkwashing era when I white knighted the shit out of Ruby, rationalizing all of its problems and poor writing choices, and convincing myself that secretly it was actually really great all along, you guys. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. You may have noticed through all of this that Volron was nowhere to be seen or mentioned. Despite his unhealthy, deep-seated obsession with Alphen, he has no role in Alphen's backstory, and didn't know him at all until that encounter in CYSLODIA. And I hate that. What could have made this moment really hit was showing some kind of connection between those two that led to a conflict which spanned across centuries. Tell me that wouldn't be compelling as fuck. But nah, Volron's actual backstory is deeply underwhelming, and I hate it, but we'll get there when we get there. God kill me. We get a moment for Alphen to talk to all the characters about this whole mess. With Dohalim, it's just rehashing all the goddamn exposition, which is an insult to my beloved husband. How dare you, game?
And then there is the Maiden, a figure so powerful. She's playing yin to the sovereign's yang in esoteric ceremonies. And yet, I've never even heard of her. What if the term sovereign doesn't even hold the same meaning as it did back then? Many mysteries lay buried in these 3 centuries past.
Shut the fuck up!
Rinwell's is fine, I guess. It mostly just annoys me because Rinwell tries to ask Alphen about his past, only for Alphen to just be incredibly vague.
What about your hometown? Do you know if it's still there?
Even if the place is still there physically, I expect the people will be long gone. Certainly everyone I knew, at least. My family, my friends.
Oh, she passed away? Oh. All right.
He doesn't mention any specific family or friends, just that they're likely long gone by this point, which, yeah, but can we get some details, maybe? And when they don't have Alphen be obtuse and vague, they just have him say, "Nah, it's still hazy, brah."
Maybe you missed the memo that was going around, but I can't remember anything of my past.
As if he still has the mask erasing his memories. Okay, sure, whatever, fine, fuck it, I guess. It's not like this could be used to further characterize and endear Alphen to the audience. No, sure, let's just not do any of that. But Kisara and Laws, I think they're genuinely great. They're the saving graces, which is weird for me to say that about Law, but moving on. Law tells Alphen to snap out of his funk so that they can go rescue Xion. And I absolutely adore that Law's love language is telling Alphen to just get the fuck over himself or he'll beat the shit out of him.
What happened to the guy who talked to me after my dad died? The one who cared enough to reach out and save me? That's the guy I was proud to follow. Not this faltering imposter who's taken his place.
Law.
No, I'm serious. What's gotten into you, man? Just give me the word and I'll beat some sense into you if that's what it takes.
That is my himbo. Kisara, meanwhile, is focused on emotionally supporting Alphen through his days, and reminding him that he was a victim of the Renans, even if the destruction of LENEGIS was his fault.
It's not like killing all those people was a choice that you made of your own free will, right? The truly terrible ones are the people who abducted you, the ones who forced you to wield that power. They're the ones you should be blaming. That guilt you feel inside? That's all the proof you need to know you're a good person, Alphen. If I'm still allowed to fight and keep on living, then damn it, Alphen, so the hell are you.
It doesn't save this dumpster fire of a moment at all. It's still awful, but it's a nice glimmer of hope. Once that's done, a bunch of stupid Zoogles try to swarm the village, and Alphen joins the others in fending them off. It's meant to be the big triumphant moment where Alphen decides to get his act together and save Xion, but I feel nothing. It feels so obligatory and lacking that I'm just kind of like, cool. Now can we get this shit show on the road already? Doesn't especially help given we're about to go on what I consider to be the most tedious interrealm trek of them all. It's not even the longest, but it's the one I hate the most. Oh goody. What makes this arc suck, in addition to the melodrama, bad writing, and lack of Shion's healing arts for a large part of it, is the fact that we're trapped here. They try to emphasize the fact that this realm has been veiled in secrecy ever since Volron became its lord. As such, fast travel outside of Ganath HAROS is disabled, which doesn't really make me feel like I'm indeed trapped in enemy territory, but like the game is taunting me with arbitrary limitations. Like if this were Abyss and I was trapped on a continent, all I'd really have to do is just take away any vehicles that I could potentially use to leave, and I'd be trapped there, and it would feel genuine. Versus this, it's like, girl, I was able to just teleport whenever I wanted before, for no in-story reason, and now you're taking it away from me, you slut. And it's especially infuriating, given the fact that Law and Rinwell continually remind us about the animals back at Farla Ranch being all grown now, or that something is going on in the Owl Forest.
I think the animals back at the ranch should be all grown up by now.
Could the both of y'all shut up, please? You know we can't get there. We make our way through the Shinefall Woods, then the Orium Falls. And fuck, I hate these areas. Okay, visually, they are absolutely beautiful, and I do love that Ganath HAROS, because it is the water realm, is depicted as very tropical and humid. It features not only beaches, but also jungles, waterfalls, and eventually marshlands and dewy meadows. It reminds me a lot of Southgand from Berseria, except a bit more diverse. However, Ganath HAROS is an incredible slog to play through. Along the way, as I was replaying the game for footage, I actually discovered a glitch where one of the little flying freaks got glued to the ceiling.
Mirage! Double Demon Fang!
Nothing gets by me! Denied!
It was hilarious, but because I mocked it, I guess the game decided to punish me, because this has kept happening every time I've tried to be playing this game, both on my own and with my friend. Game, if you want me to stop making fun of you, don't vindictively punish me. Just do better. Maybe the game has something to learn about revenge, just like Rinwell. We get another fucking giant monster fight. It's this weird griffin dragon looking thing that looks incredibly diseased and disheveled and maimed, like, oh good god, someone put this thing out of its fucking misery. Kinda love the design, but god, I wish this was Volron's personal pet that he sent to fuck with us. But nah, it's just some random Zoogle once again that doesn't matter. It's just here to pad the runtime and make us feel like this area was even somewhat worth venturing through. It wasn't. There is one cute thing here where once you get to the top of the falls, you're able to leap off of this random cliff and you fall a really, really long way down.
Are you insane? What the hell were you thinking? I thought we were gonna die!
One simply needs to be bold and act with conviction in times such as these.
Did you know it was gonna be safe before you jumped? Because I sure didn't.
More or less. I figured there would likely be a basin here akin to most such waterfalls.
Don't just make people jump off cliffs on a hunch!
And the character's like, what the fuck was that? And then Dohalim's like, oh, I thought we'd try the spirit of adventure. It's especially funny because in universe, this suggests that Dohalim grabbed literally everyone's arms, like Alf and Kisara, Law and Rinwell, and just pulled them off of this cliff himself, which impressive, but also, Jesus, psychotic much. And it's not too bad because there is another route to get back to where you were relatively quickly. You don't have to do the whole dungeon all over again, thank God. If there was, I would have set fire to my PS4. Anyway, as we make our ascent, we also have a scene of Volron ominously sitting on his throne as Shion, in a new black dress, mutters about how she's all alone. No, don't ask me where she got the dress. I don't want to think about this for longer than I have to. It's kind of implied that Shion is undergoing some weird form of brainwashing. And no, that will never get explained, except in, you guessed it, missable data logs that throw the information at you in the final act of the game. because God forbid we actually explore a concept properly in the actual story, or even establish it before it's put into play. Wouldn't want to miss a chance to confuse the player even more. We finally reached the Love-2 marshlands just outside the capital city of Pelagian. It is genuinely so gorgeous, and I absolutely love these little islets of blue and pink flowers alongside waterfalls and streams, and even these weird blocks from what I assume are some kind of ancient ruins. No one tells Saray, he'll lose his mind. No clue why it's like this, but I'm here for this gorgeous aesthetic, even if I hate playing through it. This is also where Alphen realizes that he's seen this castle before.
I swear I've seen that castle somewhere before. Right. I remember seeing it from the cliffs in CALAGLIA, across the sea.
You mean Volron's castle?
Yeah, that must have been it.
Geographically, it would make sense. It's most certainly large enough to be seen from afar.
Back then, I had Shion and Zephyr with me.
Well, we haven't lost Shion. We can still get her back, you know.
That's right. I won't let Volron take her away from us.
Full circle moment that doesn't really make me emotional at all. It kind of feels more like a bit of trivia to put on a wiki that only hardcore girlies will read and then write 500 fanfics about. Like, I get what they were going for, but I don't feel that punch of like, look how far we've come. I'm more like, cool, I guess. I don't really give a shit. As we approach the front gates of Pelagian, the guards are eager to see us.
Are you Alphen and his companions?
Why would you think that?
You are the only ones scheduled to arrive, and there are no unscheduled arrivals in GANATH HAROS. So I'll ask again, are you Alphen and his companions?
We are.
Then pass. Lord Volron is expecting you at Castle Del Faris.
Well, suppose it's rather nice of them to roll out the red carpet for us.
It's meant to unnerve you with how dedicated and aggressive these guards are compared to the ones from the other realms. But honestly, it's kind of more funny than anything else. It feels like they're very angry retail or fast food workers dealing with very incompetent or rude customers, just trying to survive until their shift ends. Except when the guard's shift ends, they get shot. Pelagian is beautiful. Visually, this is probably my favorite of the cities, even though it's one-way corridors.
It's not just that the city is empty. It feels like no one lives here at all.
Now that you mention it, it does feel strangely artificial.
It's meant to feel artificial and not lived in, but that sadly doesn't feel unique to this settlement after all the other towns. Looking at you, Niez. At the very least, I am a fan of all the blue, along with the suspended walkways above the canals and the artificial waterfalls separating districts. It kind of reminds me of Grand Kokoma from Tales of the Abyss, except make it evil. It looked even cooler when I arrived at night while I was recording. That ominous mist accompanied by the darkness really sets the mood. Oh god, again, it's the visuals putting in all the goddamn work. We spot a small boat floating through the canals, full of Danins praising Volron and GANATH HAROS.
Hey, you guys! What's going on?
That wasn't normal.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
You don't think it could have been the fruit of Helgen, do you?
No, they seem too docile. What about astral energy? Could you sense any coming from them?
No, and I'm pretty sure I could tell if it was. If not that, though, then what?
Speaking of which, it didn't look like there was anyone guarding them either.
They were headed for the castle.
We follow it up to the gates outside Castle Del Faris, where the boat enters the castle, and the people are immediately hollowed.
Alphen!
Astral energy? But then... that means...
Snap out of it! Can't you see what's happening? You're being deceived! Please stop! You'll die!
The castle lights up with the astral energy stolen from their deaths, and another boat makes its way through as the people on board go through the motions, unaware of the characters' pleas as they go to their deaths. It's a harrowing moment for sure.
Oh, Lord.
Totally not ruined by me cackling as Law fails to break down the gates. See, we haven't seen any NPCs walking around Pelagian, save for the people on these boats. They will never explain it themselves, but basically, Vholran seems to have some kind of powerful influence over Ganath HAROS people, more than the ordinary sway of the other Renan lords. In this case, it's literal brainwashing, and Vholran seemingly has orchestrated all of this to taunt Alphen, knowing he will be hurt as he's unable to save the innocent, because Vholran is a shitposter, and he is gunning for the top spot. Sorry not sorry, loser, but Jade Curtis will forever remain my favorite Tails troll, because he can actually back up his shit. And also Jade's an actual character.
I, the genius Dist, once counted that duplicitous snake Jade amongst my friends.
Which Jade is that? I don't know any Jades with such poor taste in friends.
What did you say?
Careful now. You know how your nose runs when you get mad.
No, it doesn't!
Ironically, the way that the writers try to make Pelagian feel scary with how fake and artificial it's portrayed, that's how I felt about the rest of your game. So I'm not really scared, more just delighted by the fact that the game suddenly tried to become self-aware after like 15 to 20 hours, except not at all. It's just gone, hey guys, I think society might be a social construct. And we're just like, no shit, Sherlock. Anyhow, the gates open, and we're presumably beckoned inside by Vholran. Please, stop trying to be clever, darling. Was I addressing Vholran or the writers? Yes. Before the entrance to Castle Delpharis stands the Saxlio Temple. Saxlo? How the fuck do you pronounce this? No one in the game says it. And no, I don't know what gods, if any, are worshipped in here. Like, what's it a temple to? Like, what? Get with the program, loser. This is only here for vibes, not actual story. What do you think this is? Abyss or Berseria? And you know, the more that I think about it, maybe this is meant to be intentional as, like, some kind of, I don't know, thematic piece about facades and hollowness and looking beyond superficial structures to see the hollowness beneath. But I'm like, am I just reading too much into this badly written game? But then I'm like, no, but if that was your intent, like, it feels like it would have had a better construction and better writing around it the whole time. This just feels very stupid. Anyhow, Xion is waiting for us here. Alphen tries to talk to her, but she keeps muttering things to herself.
Xion.
It's so dark. Everyone.
We came to save you. It's okay now.
It's dark. Please help me. No.
Xion?
She doesn't actually burp. That was me, disrespectfully, in temple no less. She then quickly loses control, her thorns bursting forth to try and kill us all. And now, they are literal thorns, which according to Dohalim are composed of dark astral energy, more than the average Renan should have. It's a very sad moment that I enjoy.
The fuck is wrong with you?
But with everything else, feels more like a formality to getting Xion back in your party. Now, while I was playing this part of the game with my friend, her partner was actually present, and he had like no context for any of this whatsoever, and his reactions of confusion and amusement were gold. Mostly with characters sounding like they're given soliloquies with nobody else present, and also the fact that he couldn't take anything Law said seriously because Bryce Pappenbrook. He also lost his shit at the Sword Art Online cameo that I mentioned, which, no, I can't believe it exists either, and I hate it too. Anyhow, once we defeat enough of the Thorns, we get an anime cutscene where Alphen realizes Shion was made vulnerable because he pulled away from her. Bearing the pain of the Thorns, he makes his way through them to Shion, pushing them apart to hold her and promise that he'll stay by her side, that they're all here for her, and that he won't let Shion bear her thorns alone anymore.
Believe me when I say, you are not alone. Please, don't give up on us. We will bear your thorns together. I swear it.
This manages to awaken Shion, dissolving the external thorns. The life returns to Shion's eyes as she smiles, healing Alphen, still exhausted with what a fucking dumbass he is.
How many times do I have to tell you? Not to be so careless.
My baby is back! I absolutely adore this moment. As much as the rest of this arc and the story as a whole drives me fucking up the wall, the bond between Alphen and Shion is the thing that keeps me holding on for dear life. It is the heart of the story, and once more I say, this is a pretty decent romance trapped in a mediocre JRPG. The way that Alphen refuses to let Shion suffer in silence and loneliness, willing to walk through the pain that she has to bear every day, it really warms my bruised little heart. And the way that Alphen says he missed her?
While I was away, what did you do?
I missed you.
I'm crying. I am ugly fucking crying. Oh wow, look, I even wrote in my script that honestly this feels like a really dope romance novel trapped in a mediocre JRPG. Past me and present me are in alignment. With Shion back in our party, Alphen once again takes up the blazing sword, choosing to bear the searing pain by relying on his newly awakened powers as sovereign. And also the power of true love.
Is it just me, or are they...
It's been a while. They're just happy to see each other.
I know. I mean, it's fine.
We all express ourselves in different ways. Leave them be.
They should get a room.
But like, he and Shion won't say that they're in love, even though everyone knows that they're in love. Why am I saying love like that? I'm not sure.
You said lovely the same way you say lovely to a date who's just shown up in a light blue tuxedo.
And then the bells go off. But they're not wedding bells, they're death bells, signaling more Dahnan sacrifices going off. And so we decide to confront Volron and liberate GANATH HAROS. The realm I care for, not in the fucking slightest. Land of not indeed. More like land of no fucks given. But even with Shion back, she can't remember what happened to her between now and when Volron initially kidnapped her.
He didn't do anything to you, did he?
The last thing I remember is being back on the ship.
Which, makes certain parts of this very, very fucking uncomfortable. But we're not going to unpack it because I'd rather die. What I will say is that I am kind of annoyed by the fact that they refused to do anything with the fact that Shion was brainwashed. She could have told us about how exactly Volron manages to take control of his people's minds, but they don't. Like, why even have this if you're not going to do anything with it except for contrived conflict? That's the whole game. We finally make our way into Castle del Faris, and sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, fuck this place. No, really, I hate this dungeon. To advance, you have to hit switches to lower drawbridges in the main chamber leading up to Volron's tower, and those switches are located on higher floors, each one in a different wing of the castle that is identical, save for one being a couple floors shorter for some reason. I'm not sure why. It's not fun, it's not engaging, it's just tedious, especially with the damage sponge enemies that are somehow even worse than all of the realms before, and mini-bosses. Yay! It only really started with Almedria's ship, but from here on out, the game just loves to drop gauntlets of mini-bosses on you in dungeons before the actual bosses, and it only increases in number and severity as the game goes on. This two-headed guard dog, it's an optional boss that they lifted from a CYSLODIAN side quest kept in Ganabelt's castle. No reason why the fuck it's here other than to ruin your day. So yay, by which I mean, I want to die. They loved it so much that they decided to have it sit in both wings of the castle. Great. Thankfully, you can escape from this fight, and it'll vanish from the field if you do so, allowing you to just run to the switch. But the fact that's preferable to actually fighting the damn things speaks volumes to how, at this point, the game isn't even fun. It's just a chore that's trying to pad out the runtime as lazily as it can. Say goodbye to all your healing and life bottles! And then there's even more dogs to ruin our lives. Like, what is this? An early 2000s movie featuring the hit song Who Let the Dogs Out? Actually, I wish it was. Take me back to a better era, please. Future self, insert that TikTok of if Taylor Swift wrote Who Let the Dogs Out.
Let's end this and get a bite to eat instead.
Just outside Volron's tower is what is referred to in the maps as the Hanging Gardens. It doesn't really look like a garden, though. I mean, it's pretty, but like, it is just a platform, guys. Chill. Anyhow, we are immediately attacked by a guard dog generated from one of the towers. No, I don't know how the fuck that happened or how this tower works, but I didn't know how it worked with Steve the Faithful Dino Zoogle either, so fuck you and fuck me, fuck everyone.
Fuck all y'all!
Oh, but it gets better. Halfway through this fucking loser dog, another one joins the party, and when you kill one, they fuse together into one bigger, dumber dog, because fuck you!
Something's happening! They fused together?
No point in any of this, by the way. As usual, none of this has added to the story in any meaningful way. It's just more efforts to pad out this goddamn arc to where it feels like hardly anything has happened, or rather, like nothing has happened, like nothing has mattered, save for that sweet, sweet moment between Alphen and Xion. Yet, it somehow still feels livelier than the MAHAG SAAR arc. Wow, the bar is in the depths of hell. The characters hypothesize that Volron is doing this to toy with us, to weaken and aggravate us, so that by the time that we reach him, we'll be easier for him to pick off. Not sure why he'd leave a healing circle just outside of his throne room if that were the case, but maybe everyone in this game is just canonically stupid. To make it more aggravating, they really try to play up the whole forced rivalry between Alphen and Volron.
So if Volron is the lord of the water realm, then it's probably safe to say he has some water abilities tucked up his sleeve.
No shit, Sherlock!
He and Alphen couldn't be any more different. It's like they were practically born to be rivals.
Alright, I get it!
Alphen is kind, Volron is a meanie. Alphen wields a flaming sword, Volron controls both water and ice. Reminds me of Rose talking about her St. Olaf stories. You know, the one where she talks about opposites, and Sophia is ready to tear out her goddamn throat out of annoyance.
He was cheap, she was extravagant. He was
opposites. We get the picture.
I may not possess Sophia's wisdom nor wit, but damned if I do not aspire to her level of exasperation.
I hate you.
You know, maybe I'd actually care about this rivalry if there was actual substance behind it. We're about to discover the reason behind Volron's Alphen fixation shortly, and yes, it's far worse than you expect it to be, and not nearly as gay as we deserved. More than any other realm, this one feels like a formality, which is a damn shame. It's portrayed to you initially as potentially the end of the game, and in truth is just the end of the first half, which honestly is more like the end of the first of 3 quarters, if we're being generous. Entering Volron's throne, weirdly I kind of dig the design. I like the big floor-to-ceiling windows at the very end with the sunset. I love all the purple and the little waterfalls alongside the sides of the room, especially because a deep purple kind of fits the mystique and danger of Volron's character, theoretically. Water, and by extension the sea, offers you a far wider color palette than most people actually realize. Far more than just blue and darker blue. And I absolutely adore Volron's Throne of Ice. It stands out so much compared to everything else, which I think really communicates that this was indeed somebody else's castle before he, saw them out. Some Tales games will separate water and ice into their own elements, but I think I like them being united under Volron's control. It makes him more of a capable foe in terms of practicality, and both elements kind of suit him well. We need more water-themed villains, honestly, and I would have loved if they played with his elemental affinity even more, and make him the embodiment of the mysteries and dangers of the deep sea. But you'll have noticed that I'm talking far more about the design of everything instead of the actual writing, because like everything else in Arise, it's a very pretty facade for a very shallow, ungood writing. Or just a straight up lack of storytelling. It's a void. It's a void. Volron still refuses to explain his fixations or goals, instead saying he has no ambitions?
Why have you been coming after me? Isn't it your ambition to become the winner of the crown contest? I have no ambitions.
Fuck you. Oh, fuck this. I realize that it's because he believes he's the rightful ruler of all things and all existence, and so he thinks he's beyond everything. So why would he have any goals at this point?
Since the beginning, everything was mine to control. Everything, including your life.
But my god, it unintentionally captures why he is such a lackluster, laughable villain in the most iconic, memeable way possible. No, genuinely, I demand we make this a meme for eons to come. Now, because this is a JRPG, we have multiple phases of this fight, but because this is mid-tier, there's only 2, and the second one feels deeply unnecessary. After we kick his ass the first time, Alphen doesn't kill Volron immediately, instead pointing his sword at the vulnerable Volron and demanding he tell the Danans outside to stop sacrificing themselves. To which I say, kill him! Kill him and end the mind control that way. Don't give him a chance to recover and kill you, you moron. Or at least immobilize him. Break his legs and arms. Chop off a limb. Slice the Achilles tendons. Anything to make it harder for him to kill you later. But because Alphen is a nitwit, Volron does indeed recover, giving us dank meme face before unleashing his full power.
Who do you think you are?
Oh, hell. Why didn't I kill you?
As it turns out, goddammit, he's also the Sovereign. Alphen's Sovereign, Volron's Sovereign, and some fuck on RENA is Sovereign. I'm Sovereign. Are there any other Sovereigns I should know about? Okay, future self, you need to have the meow be Hootle. Have Hootle be the Sovereign, please. I'm begging you. Why would that actually hit me more than anything else in this game actually has? But no, real talk, this is why Volron had his brainwashing powers. They don't say that here, but they explain it in a late game data log, and yes, it is as bullshit as it sounds. I refuse to let you suffer the way that I did. At this point, the title of Sovereign is just so confusing that it means nothing when they say Volron is too.
If Volron's the Sovereign, then what was the point of the crown contest?
After everything we've witnessed, it would seem the whole thing is a ruse.
Genuinely, I have no clue what the fuck this word is supposed to mean anymore. Other than that third fucker who is supposedly ruling RENA as Sovereign has not mattered throughout the whole adventure, and will continue not to matter. Joy! We also won't be learning how Volron is also a Sovereign. Not like that would have added depth to the conflict between them or anything. Fuck me, I guess. But this is why Volron was so fixated on going after Alphen. They didn't know each other at all, but instead, Volron saw Alphen's power as a fellow Sovereign as a threat, and sought to eliminate him so that he would be without competition.
You resent not being the only Sovereign. That's why you're after me, isn't it? There is that, I'll admit. But your grandest sin was unveiling your strength. Sin? You use people as playthings. What right have you to speak of sin? Sin is for the weak. The powerful care only for domination. We never asked you to rule. No one did. What do I care of your wants? You are but a mote of dust in the light.
Alphen!
I'm through taking orders from tyrants.
I fucking hate this. It's not compelling, nor does it make for interesting character drama. This is by far and away one of the shallowest, most unsatisfying character conflicts between a hero and a villain that I have ever seen in any piece of media. I'm not even exaggerating. This genuinely feels like bullshit. They try to say that these two do have genuine conflicts, namely that they represent two opposing ideologies of leadership. That Alphen is a nurturing, supportive person who doesn't want absolute control over others, but rather to free all people everywhere. Volron, meanwhile, only cares about himself and his own power, bending others to his will and slaying those who oppose him. But you know what would make me care about that ideological divide? If their characters actually had personal beef with each other, you know, to flesh out that divide. I actually saw this short video the other day, well, as of writing this script 84,000 years ago, on why Tales of the Abyss is a masterpiece. Without spoiling the game, the video discusses how well that game's story balances societal commentary and themes to do with destiny and fate, while not forgetting the personal struggles for identity and autonomy that the characters deal with as a result. How both small and large-scale problems weave into one another. How even with the grand plot about saving and restructuring the world, it doesn't forget to make you care about the individual characters who help to compose that world. Arise fails to do this entirely. It feels so obsessed with its aesthetic and constant lore bombs that it forgot to tell any compelling individual stories, and the ones that are here feel very paint-by-the-numbers storytelling rather than actually compelling stories. Ones that you've seen a million times before that aren't nearly as compelling as they ought to be. The way that I care way more about Luke's atonement and searching for the meaning of birth, Tyr's conflict with her brother along with her health problems, Natalia's struggle with her identity as a princess, all of those things will rip out my heart even as I replay Abyss on my dinky, barely functioning 3DS whose screen glitches if I move the hinge slightly, all these years later after my first playthrough. Perhaps it's a bit soon, but I can't see myself ever feeling this way returning to Arise. Even on my first playthrough, I knew Abyss was special. I knew Berseria was special. Hell, Vesperia has turned out to have quite a few problems in the writing department, but I still knew I would adore its cast, and indeed I do. Arise just feels hollow. Personally, the X storyline would have done wonders for fixing this shit. Yes, I know a JRPG like this would almost never be willing to have explicitly queer characters, and perhaps it could even be considered problematic with Volron as a gay villain, but like, I feel collectively we gays have entered our messy era. We want messy stories, and let's be real, there are plenty of queer characters in these casts, or characters that can be read as queer, and that includes Arise. Alphen is a bicon. Give me my messy gay edgelord who is both pining over his former lover and also plotting his death across 3 goddamn centuries. Please, I need it. Anyhow, we kill Volron again, and Alphen runs his sword through him, but you know, like in the straight way, not the gay way. Because real men kill their lovers. Please don't take that out of context, please. Volron collapses as his wound literally burns, which I admit is dope. It's pretty fucking metal. But Volron refuses to die. We'll have to deal with him again, and somehow the stupidity will compound upon itself. God, this video is so long. My throat is fucking killing me and my neck hurts. I need my water. I'm gonna have some water. Fitting, given we are in the water realm. Hydrate or dihydrate, bitches. Like Volron. I wish. Oh, and my legs hurt from sitting crisscross. God damn it. Anyway, with the Water Master Core, we assemble all of the ones that we've gathered thus far to try and forge the Renis Alma. And it doesn't work.
What's going on? Are we missing something?
We can't be. So why isn't it?
This confuses the characters, but before we can figure out what to do next, the game decides to become a horror movie.
Alphen! Behind you!
What was that? What was that? Okay, James.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I misread my script. I meant horrible movie. Now, you might be wondering, Who the fuck is this? Or if you're a savvy viewer, you've been noticing this lady in the background of the Renan Lord scenes throughout the game. The game has been keeping her around without ever directly acknowledging or addressing her, and I opted to do the same here because I'm a sick fuck who likes to mess with you. Weirdly though, she wasn't present for any of Ganabelt's scenes, which okay then, I guess Ganabelt wasn't being haunted. He must have thoroughly saged that prison tower with the blood of Danans or something. She's only known as the Red Woman. The Red Woman doesn't speak. Instead, she simply reveals pitch black demon eyes and a dark master core, which according to Dohalim, shouldn't even exist, since darkness isn't harvested for the crown contest. With this, the Red Woman forges the Renasalma, which in turn causes Alphen's sovereign powers to activate. But not only him, a crest appears behind Xion, the same maiden crest Naori had 300 years ago.
What? Xion, are you the maiden?
What is this? Why is this happening?
Xion apparently wasn't even aware that she had inherited the maiden powers, since, no Renan knows what the fuck the maiden even is. Actually, I still don't even know completely what it is. Whatever the Red Woman is trying to do, Alphen stops her. In the ensuing explosion, she and the Renasalma disappear, and everyone is left deeply confused. Dohalim simply says, "It's only just begun."
Is it over?
No. It's only just begun.
And I shut off my PS4 and lock myself in the bathroom to cry in the shower for a few more hours. Kill me now and kill me quickly. So, yeah, there's a second half of the game.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Really, it's just the final quarter, but this is meant to be a huge turning point in the game, where with the Renan Lords overthrown and the crown contest ceased, we turn our sights to LENEGIS and RENA. And it's the worst part of the game. Like, it ain't even close. This is dog shit. Real talk, I hate this part of the game, if you couldn't tell. This whole bit is why the first half of the game felt so rushed, with us running between realms at light speed before we could develop anything. According to interviews, part of why Arise was delayed until 2021 was because of issues with trying to fit so much content into one game. To which I say, split it in two. No, really, it's something that has been done with previous games. Normally, I would say take more time on your projects, deadlines and quarterly goals be damned, but in this case, I think having two separate full games to cover all this could have been a better approach. But please God, not in the Final Fantasy VII Remake approach, please. Anything but that bullshit, please. I don't even play those games, but I just hate that approach on principle. I'll be doing more research into this as I work on this video, but supposedly when Tales of Xillia was being developed, it was actually meant to have something similar to this, with the second half of the game being set in Olympias. This is actually rooted in an approach taken in Tales of Symphonia, the game which popularized the whole two-world plot point for Tales games, where the first half is set in the dying world of Silverant, and the second half is set in the magically potent world of Tetheala. This approach could have allowed more time to be focused on each Danan realm, while a second game could dedicate more time to fleshing out the governments of LENEGIS and RENA. Because something tells me all the rushing and pandemic stuff really took a sledgehammer to the way that this game wraps up its story, because it is mind-boggling how bad it gets. And personally, as a Xillia 2 stan and apologist who appreciates Luger and Rollo every day of my gay, cat-loving, box-loving life — I mention boxes because, I like to think about sitting in boxes like a cat. Don't judge me. But the two-game approach could have been so good for our eyes. And also, I have a lot of fond memories of Xillia 2. I actually kind of love it more than the original. Like that friend I mentioned, she loves Xillia 2. She knows it better than the first Xillia even. Xillia 2 just has this chill environment where the characters are kind of in their comfy status quos, and it feels like you're just going on weekly adventures with the anime gang. This is so much fun. Now, while the second half of this game might be pure and utter dog shit, I do kind of dig this second anime intro. God, I hope the animators were paid well. I know they weren't, but I hope. It shows off some upcoming plot points, melodramatic outfit changes, and even some optional bosses we'll be seeing in post-game, because there genuinely was not enough material in the main story that was worth turning into an intro. But you know, the more that I think about it with how little content there was to turn into an intro, this game didn't need a second intro. Again, you're wasting all your time and money and resources on flashy shit that doesn't matter. Fix your script. Revise your script, you fucking idiots. The song is fine. It's Hello Again by Ayaka, and everyone else seems to adore it. But personally, it's fine. Not bad, but I personally tend to prefer the catchier songs like Hibana or the sad, more somber anthems like Ring a Bell or Karma. Actually, when trailers for Beyond the Dawn were coming out, I really liked that song they featured in the trailer, We Still, also by Kankaku Piero. And I was like, what would happen if you put it to the second intro? And then I did, and I thought it was really, really good. So if copyright isn't a bitch, roll the footage.
A month has passed.
Following the intro, we get yet another jarring transition. Through voiceover from Alphen, because sure, why not, and throw in an annoying reverb to boot, learn that there's been... Oh god, time skip. Oh no.
This does not bode well.
Okay, now, time skips are not inherently bad. They can be great if you want to emphasize the passage of time and how it has changed the status quo and where the characters are in life. But this is the worst kind of time skip. An unnecessary one. A month has passed since Volron's defeat, with the characters deciding to stay put in Ganath HAROS, by which I mean none of them have found a way out of this damn realm, so they've just kind of been stuck here, forced to help the resident losers get their awful lives back on track. There's no reason for this, and what makes it stranger is that Alphen recaps everything to us as though we were the ones who put down the game for a month, which, to be fair, after slogging through Castle Del Faris, that probably would have been the smarter move. And actually, it's not just Alphen. Everyone does this. Kisara, Shion, and especially Dohalim are the biggest offenders, acting like only a day has passed rather than an entire month.
Looking at the scenery helps take my mind off things. Being a maiden, whether I really am a descendant of Naori, those kinds of things.
Are you mad at me? I destroyed the Renaissance, right as you were about to get rid of your thorns forever.
It's absolutely dreadful hearing them drone on and on about shit we literally just saw like 5 minutes ago as if it's new information, while they refuse to actually give us new, useful information about, I don't know, LENEGIS, RENA, the current sovereign.
A month has passed since we vanquished Volron. No idea what happened to Volron's on LENEGIS would have made their move dark. The Red Woman also still remains silent as ever.
And also, have none of these people been talking for the whole month that they've been here? Because they're acting as if they haven't shared a conversation since the last cutscene. Oh, also, we only hear about this in passing, but Volron's body just disappeared.
Not to mention what happened to Volron's body after his defeat.
No, literally, after they dealt with the Red Woman that night, they looked back and went, huh, Volron's gone. That's odd. They didn't even provide a shot which visually communicated his missing body. It's just a throwaway voiceover line from Alphen, which... Okay then, sure. Fuck good storytelling. I'm glad to see that the game is just fully embracing laziness after 25 hours of mediocrity. To make matters more mundane, we have to accomplish a couple side quests to make us feel like we're at least pretending to give a shit about this realm's people. Like helping Ganya here get back his stupid food. I hope he starves.
Tell us what's on your mind, Ganya.
I'm hungry.
You're hungry? Where are your rations? Did you not get yours?
I did.
Are they not enough?
No, I have enough.
Then what's the problem?
Alphen, you have to remember, these people aren't used to responding so quickly. Be slow and gentle with him.
Oh, right. I forgot. Sorry about that. So you have your rations, and it's enough food, but there's still something wrong with them. What is it exactly?
I'm hungry.
Or telling this woman her son is dead without even pretending that we care.
No way! Alright.
Like, damn, Alphen, you're just so casual about a dead child. Actually, that reminds me of one of the campfire skits with Shion, where she talks about that doll she had back on LENEGIS. No, she doesn't talk about her parents at all. Stop expecting that. Instead, she theorizes that the doll must have been from Alphen?
It's about the doll I used to have as a little girl. I gave it some more thought, and I still don't remember actually receiving it from anyone. That doll was so old, I'm starting to think I just always had it with me from the start. Maybe you brought the doll that child made with you to LENEGIS.
I couldn't be.
That he must have taken it with him when he was first abducted, and somehow Shion got her hands on it, which... Girl, what the fuck is this script? Like, why are you leaping between these assumptions? But during this, Alphen mentions a bit about his past. Not any family or friends, no, not at all. But just that he used to be some kind of nondescript soldier, working for a nondescript Danon master. He apparently had a little buddy with him that for a second Shion went, "You had a kid?"
Actually, I remember I had a kid with me.
You had a kid?
No, of course not. The child's father was another soldier. Back in those days, we risked our lives for a master we'd never even seen. We just fought for them and didn't even question it. When that kid's dad died and I saw them sitting there crying, I felt this bitter, indescribable feeling. It was like I was drinking something toxic that I knew I shouldn't, but couldn't stop. It was strange. I never understood why I reacted like that. Soldiers died every day. It wasn't anything new.
What it tells me is that deep down, you were the same man then as you are now. You've never been able to accept injustice in the world.
If you keep talking like that, you're going to embarrass me. I just remembered that kid was good at sewing dolls. They gave me one once. As a good luck charm to protect me.
Dolls?
Cheers. And honestly, I would have loved if Alphen was a dad who was ripped away from his child by the Renans. That would have been so compelling and heartbreaking. But nah, no interesting conflicts to be had. You know, actually that reminds me, when Arise was first being announced, there was that bit where Rinwell was walking towards Alphen and Shion in the first person, and you could only see, I think, a bit of her outfit with the ginormous hood and then Hootle flying around her. So I ended up thinking Rinwell was going to be a lot younger than she ended up being. I thought she was going to be like a Laufey type character, and I was like, oh my god, are Alphen and Shion going to be like a mom and dad like stand-in for this child? Oh my god, that'd be so cute. And then Rinwell was just a teenager who was not their stand-in child. She wasn't even that much younger than them, and then she threw slurs at Shion. Anyhow, Rinwell yells at Dohalim about how Renans suck for a while in voiceless text boxes, and Alphen tells her to stop doing reverse racism, and then we make up, and I'm over this, and I don't care anymore. Actually, this is where it felt like the game had really embraced a neoliberal, hyper-individualistic approach to systemic issues. And when I say neoliberal, for those who don't know, I mean neoliberalism, which is a political philosophy which tends to hold socially progressive values, but emphasizes that capitalism is the be-all, end-all of economic and political structures. Basically, sure, give people rights, or at least claim to, but ultimately, status quo good, systemic change bad. If you want to fix a problem, don't change the system, change the person in the role.
It seems like people are either blaming an entire race for one individual's sins, or an individual for everyone else's mistakes. But all that does is add more hate in a world that's already full of it.
Like, oh no, we can't blame all Renans for Renan oppression. And I'm like, have not one of you heard about structural analysis or systemic injustice? The problem is not bad individuals, it's bad systems. Maybe that's why it has felt like we've just been breezing through realms, killing lords and liberating people like that's all that was needed. Fuck the system that needs to be restructured from the ground up. We'd much rather just kill the bad man in charge and call it a day, and that will solve all our problems for all time. We finally decide to give the fuck up on rebuilding this realm and leave it to one of the other pointless resistance groups, which, thank you. I loved the politics of Tales of the Abyss, but if it's just gonna look like this in our eyes, I want no more of it. But, our problems have only just begun. You see that thing up in the sky? You know, LENEGIS? I don't blame you if you forgot about it, but, they've decided we need a new problem. LENEGIS said, "It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me."
This does not bode well.
Now you're probably thinking, what the fuck just happened? Which by my calculations, you'll have thought over a dozen times by this point when it comes to this story. This here is the Wedge. It is this weird-ass biomechanical device dropped onto Dana by LENEGIS. It's landed in the middle of the sea between all the Danan realms, and is currently siphoning astral energy from Dana, then shooting it up at LENEGIS, which in turn has transformed to send that energy over to RENA. Basically, think of the Wedge as a spirit core absorbing the astral energy from Dana. The Wedge then sends that astral energy over to LENEGIS as the spirit vessel, which then finally transfers it to RENA for collection. It will loom along the horizon like this for the rest of the game. I do enjoy this visual to remind you of the stakes, but that would only work if the writing was actually good. Oh, also, 4 colored lights dropped out from LENEGIS at the same time as the Wedge, landing all across Dana. We'll talk about what the hell they are later, but I hate them. I hate them so much. In the words of 4 kids I see,
I hate them, 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 I hate them!
the characters are shooketh by this sight, taking it as a sign that LENEGIS is finally striking back. Though they're not sure why LENEGIS, of all things, is focusing on stealing astral energy rather than having its leaders or military coming down in starships and retaking the Danan realms. Renasalma knows that earlier in the game, Zephyr said that the Renans could easily do such a thing, even vaporizing all of Dana at the drop of a hat if they really felt like it.
I believe we can assume that whoever is pulling the strings behind the scenes has had this in the works for quite some time. The people on LENEGIS may have plenty of resources at their disposal, but not even they could prepare something like that in a mere month. Something of that magnitude takes considerable time, as well as a predetermined goal in mind.
Then what was the crown contest for?
At this stage, I think it was but one step in the greater scheme we see unfolding before us. What that scheme is exactly, I haven't a clue.
And yet, the game still refuses to tell us how LENEGIS or RENA themselves work. No one even asks Shion or Dohalim, the ones who presumably would at least have some knowledge given that they have lived on LENEGIS for most of their lives. No one is going to ask for the current sovereign's name, how the structure of LENEGIS government works. Nothing? Okay. And yes, there is a big plot twist about how LENEGIS and RENA work, and even the nature of RENA itself, but in order for that to work, you have to actually build up a facade in the first place, which the game has just refused to do. To make matters more confusing, and also more infuriating, Dohalim and Shion have apparently never seen the Red Woman.
Just what kind of person is this woman?
You mean you don't know her?
Pardon?
She was there at your palace, wasn't she? I figured you knew who she was.
Are you saying I should be familiar with this woman?
Well, sure. I remember seeing her with you back at Adelina Palace several times. Everyone in the guard always wondered who she was.
I remember seeing her with Balsef, too. You saw her, right, Shion?
Oh, sorry, I drifted off. As far as I remember, the first time I saw her was when we ran into her in Pelagian.
Seriously? How could you two not notice her before? She sticks out like a sore thumb.
I guess I always figured she kept an eye on the lords for the Renan top brass.
You're sure you don't remember ever seeing her before?
I'm certain of it. My memory has never failed me.
Not sure why it took a month for that to come up, but okay, sure. Dohalim never noticed the Red Woman back at Annalena Palace, and Shion didn't notice her while she and Alphen were fighting Balsef. The characters don't put two and two together because they're Nimrods, but basically, the Red Woman is able to cloak herself around Renans. It adds to the mystery of who this woman is, but honestly, I am so over mystery at this point. I'm 25 hours in, just tell me a fucking story. We decide to head out to the Wedge to investigate. We'll need a boat, but first and foremost, we need to find a way out of GANATH HAROS. Yes, please, please. I must check on the horses back at the ranch so that Law can cook them because he's a savage. But more importantly, I need to see if the owls have gifts for me because the owls are the only thing I care about in this game anymore. You know, besides Shion. I love you, Dohalim, but your exposition has driven me to the brink. I am filing for gay divorce. Do better. Oh, and if you're hoping for a whole new cast of interesting characters and villains to accompany the second half, or LENEGIS, or potentially for some of those underbaked Renan lords to return for round 2, you know, so they actually matter, don't. From this point on, the character drama is kept to an absolute bare fucking minimum. Prepare for even more giant monster fights sandwiched between boring lore bombs and exposition dumps, with the occasional sprinkling of Volronic bullshit. Yes, I did just invent the word Volronic for our dear dramatic Volronica. Deal with it. I literally recorded this section and then Vegas just deleted it for some reason because it hates me. And okay, where was I? We find our way out through a cavern in the Lovtomb marshlands, which was not there before. Apparently, when Volron got deposed, his guards fled the city, hiding out here in the Forland Mountains. No, they don't matter. They're just here to pad the enemy count. But we have to get through this ugly cave to reach CYSLODIA so that we can finally travel between the realms that don't matter anymore again. Anything is better than GANATH HAROS at this goddamn point. And apparently, even my recording software wants to trap me in GANATH HAROS forever too. So, let's run.
It's obvious that people used to go through here in order to get to the other realms.
You think Volron really did seal it off to keep it hidden then?
Seems like it. Those soldiers we encountered might have known about it and chosen to hide out here.
But with the entrance collapsed and exposed, they must have been forced to come out of hiding.
Dohalim is a tad suspicious of Shion, given she's seemingly been unaware about being the enigmatic maiden. Whatever the fuck that means.
What about the story of the seasons?
A callous old man who refuses to leave his home.
Stop talking, go to jail.
Oh!
And her thorns exude an abnormal amount of dark astral energy. Wild how long it took for anybody to actually ask what Shion's Curse of Thorns is. Like, really? Y'all waited a whole 25 hours to ask the most basic of questions? Ridiculous. They're basically trying to make you wary of Shion. Why she's doing what she's doing, why she's weirdly okay with the Renaissance being destroyed despite wanting to use it to break her curse. And I'm just sitting here like, why the fuck has the game not been doing anything with any of this for the past 25 hours? I'm not actually worried about Shion being a traitor or anything. Actually, I'm kind of hoping that she is, because then it would at least mean the story is doing something. If you couldn't tell, my patience that the game has been chiseling away at slowly has been reduced to the bare nerve, and I am ready to snap at any moment. Assuming I haven't already. I already have. I'm snapping right now. I'm losing my mind. We finally reached CYSLODIA, where all we have to do to cross the frozen valley to the city is flip a lever, and bam! That drawbridge that was taunting us before, way earlier in the game, you know, it just lowers. That's it. No one's thought to climb over here, like, at all, and just lower it that way. No one? Okay. And, like, as they're approaching it to lower it, too, they're like, how are we gonna lower it?
We need to get that bridge down somehow.
And then the camera just kind of pans over to the lever for a long while.
It looks like we can control it from our side. Let's take a closer look.
And then the characters go, I wonder what that does. Like it's Dora the Explorer, except everyone's brain dead and you're not learning anything. And then they walk off screen slowly to use it. And then Rinwell and Law are left on screen to talk about fucking nothing.
Are you okay, Law?
Oh, fine. Just thinking. The past is a real downer. That's why I'm focused on what's ahead of me. You?
Yeah. I'm going to stay the path.
I hate it here and I want to die. Crossing the bridge, we reunite with Bregan?
Slap me silly, it really is you!
Forgetting someone?
You know, the Silver Swords guy from the CYSLODIA arc. You remember Bregan, don't you? It's fine, neither did I. Basically, this is just so we can ask him to deal with GANATH HAROS for us off screen, and thank God. But it is so wild to hear Rinwell and the others talk about how excited they are to see Bregan again, as if he matters. And then the characters go, "We sure have made some wacky new friends along this journey of ours."
It does kind of make you realize just how many people we've gotten to know in each of the places we visited.
And each and every connection we forged is priceless. Who are you people?
And I'm like, yeah, wacky imaginary friends who actually matter, you bunch of loser lunatics. Have you been hallucinating actual supporting characters in this game? Because, like, the ones that are here don't matter. Oh yeah, I guess that list includes Mahavar. You know, ship guy. He survived the plunge into the abyss. Not the cool one from Tales of the Abyss, the bullshit Volronic one. Just like everyone fucking else. Except somehow, Mahavar got back to MAHAG SAAR just fine. I can't even make a joke about his name being sillily similar to his realm's name, nor contemplate whether sillily is actually a word as I go on this soliloquy of madness. I just don't care anymore. The point is, he's gonna take us out to the Wedge. He will shepherd me to my fucking doom. And to that I say, how dare you enable my self-inflicted trauma, ship guy? You are no longer Mahavar, if you ever were. You are ship guy. Don't do this, ship guy. You're better than this, ship guy. Actually, no, that's a lie. You're nothing, ship guy. You suck, ship guy. Arriving at the Wedge, we find that it's indeed a disgusting biomechanical structure. Like, you know how in some sci-fi movies, the alien structures will usually be all fleshy and gross? Like living technology with gross flesh walls and bits of bioluminescence?
Bioluminescent algae.
Yeah, that's the Wedge. And admittedly, I'm here for that. That is a disgusting trope that I am a hella on board with. I place the blame for that entirely upon the Atlantis levels from the first Tomb Raider. And I especially like that design of all the weird curves at the top of the pillar. It's giving a disgusting abomination version of an armillary sphere. What is it with me and spheres which are armillary? But what makes it all odd is that, Shion and Dohalim say it doesn't look like it came from LENEGIS.
It doesn't look like the buildings on LENEGIS at all. Or like any Renan structure for that matter.
To which I say, the fuck do you mean? Granted, we don't have a frame of reference for what LENEGIS, you know, looks like, save for assumptions we can make from how the Renan guards dress, and then little things like the Fagan ruins or the glimpses that we've seen from Alphen's War flashbacks, but that's kind of the problem. It's making me realize that the game hasn't given us a very strong idea of what LENEGIS or even RENA are like, and we're nearing the game's end. And yeah, that was definitely the intent, but intents can be bad. Again, if you want a twist to work, you have to actually set up an expectation that you are going to subvert later on. This is just kind of doing nothing and then going like, oh, we'll surprise them at the end. And I'm like, you have to give us something to hold out for before you can do that, you know? Like, yeah, it begs the mystery of what this thing is, how and why it was created, and what this means the Renans are capable of. But I would be more into it if the game had shown more interest in the governing body of the Renan homeworld and LENEGIS before now. Please, enough misery, enough mystery, just give me a story. As we approach, Rinwell seems to daze off, then speaks to some invisible force.
It's not mechanical or biological, but it's definitely alive in some way.
Rinwell?
What's up with you?
When I was reaching out to the astral energy, I thought I heard a voice. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like it wanted me to come to it.
This seems like a trap, right?
It's not a trap. When it spoke to me, I knew it wasn't hostile.
It's likely due to her being a mage, but she is able to communicate with astral energy, and it seems that the energy here is alive. And you know what? I'm here for that. It's freaky and weird, but also makes Rinwell feel important to the plot, and I kind of live for how suspicious Law is, given it's a thing he doesn't understand because Law dumb. His overprotectiveness of Rinwell kind of drives a wedge between them. I swear I didn't intend that one. But that voice, whatever it is, seems to be calling Rinwell inside. Now, the Wedge itself as a dungeon is dreadful. It's a straight line as usual, this time winding up through several corridors towards the top of the structure. Lots and lots of Zoogle fights here, and my god, they've become so tedious.
This place definitely isn't easy to navigate. That's for sure.
I doubt this structure was conceived with the ease of people's movement in mind.
Yeah. We've been seeing nothing but Zoogle nests.
I should say that while I did praise the combat back at the start of this video, that was many months ago, and with time, it's definitely soured on me. I think what really kills it for me is how the fights, even the ones with normal enemies, feel like they just go on forever. Like, you have to spam the same 6 moves over and over again as they refuse to die, and then you have to do it again in just a few steps. And I realize looking back at my footage, some of y'all heathens might go, oh my god, he didn't change his equipment or use the extra arts function. Of course it's taking forever because your stats aren't improving. Motherfucker, I am upgrading my equipment. I'm using the weapon decor thing they have in the fashion menu so that the weapons can look aesthetically, you know, consistent for the sake of the video. So none of that shit in the comments or I'm gonna fight you. What makes the wedge even worse is the whole ass mini boss gauntlet. You've got that dumb 2-headed dog again just wandering the corridor. Almost impossible to avoid unless you hide in the branching rooms as it slowly shambles by, or you bite the bullet and start a fight and then escape as soon as it begins. Very riveting gameplay. But what I really hate are these giant executioner looking monsters. Design wise, cool, but I hate fighting them. They're always in pairs and they both take forever to kill. And then they have the gall to have a second pair just before the final boss room, standing right in front of a ladder you need to reach it. Like, what is wrong with you people? How dare you? You know this isn't fun, right? This is absolutely my most hated dungeon in the game. Well, actually, second most. The final dungeon belongs in the depths of hell, and it looming in the distance is why I haven't finished this game in months. This is really where the game feels like it's dragging its feet, as it feels like the game is just trying to pad the runtime out with boring corridors and mini-boss gauntlets in lieu of giving us actual character enemies or compelling drama. Also, surprised I didn't mention this one earlier, but apple gels are worthless in this game. In previous games, recovery items would be percentage based, so that they would always scale up with your stats. But here, apple gels are at a static 400 HP points. 8 HP point, is that redundant? Yeah, hit points. You know what I mean. Meaning that by late game, you have so much health that apple gels practically do nothing for you. I assume this is a ploy to get you to rely more on the CP system, but if you have to sabotage part of your game to make a new system work, then maybe the new system isn't all it's cracked up to be. And you know what? Playing Vesperia and replaying Abyss, give me back the TP system. There was nothing wrong with that resource system, and it actually proved more challenging than the CP system ever did, and it felt way more fair. Actually, I'm gonna have to double check this, but my notes say that the orange gels are still percentage based, but not the apple gels. Girl, what? Go to hell. Go to hell. Once we reach the top, we find a reskinned boss fight. Yeah, remember that pointless plant monster from Galan Woodlands? Yeah, it's just that again, but with way more health. Too much health. Fun. It's not like I wanted some clever new character villain directly from LENEGIS or anything. After the pointless beast is slain, everyone decides to do drugs and get high.
Rimwell! It's too dangerous! Stay back!
In my world, everyone's a pony, and they all eat rainbows and poop butterflies.
Blake!
I got a real high, baby. I got a real high, baby. I got a real high, baby.
Ruby! Ruby? Yang!
Once upon a time.
We're hit with a wave of astral energy, and through that, everyone is able to hear the voice that Rinwell heard earlier. We, the audience, do not hear it, so instead we just watch them all stand there confused, rotating through a white void, and then sob afterwards.
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not the only one.
I heard it.
Whatever it was, I heard it.
I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there.
They're all sad and shit, and they're like, oh no, it must be the will of Dana speaking to us, and it's all sad. Like, this is wild. The game is trying to make me feel upset alongside the characters, and I just can't help but cackle. This entire game gives when people try something like ayahuasca and have some pseudo-spiritual awakening, but no one else can understand it. And so you're just kind of in awe of your own bewilderment. Like, Law's looking at his hands like they're made out of like lava, and his body's a lava lamp or something. And he's like, oh my God, reality is a lie. I just met God. And I'm just like, shut the fuck up. I don't really feel for the will of Dana or whatever. I don't care about it. Instead, I'm just really bored by the exposition dumps that they're doing about all this lore shit that I don't care about. I don't give a fuck.
Do you remember what happened when we fought Balsef back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
There may be a mechanism of sorts inside master cores and spirit vessels that prevents such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balsef's spirit vessel broke.
And my only reprieve is cackling at the shared drug trip they all just went through. But sadly, the exposition dumps from here on out will not share this unintentional hilarity. It's just going to get progressively more and more boring as we venture deeper into the game. I have to wonder if the pandemic is part of why, like, they were so focused on presentation that this big 2020 railroad spike meant that they couldn't focus on any new characters. So LENEGIS and RENA just became random monster fights and lore bombs to compensate. You know, things where the enemy doesn't really matter, you just need to fight something. It might as well just be a lamp. You know, it's the sexy lamp thing, except here it's a lamp that wants to fight you and break your face. A lot of the themes at the end of the game make me feel like this was their plan from jump, but either way, me no like, because if this was your plan the whole time, to me that's worse. At least with the pandemic, there's an excuse to where I can understand everything sucks so much, but if you genuinely had this in mind and you didn't think to redraft it, girl, ask yourself questions, because Jesus. We then have to walk all the way back down to our boat.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Really? Well then.
Actually, I've heard it's easier to develop muscle aches when going down.
Seriously?
Yep, the fast travel's off again, and I genuinely have no clue why. And to make matters worse, I didn't even realize that there was a teleporter halfway through until my second playthrough. I still don't know why you would need one in universe when the entire game just lets you teleport until it feels like fucking with you. But okay. Oh, and all the monsters respawn, including the 2 pairs of executioners, which means you're basically expected to fight the same pair up to 4 times through the entire dungeon. 1 is enough. I hate it here.
Oh, by the way, bitch.
Fuck you!
And double O, while I was recording this section, life decided to be rude, and I fucked up by clicking the share button on my DualShock a tad too many times, which meant I had lost the recording I just burned through. So I had to redo the entire Wedge dungeon. Fuck me, am I right? Anyway, after inspecting the Wedge, we have no revelations about LENEGIS. We already knew it was stealing astral energy from Dana. That information is intact. All we have now, aside from trauma from bad game design, is knowledge that Dana has some kind of sentient will that wants us to save the world. Which, weren't we gonna do that anyway? Do we need some stupid invisible voice to tell us to do our jobs? Actually, seeing these protagonists sit on their ass for so much of this game, yeah, maybe. So we then decide to head off to LENEGIS. To do that, we need a starship. So we decide to look for the starship Alphen came to Dana in 300 years ago. Of course, he doesn't remember where it is because conflict. I'm just like, would it still work after all this time? And then I went, wait, what about Shion? Because she would have had to use a starship to get here from LENEGIS, so why not hers? Or did she smuggle on board somebody else's? In which case, why haven't we specified this? Why is no one even asking her about it? Whatever, fucking ugh. So now we have to figure out where Alphen parked his starship, like we're looking for my car in the grocery store parking lot. Just kidding, I always remember where I park, bitch. We head to CALAGLIA, since that's where Alphen first showed up on Dana, meaning his starship must be there too, I guess. I'm just like, did he wander away from his starship and his mask and just not realize it until the Danans found him, and then he just forgot about said starship? We also try to make this an emotional homecoming since we started the game here, but I feel nothing. I don't care about any of these supporting characters, and I have no emotional attachment to CALAGLIA. Not even the fact that Law is from here originally. Nope, no fucks given. And it is a combination of the fact that the game didn't make me care in the first place, and also that I'm just so unenthused about this story. To help us out, we decide to check records detailing reports of strange lights in the sky, which we assume would indicate Alphen's starship moving through the sky. Okay.
I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records.
Why would that exist? That starship presumably came before the first Renan invasion, and given the Renan's destruction of anything and everything that the Danans had built before their arrival, I doubt any pre-invasion records from whatever governing body the Danans had would have survived, and that's assuming that they would even bother to have recorded something like a shooting star. But of course, there are records, and they point to Berg Volcano. Wow, what a compelling name. Not sure where that is geographically, because this game still refuses to give me a sense of place or a map, but the local losers warn us that there's supposedly a giant Zulkul running around that area. Okay, I'm not sure why they'd know about it, because like, girl, why the fuck are y'all poking around a volcano in the first place? But the group connects it to one of the 4 colored lights that shot out of the wedge, assuming one must have landed here, eerily close to Alphen's starship. That is the only contrivance I will accept. And Berg Volcano is boring. At least the name lives up to that. Again, straight line, trying to trick us this time by having 3 lanes that you have to navigate in a certain way. Great. And here, we finally get Dohalim's field ability, using his power over Earth to grow plants that we can climb. And I'm just like, where the hell has this been?
You can make plants grow instantly?
Dude, you have a cousin?
What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
We haven't needed it, but it's so odd that they waited so long to introduce it, considering everybody else's field abilities showed up right after their introductions. Well, I guess Rinwell's didn't, because Rinwell's only showed up on the Gradia, and it was to like disable barriers by absorbing their astral energy, and it felt so pointless I kind of forgot to put it in the script, which does actually lead me into my next point, that the field actions as a whole are so boring. It's basically just run up, hit button, proceed. It's more annoying than anything too, given the fact it costs cure points, so I guess this is less fun and more tedious. Thanks, game. And then there's this awkward dialogue of Alphen and Rinwell sharing water, and I
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Shion?
I feel a need to send whoever wrote this one to prison. Deeper inside, we come across that infamous Zulkul, the Ifrit Magnum.
What the hell is that thing? Oh my god!
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go!
It's basically a reskin of the fire avatar from the Balsef boss fight. You know, Balsef, that pointless loser from 8 hours ago in this video who hasn't mattered since. This thing is a reference to the spirits of other Tales games, this one being Ifrit, the great spirit of fire. All of the wedge lights are references like this, to Undine of water, to Sylph of wind, and to Gnome of earth. And they're fine. This is the only one you have to fight in the main story, with the other 3 being extra optional bosses and side quests. I guess I don't mind that, but I do kind of wish that they mattered more in the main plot. Really, I'm begging for anything, please. But really, this boss fight isn't even a boss fight. It is instead just fighting all the normal Zoogles that it summons, including these stupid orb monsters that also glue themselves to the cave ceiling. Yep, it happened again as I was playing with my friend, and it happened again as I was recording. This game is vengeful and petty. So anyway, Alphen defeats the monster, and I don't care, I feel nothing about this, let's move on. Turning the corner, we arrive at a ledge leading outside, where Alphen's starship conveniently awaits. Very impressed it's completely untouched and unscathed after 300 fucking years. And it still works. It's just covered in vines now. Sure, why not? Truthfully, I think this contrivance, and a lot of contrivances, wouldn't bother me as much if I cared more about the overall story and characters, but I don't. It's just been boring giant monster fights, exposition dumps, and a lack of compelling character drama, save for Xion being vaguely suspicious, and none of that is enough to keep me engaged. It's when a story doesn't offer you anything interesting that you start to notice these little contrivances and plot holes in the first place. They're not actually the problems, they're symptoms of the fact that the story is just not engaging you at all. Even when we're camping out beside the starship and talking about our mission, we still refuse to reveal the name of the current sovereign, or ask about how LENEGIS government structure works, which... how?
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. I knew our journey would lead to confronting LENEGIS.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Xion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
Our aim is to ensure that both LENEGIS and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
We're about to head into enemy territory up in the fucking sky, and we're not at all curious about how anything up there or RENA works. All we've got is vague hierarchy stuff and vague high-tech stuff, and that's it. No names of important cities or how their landscape looks, no mention of sovereign or who their important underlings may be. Zip, nada, zilch. God, this is so frustrating. And yes, again, I get it. I can hear you. It's meant to be vague because there's meant to be a huge twist to do with the nature of the Sovereign and RENA and LENEGIS. I just don't care because the game is giving me nothing in the meantime to stay invested, as I'm just frustrated with the characters. If you're gonna have a big fake out with pulling the rug out from under us, why not give us a false sense of how LENEGIS works to keep us going in the meantime? Tell us this is the Sovereign, these are his henchmen, let's go, and then 1-2 punch us when we actually get there. Just tell us something. Like in Abyss and Berseria, there were plot twists to do with how the world works or the nature of our enemies, but we still had clear enemies to begin with to keep us engaged. Arise does not. So everyone falls asleep. Sitting up? They're all just chilling on their seats, back straight, all snoozing comfortably? How? I mean, maybe it's possible, but I just fall off the second I dozed off. What the fuck's wrong with you people? Are you possessed? Like, do we have no blankets or sleeping bags? Is this how we've been sleeping at campsites through the whole game? Are our bodies okay? Anyhow, Alphen wakes up to find Xion missing, and of course, she's trying to go off and do her own thing, sneaking away to take the starship for herself. When Alphen calls out to her, Xion's thorns activate, stopping her in place.
Xion. Xion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns.
Which is odd, because her thorns usually only go off when someone either gets close to her or touches her, or when she gets pissed. But this harkens back to her thorns going off right before the wedge shot down from LENEGIS. They seem to be growing more aggressive to the point that they even hurt Xion, when previously they would only hurt the people around her. Insisting on leaving without an explanation, Xion draws her gun, threatening to shoot Alphen.
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
It's after this the group gathers, and Shion is finally ready to tell us the full tale of her thorns, and why she has been behaving so strangely. Now, before we continue, I want to be serious and give a warning, like a content warning about thoughts of... Okay, look, I know everyone hates this word, but self-unaliving. Look, YouTube is always listening, they're draconian, and if you so much as whisper the S word, it's age restriction, it's demonetization, and I got bills to pay. But I do also want to give y'all that warning in case you're not up to discussions this heavy, so just head to the time code on screen and or the next section if you don't want to hear about this plot point. But be warned, it will be recurring for the rest of the video since it is kind of just inherently baked into Shion's story. She is not at all specific about her family life still. We're never going to learn about her parents or home life, sadly, but Shion mentions that she's had near-death experiences many times since she was little. And no, she won't be specific about those either. But basically, each and every time, her thorns kept her alive. They immediately healed her, keeping her from dying, hence why she was able to shake off that arrow when we first saw the blazing sword, and why she survived Volron stabbing her through the chest. Essentially, she's immortal, and Shion believes that the thorns will continue to keep her alive until the day they free themselves, tearing her apart to end the world. It's a visceral feeling that she has from having lived with her thorns from birth, and they have become even more erratic ever since the wedge was dropped onto Dana. While it is true that Shion wants to use the Renaissance to destroy her thorns, she doesn't believe she'll have a normal life afterwards, or any life. She believes that because the thorns have chosen her as their vessel, there is no way to destroy them without destroying herself. But she's at a point where she just doesn't care anymore. This is why she's always been so cold. She doesn't want to get attached to people because of her mission, because she doesn't want to hurt them by destroying herself one day. And so her love for them won't make her hesitate.
The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me.
And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
And it is fucking heartbreaking. Legit, I tear up every time I watch this scene. That Shion has felt this alone, this pained, that she just didn't want to exist anymore. But now her facade is crumbling and she's admitting how much she's grown to love and care for the rest of the party. And Erica Lindbeck's performance really also sells it for me. But even as she feels this way, Alphen in the game continually tells her not to give up on life. He grabs her, holding her close even as the thorns zap away at him. He is in pain that she has been in pain this entire time, and no one has even realized.
Shion!
Alphen?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alphen.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
And like, I'm not crying, you're crying. You have to be very careful when you handle these kinds of topics in media, because you never want to give people the idea that hurting themselves is a way to actually alleviate whatever they're going through. So Alphen continually refusing to let Shion die, insisting that they find a way to get through this, I think really is what elevates the storyline and what makes it work for me. It feels like the narrative itself is telling Shion to continue. The narrative is bringing up Shion's feelings, but it's also not endorsing them. Now, I'm not an expert at this stuff, so I can't really speak to whether it's well done, given I can only speak from my own experience with my own struggles of mental health, and I don't think I've ever really struggled with it to this degree, to where I've been pushed to this place. I think maybe there were times I came close, but I don't think as close as this. But I really do empathize with Shion's exhaustion and feel inspired by Alphen standing by her side to help her through it all. And it also likely explains why I view Shion's thorns as an analog to any number of issues people deal with in real life, be it mental illness, chronic pain, chronic illness, anything that makes life difficult to navigate and makes people feel like they're alone or that they're unlovable. This is really why I love Shion as much as I do, that she's been struggling this entire time, afraid to let her guard down, feeling like she has to be strong the entire time, but her story is ultimately about letting her guard down, letting people in, letting herself admit that she is soft, that she does care, that she's tired and she wants to live. She wants to be free of this shit. And once those barriers are down, her story is about defying her fate, saying that she wants to live for herself beyond her curse and beyond her thorns, beyond her pain. God, I love her so much. This is definitely the saving grace of this half of the game for me. I don't think it's enough to salvage anything else, and it genuinely makes me sad that this great storyline and this fantastic scene are trapped in a very mediocre game. Whatever the case, our mission is clear. Kinda. We still have no clue what we're up against on LENEGIS, but we're gonna do whatever we can to eliminate Shion's curse while saving her at any fucking cost. This girl, she's getting happiness. I don't care what we have to do or who we have to kill. Honestly, get rid of the Wedge and all the LENEGIS shit and just have the whole story be about Shion's thorns. And you would be cutting away all the extraneous fat from the real heart of what works about the story. And yeah, I realize that the story is kind of about her thorns, but you know what I mean. Just get rid of all the lore shit, please, Jesus.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to LENEGIS.
So let's go. On to LENEGIS.
Boarding the starship, we decide to name it the Falnights, which according to Rinwell means owl in the ancient Danan tongue. This is cute, though I wish it had some kind of story behind it. A legend or myth Rinwell could share, but then again, that might make me wish that myth was actually about Alphen 300 years ago, so that his backstory might matter. Whatever. Oh, and of course, we don't get to pilot the Falnights directly. It's just used to get us to LENEGIS via cutscene. Once again, this makes me miss the overworld approach from the older games. Like in Abyss, where you get to actually fly the Albior through the skies of Aldrent, or in Vesperia, where you get to ride Baul. Baul is kind of funny, given we literally attach our pirate ship to this flying whale thing to get around. It's iconic. Frightfully unsafe, but again, equally deeply iconic. My friend and I have gone through Vesperia together, and when we were playing Arise, she was all, imagine if we could actually pilot this spaceship through the cosmos ourselves. Ugh, that's the dream. It wouldn't even need to be anything fancy, just something cute to make you feel like you actually have agency. Just look at Kingdom Hearts, where you get to pilot the gummy ship between all the different Disney worlds. Granted, everyone hates all the different gummy ship missions, but me personally, I think it would be preferable to the absolute nothing that Arise's starship has. And now I'm even thinking about how cool it would have been if instead of just having Dana and Rena, all the realms that we visited were their own distinct worlds to explore via the Falnights across the game. Now, that would for sure give you the sci-fi vibes and make you feel like you're going on this interstellar odyssey of liberation. I want it. I want to live in that world so bad. We could have had it all. Rolling in the deep.
Royal Albert fucking Hall!
But then again, with how much emphasis was put on Arise's graphics and shaders, they probably wanted to keep things simple to avoid even further bloating the game and making the PlayStation catch fire. It's times like this I appreciate low poly graphics that would probably have an easier time pulling something like this off, because they don't have to worry about adhering to and obeying realism at all costs. We arrive on LENEGIS to find no one. There are no guards on watch here at the starport, I want to call it.
LENEGIS's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Which maybe I would get, given no one is actively traveling between Dana and LENEGIS. But no one is going between LENEGIS and Rena? Now, that does make sense when you know the whole context of the full game, but the fact that no one is questioning it that much here is odd. They do try to explain it away in a skit in a little while, but I hate it.
Just who is this person ruling over LENEGIS?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and LENEGIS.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling LENEGIS alone would be difficult enough.
I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. Can it really be that no citizen of LENEGIS has ever been there? It's possible that no one on LENEGIS has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on LENEGIS single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over LENEGIS from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
According to Dohalim, most of LENEGIS systems run on automation, and I guess that applies to their governance as well? Because we see no actual authorities here on LENEGIS. This is where the facade of how Rena and LENEGIS work starts to come undone. But honestly, that would only really work if they had built a facade in the first place. All of this feels so deeply anticlimactic. Like we're just visiting this lifeless space station full of bumbling buffoons. Oh, and prepare for one big chrome-plated hallway, because LENEGIS is just boring as hell. Upon entering the residential zone, we find the place to be in total disarray. After LENEGIS transformed to launch the Wedge, it apparently devastated the residential zone, relocating and even destroying entire homes and streets. No one has heard anything from the Sovereign. In fact, we see no signs of any kind of authorities. The residents left to their own devices as they try to mitigate the damage. Some even have to hold off wild Zoogles that have turned on them. While I do kinda enjoy this aspect of the people of LENEGIS being left in the dark, it also begs many questions. Firstly, none of them even mention a governing body that would presumably come to their aid. Is your entire government just automation? Do robots determine who gets to go to Dana? Does this residential area not have some kind of authority figure, like a mayor or like a governor or something, instated by the Sovereign we will refuse to name? Not to mention, this emphasizes that we've been given no idea of how LENEGIS would operate. So without a status quo to compare it to, it's hard to feel anything about the chaos LENEGIS is in right now. Like, what is this place like ordinarily? And as we meet Dohalim's old friend Avakir, we learn that the people of LENEGIS have no clue what's going on back on Dana. The group finds this surprising, but wouldn't Dohalim and Shion know this is par for the course? That LENEGIS is kept in the dark about the ongoing crown contest? Though I still wish we leaned into the idea of it being a televised spectacle. Give me some Hunger Games energy, pretty please. Eventually, we finally get a name for the Sovereign. Hanfried Milgras. He sounds like a boring dead German philosopher with too much fucking time on his hands. But we don't know anything about him, aside from him having ruled over CYSLODIA before Ganabelt.
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest. So, who was it then?
Fucking idiot.
Hanfried Milgras, the former lord of CYSLODIA, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
Wait a damn minute. Wait a damn...
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on LENEGIS?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting LENEGIS from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
I'm literally dying.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
Well, you all have a lovely day, and I hope you all pass away.
Dohalim and Shion try to justify it, saying that it's a norm of Renan society they're expected not to question, and I could tolerate that on some level, if they had harbored some doubts towards it. Like, in our own society, we are expected not to question our own status quo, but most of us naturally do ponder about it, whether we agree with it or not. You're telling me nobody thought to even question why someone who becomes sovereign is then never seen again by their own people? And then they say that no travel is allowed between LENEGIS and the Renan homeworld. And I'm just like, what? Wait, so then what determines who lives on LENEGIS and who lives on Rena? Why not allow travel or communication between them? And also, the whole you're not allowed to question things. By whomst? What authority figures are coming down saying you can't question that filthy peasant? Again, who are the leaders here? Or at least the, pretend leaders. Again, there's a reason for all of this, but the fact that the game hasn't even prepared a cover story for us to expose is ridiculous. Because in the meantime, you're just kind of baffled by how simultaneously nonsensical and mind-numbing all of this is, as the characters embrace their own minds being numbed to the bad writing all around them. We do finally get to learn a bit about the Renan Lords through an optional side quest composed of several voiceless text boxes, and then a skit where the protagonists go, I guess they were people too. Oh god.
Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. You had your chance to make the villains engaging, fleshed out characters and failed, so you don't get to just swoop in late in the game and try to humanize or characterize them retroactively. All this does is frustrate me and make going back to any of their scenes infuriating, because why couldn't we just get more interesting writing for them when they were actually in the story? So those bits I mentioned about Balseph, Ganabelt, and Almadria, that Balseph is a protective patriarch for House Teldilis, that Ganabelt prioritizes the advancement of Renans above all else, and that Almadria is a ruthless girl boss. Yeah, I only know those details because we get them all from here. And we also get a suggestion that maybe Almadria murdered her entire family? Okay then, what the fuck? But unshockingly, nobody knows anything about Volron. It's just some guy being pissed that Erwigil was replaced with some no-name loser, and supposedly, no one knows who Volron is, and the House Igniseri doesn't even seem to exist. I don't know how you can tell, given all the Renan houses are just bare bones, we never meet any of their members, and all the LENEGIS people that we've met so far are no-name loser extras, but okay. Guess it does add some mystery as to Volron's origins. But again, enough mystery. Speaking of which, we don't get to meet Shion or Dohalim's families. Not their parents, not their siblings, no one. The houses of Imeris and Ilkatas are invisible, I guess. Nah, it's not like that would have been a great chance to understand their upbringings or further color their context of their characters. None of that matters.
Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Shion mentioned she was experimented on as a child back on the starship, but she can't remember the details, of course. So I guess the LENEGIS researchers were captivated by her Curse of Thorns, but we don't get to hear about her breaking out of a lab to get to Dana, nor if she was taken away from her parents. Just nothing but scraps.
What was life on LENEGIS like back then?
Let's just say I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something.
And this is so frustrating. It's so much fun seeing where characters come from, getting more context about why they are the way they are, and further fleshing out the world they live in. It's one of my favorite aspects of the Tales series, so seeing Arise not even try, it just exasperates me to no end. Oh, and this residential area? Yeah, it's the only settlement you'll see here on LENEGIS. There are no other towns or cities, nor artificial fields or forests for us to explore, no cool artificial biomes. You call it a second half of the game, but we can't even explore other worlds. It's just a glorified hallway that only serves the purpose of exhausting the player and wasting their time. And through all of this, seeing the Renans struggle to maintain LENEGIS without the Sovereign's guidance makes them all feel bumbling, like they're helpless, hapless fools. And because of that, you're kind of meant to feel pity for them, which on some level makes sense given their adherence to such an obviously broken system is foolish from an outside glance. But it also erodes any agency they had in the oppression of Dana, eliminating any chance for them as a whole to take accountability for what they've done to the Danans. We'll go into this in depth later on when we learn the full truth of how RENA and LENEGIS work, but it completely removes the Renans' responsibility for their actions in colonizing and oppressing Danans. Fuck, I hate it. So anyway, we decide to head to the Forbidden Zone to figure out what the hell is going on. Avakir warns us that it's, forbidden, but no one is going to stop us from finally realizing we are protagonists. And it's not like they have any government leaders to stop us, so, good luck. Well, except Faria, I guess. Not a government leader, she's just another loser. It would have been cool if she was, but she's not. You remember Faria, right? No? I don't blame you. Remember Dohalim's tragic backstory from 5,000 years ago of being forced to kill his friend to become a lord? Well, Faria was that friend's fiancé, and she blames Dohalim for his death, referring to him as a coward who killed his own friend for power. Which, girl, your boo was exactly that.
Nothing to say, even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord.
Flashback.
Stop this! Please! It's over! Stop!
End of flashback.
He was willing to kill Dohalim. Dohalim begged him to stop, and he didn't, and so he was forced to defend himself. Now, I do get Faria's reaction since grief is irrational, and people do tend to lash out and blame easy targets to offload their pain. It's not about logic, it's just about what is emotionally cathartic. But like, no one even calls her out on this? Nobody goes, hey, Dohalim didn't want to do that. Your boo was bloodthirsty. It's basically the narrative co-signing Faria's anger because it doesn't bother challenging it when it's brought up. And it makes for a very, very frustrating experience. And now that I think about it, isn't every aspect of life on LENEGIS decided for its people? Like, you don't even get a choice in participating in selection for the crown contest. You don't get a choice in becoming a Renan Lord if you're deemed worthy. Everything is automated for maximum efficiency. So, shouldn't that extend to marriage as well? In our own world, marriage has historically been used as a business and political arrangement to ensure the consolidation of power, with unfortunately women as the bargaining chips. And given Rena and LENEGIS are a colonial power, they would likely view marriage the same way. So, do their governing systems decide who gets married then? Is that how the ruling houses are maintained? You know, off screen, of course. Because if so, that would be so fascinating to explore, yes. Even if it means a cliche, marry for love and not power, damn it. It would be something at least. I ask all of this because it'd be another component for Faria's rage against Dohalim. Maybe she's upset because without Tarnigan, she has no recourse for another partner because of these systems. Maybe she lost out on acquiring power and security for herself. Or maybe she lucked out and did truly love him, and she's in pain that Dohalim took what she saw as a miracle in their society. Whatever the case, Faria still hates Dohalim, as if nothing has changed since the day of Tarnigan's death.
You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years in living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
Oh. 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 Oh, by the way, bitch.
And no one even steps up for Dohalim. What great friends. A bit odd, given they all seem to forget Dohalim's backstory, but okay, whatever.
Kill?
Fucking. I've given up already. So Dohalim does not stand up for himself at all. He's still ridden with guilt and vows that once he and the others sort out the situation on LENEGIS, he'll let Faria kill him? Girl, what the fuck?
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of.
The others thankfully talk him down about this, about time y'all said something, and I do appreciate that the game lets Dohalim unpack his reaction to all of this, especially mentioning how Dohalim's rule over ELDE MENANCIA made its people so much happier, and that much can't be ignored. But I really, really wish somebody would just snap at Faria about all this. I suppose I do get my wish, considering that once we head off, the Red Woman decides to pay Faria a visit.
You're just a coward!
Lord, I'm having a heart attack. Damn, this is some scary shit.
I assume to talk about the hot gossip.
Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you?
I asked you first.
I asked you second.
So while Faria does frustrate me, I do at least kind of enjoy this arc. Well, actually, no, I don't enjoy it. I enjoy it in theory. In practice, it's like nails on a chalkboard, but at least something is happening. It's kind of the closest thing to an arc that Dohalim has been given since MENANCIA, and we already established he didn't even really get much of one in the first place back then. Ooh, this boy needs something to work with. At the very least, we get a cute moment where Shion thanks Alphen for always being there for her, even when she was giving him the cold shoulder.
Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say Thank you.
God, I love these two, and honestly, they're keeping my investment on life support. Entering the Forbidden Zone, we're greeted with a maintenance tunnel. Yes, it's a one-way zigzaggy corridor, you know the drill by now. LENEGIS is especially egregious, given everything looks like the same dull sci-fi corridors. Like, this doesn't even feel like its own world, just a very, very long dead end. We've got some LENEGIS soldiers and Zoogles to deal with. It's reskinned enemies. The characters note how brainwashy they seem. Like, they're just being obstacles for no reason, not bothering to, you know, help any of the Renans back in the residential zone still in crisis. We never got an answer about that, so, you know, just speculation, but I'm assuming that they're being brainwashed? Girl, I don't know, and I don't care, I just know this is tedious. Oh, and also praying mantis mini-boss in the middle for no fucking reason. Okay, sure, what are... Fuck you too, game, fuck you too. Once we reach the end, we're greeted with... walls on all sides. But sadly, this doesn't mean we're done with the torture and can go back now, as Alphen's sovereign abilities apparently allow him to bypass LENEGIS security systems, opening a path through the wall. Yay, there's more. As he does this, a wave of astral energy washes over us, like the one in the Wedge. No, it's not fun drugs, I'm sorry, it's boring exposition. As it blinds us, we're given a flashback of Alphen and Naori way back when. You see, the writers had no clue how else to show us this. So we're just going to be routinely subjected to flashbacks of Alphen and Naori's story to give us the full context of what went down in the spirit channeling ceremony 300 years ago. I wouldn't normally mind this if the game as a whole had, you know, done a better job telling a story, and especially if this section wasn't already just full of boring cutscenes and exposition dumps. Girl, this is dreadful. I will say that I do enjoy the conversation between Alphen and Naori, with Naori going out of her way to be kind to Alphen and promise to help him get home after the ceremony. I also can't help but notice that the animation is much stronger here than it is in the rest of the game. Particularly the facial animations for Naori help to convey her compassion, and I do appreciate the effort that went into making the characters more expressive all around. At times, it can feel very uncanny, but here it works well. Snapping back to reality, we are quickly confronted by a brainwashed Faria wielding the Dark Master Core.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
She uses it to summon a giant monster. Fuck, of course.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
I call this one the six-armed bastard. Afterwards, Shion shoots the Master Core and Dohalim knocks her out, preventing her from summoning another pointless monster, thank God. Avakir apparently followed us here. Not sure how he wasn't slaughtered by all the Zoogles and guards along the way, but okay. And he takes Faria back to the residential zone as we proceed.
I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit.
And I just wonder what the point of all this was. It wasn't even Faria's rage being manipulated by the Red Woman. It was just using her as an emotionless tool. Really, the point of this was so that Avakir, as the fourth wheel of Dohalim's old friend group, could overhear the truth of Tarnigan's death earlier on, and then disclose it to Faria off screen to resolve the subplot. Cool. I mean, not cool. Look, we'll tear into this later. So after more boring discourse about whether we can trust the will of Dana, or what's truly showing us these exposition dumps, the game takes control to make us slowly walk towards this portal. Okay, what was the point of that?
Then what was the point?
Why take away control of us to do that, and then present us with a choice to proceed? We can just do all that ourselves. We then enter the corridor from the flashbacks of Alphen's past, which turns out to be the Forbidden Zone. And again, control is taken away to make us enter a certain room. Why? God, why?
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out.
I am not at all immersed, but wow, they're really not even trying to hide the fact that we are trapped on rails at this point. Seriously, why suddenly do this? This part of the game is aggravating enough. And now, time for more exposition, yay. Dohalim looks through this old computer, finding records going back hundreds of years, detailing the Sovereign and Maiden. It's a lot of nonsense, but basically, whoever is behind all of this specifically designed the Sovereign to be a Danon who would use light astral energy to complement the Maiden, a Renan who would use dark astral energy, which would then mean the crown contest is a sham. Further poking into the records reveals 2 test subjects for the Sovereign experiments, Alphen and Volron, which means that Volron is also a Danon, and when he and Alphen, among all the other failed test subjects who died, were abducted, they were specifically redesigned and re-engineered in these labs to become sovereigns, hence why they both wield these powers. You know, whatever they are. They're not really describing what the powers are. Okay, whatever. There's other details in the terminals in this room if you want to look, but I don't care. I really don't give a shit. So, I don't mind all of these ideas on paper, but this isn't exactly the most riveting way to discover any of this information, and that is largely because we don't have any real antagonistic force behind all of this. One exists, but it's less of a character and more an amorphous force, and since we won't be seeing it for a while, the lack of any antagonist is making all this kind of drag. Not to mention the lack of agency on the part of the characters for just huge walls of mind-numbing lore bombs. It all just feels like characters stumbling upon meaningless and boring revelations in just the most dreadful, exhausting way possible. We eventually reach the room where the spirit channeling ceremony took place, and again, similar architecture to the Wedge with gross, fleshy alien thingies, which I guess I live for. I mean, right now, not really. I want to die too much for that. Via a flashback, we discover that Alphen was totally blameless in the ceremony. Naori felt some force acting through the Renasalma, and in trying to stop it, absorbed it into herself, causing the devastation on LENEGIS, and also inflicting herself with the Curse of Thorns. She apparently knew this would go on to affect her descendants, though I have to wonder a lot of things about her life because of this. Like, again, how does marriage and childbearing work on LENEGIS? Do you have no choice? Do you get a choice? I'm assuming that the governing bodies wouldn't be too happy with Naori's interference. You would think this would make her, and thus any descendants of hers, a pariah, and her Curse of Thorns infamous. Not to mention, how did she even have kids? Like, would she want to have children after this happened, knowing what they would be inflicted with? Would that even be allowed by whoever's in charge? Or maybe was she forced to? You know, I don't want to finish that sentence. Okay, look, it's all just very frustrating and confusing. I hate this. And she just leaves all of this in astral energy diaries for us, because the writers had no clue how else to impart any of this to us. I guess she just expected us to come here one day. Okay, whatever, I don't fucking care. But after all that nonsense, Naori put the mask on Alphen to try and heal him and block out the memories of this tragedy, knowing he could never live with the guilt of what happened. Even though he didn't really do anything to begin with to feel guilty for, sure, okay, whatever. And then she stuck him in a healing pod on the starship that she sent to Dana, and it wound up preserving him for 300 years until he stumbled out. I don't care. Naori seems like an interesting character, but all of the gaps in this story just wind up distracting me and making me feel like they don't really bother fleshing out her story or even her as a character. Or any of this story, really. Like, they were at a point, they just wanted this game done, and they were too far in to do any major overhauls or additional drafts, so they just kind of half-assed this last act especially, and hoped you wouldn't notice it was still a first draft. Once all of that is done, thank God, Alphen and Xion get new threads? Apparently they're specifically tailored for the Sovereign and Maiden to channel astral energy for the ceremony. Okay then, I guess I can accept that part. They're not bad looks for either of them. I kind of like how regal Alphen looks with this kingly attire and crimson cape. Xion's is much softer without the armor, and I do adore these bright blue feathers. I prefer their previous looks, but I think it's also kind of cute how they swapped their main colors for these ones. I also can't help but notice that Xion's kind of resembles Rinwell's sketched concept art, specifically because of the feather motif. But Yeah, I'm not enjoying this section of the game at all. I did not enjoy playing it or replaying it, and I don't even really enjoy recounting it for this video, whether writing or recording about it. None of this is making for an engaging story. There's hardly any character drama, no real enjoyable conflict, just lots and lots of lore bombs and exposition dumps that are clearly supposed to hit, and they just aren't. Probably because they're not rooted in any real compelling character drama. Like the plot twist with Luke and Ash in Tales of the Abyss, that shit hits hard even now. The twist about Mila's nature as the Lord of Spirits, it also hits. The truth about Inominat's nature and Artorias' plan hits me like a semi-truck. This shit to do with Naori and the true nature of the Sovereign, snoozeville. What lies at the heart of the Forbidden Zone is a gross-ass flesh chamber. Cool beans. Actually, no, again, I am here for all this weird sci-fi shit, mostly because it adds to this uncanny, uncomfortable feeling that we're in over our heads. It especially clashes nicely against the boringly clean lab corridors of the rest of LENEGIS. Across the bridge, we find Volron. Yep, he is still kicking, and has been strung up in some kind of organic device with the Renasalma. Since Volron is a sovereign, the characters deduce that this entire chamber must be a replacement for the Maiden, and thus Volron's sovereign power is being used with the Renasalma to conduct the spirit channeling ceremony. That's what was being used to siphon off Dana's astral energy through the wedge to Rena. Before we can grab the Renasalma, the Red Woman appears, and she has a bunch of twins.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
The Red Women surround us, and before we can make any sense of this, they transform into weirdly metallic creatures that look like yassified demigorgons. Which, I want to say I'm here for this. In the script, I say I'm here for this, but I don't really give a fuck. Alphen refers to them as the true rulers of Rena. And I guess he's not totally wrong. I mean, he's not correct either. He's on the right track. While I do enjoy the idea of there being a lot of red women and them being these weird alien creatures, I have to admit they don't really make for very engaging antagonists. It's not only because they don't speak, because you could have nonverbal characters who are memorable, well characterized, and engaging. But these things are just so boring. They're not much different from all the generic monster fights in the rest of the game. Once they are defeated, the Red Women self-destruct before we can interrogate them. Confused, we decide to just grab the Renasalma, but Volron has some choice words for us to distract us. Oh good. Why are we still listening to him?
You still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
It's nothing interesting. Just more, well, fuck you, Alphen. I'm the truest, bestest sovereign. The characters drag him a bit, talking about how sovereigns and lords are made up meaningless titles, but Volron doesn't really care, given it adds to his delusions of grandeur or whatever. I do see what the game is going for here, that the hierarchies we abide by are artificial and naturalized. Naturalized meaning that which is made to seem natural, but in truth is anything but. And I do dig that theme. It's just not well executed enough to make me care. The characters then realize that because a Danon is needed to be sovereign, given their natural affinity to light astral energy as opposed to darkness, it means that Volron has actually been a Danon the entire time, and since he was a more recent experiment, that means he was a post-invasion slave before being taken to LENEGIS for the sovereign trials. The characters are baffled by this. How a fellow Danon could so eagerly lean into the idea of becoming a Renan lord, or even a sovereign, inflicting pain and tyranny upon people when he himself had experienced it firsthand. Volron doesn't much care for the distinction between Danons and Renans. All he cares about is accruing power for himself and lording it over everyone else. And again, these are all compelling ideas on their own, and none of which are actually all that surprising. A lot of folks with marginalized backgrounds, once they get a taste for power, will happily indulge themselves in wielding said power against their own communities if it means saving their own skin and lining their own pockets. or even just feeling powerful. But again, it would mean more if Volron was an actual character in the first place, and we had seen him experiencing all of this. None of this hits because it's all been doled out through paragraphs upon paragraphs of exposition and lore dumps and text boxes. I'm gonna dive into this later in the video, but it's not enough to have a good theme. A theme is abstract and thus needs a vessel in order to resonate with an audience, and that vessel is storytelling. It is the execution of the idea that makes it understandable and resonant with an audience, that makes them feel something. And if you fail at that, it doesn't matter how compelling or groundbreaking what you have to say is, because it won't have moved the people that you were trying to reach. Anyhow, Volron tries to take the Renasalma for himself, but a red woman is like, "I think the fuck not, you boring ass bitch." Volron refers to its master back on Rena, vowing vengeance against it, at which point the red woman escapes with the Renasalma. The entire chamber goes haywire, bursting into flames and forcing everyone to escape. Xion hesitates, which causes her to fall behind as the bridge collapses before her. We then get a moment I genuinely, admittedly adore, where Alphen reaches out his hand and Xion takes a leap of faith to grab it. And I love this unambiguously. Alphen literally is willing to endure searing pain in order to save Xion, refusing to leave her behind, which really proves the love that he has for her, as well as the trust between them, with Xion knowing that Alphen will never let her fall. 11 out of 10, this is the only thing I fucking care about. As we leave, Volron swears vengeance upon us once again, and the engulfing flames cut him off mid-monologue, which makes me howl with laughter.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run. Never forget, I am the one who devours everything, who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am. Loser.
Truly, the fact that this game insists on pretending he matters this much, even refusing to let him die when he should, makes me interpret him as the Cinderfall of the Tales franchise. A villain with boundless potential, but one who is so shallow and so boring that they wind up becoming ironically iconic for how pathetic and bland they are. Actually, I think Cinder might be a better villain than Volron, because at least Cinder is a character. She's a boring, poorly written one, but that's better than the nothing that is Volron. Oh my god, I never thought I'd live to see the day. So, we've got no clue what the hell the Red Women are, nor who this master of theirs is, but we're now certain they're the ones behind all this nonsense, and they're not human. They are behind the Wedge, they are behind all the chaos on LENEGIS, and even behind the orchestration of the crown contest. It is a mystery that really is not all that compelling, if I'm going to be honest, but you know, they're trying, I guess. So this means our next stop needs to be Rena itself. To return to the residential zone, we have to walk all the way back. Fuck my life. Fast travel is disabled yet again, for whatever fucking reason, so now we have to walk all the way back, including through the service tunnel, full of the same respawned annoying enemies and couple mini-bosses. Joy totally adds to the story and doesn't make me feel like this is all more worthless padding or anything. We return to find the residential zone experiencing a blackout. It looks like when the Forbidden Zone chamber exploded, it took out all of LENEGIS' power with it, which can't be good for all the power systems here, including however the fuck these people here get their oxygen. Oh no, is this a Lorax movie situation? Does someone here sell air? Do the Red Women sell air? I mean, it's not like I care about anyone here, so y'all can choke for all I care. While we were doing investigations and fighting boring aliens, Avakir took it upon himself to explain the situation to Faria, so now she's chill with Dohalim. Cool, I don't give a fuck. Like, I wasn't all that invested to begin with, so, you know. But the fact that it's a misunderstanding trope, a trope which I already hate to begin with, that got resolved off-screen by a supporting character I don't care about rather than Dohalim himself, girl, go to jail. The Renans here are likely to go into a panic quickly with the blackout, especially given there's no actual sovereign on Rena who's going to explain the situation to them. But they won't take that news very well, given it would, you know, destroy their entire worldview that's made out of cardboard and cheese. And so Dohalim takes it upon himself to use his status as a lord to broadcast himself to all the people of LENEGIS, assuaging their nerves and assuring them all will be okay. This I don't mind, as again, Dohalim has desperately needed something to do in the story, and Great Astral Spirit knows I wasn't interested in the Faria shit. So having Dohalim use his position in Renan society in order to step up as a leader, ushering them into this new era of Danon and Renan coexistence, it actually works very well for him, and also works as a nice resolution to his paralyzing guilt. It's an evolution from where he started off as a seemingly benevolent lord. However, it's not really even an arc. I don't think I can even call this an arc. It's just a moment that kind of happens, and then this doesn't really get addressed further until, I think, Beyond the Dawn, and Beyond the Dawn doesn't fucking count. Anyhow, once that's all done, we decide to head to Rena to learn the full truth, and confront the Red Women and whoever they answer to. We have no clue what the hell's going on still, or what these creatures are, what they want, which, I don't know, to still not know any of this deep into the game, it's wild. And again, having no facade before all this got dumped onto us, it's just so jarring, yet equally mind-numbing. Like we're being told too much, but also too little. And it's only gonna get dumber from here. Before we can reach Rena on the Fall Nights,
if we come across a capital, we should... What?
the Red Women surround us, teleporting us out into the depths of space and disabling our starship systems, effectively stranding us in the dark void. I mean, I've already felt there for a while now, but you know. It's very freaky, which, you know, I do appreciate, and does work to make us feel helpless, especially as we see the Wedge reactivating, once again siphoning Dana's energy off to Rena. But now, we can fully see Rena, and it's freaky. It looks like a thinned out apple core, not even like a full planet like it seemed when we were always looking at it front on from Dana. The astral energy then manifests as this giant blue flower at the back of Rena, which is so fucking iconic. Oh my god, I wish the visuals weren't the only good thing. So, we're doomed. We have no way of getting to either Dana or Rena, and now we are watching as Dana is slowly dying as Rena absorbs its astral energy. Thankfully, we seem to be pulled toward what looks to be an abandoned space station by an unseen force. A bit weird, but somewhere is better than the cold, uncaring void of space. Prepare yourself, dear viewer, because we're about to experience one of the worst parts of any piece of media I've ever fucking endured. Once our starship is docked, we find ourselves in Dake Faisal. Not gonna lie, I like to make fun of this name a lot. Your options here are either Dank Phase lol or Dick Phase lol, both of which I think are great alternatives. There are a few Renan researchers here. You don't have to speak with any of them, and actually there is a chance you will not interact with any of them at all, or not even know they're here, since they're not even on the same floor you arrive on, nor the floor where the Observer, their master, awaits us. And it also doesn't matter, since if you try, they basically just ignore you. The Observer is the one who brought us here, so you would think if he went out of his way to do that, his team would bother, you know, rolling out the welcome mat for us. But okay, sure, whatever, I don't fucking care. The Observer, chilling in a giant machine and looking like it's in a coma, appears to be the same alien species as the Red Women, except blue? And given its voice,
it is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
Yeah, no
I don't want to make assumptions, but it makes me get the feeling that their genders work on color, which, okay, all right then. I don't know, maybe they don't even do gender. Maybe I'm an idiot, I don't know. Whatever the case, the Observer's true name is Hevrecht 35. No, I don't know if there are 34 other Hevrechts, but given the rough shape that he's in, he definitely got wrecked 35. no, I have no respect for Hevrecht. He sounds like a nerd. It seems like he's already been shoved into a locker, so my work's been done for me, for once. Hevrecht explains the whole situation to us. He and the Red Women are Hilganquil, a creature native to Rena. Their master, the true antagonist of this game, is Rena's Great Astral Spirit. What a fucking mouthful.
The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Could this Great Spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
You know how Dana has a sentient will of its own? So does Rena, except Rena's is consolidated, giving it the form of this big-ass Lovecraftian abomination. The Great Spirit uses its power to enslave the Hilganquil and use them as its little minions, but Hevrecht has been disconnected from their hive mind, given Dake Faisal has drifted outside of the Great Spirit's domain. The Great Spirit has only one desire: to consume all the astral energy in existence. It has already consumed all of Rena's astral energy, reducing it to a hollowed wasteland. And now it has set its sights on Dana. It used the Hilganquil to orchestrate the crown contest, a scheme which the scientists will further elaborate upon in just a little bit. But the reason why the Renan Lords were tasked with stealing Dana's astral energy, it was never to determine a sovereign. In truth, all of that astral energy was being fed to the Great Spirit. When we ended the crown contest by force, the Great Spirit needed a new way to steal Dana's astral energy, hence why it dropped the wedge on Dana. Turning to said scientists, we learned that they were originally brought here to oversee the crown contest operations from afar, when Hevrecht was still under the Great Spirit's influence. They've been here for quite a long time, the only reason they're all still alive being that they've routinely entered long periods of hibernation. But Hevrecht is apparently on his deathbed, close to his end. We then learn from them that the Renans are actually Danans.
There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place. The Renans were originally created from Danans by the Hilganquil.
I think I'm actually gonna faint.
You see, the Hilganquil are the true native species of Rena. All humans, be they Danan or Renan, originate from Dana. But long ago, the Hilganquil abducted most of the human mages from Dana and then took them back to Rena to perform experiments on them, so that they might assist them in their schemes to accrue astral energy for the Great Spirit. They were genetically engineered to have powerful astral arts, to utilize dark astral energy, and even brainwashed into thinking that they came from Rena, even though they were all quartered off to LENEGIS, to keep them from seeing the actual state of Rena. And apparently they were also engineered to not even be able to perceive the Hilganquil unless the Hilganquil wanted to be seen.
The Hilganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously.
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. I have to imagine that's how LENEGIS is still run.
I assume this is why their government is so bare bones, because the Hilganquil are just, invisibly babysitting them all. This is why Renan culture is apparently so shallow and has so many blind spots. It isn't real. It was all a farce orchestrated by the Hilganquil, and it is also why Danan mages like Rinwell have become so rare. Now, I don't mind any of this on principle. This twist actually kind of eats in concept. Emphasis on in concept. In our own world, race is a naturalized concept, which was created in order to justify European imperialism and conquest. However, where the game kind of loses it is the fact that all of this kind of robs the Renans of their agency. They didn't create the idea of being Renan. Some aliens did. According to this twist, it wasn't the Renans who created this concept of the dichotomy between Renans and Danans, or that truly decided to invade and colonize Dana. It was the Hilganquil that tricked them into doing it. Like, imagine if white people went, "We're, really sorry we invaded your lands, everyone. It's just, Martians came down and gave us the concept of race, and then they tricked us into ruining all of your lives." It sounds ridiculous, don't it? The game does try to say later on, through a skit, that the Renans did invade Dana of their own volition, that they made the choice to do what they did.
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans, but it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
But the narrative does not reinforce that, thus making it feel cheap. You can't just say something and have that be gospel when your story is actively doing something else entirely. That's not to say this idea could not work. It absolutely could. But the way that it's executed here is just not working all that well. Once more, a great idea on its own is not enough. Now, this is where we run into the question of how exact we need our metaphors to be. Because I can absolutely see the Helganquil and the Great Spirit being read as these representations of the dark impulses of human nature that have led to colonization, oppression, and domination. That they are the abstract forces of greed, conquest, and hatred made manifest. However, it is one thing to be able to read that, and another to actually viscerally feel that as you're experiencing the story. And I kinda had to reach for that one. It's like, I understand it in theory, but when I'm playing the game, I don't actually feel these things. All I'm feeling is the wish to be dead. The Great Spirit itself also is not a character, but rather a giant monster that doesn't speak. It's more meant to be a force of nature, which, I mean, I get it, but it doesn't make for a very compelling antagonist, no matter how much the game tries to expand upon its need to consume. Again, I point to Abyss and Berseria, which both manage to weed interesting character drama into stories about big systemic issues. Arise's story is very much about a broken, insidious system that ruins lives. As such, all of the characters involved are in one way or another victims of that system, even the villains. But that's not really all that compelling on its own. The character drama is the hook that allows audiences to become more engaged, and thus makes the larger themes more palatable. So anyway, Hevrecht is determined to help us stop the Great Spirit before it destroys all of existence. He says that the Curse of Thorns is the result of a shard of the Great Spirit finding its way into the Maiden, and thus it won't be enough to slay the Great Spirit's main body. It will be able to revive itself from even the smallest leftover fragment. Thus, our only course of action is to have Xion use her maiden powers to absorb all of the great astral spirit into herself, and then slay her, taking the Great Spirit with her. It's not too far off from Xion's original plan. But Alphen refuses. He promised Xion that she would be freed from her curse to live a normal life, and moreover, he refuses to sacrifice anyone, least of all her, in order to save the worlds. Hevrecht refuses to let them leave unless they agree with his proposal, refusing to even tell them of other options because he deems them unviable. Alphen says, fine, then we're staying put. I don't know why we aren't just lying to him and then doing our own thing later. It's not like he could stop us. He's in a tank, but okay, whatever. But the point is that Alphen would literally stay here and rot with the others forever and watch the world's end if that meant he didn't have to sacrifice Xion. And, well, yes, I do love this. Thank you for asking. Over and over, the game refuses to endorse the idea of sacrificing yourself for the greater good. Xion wants to live, and the story continually backs up efforts to see that through, refusing to throw her to the wolves. It is very clear that the message is that no matter the odds, no matter what is on the horizon, you can't give up. Not on the people you love, nor yourself. There's always another way. Alphen standing up to Hevrecht gives me major Velvet Crow vibes, not gonna lie.
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit. However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great. Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you? Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
This eats. Seriously, this subplot is the only thing keeping me going, because it's the only bit of character drama going on at this fucking point. Again, I conceptually like all the big systemic stuff with the Great Spirit and the Helganquill. Well, you know, minus the way it mitigates the Renan's culpability. But again, that alone is not enough. And the way that it's being told through hours and hours of cutscenes chock full of boring, convoluted, confusing exposition, I would not blame anyone for not being all that invested in any of this. It just isn't enough to keep me engaged. Cool themes, but dear God, you need a better vessel. With all of the exposition finally out of the way, it is time to check in with our characters. Usually, I love these moments in stories. The calm before the storm, where the characters just chill and talk to each other, knowing the final battle is imminent, but still trying to kill time and keep their spirits high. Sometimes you'll wander around as the main character, talking to each of your party members one by one. Other times, the game will do it for you via cutscenes, pairing certain characters off with each other. I usually prefer the former since it lets you as a player maintain agency and thus makes you feel more immersed and like you care about the characters more. That said, I don't mind the latter, but I do here. Now, you've probably noticed the entire cast is conveniently paired off with a member of the opposite sex. Why is there straight propaganda in my video game? Will someone please think of the children? We obviously have Alphen and Xion as our protagonists and main romantic couple, but the game also wants you to ship Rinwell and Law, as well as Kisara and Dohalim, and I do not like this. Now, I am a sucker for romance, but I'm also quite queer if you could not tell. And like I mentioned many moons ago, obligatory romances, usually straight, are more boring and stale than they are romantic, and that is very much the case here. These pairs do have cute friendships with each other, but the obvious and forced romantic undertones make them a slog to watch. And keeping them locked in these obvious pairings also undermines the supposed friendship that is supposed to have been built and cultivated between the entire party. Give me some unusual pairs for conversation, like Kisara and Rinwell or Dohalim and Law. The priority of the romances beyond the actual friendships is so frustrating, especially because these romances, I'm gonna be real, I don't like them. Dohalim and Kisara's friendship is cute, and admittedly, I love Kisara's nickname for Dohalim. Or should I say, Doe.
I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind.
And now I'm imagining Dohalim as a deer and it's adorable. But like, girl, even if they weren't gay, and they are gay, I don't see the chemistry between them. I can see the mutual respect and camaraderie, but I just don't really see them together romantically. That aside, I appreciate Kisara supporting Dohalim as a leader for the Renans heading into this new era. Granted, the Renan stuff is kinda ruined by, again, you know, the fact that they're the hapless victims of the Helganquill, but I'm gonna take whatever small victories I can get at this point. Law and Rinwell, they're cute, I guess? Sometimes I ship them, other times I'm like, nah, they're better off as friends, kill them both. Though, that might stem from the fact that they are the characters that I care for the least in this cast, by a very wide margin. I don't hate them, but they're the most likely to get on my nerves at any given moment. Law apologizes for his skepticism of Dana's will, and admits part of it, aside from his fear of it hurting Rinwell and him being a dumbass, is this idea that it was causing them to drift apart. I don't really see any evidence that they were drifting apart, but okay then. Anyhow, the real point of the scene is for Rinwell to mention how Dana's will is spread out among its inhabitants. Thematically, I do kinda like that, as it makes Dana a symbol for collaborative, egalitarian systems contrasted against the consolidated, all-consuming will of Rena. But again, themes and ideas are not enough, and this execution, as they try and vomit all this exposition at you, feels like my brain is being shoved up against a cheese grater. Rinwell's point is also meant to foreshadow the ending of the game, and I have mixed feelings about it. Again, because while I dig the theme, I loathe the execution. Like, God, this is so dreadfully boring. It's not even so bad it's fun to ridicule or enjoyable to behold, it's just a fucking slog. Alphen and Xion obviously have the best, most adorable scene. They're clearly in love, a love which has blossomed from the friendship and trust that they've cultivated with each other across the game. And you know this bitch is a sucker for friends to lovers, but like, you know, when both parties put equal efforts in and it isn't meant to feel obligatory and cheap. Alphen seemingly wants to confess his feelings, but Xion stops him, saying that they can wait until they win the day. That way, the Curse of Thorns will finally be lifted, and they will be able to touch each other without the thorns getting in the way. Let me enjoy it wholesomely before you sinful trash decide to ruin it, okay?
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Xion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Now, I do get why these characters would act this way, and it also gives, we're gonna tell each other what we want to say later, so that we have more reason to survive this. Like, if we lay it all out there now, that's tantamount to assuming that we're going to lose, and we will never get another chance to talk. That all said, I do wish these two were allowed to just date or just say that they loved each other outright. I tend to feel that way about most media, because most media, especially anime, insist on keeping their couples apart until the very end. There's no real interest in the couple once they're together, and if they are, 9 times out of 10, they're getting obligatory drama instead of things actual couples deal with, or they're a low-key couple where they never say that they're dating, but you're basically assumed to have put 2 and 2 together. For reference, I point to Solari's video, Why Is There So Much High School Anime, as he explains it in depth better than I can, but I'd really appreciate getting to see a couple officially be together throughout the game, and actually talk about these things instead of just dancing around them the whole time. Though it could be worse. It could be a queer couple they refused to confirm for over a decade until just before their production company shuts down. Yes, I had to. So, I guess that these are all fine. But again, the clear romantic undertones kill Dohalim and Kisara's scene for me, as does the exposition in Rinwell and Laws. And overall, I desperately wish that these characters got to talk and interact outside of these pairs. Playing the end of the game for footage, I actually found myself really enjoying a lot of their weird conversations outside of stuff in side quests, and I wish that feeling of camaraderie translated into the main story, because it just doesn't. Once that's all done, we regroup to learn that the 35th Hevruck's done repairing our starship. He's repaired our warp drive so that we can teleport back to Dana and Rena. But admittedly, them talking about the warp drive just makes me annoyed again that we can't drive the starship ourselves. Yes, I'm still bitter. Like, when you got the warp drive in Kingdom Hearts 1, it was a godsend. Here, it's basically worthless because it only exists in dialogue. Before we head off, Hevruck asks us what drives us to press on in the face of certain doom. Moreover, he is baffled by the fact that we're able to handle our fates being left to chance. That we've all come together from different walks of life, different worlds and countries, and even different eras against all odds, and yet we persist. Basically, he's asking us why birds fly, but in a much more boring, tactless way than Berseria. Our answer is nothing. Alphen is just like, I don't know, man, I can't explain.
Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand.
And like, okay, on the one hand, I get it in theory, because I am so tired of people needing reasons to live their lives when it's ultimately okay to just be, just vibe, especially in such a chaotic, often cruel world. That was the entire point of Velvet's answer, that birds fly because they want to fly and for no other reason.
Arthur! I finally have an answer to your question.
Why do you think that birds fly? Birds fly because they want to fly. They don't need a reason, even if their wings may snap and doom them to die. They don't fly for anyone's benefit. They don't fly because they were ordered to. Birds fly because they want to fly, and for no other reason!
So that's your answer.
Yes. Because that's who I am!
But here, it does not feel like a powerful thesis that flies in the face of our opponent's warped, insidious, oppressive philosophy. It's just there. And maybe that is some metatextual clownery on me for looking this deep into it, but like, girl, I still hate it. Sure, the curds are blue or whatever, I don't fucking care anymore. Arriving on Rena, we disembark to find a hollowed sea spreading out in all directions. The Great Spirit devoured all the astral energy in this world, leaving it a totally lifeless husk, the metallic gray ocean being the only thing left on Rena's surface. Thankfully, the Helganquil structures remain, which we can use to reach the other side of Rena to get to the giant flower, which is presumably where the Great Spirit is, along with the Renis Alma. I absolutely love the vibe of Rena, at least initially. It feels like the love child of end of the world's mystique and the artificiality of the world that never was. There's a certain eeriness that I enjoy about Rena as a final dungeon. It also adds visual clarity for the Great Spirit's hunger, showing us what it's capable of, and what will become of Dana if it is allowed to devour all of its life force. And admittedly, I do also enjoy the skit where everyone jokes about Lost snorkeling in the liquefied graveyard.
What do you think would happen if we fell in?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Even if it is accompanied by 500 other overly long skits. But for all that atmosphere, this is by far and away the worst dungeon in the game. And probably one of the worst dungeons in any game I've played. It's a rise, so it's a straight line where we have to go from point A to point B through many, many different floors and corridors filled with enemies. More Helganquil are here, but thankfully they are reduced to minor enemies, so they have less health than the bosses back in the Forbidden Zone. Unfortunately, the Helganquil are not the problem. The mini-bosses are. There are dozens of mini-bosses here, either wandering the corridors or blocking entire doorways, some of which you have no choice but to fight to proceed. The ultimate padding. None of these fights contribute to the story, and they just all drag on. The rest of the game's issues with giant, pointless boss fights, it's all condensed in here.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
I actually made a list of all the mini-bosses that I witnessed while recording. I didn't fight all of them, but I made a note of them. So counting all of them, excluding the final bosses, we've got 20 mini-boss fights, a gigant Zoogle fight, and a major boss fight. And most of them are, of course, reskins. More two-headed dogs, more six-armed bastards, more executioner twins, and 9 venom lizards? Why are there so many venom lizards? I dread this dungeon so much. In fact, I dread it so much, it's the reason I haven't finished the game. Before recording this dungeon, I had not touched the game in months because it's just so miserable. I just finished Dig Faisal and I went, I
love myself too much to subject myself to this, so I'm gonna wait until the absolute last minute. A final dungeon should not feel like this. It should feel triumphant, like you're marching into the darkness, ready to face the big bad. But here, we're just heading through lifeless, boring corridors, trudging through pointless bosses which take too long to die, all to reach a personality-less space monster. I have no energy to get through this other than to finish this fucking video. Oh, and the elevators piss me off too, because like, this is proof that they are capable of having these fights in moving environments, or seemingly moving. I'm assuming the arena here is static and the walls are animated to move in a loop to give you the illusion of the elevator moving. And yet, we couldn't have Alphen's first fight be on the moving train at the start of the game? Y'all can go to hell. The only interesting fight here is the major boss fight halfway through the dungeon. It's not a character, but instead this is, surprise, surprise, a giant monster made out of corpses, which the group assumes to be the bodies of previous sovereigns, meaning that all the winners of the crown contest were presumably taken to Rena by the Helganquill to be drained of their energy and then stitched into this freaky-ass Frankenstein's monster thing. From a story perspective, I love this detail, but that's all it is, a detail. It is a minor note of interest in a sea of mind-numbing malaise. Once we finally reach the room before the final boss, we find 6 portals leading to different astral energy chambers, one for each element. There's a wall of darkness blocking the path to the final boss, so it's at least clear enough you have to clear out the mini-boss in the dark chamber to get through. And it's a pair of 6-armed bastards, yay! Love all the recycling and reskinning. Normally I don't mind these, but the fact that it's mandatory or even compulsory, fuck this noise. But if you do want to leave and then come back for the final boss, you can't just fast travel, because there's no fast travel point in this room on the map. You would have to fast travel back to the midpoint of the dungeon and then walk the hallway on foot instead, you know, dodging all the mini bosses on the way. There is a teleporter here, along with a teleporter back in the middle of the dungeon. I'm not sure why, again. Like, if you have a fast travel system and there's a fast travel pin halfway through the dungeon, why do you also have an in-universe teleporter? But the teleporter here at the final boss doesn't work. And to activate it, well, the game actually doesn't say. You just have to intuit that you have to clear out more of the chambers. You don't have to beat the mini-bosses in all of them, thank God, but the fact I'm still not entirely sure is kind of a problem. My guess is that you have to finish half of them. But I also saw mentions of needing to take out the Gigant Zoogle one too in the water chamber. But when I was already starting to fight that one, I realized that I had not slain it in my first playthrough to activate the teleporter. And trust me, I would have remembered, this thing was a fucking nightmare. But you can't escape this fight once it starts. Oh, and it's in 2 phases.
Except it doesn't look like that thing's finished yet. Not by a long shot.
You're not having fun? Then just leave.
The way I hated this. Along the way through the dungeon, Rinwell tries reaching out to the Great Spirit through all the thorns everywhere, and discovers that Dana and Rena were originally meant to be one world. Presumably, that's why light astral energy only exists on Dana and darkness on Rena. Rena's spirit is trying to reunite them by force, instinctively consuming all of Dana in the process. And again, I don't mind this in theory, I think it could work thematically, but themes ain't enough. This hallway, I haven't been excited to take down the Great Spirit at all. I just want to get this over with. Well, actually, not really. I wouldn't have the energy or desire to do this again on my own time. I'm literally only seeing it through for the sake of this video. Berseria, Abyss, Vesperia, those I will happily replay and see through. This one, no, not unless I'm getting a paycheck. Heading into the light of no return, we find ourselves within the Great Astral Flower, the Great Spirit's lair. We spot the Renis Alma, but before we can grab it...
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns, and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
Yeah, I guess when they said that the Great Spirit is hungry and all-devouring, they weren't kidding. That ugly bastard just gobbled up the Renaissance like it was a cosmic breath mint. Which, I mean, mood. So now we must beat up God. Or God adjacent, I'm not sure. Also, again, I want to point out the awful audio balancing. With standard settings, the dialogue gets absolutely drowned out by the score, to the point you genuinely would not be able to decipher what the characters are saying without the subtitles. It's distractingly bad.
So much anger. All of its fear has evolved into hatred.
You're saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
To fight us. To take it on this form?
This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
The fight is in two phases, of course, and it's not too bad. It's another giant monster fight, and at this point, I'm just numb to them. Doesn't make it any fun, but at least it's marginally more cathartic than all the others. I'll take it over the fucking venom lizard, because at least with this thing, I know I'll be free once it's dead. However, it feels emblematic of that overall problem where the game is padding its time to justify its own existence rather than having battles rooted in actual character motivation and conflict. Again, having the Great Spirit as the main antagonist could work. There are great metaphors in here about fighting consumption, the will to power, and systemic forces that seem all-powerful and out of reach, and even nigh incomprehensible. But that's not enough to make me care. This early, this just feels like another pointless monster fight, where instead of having an interesting story, I am instead bored out of my mind wondering what it could have been. I said it once, I've said it 100 times, and I'll say it 1,000 more. The other Tales games, particularly Abyss and Berseria, handled this so much better. Both tackled systemic issues, but still managed to root those in character conflicts, be it against Van or Artorias and Denominat. Hell, the fact it's even a spirit doesn't need to be a problem, as we've had plenty of spirit or spirit-adjacent antagonists. Enominat, Kronos, and Ratatosk, to name a few. Fuck, even Zestiria managed to have a more satisfactory final battle against Heldalf. He was a boring character with barely any presence, but at least he was a character. I think Heldalf might have even had more going for him than Volron, and a better design, fight me. There's not even much to say in regards to all of this, because it would just be me pitching alternatives to this, and this is not an Arise rewrite video. I mean, that might exist one day. One day. Look, I have a lot going on. Ultimately, it all boils down to the Great Astral Spirit not being a compelling antagonist, because it isn't a character. Even as a force of nature, it's not all that interesting, because it doesn't feel personal to the characters. Yes, it is technically the source of Shion's thorns, but that feels more incidental than anything else, and doesn't do much to make me care about Shion any more than I already do. This entire second act has felt like a slog because of this lack of antagonists. Yes, a story can work well without antagonists, but that's if the conflicts that the characters are dealing with are compelling on their own. And here, they are not. Shion and Dohalim are the only ones with any real personal conflicts going on in this second half, and Dohalim's are just so bare bones and frustrating, detracting from the experience. The rest of the cast has nothing going on, only being pulled around by the whims of the plot with no personal stake in what's happening. I guess maybe you can count Alphen because he cares about Shion, but that's about as far as he goes. Also, just wanted to throw this in there, I completely forgot about that little middle section between phases of the boss where you have to fight mini bosses again. It's the two executioners. You know, the twinsies. And some birds. I shouldn't have to say it, but I fucking hate this. After the fight, the group is split up, with Alphen and Shion being separated from the other losers who don't matter. The others shout out to them from somewhere off screen.
Yeah!
And there's not really any spot around here that would make sense to be able to hear them, but also explain why they wouldn't just, use an anime jump or something to meet up with each other. We don't even have comm links for them to communicate from large distances. So, what the fuck is going on here? Whatever the case, Alphen and Xion now have the Renis Alma and begin the spirit channeling ceremony. Their goal is to absorb all of the great astral spirit, including Xion's thorns, into the Renis Alma before destroying it. Unfortunately, a falling starship flies by, and guess who leaps out from it?
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Yep, he's back. Volron swoops in, interrupts the ceremony, and steals the Renis Alma. How the hell did he even get here? Where did he get that starship from? This frustrates me so much. Because sure, this means that our true final villain is technically a character, but that character is a non-character. It's Volron. His reason for hating Alphen is shallow, his character is boring, his personality is nothing new, and nothing about him is compelling. He's had hardly any presence throughout the game, feeling like an obligatory character villain that they didn't put very much thought into.
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit, which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch.
So, because Volron has interrupted us, we're too late. The Great Spirit begins reviving itself, and Xion's thorns activate, absorbing the spirit into her body. Thus, the thorns surround everyone, and Xion is trapped in what looks like a giant tree of astral energy. Admittedly, I dig the visuals here. Look, I'm looking for scraps to hold on to my will to live here, okay? Volron is pissed that the Great Spirit is standing in his way, and so he plans to kill Xion to kill the spirit, and then kill Alphen. And then rule the world, I guess. How original, how novel. To protect Xion, Alphen fully activates his sovereign powers, meaning the final battle is a one-on-one duel between him and Volron. And I do not care. I just want this over with. And also, I don't enjoy this fight. I don't find it cathartic at all, not only because I don't really enjoy Volron's character all that much, but also because the dialogue won't stop. They keep droning on and on about, like, the themes of the game, of like, oh, Volron, if only you had friends, if only you cared about people who maybe wouldn't be such a douchebag. And I'm just like, Alphen, shut the fuck up. And then there's this moment where, like, I couldn't access my menu to use healing items. So I was like, oh, bitch, I'ma die. But then all of a sudden, I was supposed to die. And then I didn't have a health bar anymore. And I was still kicking. I was like invincible. And I was like, what the why didn't you communicate this better to me? I don't find this enjoyable. Fuck this. I don't like this. Following the fight, Volron tells Alphen to shove his compassion up his ass, then destroys the Renis Alma. And presumably himself along with it?
You didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. And I forgive you, Volron. Choke on your vain forgiveness!
Thank God.
At least I hope he did. I hope I never see him again. What an absolute waste of a character. Without the Renis Alma, there is seemingly no other option but to sacrifice Xion, destroying the Great Spirit along with her. Otherwise, the Great Spirit will devour all of both Dana and Rena. Xion assures Alphen that it's okay, that she's prepared herself for this day, and insists that Alphen slays her with his sword before her Curse of Thorns consumes all of existence. But before he can follow through, Alphen gets an idea. Perhaps he can speak to the will of Dana within all people, and together, their power might be enough to overcome Rena's Great Spirit.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea!
It's very trite, very power friendship, and very easy to make fun of. I would not mind it if I was actually viscerally feeling the emotion behind this moment and cared about the characters involved. Again, I point to early Kingdom Hearts, which pulled off this kind of saccharine storytelling. I am a staunch believer in my friends are my power. Or fuck, even early Fairy Tale, Their friendship speeches, ooh, girl, they ruined me. They ruined me.
You don't know anything about Lucy or the tears that she has shed!
But here in Arise, I don't care about any of these characters, except Xion. So I don't really care about the idea of them all coming together to save the day. I see the vision, but the execution leaves a lot to be desired. And the whole world coming together also doesn't really work if I feel like the main cast are the only actual characters and literally everyone else is just a cardboard cutout. I'm trying to remember who the other characters of all the other realms were. Kisara's non-existent girlfriend, Lagiel, there's Bregan, I guess. I only remember him because he annoyed me on the bridge. And the rest, it can go to hell. So anyhow, they succeed and destroy the Great Spirit, in the process fusing the worlds of Dana and Rena together. That doesn't really seem to matter much though. Dana barely changes from the small glimpse that we see in the final anime cutscene. To my knowledge, they add some small scale changes in Beyond the Dawn, but I don't care about Beyond the Dawn. And throwing in half-assed band-aids 2 years after your mediocre story initially released doesn't exactly lead to the best experience for your players. At the very least, Xion gets to live and is at long last free from her curse of thorns. Thank God! Genuinely, I am so happy for her, and it is the only thing, aside from the blossoming romance, that I actually care about. But yeah, Alphen and Xion kiss, and it's real cute. And then meet up with everybody else as Alphen bridal carries Xion. Iconic. I am very bitter they didn't all group hug immediately, or all rush Xion when they realized that her thorns were gone. But I guess the series about the friendship of our main cast doesn't really care much for that when it comes to Arise. The game just abruptly ends here. I don't much care because, I've been burned out from this story since the MAHAG SAAR arc, but at least it's finally over. We get some glimpses of their lives after the game, including a wedding between Alphen and Xion. Super cute, love that for them. I genuinely mean that, but that sadly ain't enough to make up for the rest of the suffering that I have endured. So now we enter the overall thoughts section. And you can probably glean from the rest of this behemoth that I am not all that fond of Tales of Arise. I don't hate it. I mean, I say I hate it out of exaggeration, but do I actually hate it? Not really, no. I don't think it's terrible or even bad. I can see why a lot of people enjoy it, but it's a Tales game. And arguably it's worse than any of those things. It's disappointing and boring. For all of this game's ambition in evolving the Tales series to appeal to a wider audience, it wound up losing so many elements that people have really come to adore. So much so that it's been quickly forgotten despite having moved 2 million copies. Who's talking about this game? We'll start with the positive, because I do have some praise for this game, let the record show. I know all the people in the comments are going to ignore that. I doubt any of them have even made it this fucking far, but okay. Firstly, the presentation, which is arguably the bag Namco put all their eggs in. Bag. It's past me, it's basket, not bag. But no, this isn't a grocery store. This is cottagecore. The video game industry has had a crippling obsession with high-res, photorealistic graphics for ages now, even stretching back to older eras where low poly would attempt to capture photorealism, inadvertently creating a new iconic style all its own, which also is very fitting for horror games of that era, because Jesus Christ, look at that thing. Arise isn't photorealistic per se. There are aspects of NPR style graphics going on, such as the painterly vibe of the Atmos shader, and it genuinely looks gorgeous. I do have some qualms though. For one, the emphasis on the quality of the models meant the developers wanted to forego the classic 2D anime elements that Tales is known for, and I would argue it really hurt the vibe of the game. There's just something so cheesy and charming and classic about those 2D aspects, making you feel like you really are playing an anime. And it helps to let the characters express themselves beyond what the admittedly lacking graphics were usually capable of. Speaking of which, I know all the models look top tier, but I have to admit, the facial animations are very hit or miss. Sometimes they're quite nice, endearing me more to the characters in intense moments. At others, though, they feel distinctly uncanny, like they're animatronics at a theme park. And the wonky lip syncing doesn't really help either. Normally I could forgive all that, but coupled with how inexpressive the faces can be at times, it just feels more jarring than anything else. And it also feels like because the game is on the verge of photorealism, or is photorealism adjacent, it makes them scared to lean into wackier visual storytelling, or stronger expressions, or even certain gameplay elements that they're worried might fuck up the models, or make the game burn down the console. Like, again, the fact that we cannot pilot the Foul Knights kills me inside so bad. And really, this has been an issue since Graces and Xillia. Graces had a more classic cel-shaded vibe, but it and Xillia both felt like they were trying to be more mature than past entries. Read less cartoony. And in the process, ditching outright cartoonish things like the overworld. And that's not even touching on the fact that focusing this much on the Outmost shader is really what kept the game in development hell for so long. Internet Pitstop talks about this in his videos about video game graphics, but it is sad seeing how this obsession with polished graphics comes at the cost of literally everything else, including gameplay and story, and even release schedules. Like, it should not take 5 years to get a story as underwhelming as Arise's. Like, if this had only taken 1 year, I doubt it would be any more, like, annoying than something like Legendia. I've never played Legendia, I just know people don't like it. I don't look fondly on that old industry standard of forcing developers to crank out new games every single year, but there has to be some kind of happy middle ground somewhere. Now, I also hate saying this, but I'm not a big fan of Arise's soundtrack either. Tales in general has a very, middle of the road soundtracks. You'll get some bangers here and there, but for the most part, the tracks will just slide off your brain. I don't know if my distaste for Arise's was clear as I started straying with background music from other games as the video went on, particularly Kingdom Hearts, but suffice to say that I don't find Arise's tracks all that memorable or impressive. I don't say this to disparage Motoi Sakuraba. He's an incredibly hardworking, talented musician from what I've gleaned, and he's made some of my favorite tracks from anything. Velvet's theme must play at my funeral. But I think having this one man work on literally every piece of music for every Tales game, it's just too much. It's too much for one man. There is a reason why when Zestiria came out, everybody's favorite tracks were the ones made by Goshina, because they were fresh. Not because Motoi is a bad composer, he's not, but because Goshina was able to bring something new and fresh to the table, because they weren't burned out from having to make new soundtracks with dozens, if not hundreds of new fucking tracks for every fucking game. It's the Jeff Williams principle, where you get a great musician who is hardworking and genuinely talented and has some great ideas, but you trap them on a hamster wheel for so long that they eventually burn out and produce uninspired duds with the occasional glimmer of greatness, because they just kind of want to die. I feel bad for the man, because he clearly loves working on Tales. He said he lives and breathes it, but I think he needs a break and a fucking nap. And y'all better be paying him well. I know it's the video game industry, so you're probably not, but you better be. At the very least, please get him some backup so it's not all on his very tired shoulders, please. Please, let the man rest. I'm so annoyed because I accidentally deleted this after I recorded it, and it was the longest take of all of them. I hate life. Where was I? Generally speaking, I like the Arise cast in the way that I always like a Tales cast. The characters are endearing, and at the very least, it is fun spending 40-something hours journeying alongside them, watching as they befriend each other, and then use that friendship to save the world. Arise's cast is far from my favorite, and I have plenty of issues with them, but I still can't help but love them all on some level. There's great potential in each of them. Even Lon Rinwell. Wow, that's so mean. Even Lon Rinwell. To where I do want to see them flourish beyond the mediocre script they've all been trapped in. My favorite moments were usually when the characters were just chilling together, goofing around outside the plot. The camping mechanic is genuinely fantastic. It not only provides you with easy, free recovery, but rewards you with chances to watch the cast banter and bond, almost making you feel like you're camping with your besties on your own big anime adventure. And isn't that what the Tales series has always been about. Why am I using this voice? I kind of wish all the Tales games, you know, had this mechanic retroactively. Fuck ends. Give me spooky ghost stories on the campfire with these anime hair color freaks. The skits of Arise, sadly, they do not match up to their predecessors. Holy shit. Some are fun to behold, especially late game ones where characters are holding bake-offs for who can make the best pancakes. I nearly said can pakes.
I fine-tuned them to suit each person's unique tastes.
But on the whole, the use of the character models, which read as inexpressive, often uncanny, and robotic with repeated animations, removes the intimacy that has always been inherent to skits. When you use the 2D portraits or 2D character models, there's this suspension of disbelief in their static movements that will just never be granted to 3D models, especially ones that are towing that line between cartoon and realism. It doesn't help that skits feel bloated. Since we're using all these different panels, it takes longer to move between lines of dialogue. Those 3 or 4 seconds of silence between lines may not seem like much, and only marginally burningly awkward in the moment, but they add up. And that malaise harms the familiarity that these skits are meant to cultivate. Not to mention, the thought of how much time and work had to go into animating every single fucking skit terrifies me. With older games, there's way less work that has to go into animating those 2D avatars, and never mind the little portraits that just have to be swapped out for certain lines and certain expressions. Maybe you like move it around a little bit, shake it up. But I'd imagine having to animate hundreds of skits with different poses, unique angles, and panels is not nearly as easy. I literally would rather die. And all that extra work to get a product that is far less efficient at its job and far less enjoyable. Is this a microcosm of Tales of Arise? Xion, surprise, surprise, is easily my favorite character. I find her the most complex and the most compelling. Give her all the awards. I love her arc of embracing life in spite of her chronic pain manifested by her curse of thorns. I love her journey of letting down her guard and opening up to people, becoming sweeter and kinder, and I love her getting a happy ending, thank you God. She deserves it. 11 out of 10. Not gonna lie, she's the true protagonist of this entire story to me, not Alphen. I'm also very sad because the first time I recorded this, I realized she was an anti-Kairi. Like, she's actively doing things in the plot is not happening to her, and really her ending is an anti-Kingdom Hearts 3. And I'm very happy about that. And it's also funny because I literally just watched an amazing retrospective on the Kingdom Hearts series as a whole. Everybody can watch it. It's great, especially because, you know, my next deep dive is going to be about Kingdom Hearts 1. Seriously, just have Xion teach Kairi a little bit, you know. Have her teach Kairi how to use a gun, give Kairi a Keyblade that's also a gun. All our problems would be solved. That all said, there are so many blind spots to Xion's character that make me wonder just how fantastic she could have been. Especially given that, you know, I'm a bit biased since I personally connect with Xion's story as much as I do. I can't help but wonder if maybe she doesn't really come off as endearing to other people, especially given she spends so much of the game being secretive and mean. That in combination with the lack of depth on her background, I can easily see why people would be put off by her or not see her as compelling, thorns or no. It does remind me of a quote from the developers, though, how they were focusing specifically on the here and now of characters, and not as much about where they came from or their pasts. It's why so many backstories in the game feel so vague, from Rinwell's mage clan to Xion and Dohalim's families, to even Alphen's life on Dana before his abduction, or Volron's life before becoming sovereign. And I can't help but feel that's a symptom of how the storytelling and writing were made to take a back seat to the game's graphical prowess. Like, we already spent so long in these specific environments, we can't add more to compensate for further drafts. Think about what that might do to the Atmos shader. I do love the romance between Alphen and Xion. I usually enjoy the romances of the Tales series, even the ones that are more low-key, but I appreciate the fact that it's just out in the open here. Well, as open as kissing at the very end of the game is. To my knowledge, they are still awkward about the whole thing in Beyond the Dawn, which, like, girl, why? Why can't they just be a couple? But I adore the connection that grows between these two. The trust, the camaraderie, the need to protect and uplift each other. They are equals in their partnership. Alphen will never give up on Xion, and Xion will never give up on Alphen. And speaking of Alphen, he is sweet himbo baby boy and I love him, but he doesn't really have much beyond that. I see the vision for him, that he's this strong figure of positive masculinity, always protecting and supporting others, and he is meant to be this embodiment of the ideal leader. And even though he is this strong masculine character, he doesn't lock away his emotions. He wears his heart on his sleeve, unafraid to be emotional or vulnerable. In fact, his big heart is probably one of his biggest weaknesses, since it can lead him letting others' woes drag him down. In theory. And I say in theory because that trait specifically feels like a thing that they talk about, and less a thing that they do anything with. Not something they integrate into the story. Because now that I think about it, I can't remember any arc where that actually becomes an issue that Alphen has to work on. Yes, he grieves Zephyr's death, and Xion is like, stop taking everyone's burdens on your shoulders. But like, that doesn't really have anything to do with that trait. He's just grieving. And the specific note of him taking on too many burdens of others to handle doesn't ever really get translated into an actual storyline. And on the whole, Alphen is a pretty stock standard lead character too. I can't really say much about him besides sweet dumb himbo, which, yes, it is fine to start on that archetype, but a character kind of needs to be more than that bare minimum. It's a foundation that you build upon, and usually Tales games are so good at doing that. All Alphen's got is that he likes spicy foods and he likes weapons, and they don't really do anything with those either. And again, the vagueness of his backstory undermines his character. I can see the argument that the vagueness helps to make him an everyman that you can project yourself onto, but that's a bygone method from an older era of games where protagonists weren't really characters, but instead pure vessels for the player to step into as an avatar. We saw this with Luger as well in Xillia 2, where they tried to make him this mute everyman, but they're also trying to make him his own character, so he gets trapped in this limbo where he's just very bland and forgettable. And I say this loving Luger, mostly because I project a personality onto him, and he's also very pretty, but you know, there is a specific saying that within the specific or particular lies the universal. Even if a person might not relate to the exact details of a story, they can still empathize and relate those details to details of their own lives, because the details make it feel real, grounded, and visceral. Specificity is crucial in elevating a piece of writing because it anchors specific emotions, whereas vagueness aimlessly floats within the cliché and the trite. Random note, apparently that quote comes from this Irish poet named James Joyce. I don't know nothing about him, and honestly, I think a tangent on him where I fall down a rabbit hole of research at the 13th hour of a 13-hour YouTube video, it might be a bit much, you know, when I'm talking about a mediocre JRPG. Maybe another time. I really hope he wasn't a lunatic. I hope he wasn't a problematic boy. But if we had gotten to learn about Alphen's life on Dana before he was abducted, if we met his family, if he was even a father who was taken from his child, that would do so much more to make him stand out among all the other protagonists who share his archetype, especially in the Tales series, rather than just blend in with the rest. The rest of the cast, though, as much as it pains me to say it, because I do care about them all, they have no reason to be here. I've talked about this before, but a lot of stories struggle with just having a lot of protagonists for the sake of it, rather than giving them explicit motivations and drives that connect them to the present story. They'll tag along because, you know, we need 6 heroes and we got another 4 slots to fill, or because they just want to help their friend, the protagonist. But all that does is make them dead narrative weight. Characters need stories and journeys of their own to flesh them out, to make them feel important to the overall story, and not like they're just stapled on arbitrarily. Shout out to Mako, Bolin, and Asami, the characters that Legend of Korra just never gave a fuck about, because it was too busy showering all of its attention and love on Tenzin and the Beifongs. The rest of the Arise cast has shreds of individual stories, well, except for Law. Fuck Law. But none of it is enough to match up to the cast of other Tales games, which is arguably why the Arise cast, on the whole, is so forgettable. Like Kisara, for example. She's great in the ELDE MENANCIA arc, where she has to abandon her rose-colored lenses and face reality head-on. That the realm she has invested so much time and energy and love into is just a fantasy with undercurrents of treachery and inequality and death, where she loses the brother that she never got a chance to catch up with. And her moment of telling off Kelzelik for Miguel's murder, that's a real shining moment, even if it is followed up by the fucking Venom Lizard. Venom Lizard we meet out in the parking lot. But then for the rest of the game, Kisara just tags along for funsies. Is she a fun, lovable group mom who will scold us if we buy 3 orange gels despite the fact we're all out? Yes. But that's not enough. She has no real arc or story of her own anymore. Nothing beyond supporting Dohalim and whatever the fuck he's doing at the moment. And supporting another character's journey where you are supposed to be a protagonist yourself? Yeah, it doesn't really exactly lead to the best writing. There are moments where Rinwell calls it out, but it's not a real narrative of Kisara shaking off her old tendencies to let Dohalim figure out his own shit. Even to the very end, Kisara is still giving Dohalim advice on what he should do for his arc, all because she has no arc of her own. The closest that she's got is wanting a pond in her backyard to fish in someday, which, iconic, cute, but I'm gonna need more than that. Rinwell? Yeah, she has no reason to be here. I've already gone over how much her, oh, I'm better than revenge plot fucking blows, but she's got nothing beyond that. She's tangentially important because of her status as a mage. You know, it allows her to connect to astral energy, which is technically important in the second half of the game with Dana's will and the Great Spirit and all that, blah, 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 magic. But a technicality does not a compelling story make. Back of the class. To jail with you, Rinwell. To jail. Not Hoodle though. Hoodle can stay. Law has like nothing to do at all. He really does feel like a legacy admission because we liked Zephyr so much, which kind of makes me resent him for taking Zephyr's slot. And I feel bad because like I can see the concept for Law as this bumbling brain dead himbo who has little nuggets of wisdom, but the constant whiplash in his characterization really kills that on arrival. And we already have another himbo. And now I'm sad I lost this initial recording because I had a brain blast moment where I thought, okay, so you remember that pitch before, that idea of Alphen being a dad and being taken from his kid when he was abducted? Imagine with me if Zephyr was not the one who died in CYSLODIA. Law was. And then Zephyr stayed in our party, and he was this dad who lost his son and his wife, and then used that to have him and Alphen talk about how they're both dads who lost their kids. Oh my god, that would fucking break my heart and be so beautiful to behold. And I want to live in that timeline. Who's next? Oh yes, my ex-husband, Dohalim. Yeah, he barely gets anything. Why is he here? Like, he's pretty, but like, what else? He's hardly a presence in the Menancia arc, and past that, all he's got is the vague task of leading the Renans into a new era once the game is over. But that's less of an arc, and more a promise that maybe someday the story will do something with that. But then they don't. No, Beyond the Dawn doesn't fucking count. I should not need supplemental material in several years of my life to have a full, complete story. Fuck you. Antagonists are a great tool in driving a story and engaging an audience. It's fun to watch a good antagonist ruin some lives, because they are instigating the plot, and admittedly, it's quite fun and cathartic to watch someone unafraid to be disliked because they can't help but follow the whims of their heart's darkest desires. Yeah, Maleficent, you go. Curse that fucking baby. You go, bitch. Moreover, when done right, antagonists bring out the best in your protagonists. They can act as thematic foils to whatever journey your protagonists are on, not to mention engage in fun banter, or have some devastating interactions with each other that stick with you forever. A good antagonist is often crucial in elevating a story to its full potential, and Tales is usually great at character writing, both for its heroes and its villains. Even the games with less compelling villains like Vesperia usually succeed in some regard in making them enjoyable. Or in Duke's case, in making them beautiful, beautiful concepts that never actually get really realized in the game itself. It's okay, Duke, you're a Disney princess who deserves justice. Or Zestiria, where the villains are kind of cliche and, don't really have all that much of a presence. They're kind of boring, but they're still at least a little bit of enjoyable when they're around. Mostly, Lunar can fucking burn in the ring of irrelevance. But then you get games like Berseria and Abyss that absolutely fucking nail their villains. Berseria is aided by the villains having the upper hand and having an institution, the Abbey, which basically rules the world, making our heroes into anti-heroes who have to contend with them wherever they go. It adds stakes to the story and adds to the villain's presence. It adds themes in the game about fighting oppression, about fighting authority and religious zealotry, about looking past the facade of who seems like the good guys or seems like the bad guys, and also makes for compelling antagonists who view themselves as heroes, even as they enslave Malachim or oppress the people that they claim to protect. Artorias read Those Who Walk Away from Omelos and is like, I will not walk away. I will be the governor of Omelos, thank you. Artorias himself is a fantastic big bad. He's got the personal connection to Velvet, which makes you, as a player, want to get revenge for his betrayal, and ideologically, he's an exact opposite to Velvet. His belief in reason and utilitarianism leads him to want to strip humanity of their free will, to take away their emotions, and all the little things that make life worth living, solely because his own trauma reinforces his miserable, cynical worldview, where he just kind of hates humanity.
A man with the power to change the world turned his back on the potential of humanity. That may be the biggest tragedy of that night.
The savior of the world lost all hope in its people.
Abyss, though, she probably has the best villains. It's a similar setup with the Order of Lorelei, though the real villains are Commandant Van de Stelka and his 6 god generals. What a badass title! Well, really, it's just 5 of them. There are 6. Van himself is this manipulative, cynical monster who is incredibly charming at first, but in truth will use people to achieve his own ends. Like Artorias, Van is also traumatized, which leads him to hating the world and wanting to burn it to the fucking ground. But in a way where you're more disgusted with him. Van honestly is one of the most insidious villains I've ever seen. Seeing what he does to Luke and also Ash, I'm just like, you are sick. You need to be locked away. I fucking hate you. You leave my baby boys alone. And then his 6 underlings parallel each of the 6 protagonists, with great conflicts that are both personal and compelling. Oh, and thematically appropriate too. Luke and Ash's battle over their identities and their uneasy alliances, Tyr having to fight against her former jaded mentor, Jade's old friend Dist, who embraces the darkness that Jade is trying to make up for, Annis against Arietta over Phone Master Ion, and Natalia against Largo for reasons I refuse to spoil, because holy shit, that is still one of my favorite plot twists in literally anything. That shit still makes me cry. Sync? Admittedly, Sync has a great story, but he doesn't really have much of a rivalry with Guy. I mean, they fuck with each other, but there's nothing real personal going on there. But in Sync's defense, Guy is hot. I get the obsession. Not gonna lie, I remember Guy was one of the first crushes on a male character that I realized I had when it came to media. So he has a special place in my heart, my first husband. But each of these villains also has a reason for joining Van in his crusade, something in their past that connects them to the heroes and to the story, where they have been failed by the world and its institutions, leading them to their disenchantment and doomerism. While you do want to take them down at any cost because they're fucking bastards, you're still encouraged by the narrative to feel for them. You come to love them and hope that maybe, just maybe, they'll see the light. It shows you the dark road that our own heroes, and even ourselves, could have easily fallen down. Arise just fails with its villains. They're all disconnected roadblocks who contribute nothing to the story and nothing to the characters' journeys. Which, I mean, you can't contribute to something that doesn't exist. Balseph, Almadria, and Ganabelt all have cool designs and cool concepts, but nothing beyond that. They have nothing to make them memorable beyond their affectation. And even then, they could be frustratingly trite when they're on screen, oh my god. And Kelzelik? He functions fine, but he's just some loser weasel at the end of the day. And you know it's bad when he winds up being the most fleshed out antagonist in the whole game. Literally, when you think about it, Kelzlik's the only one of these motherfuckers is actually like a person, like a character. You're telling me the Weasley advisor boy is the only fleshed out villain in the game? And y'all ship this. Y'all ship this. Volron is the worst case of this non-character problem. He's an obligatory rival for Alphen, meant to be a thematic foil. Superficially, you've got the contrasting aesthetics of fire and water or fire and ice. But there's also their clash as sovereigns with opposing ideologies. Alphen leads with kindness and compassion, wanting to liberate everyone, to see everyone flourish and be happy and be treated equally, which is stupid and gay. Whereas Volron is cruel and cynical. He's a cool boy, wanting to oppress and dominate just for the sake of it, even if it makes him and everyone else fucking miserable. Actually, the misery seems to be the goal. Volron is the manifestation of a very real problem in our world, where people just want to cause suffering to feel powerful, even if it ruins their own fucking lives. But once more, that's not enough. A theme is not enough. It requires a vessel, and this vessel is cracked, it's not compelling, it ain't working, return it. Volron comes across as a cliche villain with nothing going on besides a kinda cool design. This is why they say that ideas are cheap and execution is everything. If you have a groundbreaking revolutionary idea, it won't matter if you don't have the execution to actually bring it into reality, because most people are just gonna perceive Volron as a boring, douchey protagonist and a wannabe Sephiroth. CJ the 10th, at least I think the X is a Roman numeral. It might be just CJ the X, I don't know. I might be an idiot. I probably am. Anyway, CJ the 10th, I hope, has a video about subjectivity in art that I absolutely adore. Even though I'm still kind of processing it because CJ speaks at the speed of lightning and breaks my brain every 5 minutes, so it kind of takes me a while to fully decipher the divine revelations. But the gist that I got, at least, is that in making art, you're trying to communicate the subjective essence, but you have to work hard to make sure that your intent comes across to your audience. It's all about that communication, that connection between creator and audience.
I want to line the pieces up. Yours and mine.
And in Arise's case, I can see the vision, but I do not viscerally feel that vision in my bones. In lacking any unique personality, compelling motivation, detailed past, or actually interesting connection to Alphen and the other heroes, Volron has nothing going on to anchor him in the audience's mind. So whenever he shows up, he just kinda comes across as wannabe Sephiroth. The game clearly wants him to be up there in the Great Hall of Villainy, but he feels more like a parody of all of them than an actual villain in his own right. Anytime he's on screen, I just roll my eyes into the 9th dimension. And honestly, this is making me realize that even though the Helganquil and Great Spirit are these voiceless, personality-less monsters, the character villains are functionally no different. But the Helganquil and Great Spirit, yeah, they're not really compelling either. Sure, they're forces of nature, but without any actual connection to the characters, there's nothing about them to make an audience, give a fuck about taking any of them down. There are definitely pieces of media that have had forces of nature or Lovecraftian abominations as antagonists, but to do that, you kind of have to match that in existential terror that they inspire or whatever theme that you're trying to get across. And the Helganquil and Great Spirit very much don't do that. They have the same presence as the Venom Lizard, and y'all know my feelings on the Venom Lizard. Seriously, why are there like 5 million fucking Venom Lizards? Why are there so many Venom Lizards? Why? Why? So without any compelling antagonists nor compelling arcs for the protagonists, that combination leaves the protagonists with very little conflict to engage the audience. It kind of leaves them feeling like they're just meandering through the story without much going on. And that is especially true for the second half of the game. This is really where the game's writing problems come to a head. The first half of the game at least has enough superficiality to kind of keep you engaged, even if you find yourself bored. But the second half? Nothing. A barren wasteland devoid of any real character drama or conflict beyond the whims of a half-baked plot. And all it can do to try and keep you going beyond pointless giant monster fights is cram pages upon pages of ham-fisted exposition down your fucking throat. The whole game is downhill from the end of ELDE MENANCIA, but damn, it takes a real nosedive once you get to the wedge. And truth be told, I don't get why it's referred to as the second half. Like, if we're gonna go by amount of content, it's more the final quarter than the second half, especially since, you know, it doesn't bother fleshing out anything that was left unfinished in the first half. Replaying Abyss, I admittedly haven't really enjoyed the yo-yoing between all the different areas in that final quarter, but at least it makes up for that by having some of the most memorable, beautiful character writing and great scenes in the entire game of anything I've played, and before then had already been taking me on a roller coaster of fantastic drama. Not gonna lie, that final quarter of Abyss, it's got more going on than all of Arise. Jesus. This is where all the problems come to a head. The lackluster antagonists, the lack of character drama, the pointlessness of most of your party. All that kept me going here, aside from the need to finish this fucking video, was my love for Xion. But that just meant I was suffering through my boredom for mere moments of joy, which doesn't exactly make for the most pleasant viewing experience. And it's worse in a game where you have to be active in partaking in the story. At least in a movie or show, I can passively suffer and it's over a lot quicker. The whole LENEGIS section and the Dake Phasal section, it's just the world's most boring visual novel with how much exposition they cram in, because the writers couldn't figure out another way to tell you all these things they should have let you in on hours ago. Imagine in Abyss if you didn't learn about the Qliphoth or the Sephiroth trees until just before Eldrant, or in Berseria if you didn't learn about Innominat or Malevolence until just before the final dungeon. It's really giving first draft. I keep saying it, but it does, because it's the only way that I can think of as to why they proceeded with this approach. That they were, again, so focused on the pretty polishing of the presentation, that they were so deep in fine-tuning the fucking Atmos shader, that when they started having problems with fitting that amount of content onto consoles, let alone the railroad spike that was the pandemic, it was just too late to fix anything in the script, not without expensive, extensive, time-consuming overhauls that probably would have meant another several years of development hell where you're not earning back your investment because you only make your returns once the game is shipped. That final dungeon is so emblematic of these problems. It's got zero personality outside of that opening area, and dozens of mini-bosses that take far too fucking long to kill, and they just keep going and repeating these same fucking enemies, and they're all just reskinned enemies that you've already fought dozens of times before now because it's cheaper and less time consuming. And at least in older Tales games, it wasn't as egregious because it was never structured like this before, and at least back then it didn't take this long to kill something. And also at least there they had fun, engaging stories that prevented you from noticing those little things. But here it's just the main attraction because there's nothing else. It's just torture. It's fucking torture. What a fitting end to a game that felt like a tedious chore by the halfway point. And then, the world building. Oh dear Renaissance. It feels so shallow, and even if the realms do look beautiful, they don't look that much different from things I've seen in other games. Honestly, I was more impressed by unique designs of environments in previous games that looked like PS2 emulations. It really does feel like the worlds of Dana and Rena only just came into existence yesterday, with no real culture or atmosphere to speak of. Like we just needed something for our story to be set in, but we didn't want to think about it that much beyond the superficial, because all we need is a glorified tech demo to make Tales seem like it's AAA. Which, girl, who cares if we're AAA? I just want a good game and a good story. Thank God I only paid $12 for this. I cannot imagine paying $60 or $70 for this. I'd throw myself off a balcony. And I can already hear it now, how the world building was meant to be shallow, so as to foreshadow the fact that it's all a farce by the Helganquil. But once again, good vision requires good execution, and the execution here is not good. It's not working. In terms of design, none of the Danon realms are all that memorable, especially MAHAG SAAR. And even in how they all link up, Dana is just one big loop. You can't see that because we lack a map, but you can feel it as we shuffle from point A to point B, and it makes the world feel like a series of theater stages lined up linearly. It does not feel like a living, breathing, sprawling, interconnected world. I'm not asking for open world, I'm just asking for a more interesting layout. Fucking the older Pokemon regions had better layouts than this. I haven't really played them aside from like Fire Red when I was little. That was my jam. I only know this because of Internet Pit Stop. I'm mentioning him a lot. LENEGIS and RENA are the biggest offenders here, being nothing more than big dead ends and mind-numbing dungeons, rather than their own actual worlds you can get lost in. Like, what's the point in having multiple worlds if they're not all engrossing? Kingdom Hearts 1 did more in fleshing out its worlds and their layouts more than Arise, and its worlds that I think are even less linear. Traverse Town is still a goddamn chef's kiss. And yes, I get that the Helganquil are invisibly governing LENEGIS, and that RENA is a lifeless husk, but you can have the Great Spirit still calling the shots with the Renans working in the middle. Like, maybe instead of the Renans being these hapless victims, they intentionally made a deal with the devil, creating the Danon-Renan distinction themselves, and knowingly building their fake little empire for the sake of dominating the Danons, feeding into the Great Spirit's hunger. Like, having the Sovereign secretly working for the Great Spirit and the Renan lords as their underlings, and then having the Great Spirit and Helganquil in similar roles as Enominat and all of the Abbey Malachim and Exorcists? Yes, please. Especially if that means getting to enjoy some political messiness when we arrive on LENEGIS in the second half of the game. Fuck, you can even keep RENA as a wasteland and just say that the Renans helped the Great Spirit suck it dry, and only a handful of them escaped to LENEGIS, an artificial home where they would be safe even as they turn Dana into an astral energy farm. It writes itself. Now, I've mentioned it before, but I'm just gonna reiterate it here. I am not going Beyond the Dawn. I've seen playthroughs of it, and I have zero interest in the story of Beyond the Dawn. I do like the idea of Nazamil as being half Danon and half Renan, but nothing else in the story grabs my interest, especially seeing as how none of the protagonists have changed all that much since the ending, and still have nothing to do. It honestly gives me the same vibes as a lot of those bad direct-to-video Disney sequels of the 90s and early 2000s. Though I'm gonna be real, I would rather watch most of those than replay Arise, or even think about dropping $30 on Beyond the Dawn. Fuck no. Y'all had your chance to tell a good story in the main game, and you failed. You're not getting any more money from me. And even the fact that it came out 2 whole years after the main game, when everyone else had already forgotten about Arise, the fact that y'all wasted that time you could have spent on making the next Tales game, just wow, the audacity. Speaking of which, it's been pretty quiet in regards to where the Tales series is going after Arise. It really felt like Arise was supposed to be this big series revival. The series has been growing in popularity in the West, but is still largely niche, and Arise was this attempt to make it as mainstream as Final Fantasy. And sure, it technically worked in moving millions of copies, but no one is talking about it anymore. Not outside the hardcore fans, and there's not a lot of them. Arise faded from the public consciousness as quickly as it appeared, and I definitely think it is due to just how forgettable and unengaging the story is. There's nothing to keep players coming back to enjoy the story time and time again. You could not pay me to replay this game. I mean, I guess you could to make this video, but I'm talking about after this. Never again. I would not be shocked if years from now, most people just wouldn't even remember what Tales of Arise was. And I feel bad about that. I feel bad for all the love and effort and blood and sweat and tears and years that went into making this game, because clearly there was a grand vision for this entry, but they had their priorities in the wrong places. Yes, the increase in graphical fidelity no doubt caught the public's attention, but you need more than that to keep them invested, especially if the weak writing and iffy gameplay are going to alienate your existing fan base. I can't help but wish Tales of Berseria got the marketing treatment that Arise did. Lord knows it had a far more engaging story and even better elevator pitch than Arise did. Sure, it may not look the prettiest, but I can easily see Berseria being adored if it just got a little bit of more love from Namco, provided they cleaned up the gameplay a bit. Side note, I just want to say every time someone says Arise is darker than other Tales games, specifically Berseria, I want to throw hands. Are you kidding me? Arise only seems darker because it's basically an anime soap opera. Berseria is about anti-heroes who are fighting the church, whose leader murdered the brother of the protagonist in a ritualistic sacrifice. Fuck you. So, while there's been no news on a new Tales entry, Namco has seemingly shifted its focus to mobile games. Fucking hell, yeah, I got no interest in this shit. Fuck this. Sorry, but I prefer my games on dedicated consoles that only bleed me dry of my money one time. I just don't like having my games on such a tiny device that is not a dedicated handheld. God, I miss the 3DS era. Especially when most mobile games are gacha games designed to be addictive wallet suckers. You know, I want a game that's an art piece, an experience, not something that's a fucking distraction. And I'm not shocked to find that most of these mobile games have failed almost immediately, because who the fuck is gonna touch them outside of the very small, dedicated Tales audience that will play literally anything with the word Tales of in the title? Words are hard. I swear I'm a writer, I swear. And that's no shade to the fans, because I feel bad for them. I feel bad that their dedication is being exploited to take their money in return for shoddy, soulless products. Or fucking endless DLC packs and costume packs and fuck this shit. Older Tales games often released yearly, if not every other year, and most of them were fucking bangers. Some were definitely rushed, but for the most part, it meant getting new stories, new characters, and new worlds to explore. And when one was disappointing, there was another one right around the corner to make up for it. And I look back fondly of many of those entries. Production slowed across the 2010s, but now the series is in a full-on drought. With Tales trying to become AAA, that probably also means AAA development cycles that take half a decade, if not more. God help us if we enter the Square Enix school of products existing solely as ideas that take over a fucking decade to develop and then release in underwhelming half-baked forms. Future self, please link the frustrated Jacob video about Square Enix's habit of doing this, or I'll cut you. If Tales of Arise is anything, it is a lesson and a cautionary tale that spectacle isn't everything. Presentation isn't everything. Even if you have the flashiest, most beautiful product with a grand vision, if you do not have the execution to back any of it up, it's going to fade. Sure, it may succeed at first, even wildly, but it will fade from memory very quickly. It will never be something that people return to for years, even decades to come. But hey, maybe the top brass who value short-term profit over quality don't fucking care. Maybe Arise is a win because it moved so many copies so quickly, even if no one is talking about it anymore. Maybe the cheap mobile games are still wins because they conned all their players out of their hard-earned money before they shut down. Is this what media has become? Not timeless stories to enchant a generation, but shiny cash grab content to distract them long enough to swipe their wallets. I mean, yeah, profit seeking has always been a thing under capitalism. It's always been like this. The video game industry has never had the interests of players or developers in mind, but it feels so much more blatant now. It feels so soulless and cold. It doesn't feel like I'm getting stories that I can just enjoy on a rainy day anymore. It feels like I'm getting something flashy to distract myself before the next title. I don't even know what I want from the next Tales game aside from a second fucking draft for its story, because I'm terrified of it trying to follow in Arise's footsteps. I'm scared of waiting years for a story that I'm gonna forget in a week. I'm scared of getting flashes of great characters who will never have their full potential realized because they're trapped in underwritten stories. But maybe that's what the oldies are still here for, because Berseria will always be there. Abyss will still be here. Vesperia 2 and the Zillias. I mean, well, with the state of media preservation coming into question as we move even further into the digital-only era, maybe even that is uncertain. God, I need to get a physical copy of Berseria, like, immediately. But at least for right now, I know I can call those games home. So, yeah. That was my deep dive on Tales of Arise, and God, I was not expecting it to become this fucking sprawling. Like, I knew it would be long, and that was kind of the goal, and, you know, it'd be daunting or whatever, but I never imagined this. And I think my own ambition kind of got the better of me in those months where I kind of stopped working on this project because life decided to fucking try to kill me. But I already feel proud of the work I've done here, and I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope you might enjoy returning to it. You know, time and time again, whether it be on in the background as you play a game, as you commute to work, as you go grocery shopping. Why did I say it like that? Because Lord knows that's what I do with my YouTube videos nowadays. I would definitely love doing deep dives like this in the future, one project at a time, of course, including for other games. And not just the other Tales titles, but other pieces of media that I love, that I just love to dig into. My next one is going to be on Kingdom Hearts 1, so that should be a fun trip. But I think it's also shown me that I can't just do deep dives, because there's too much I want to talk about. In one development cycle for just Tales of Arise, we also got Tales of Symphonia, Abyss, Legendia, and Vesperia. And Graces, if you want to extend it out another year. And I don't want to do that to myself. So I'll probably make shorter videos about media that I enjoy with dedicated deep dives when I can. So yeah, that's the crushing ambition of Tales of Arise. If you enjoyed this, then be sure to subscribe and, ring the bell for notifications because YouTube hates creators. If you'd like to support myself on the channel and ensure that I have the time and resources to focus on deep dives like this, then you can also pledge your support on Patreon for extra rewards, like access to the private Union of War Discord server, Patreon exclusive videos, and early access videos and scripts. I actually released all the individual parts of this deep dive ahead of time over on Patreon, so if you don't want to wait as I work on these, Patreon will let you skip the line to watch them in big chunks as I make them in real time. I'm the Unicorn of War, and Tales of Arise was a fucking shit show.